Chapter 1. Yesterday, the Ninth Order Beast Emperor emerged from the Pacific Ocean, codenamed 013, the touch of the sea, and launched an attack on the Demon City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, the Ninth Order Wind Mage Lu Yunfeng arrived just in time to successfully thwart the assault. After enduring 7 days of the Beast Tide, the city of Chuanzhou was finally liberated at 7 o'clock last night. Under the protection of the Sixth Order Fire, Mage Hui Yungu, leading 50,000 sorcerers, not a single beast breached the city walls. All were repelled beyond the gates, with no civilian casualties. Last night, a training team from the Ice Magic Academy encountered peril. By the time the emergency team arrived, all 3 mentors and 5 students had perished. Residents are advised to exercise caution. Do not venture outside the city without a sorcerer's company. This morning, the Eighth Order Prophecy Mage Lu Xinji made a prediction that the next Beast Tide will erupt in March in Luzhou. The city of Luzhou is urged to bolster its defensive measures. Lin Fan, with a bewildered expression, set down his phone and glanced at his classmates still engrossed in discussions about the Ninth Order Wind Mage. He finally confirmed one undeniable fact. He had traversed into another world. After merely taking an afternoon nap, he found himself in an entirely different realm. With the newfound memories flooding his mind, combined with his classmates' chatter, Lin Fan gleaned relevant information about this world. It was still Blue Star, still the Great Xia. Yet 20 years prior, monstrous beasts had suddenly appeared, leading to the rapid extinction of animals and the relentless retreat of humanity. These were unprecedentedly powerful beings, bloodthirsty, ferocious, and formidable. The crucial point was that all conventional firearms became ineffective. Their bodies possessed not only remarkable resilience, but also contained magical elements, enabling them to wield magic. Even steel could not rend the fabric of magic. Fortunately, humanity is a race adept at learning. After countless battles, they mastered the art of magic, giving rise to a multitude of sorcerers and powerful individuals. They overcame magic with magic. Under the leadership of these formidable beings and sorcerers, humanity achieved victory after victory, barely maintaining a balance against the monstrous beasts. Moreover, towering walls reaching 100 meters were constructed around every surviving city, allowing many ordinary individuals without magical aptitude to survive. In summary, this is a world where ordinary people merely scrape by, while sorcerers wield the power. This is a realm where magic reigns supreme. This is an exceptionally grim beginning, Lin Fan sighed at last, not only due to the brutal nature of this world, but also because this body, sharing his name and also a senior in high school, had yet to awaken any magical talent. In this world, there exists a law. If one has not awakened their magical aptitude by the age of 18, it signifies a complete lack of magical potential. One would never awaken, destined to live as an ordinary person, essentially a Muggle. Sigh. Clearly, having arrived in a magical world, albeit fraught with danger, it would be splendid to become a sorcerer. But alas, I can only remain a Muggle. I want to be like Harry Potter, waving my wand to summon my Patronus. Lin Fan lamented while observing his classmates. A quarter of them donned elegant robes of black silk, wielding wands in hand. Such attire might have been ridiculed as juvenile in his previous life, but in this one, it garnered respect and admiration. These were students who had awakened their magical talent, officially recognized. If one could secure a place in the prestigious Magic Academy through the upcoming grand examination, a promising future awaited. The elite among the elite. In the lower right corner of the blackboard, a large one was inscribed in red chalk. Only one day remained until the grand examination. Tomorrow was the day. Lin Fan murmured, I wish I could wield magic too. I desire to be among the elite. Having reincarnated, must he now embark on a life of drudgery? Where's the system? Don't all traversers have systems? Come on, lend me a hand. Suddenly, ding. Lin Fan heard a crisp sound. The ultimate warrior system has been activated. System initializing. Activation successful. Newbie gift package dispensed. Do you wish to claim your newbie gift package now? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. It really exists. Beyond expectation, yet anticipated? Lin Fan was both astonished and euphoric. He understood precisely what this system signified. In this world dominated by magic, he would summon storms and ascend to greatness, becoming the most powerful sorcerer in history. With a flick of his wand, he would alter the very fabric of reality. Countless sorcerers would kneel before him, pleading for his tutelage. Ah, I am ready. The path of the strongest sorcerer, the path of the elite, let it commence. Lin Fan took a moment to steady his thoughts and promptly declared, claim, it has been dispensed. 200 points of free attribute points to allocate as you wish. Additionally, inscribed talent as a reward. Lin Fan's breath quickened, though he was unaware of what free attribute points entailed. The Scrade talent. In this world, magical aptitude is also graded. ED, C, B, AS, SSSSS. Not only does it determine the speed of cultivation, but it also sets the ceiling of one's power. Among them, SS-level talents have been exceedingly rare since humanity mastered magic 2 decades ago. Only 8 individuals have achieved this in the Great Xia, all of whom are now 9th-order sorcerer emperors. And Scrade talent is also exceptionally rare. As long as one does not meet an untimely end, they could essentially become a guardian sorcerer of a city, renowned far and wide. What kind of magical aptitude does the Scrade talent entail? Metal magic? Or wind magic? Or perhaps fire magic? Honestly, I have a preference for metal magic. I could manipulate metal and ride the wind with my sword, embodying the essence of a sword immortal. However, fire magic is also appealing. I could channel Sasuke. Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes reddening as he contemplated. Just as he prepared to access the panel, suddenly, Fan, don't be upset, have some water to calm down. His desk mate and childhood friend Lu Liang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and produced a slender wand, pointing it at a water bottle. Beginner ice magic ice crystal technique. Pristine white ice crystals coalesced at the tip of the wand, subtle elements swirling a wondrous display of magic. Ding! A thin layer of ice formed on the hot water bottle, exuding a chilling aura. Lu Liang, an ice mage. Although he had merely begun to sense magical elements and was not yet a full-fledged mage, barely capable of casting low-level magic. Even if he did not gain admission to the Magic University, many companies would still eagerly seek him out. He assumed Lin Fan was distressed and comforted him. Even if you don't get into the Magic University, it's all right, you could apply to a regular institution and pursue a clerical role, which is quite fine. You wouldn't even need to leave the city every day. What? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I want to apply to the Magic University. Oh, wait a moment, what? Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You want to apply to the Magic University? That means you'll have to participate in a magic grade examination intended for sorcerers. This is not just answering questions. This involves hunting beasts in the assessment area. You lack magical talent, you will die. You wouldn't even be able to activate a defense scroll in time. The beast could sneak up behind you without you sensing the elemental fluctuations. Before Lin Fan could explain, the teacher is coming, don't speak. Shoo! The classroom fell into sudden silence. Step! A figure strode swiftly to the podium, speaking in a deep voice. Tomorrow is the examination. Tonight, after returning home, register online and receive your exam location details. Though the authorities do not prohibit ordinary individuals from registering for the sorcerer's examination, let me reiterate, for your safety, please possess some self-awareness. Accept your mediocrity. Being an ordinary person is quite all right. Old Qian glanced pointedly at Lin Fan as he spoke. This was a lad unwilling to resign to fate, hoping he wouldn't act foolishly. After school, Lin Fan returned home. Throughout the journey, he felt a sense of trepidation. Generally speaking, traversers are orphans without parents. My mother wouldn't have disappeared, would she? Finally, gazing at the familiar door, Lin Fan exhaled nervously. He opened the door. Thank goodness. Mother was still there. Father was also present. Xiao Fan, you're back. Your mother is still in the kitchen cooking. His father, clad in a sorcerer's robe adorned with 4 golden stars, clearly a 4th-order mage. He held a high status in society, being a professor at the Ice Magic University, and sometimes even took to the battlefield during times of crisis. Sadly, Their child had not awakened any magical talent, often becoming the subject of ridicule among colleagues. Yet his father never held Lin Fan in disdain, rather. He feared that Lin Fan might feel inferior because of it. Tomorrow is the academy examination. Don't feel pressured. Regardless of the outcome, you are my child, and I'm proud of you. I've already made arrangements for you, Lin's father said, setting down the newspaper with a serious tone. Once you graduate, I will pull some strings to secure your admission into the Ice Magic University. Although you may not become a student, the school is in need of a dormitory supervisor. During the exam registration, do not act recklessly. Understood. Lin Fan nodded. Rest assured, Dad, I am well aware of my situation. As long as you understand, Lin's father replied, nodding in satisfaction. Though his child could be obstinate, he was ultimately a source of reassurance in critical moments. It seemed Lin Fan had come to a decision. He would not take the magical grand examination, but would instead register for the standard tests. Lin Fan hurried back to his room, opened his computer, and logged onto the website. He filled in the required information, entering his examination number and ID. Lin Fan, Sangzhou City Number 4 High School, Class 3 of Senior Year. The information appeared on the website almost instantly, along with 2 options to choose from. Standard Grand Examination. Magical Grand Examination. A mere 2 words apart, yet they represented 2 completely divergent paths. Without hesitation, Lin Fan clicked on a magical grand examination. Aware? Of course, Lin Fan was acutely aware. With his great talent, he could easily forge ahead. Magicians, prepare to be astonished by the so-called Muggle in your midst. Xiao Fan, Lin's father, suddenly entered the room. Have you completed the registration? Lin Fan nodded. Yes, it's done. Don't worry, Dad. Everything went smoothly. Good. Then I can relax, Lin's father replied, a smile breaking across his face. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to candidate Lin Fan on successful registration for the Magical Grand Examination. Day 1, Cultural Subject Test, Examination Room 082. Day 2, Magical Grand Examination, Examination Room 114. Please attend punctually. A notification popped up on the computer, and Lin's father's smile abruptly froze. What do you mean, how could you? Lin's father nearly shouted. Lin Fan quickly responded, Dad, You've lost your mind, Xiao Fan. Lin's father snatched the mouse, but after clicking for a while, he could only grit his teeth and say, Who designed this system that cannot be changed? Xiao Fan, you are not allowed to take the Magical Grand Examination. Even if it means repeating a year, you must not go. You could die. Concern filled Lin's father's eyes. Lin's mother, who had rushed in at the sound, glared at Lin's father in reproach. This is all your fault. Xiao Fan is just trying to make you proud. Xiao Fan, you're being too impulsive. Alas, Lin's father sighed. In any case, you are not allowed to take the Magical Grand Examination the day after tomorrow. Go and participate in the cultural subject test tomorrow and consider it preparation for next year. The Magical Grand Examination, like the standard test on the first day, involves cultural subjects. However, passing the cultural subjects is merely a formality. The emphasis is placed on the Magical Grand Examination the following day. All right, I understand. Lin Fan knew that further explanation would be futile, so he quickly acquiesced. His parents left the room, faces etched with worry. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. Mom and Dad, prepare to be astonished by me. Father, those colleagues will no longer mock you. You shall take pride in me. I will become the most powerful magician and a legend in the annals of magic history. As for now, Lin Fan clenched his fists, his breath quickening. The path to becoming the most powerful magician begins here. The legend of the magical world starts at this moment. What talent will I possess? Wind affinity? Fire affinity? No longer guessing, Lin Fan spoke firmly. Open the panel. Ding! A virtual panel appeared before Lin Fan, who suppressed his excitement, holding his breath as he gazed at the talent section at the bottom. Scrayed talent. Body invulnerable to all magic. Lin Fan? Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Lin Fan knew that magic talents fell into several major categories in this world. Ice, fire, water, wind, earth, wood, lightning, mental, life, and the legendary time and space categories. This body invulnerable to all magic system Does this talent allow me to use magic? Lin Fan inquired. The mechanical voice replied, no. Lin Fan was stunned. So, unscrayed talent cannot use magic? What purpose does this iron rod serve? No wonder he did not sense any elements on his way back. That means he remains a Muggle. The path to becoming the strongest magician has yet to begin and is already cut off. The legend has fallen. The grand dream of Kas cannot be realized. He cannot be the fire-breathing Sasuke, nor can he be the sword immortal sailing through the skies. What good is this so-called scrayed talent? Lin Fan murmured, if I cannot even become a magician. The mechanical voice suddenly chimed in. This system is named the Strongest Warrior System, designed to forge the mightiest warriors. And what uses it? The body invulnerable to all magic grants resistance to magic. You are impervious to all magic. You can break through any spell. The specific strength is related to your physique and power. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Resistance to magic. Immune to all demonic forces, capable of shattering myriad laws. Could it be that this is the nemesis of sorcerers? In other words, although I may never become a wizard myself, I have now transformed into the bane of wizards. The ultimate warrior system, designed to forge the most formidable fighter. Lin Fan finally realized that he had overlooked the true nature of this system. It was not a means to create a magician, but rather to cultivate the most powerful warrior. Thus, a vivid image materialized in Lin Fan's mind. While other sorcerers donned their magical robes and wielded their wands with grace, he stood as a muscular behemoth, brandishing a colossal blade. A warrior, abruptly appearing in a world dominated by magic, felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, it also appeared to be rather splendid. Lin Fan's expression morphed into a somewhat twisted grin. Mere magic. A path of folly. Immune to all demons, with sheer strength to dismantle all spells, I shall exclusively combat the ostentatious. To hone the flesh to perfection, pure force is my chosen path. To hell with magic. Muggles are Muggles. Wizards, prepare to be astounded by this Muggle. Life is unpredictable, a twist of fate. Lin Fan had never anticipated that his aspiration to become a revered magical legend would culminate in his transformation into a figure that sorcerers would dread. He felt a sense of foreboding akin to that of a dark lord within the realm of magic. I must allocate my attribute points. Lin Fan recalled that he still possessed 200 free attribute points. The attribute panel materialized. Host, Lin Fan. Constitution, 5 strength, 5 speed, 5 spirit, 5 free attribute points, 200.4 categories in total, each value adorned with a plus sign for enhancement. Indeed, a mere warrior of minimal prowess, the level of an ordinary person. Lin Fan gazed at his panel with a complex expression, accepting the reality of being a fighter of little merit, inquiring with the system. He grasped the significance of the 4 options. Strength, as its name implies, denotes power. Constitution pertains to the body's endurance and resilience. Speed signifies bodily agility. Spirit relates to reaction capacity and mental fortitude. As for magical power, that option was conspicuously absent. Since I am destined to become the strongest warrior, Lin Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation, pressing the attribute allocation button. Strength, 60 points. Constitution, 60 points. These are evidently paramount. That a warrior must possess the absolute strength to obliterate all and the robust constitution to withstand any assault. In an instant, crack, hiss, within Lin Fan's body, a cacophony of bone fractures and flesh tearing resonated. As if his very bones and sinews were shattering, an excruciating pain surged forth, rendering Lin Fan's face pale. His teeth clenched and cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yet, almost immediately, the agony transformed into a torrent of heat. At that moment, Lin Fan vividly sensed his flesh, his bones, regenerating, stronger and more resilient than before. Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling a terrifying power coursing through him. Merely pressing down on the table, an imprint of his hand subtly emerged on its surface. He dashed to the mirror, shedding his shirt. To his astonishment, the once somewhat lean physique now exhibited a well-proportioned and developed musculature, immensely robust. His height, originally at 175 centimeters, now surged to 182 centimeters, towering and formidable. Had it been the old him, a single punch would have likely been lethal. Is this what it means to be a warrior? Suppressing his elation, Lin Fan continued to allocate points. Speed, 40. Spirit, 40. For a warrior, while speed may not be as crucial as strength and constitution, it remains significant. Otherwise, one risks being toyed with. Likewise, spirit is no trivial matter, as reaction capability in battle holds equal importance, not to mention resisting mental assaults. Buzz. A wave of dizziness coursed through Lin Fan's mind. When he reopened his eyes, everything appeared astonishingly clear, and when he concentrated, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Moreover, his entire body felt invigorated. Although his robust form bore weight, it felt as light as a feather. Thud! Lin Fan surged forward in a single bound. In an instant, he left a blur behind, appearing directly in the living room. This astonishing speed startled even Lin Fan himself. Lin's father set aside his newspaper. Having only caught a fleeting shadow, now gazing at Lin Fan standing before him, he furrowed his brow and asked, "When did you come out?" I've been out for a while," Lin Fan deflected. "You were so engrossed in your paper that you didn't notice. I'm heading back to my room to review." Lin's father nodded, observing Lin Fan retreat to his room, only to suddenly frown. "Did I just miss that speed? It must have been the result of a first-tier magic apprentice using wind magic enhancement. I must be mistaken. However, this boy seems to have grown taller. Sigh, I must be an unfit father, having neglected to notice his growth." Lin's father was enveloped in regret, feeling as though he had missed witnessing his child's development. Lin Fan returned to his room, eager to find a place to test his newfound strength. He couldn't possibly wreak havoc in the house. That old man's 7 wolves would come in handy. Sorcerers occasionally employ martial prowess as well. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Lin's father, still reading in the living room, swiftly approached. Creak. Standing outside was none other than Lu Liang. Lu Liang. Our little sorcerer. Thought Lin's father recognized Lu Liang, Lin Fan's childhood friend, as their families had long been neighbors, with Lu Liang's father being Lin's father's colleague. Lin's father chuckled. "Why aren't you preparing for the upcoming magic exam, but instead come here?" "I am looking for Lin Fan," Lu Liang replied, his eyes gleaming, addressing Lin's father. "Uncle, I must apologize in advance." Lin's father was taken aback. Lu Liang took a deep breath, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, as he drew forth his staff and declared, "Today, I intend to teach Lin Fan a lesson." "What? Aren't you childhood friends? Did he provoke you?" Lin's father was momentarily stunned at no. Lin Fan. He intends to participate in the magic exam. I cannot stand by and watch him walk to his doom. Lu Liang's tone grew somber, but in that case, let me ensure he understands the gap between sorcerers and ordinary folks. That I know he is stubborn. Once he sets his mind to something, he ignores all counsel, but I must make him abandon this exam, even if it means giving him a beating. He must truly feel the disparity between himself and sorcerers. Lin's father's gaze softened as he recalled Lin Fan's secret registration for the magic exam, nodding slightly. "Then you mustn't hold back. Give it your all." Lu Liang's face brightened. "Rest assured, Uncle, I will certainly give your son a good thrashing." Thank you. Lin's father smiled, casually handing Lu Liang a low-grade magic stone. "No need to be polite. Take this." After all, Lu Liang's intentions were for Lin Fan's benefit. This is the essence of true friendship. Only students possess such selfless bonds. "Lin Fan, come out." Lu Liang called out loudly from the doorway. "Did you call for me?" Lin Fan emerged from his bedroom, only to see Lu Liang standing at the door, his aura ablaze, staff in hand, staring intently at him. "What's up?" "I'm going to give you a beating." Lu Liang's gaze was intricate as he regarded Lin Fan. "Come out if you dare. You want to hit me?" After a moment of confusion, Lin Fan frowned. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. If you have the guts, come outside." Lin Fan glanced at his father, who, rather than intervening, wore an encouraging smile while looking at Lu Liang. "All right then." Lin Fan sighed, a grin suddenly spreading across his face. "Just in time. I too wish to test my current strength. Let us head downstairs for a duel." "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Lin Fan urged. In that moment, Lu Liang wore a bewildered expression. Not afraid. In fact, he seemed quite pleased. Has this guy lost his mind? What is there to be happy about? You're just an ordinary person. Testing your strength. An ordinary person without magical talent has no strength whatsoever in this world dominated by magic. Yet, for some reason, as he looked at the youth before him, Lu Liang felt as if Lin Fan had transformed into a different person, exuding an aura of danger. Downstairs, Lu Liang and Lin Fan stood facing each other. The atmosphere was tense and solemn, with only the gentle breeze and distant gazes of passers-by surrounding them. Lu Liang tightened his grip on the staff. "Shall we begin?" "Wait a moment." Lin Fan raised his hand and said, "I need to prepare." Lu Liang responded with confusion. What are you even preparing for? You're just an ordinary person. You can't even sense the magical elements. Yet, Lin Fan continued to count 1, 2, 1 while performing stretching exercises. Lu Liang remarked, "Stretching? Stop it. It's pointless." That he lifted his wand, shaking his head in exasperation. "Do you really think you can defeat magic with those fists?" How naive that I am in that moment. Lu Liang realized that his visit wasn't in vain after all. This fellow still harbored illusions, completely unaware of the vast chasm that separates magic from ordinary individuals. He even fancied defeating magic with sheer physical strength. All right, let's begin. Lin Fan concluded his warm-up and stood upright. Gazing at Lin Fan before him, Lu Liang took a deep breath and slowly raised his wand. "That I don't wish to use magic to bully you. But I certainly don't want to witness my best friend meeting the same fate as my brother, devoured by a beast from another realm. So be cautious. I will unleash my full power." Lu Liang exhaled, his eyes sparkling with determination as he gripped his wand tightly. "Master of ice, creator of snowfields, great spirit of frost, heed my call." The magician's robe billowed as currents of air began to swirl, the atmosphere around them turning frigid in an instant. Delicate ice crystals formed into luminous white orbs, an aura of extreme cold enveloping Lu Liang as a rotating ice crystal coalesced at the tip of his wand. This was the manifestation of magic, pure magic. Though Lu Liang was merely an unranked wielder of magical power, this was undeniably authentic magic. "I will make you feel the true disparity between you and a magician," Lu Liang declared, observing Lin Fan standing before him, his expression utterly unchanged, prepared to witness the terrifying power of magic. Basic ice crystal blast. With a hum, he pointed his wand, and the fist-sized ice crystal whirled through the air, tearing through it as it sped towards Lin Fan, surpassing the speed of the naked eye, surpassing that of firearms and bullets. This was magic. As the magic was unleashed, Lu Liang immediately regretted his impulsive action. What if he truly harmed Lin Fan? He was just an ordinary person. He might freeze into an ice crystal. Noticing Lin Fan seemingly frozen in shock, standing motionless, Lu Liang felt despair wash over him and instinctively closed his eyes, wishing to avoid witnessing that horrifying scene. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's father, who had descended with them, suddenly tightened his grip on the white jade wand at his waist, ready to intervene. But in the next moment, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan. He saw that, facing this terrifying magic, Lin Fan merely tilted his head. The swirling ice crystal grazed past Lin Fan's face, the icy air brushing against his cheek. Boom! The ice crystal smashed into the wall, and in an instant, magical runes flickered throughout the entire building, the wall encased in a thick layer of ice. "Fallen asleep? Keep going," Lin Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Liang opened his eyes, incredulously gazing at the scene before him, unable to believe it. Did he dodge? How could Lin Fan react so quickly? His skills are this remarkable. Even Lin Fan's father, who had witnessed the entire event, was equally incredulous, muttering, "This kid really dodged it." In contrast to Lu Liang's astonishment, Lin Fan's father, a fourth-tier magic tutor, understood all too well how improbable it was for an ordinary person to evade magic. The magical elements not only wield far greater might than conventional weaponry, they also exceeded in speed. The flow of magical elements in the air remains unaffected by friction. The speed of their movement utterly surpasses the visual acuity of an ordinary person. Without the augmentation of magical elements, an ordinary individual simply cannot keep pace with their flow. What they perceive as the magical light is merely an afterimage left in the wake of the magic. Was Lin Fan's evasion merely a coincidence? Did he happen to scratch his head and tilt it? Surely it must have been a coincidence, Lin Fan's father mused. Lin Fan smiled at Lu Liang. "Nonsense, do you think I can't dodge?" With a speed of 45 points and mental acuity of 45 points. Although Lin Fan was oblivious to what those values signified, that ice crystal blast appeared somewhat sluggish in his eyes, its trajectory clearly visible. With such speed, Lin Fan merely tilted his head to evade it. Seeing that Lin Fan was unharmed, Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with delight, only to hear Lin Fan frowning. "Is this what magic is? It seems less formidable than I imagined. For the magic assessment, I think I might actually be all right." Lu Liang exclaimed. "What? So I came here for nothing? Are you more determined than ever to participate in the magic assessment?" His smile instantly froze, and he raised his wand once more, gritting his teeth. "Don't get cocky. This isn't over yet. I will show you just how powerful a magician truly is." Lu Liang was fully enraged now, and having witnessed Lin Fan's remarkable agility, He felt reassured and no longer held back in a 3-meter radius. Countless ice crystal elements transformed into dense white orbs. Basic ice crystal blast. Basic ice crystal blast. One by one, the ice crystals whirled toward Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan leaped and bounded, occasionally lifting his right leg or twisting his hips, spinning and leaping as though he were a dancer amidst the ice crystals, evading them effortlessly. In mere moments, Lu Liang was gasping for breath, bent over and panting. Though these were only basic ice crystal spells, unleashing 7 or 8 of them had already exhausted him, an unranked wielder of magical power. This is impossible. It can't be real. Curse it. How can this fool truly be doing this? Lu Liang regarded Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Lin Fan's father, meanwhile, was left agape, staring blankly at Lin Fan. His expression increasingly bewildered. This was no coincidence. He could genuinely evade them. An unranked magical user's basic ice crystal blast is not difficult to dodge. Any magician above the first tier, with sensitivity to the elements, could easily avoid it. Yet, Lin Fan was merely an ordinary person. As a magic tutor, Lin Fan's father sensed clearly that there was no flow of magical elements within Lin Fan. He was purely flesh and blood, relying solely on his exceptional reflexes and speed. Has my child undergone some sort of mutation? After evading the attack, Lin Fan frowned at Lu Liang. This level of intensity is insufficient. Is this magic? If someone of your caliber can manage it, then the magic assessment is entirely safe. Why don't you try not dodging? Lu Liang gritted his teeth, his face flushing, likely the first magician in history to demand an ordinary person not to evade. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. With a mental acuity and speed of 45 points, he could clearly see the trajectory of Lu Liang's ice crystal blast and evade it with ease. With a physique and strength of 65 points, Lin Fan tilted his neck, shook his wrist, and smiled. All right, I won't evade. Basic ice crystal blast. An ice crystal blast once again sped towards Lin Fan. Lu Liang fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, this time unconcerned about causing any harm, as it was aimed at Lin Fan's shoulder. Even if it injured his shoulder, it was far better than witnessing Lin Fan walk to his demise. The ice crystal blast tore through the air as always. This was the power of magic, the surge of magical energy. This was pure magic. He truly isn't dodging, seeing Lin Fan stand still. Lu Liang's heart swelled with an ordinary person, once touched by magic, would be utterly defenseless. A mere flesh and blood body cannot withstand the onslaught of magical elements. Lin Fan's shoulder would surely suffer severe frostbite, perhaps even be pierced through. Now, he would truly understand the terror of magic, the disparity between himself and a magician, and resign himself to being an ordinary person, no longer contemplating the idea of walking into the magic assessment to face death. Lu Liang thought eagerly. He did not wish to harm Lin Fan, but rather hoped to prevent him from courting death. Inflicting an injury on Lin Fan would be the best outcome. Lin Fan's father, too, anxiously watched Lin Fan, several times considering drawing his wand to intervene. However, recalling Lin Fan's earlier defiance regarding the magic assessment, he clenched his fists and refrained from acting. Sometimes, allowing children to experience a bit of hardship is what parents ought to do. Others' admonitions are futile. Only through genuine experience of hardship can one truly understand their own limitations. The ice crystal blast surged toward Lin Fan. Get hurt, son. Lu Liang's heart raced with excitement. Get hurt, son. Lin Fan's father also felt a rush of excitement. However, smack. Lin Fan, expressionless, extended his palm, effortlessly swatting the frigid ice crystal blast away, as if swatting away a fly. Bang! The ice crystals shattered upon contact with the ground, instantaneously freezing an area of 1 square meter. What a spectacle, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, perfectly demonstrating what it means to possess immense strength. This scene left Lu Liang wide-eyed in astonishment and caused Lin's father to hold his breath, his pupils constricting sharply. He was engulfed by tumultuous waves of shock, his experience far more terrifying than Lu Liang's. If Lu Liang struggled to comprehend the situation, Lin's father, a 4th-tier mage and university lecturer, found his understanding utterly overturned. With a single slap, Lin Fan sent the ice crystal projectile flying. This was a manifestation of magical elements. This was the greatness of magic. It was a widely accepted notion that only magic could counter magic globally. In the face of such sorcery, mere flesh and blood would be crushed. Yet Lin Fan, devoid of any magical talent and merely a mundane being, effortlessly swatted away a novice ice crystal projectile with a simple motion. Were it not for Lin's father clearly sensing the absence of magical energy surrounding Lin Fan, he might have suspected him to be a melee mage or a magic warrior. Lu Liang, who had only a rudimentary understanding of magic, didn't ponder such complexities. He took a deep breath and summoned all his magical energy. Furthermore, a hum resonated as magical energy surged within him. In an instant, the ice crystal elements within a 3-meter radius were drawn towards him, the cold wind swirling as glowing points of ice energy surrounded Lu Liang. 8 fist-sized ice crystals coalesced around his wand. Even Lin's father, taken aback, couldn't help but nod slightly. Although Lu Liang was merely a novice magic user, his prowess was above average among his peers. "You can't escape," Lu Liang shouted, vigorously wielding his wand. "Though your body is indeed agile, I shall show you true magic, true power. Magic is the essence of strength." In a heartbeat, a hum resounded as each ice crystal projectile spun through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere and hurtling towards Lin Fan from various angles. Imbued with chilling air, Lin Fan's eyes held no fear, only excitement and the thrill of battle. "Rest assured, I will not evade." After waiting so long, it's finally time for a proper test. This was a moment Lin Fan had eagerly anticipated. As the 8 ice crystal projectiles descended upon him from different angles, Lin Fan grinned broadly. Clenching his fists, power surged through his muscles, an inexplicable energy radiating from within. With a resounding crash, his garments were torn as the energy expanded, revealing his formidable physique. Upon seeing Lin Fan before him, Lu Liang instinctively felt a surge of terror, as if a fierce and ruthless beast had bared its fangs in front of him. It was a sensation of impending doom, akin to encountering a natural predator. "Forget about the supremacy of magic. Lin Dolly, only know one thing: strength conquers all." A wave of unprecedented energy erupted, a pure essence of vitality and absolute power. Lin Fan resembled a beast revealing its fangs as he faced the 8 magical ice crystals. Advancing rather than retreating, and struck with a thunderous punch, boom, 2 ice crystals shattered upon impact. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan lunged to the right, his entire being crashing forward like a collapsing mountain. Bang! 3 incoming ice crystals were crushed by his overwhelming force. His left foot launched into the air, sweeping out like a beast's tail, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Crack! The 2 ice crystals on the left shattered simultaneously. In an instant, this ordinary person devoid of magical abilities smashed through 7 magical ice crystals with sheer ferocity. One remained. It hurtled directly towards Lin Fan's head. This was the most perilous one. "Watch out." Lin's father brandished his wand, but in the next moment, he seemed to understand something and refrained from intervening. His eyes wide in astonishment. Could it be that this boy, Lin Fan, instead of dodging, turned his face towards the icy projectile approaching him? He opened his mouth, resembling a fierce beast preparing to devour its prey. Bang! The ice crystal collided with Lin Fan's face. No, more precisely, he bit down on the magic. Lin's father let out a disbelieving roar, his entire being trembling with disbelief. This 4th-tier mage had never lost his composure like this before. Bang! Lin Fan descended from the air, landing on one knee to absorb the impact. Slowly, he raised his head, his pristine teeth gripping the glowing ice crystal. That was pure magic, a power capable of obliterating flesh and bone. Yet in this moment, it was clenched between the jaws of a mere boy. "They say magic is power." Lin Fan crouched on the ground and softly declared, "Today, I shall show you that strength is power." Crack! With a fierce bite, the magical ice crystal shattered in his mouth, crushed with raw force. He slowly swallowed it down. "Xiao Fan, don't eat that. It's magic." Lin's father urgently called out. What ordinary person would dare consume magic? The magical elements were a terrifying force that could obliterate flesh. Mere exposure could mean death, let alone swallowing it. Even mages had to reach the level of a grandmaster to freely merge with magic. Yet, like enjoying ice cream, Lin Fan devoured the ice crystal, chewing it into pieces and swallowing it, letting out a satisfied burp. "Delicious." Lin Fan licked his lips, exhaling a plume of cold mist. Lin's father and Lu Liang stared in shock, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Even Lu Liang, a novice in the realm of magic, sensed the extraordinary nature of the situation. Before Lu Liang could fully comprehend what had transpired, Lin Fan suddenly clenched his fists, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Now, it's my turn." Boom! With a powerful push from his half-crouched legs, the ground reverberated with a deep thud as the soil sank half an inch beneath him. The mist of ice crystals billowed to the sides as a robust figure charged forth with an unparalleled momentum. Lin Fan, his gaze burned with battle intent, eyes glowing with a fierce red light. At that moment, Lu Liang perceived a beastly humanoid figure barreling towards him. There was no trace of magical energy emanating from Lin Fan. Yet in this instant, all magic trembled before his presence. No grand spells, only unadulterated strength. This fellow, Lu Liang hastily raised his wand, conjuring an ice crystal shield. Buzz, a shield taller than a person materialized before him. Yet before it could fully manifest, the humanoid beast had already charged forth. Facing the ice crystal shield, the giant figure coiled like a bow and unleashed a tremendous punch. It was as if a monstrous beast had bared its fangs. Bang! The force of the punch surged forward, slamming into the ice crystal shield. In that moment, the magic was utterly incapable of withstanding such might. Crack! The ice crystal shield shattered instantaneously, countless shards exploding outward, while the powerful punch continued its relentless trajectory towards Lu Liang. Watching the rapidly approaching fist, which seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path, Lu Liang's eyes widened in terror, a feeling of despair washing over him. The thought of death inexplicably crept into his mind. That simple, unadorned punch could truly end his life. Just as Lu Liang was engulfed in despair, believing he was about to meet his demise, the fist suddenly halted, suspended mere inches from his face. Whoosh! The punch froze in midair, yet the wind it generated did not cease. A terrifying gust swept towards Lu Liang. In an instant, his hair was blown skyward, his mouth agape, and he struggled to maintain his balance, nearly toppling backward. But just as Lu Liang was about to hit the ground, that fist released its grip, steadying him. How's that? Isn't Dad incredible? Lin Fan grinned widely. Lu Liang, momentarily stunned, recalled the earlier terrifying sight of Lin Fan, resembling a beast, which had left him utterly shaken. Merely the wind from that punch equated to a basic gust spell. What an astounding display of power! After a long pause, Lu Liang finally regained his composure, his eyes shining with admiration as he exclaimed, "Amazing, truly amazing. So, do you think I can participate in the magical assessment?" Lin Fan chuckled. "Of course. If I can participate at this level, you certainly can." Lu Liang, without a shred of shame, eagerly sought to latch onto Lin Fan's coattails, particularly after witnessing his strange yet fearsome strength. "Dad, please take me along. Let's team up." The grand magical assessment allows for team formations. On one hand, this is due to the fact that certain students awaken magical talents related to life, restoration, potions, and curses, abilities that are not suited for direct confrontation but are ideal for collaborative efforts. On the other hand, teamwork is a critical subject for wizards. Powerful mages often achieve results that exceed the sum of their individual strengths through mutual cooperation. However, my father disapproves, sighed Lin Fan. Lu Liang chuckled. "No worries. I'll persuade your uncle. It's settled then. Take me along." With that, Lu Liang hurriedly approached Lin Fan's still-dazed father, a fourth-tier magic tutor. Lin Fan's father was far more astonished than Lu Liang. A novice in magic, he stood there, lost in thought, muttering to himself, "How could there be absolutely no magical fluctuations? He is neither a magic warrior nor a melee mage, yet a mere flesh and blood defeated a wizard. Not to mention withstanding magic, he even swallowed an ice crystal projectile. How is that possible? Such feats are typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary beasts." Lin Fan's father began to doubt his son's humanity. What good person would consume magical projectiles? Yet, this was his own son. He could not doubt his humanity. Suddenly, "Uncle," Lu Liang abruptly interrupted Lin Fan's father's thoughts. The latter paused momentarily, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Oh, Lu Liang, what brings you here?" The shock from Lin Fan's revelation had left him momentarily disoriented. "Did you forget? I'm here to convince Lin Fan not to participate in the magical assessment." Lu Liang quickly replied. "Oh, right. I remember now. I was lost in thought." Lin Fan's father nodded. "Do you have any other matters?" Lu Liang seized Lin Fan's father's hand, his face full of earnestness. "Uncle, you must allow Lin Fan to participate in the magical assessment. Form a team with me." Lin Fan's father retorted. "Have you considered what you are actually saying? Is this truly your responsibility? Did you come here for this? Nonsense. How can an ordinary person—" Lin Fan's father was about to speak when he suddenly halted. "Ordinary person? Ordinary person? This individual treats magic as if it were a mere ball, and even devours magical projectiles. Do you call that an ordinary person? He is clearly a nemesis to wizards. What if he catches the eye of the Magic Academy?" Moreover, Lin Fan's peculiar situation eluded his understanding. Was it a boon or a bane? Yet, If a fifth-tier Grand Wizard noticed him, it could provide an excellent opportunity to study Lin Fan's condition. Furthermore, given Lin Fan's current strength after a brief contemplation, Lin Fan's father slightly nodded. Xiao Fan. You may go tomorrow. Really? Lin Fan's eyes lit up with delight. What about my mother? I will help you keep it a secret. Lin Fan's father chuckled. But you must promise me not to take any risks and to remain within the outer areas of the assessment. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded vigorously. That night, Lin Fan opened the panel once more, but suddenly froze. The free attribute points had increased from 0 to 0.1. He had distinctly allocated all attribute points last time. Yet now it had changed to 0.1. Why was this? Lin Fan inquired. System, how does one acquire attribute points? By consuming food rich in magical energy, such as magical herbs, magical stones, staves, and pure magic. However, the most suitable source is the magical crystal condensed within the brains of extraordinary beasts. Lin Fan's heart jolted. Magical crystals. They are the most valuable, yet exceedingly difficult materials to utilize. Because the magic contained within is too chaotic and volatile, it must undergo countless processes to weaken it into magical stones and powder before mages can absorb it with great difficulty. And now, I can consume magical crystals? To devour it whole. This is even more terrifying than swallowing magic itself. Are the attribute points gained from consuming magical crystals substantial? Lin Fan suddenly asked. An unranked magical crystal can provide the host with 3 free attribute points. 3 free attribute points. That is far superior to consuming magical projectiles. When Lin Fan previously ingested that ice crystal projectile, he felt slightly uncomfortable and had some indigestion, and he could only manage to eat 2 of those ice crystal projectiles, each larger than a fist. Yet, a single magical crystal, which is only the size of a fingernail and contains tremendous magical energy, is equivalent to consuming 30 magical projectiles. In a moment, Lin Fan's mouth watered. The following day, the cultural examination commenced. Lin Fan arrived at the examination hall early. The cultural examination within the Grand Magical Assessment is akin to that of a regular assessment, essentially implying that the magical assessment merely includes an additional practical examination. Many wizards do not perform well in cultural subjects, as their pride often leads them to disregard the knowledge taught in schools. Cultural studies represent the only path for ordinary individuals, yet they are looked down upon by wizards. Fortunately, Lin Fan's previous self had spent 18 years as a Muggle, diligently studying, which allowed him to breeze through these cultural examinations in the evening. The bell signaling the end of the examination rang, marking the conclusion of the day's cultural examination. Ordinary students exited the school with lighthearted steps, while wizards appeared anxious, for tomorrow's grand magical assessment would determine their fates. One by one, wizards clad in black robes took the subway to the southern part of the city, where specialized magical supply stores and magical clubs existed to purchase supplies and rent practice rooms. I still need a weapon. Although I am not a wizard, I cannot rely solely on my fists to combat extraordinary beasts. While wands may not suit me, the weapons of battle mages and magic warriors should suffice. Lin Fan thought, changing direction to follow the robed wizards to the southern part of the city. The southern area of Tsangzhou is a bustling commercial district. Once the core area for luxury boutiques, it has now transformed, with 2 streets designated for magical supply stores and magical clubs, thanks to the rising status of wizards. Due to the impending magical assessment, many peers walked along the streets, adorned in magnificent robes that symbolized their wizarding identity, faces displaying an inexplicable pride upon spotting Lin Fan, an ordinary person devoid of any magical aura. Their gazes lingered a moment longer. That an ordinary person, it should be, he exudes no magical fluctuations. What is he doing here? Did the regular assessment not conclude? Could it be for tomorrow's magical assessment? He seems familiar. Lin Fan. A young girl frowned as she observed Lin Fan, then turned to her companions, a boy and a girl, saying, "He works hard and aspires to become a wizard. He excels in cultural studies and magical knowledge. Yet perhaps he is unwilling to accept his fate and merely wants to observe it. Ordinary people must possess the awareness of their ordinariness. Some things are destined from birth, and no amount of effort can alter that." Nearby, a girl in a short skirt with dark eyes and swirling shadows laughed softly. Lu Qiao is right. The boy, eager to ingratiate himself, chimed in. Speaking of talent, the Lu family is a prestigious magical lineage. I heard that your sister is participating in this magical assessment as well. Could she join our team? The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his admiration for that sister evident when he mentioned her. With the assessment approaching, some wizards of modest strength were desperately seeking powerful allies. The Liu family is indeed a prominent magical family in Songzhou. The Liu Qiao before them possesses only moderate abilities among the unranked magic users. But her sister ranks second among all high school students in Songzhou, the Dark Spear, Liu Yunyan. While her peers are merely unranked magic users, she has already become a first-tier magic apprentice. Furthermore, with her formidable A-grade dark attribute talent, she has also become a rare magic warrior among wizards. Even the top-ranked Earth Shield, Liu Fei, regards her with great caution. This boy and girl are indeed the pride of Songzhou. They overshadow countless high school wizards. Leaving them in AW. Do you think my sister would consider you as a teammate? Liu Qiao let out a cold snort and rolled her eyes. Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to the gazes and discussions of the mages around him. Walking steadily down the street, his gaze fixed on the various magical artifacts displayed behind the glass of the shop windows. These magical artifacts, crafted from unique materials, possess exceptional conductivity for magical energy, enabling mages to channel their powers more swiftly and enhancing the potency of their spells. Some exquisite magical artifacts even feature embedded magic crystals sourced from exotic beasts, which not only place specific requirements on the user's magical attributes, but also provide a remarkable amplification of magical prowess. The more powerful the mage, the higher their demand for the quality of these artifacts. Naturally, Lin Fan was primarily interested in the inferior-grade magical artifacts that he could not utilize even the first-tier ones. Moreover, the 10 primary magic stones gifted by his father were insufficient for such purchases that in simple terms, he was impoverished. The non-tiered fire attribute wand, crafted entirely of white jade, had a magical conductivity of 5%. The non-tiered ice attribute wand, interspersed with frost, had a magical conductivity of 4%. The delicate and exquisitely crafted wands caught Lin Fan's eye, yet his expression remained unchanged, his heart devoid of any stirrings. Wands were simply not suited for him, for he was an ordinary person, possessing merely a touch of strength. He could barely be considered somewhat knowledgeable in martial arts. He was neither a mage nor did he command magical energy, let alone wield the elements of magic. Thus, no matter how superior the quality of the wand, it held little significance for him. In his hands, it would merely serve as a dart or a short club. Lin Fan's requirements for weapons were threefold: large, hard, and long. This epitomized a man's romantic ideals and ultimate pursuits. After surveying the shops, Lin Fan's gaze turned somewhat dismal. The majority of the establishments focused on wands. As magic warriors and melee mages were quite rare. To become a magic warrior or melee mage, one must achieve an affinity with magical energy that allows for seamless manipulation, necessitating at least an A-grade talent to utilize magic in fierce close combat. Yet, how could such diminutive items be worthy of Lin Dali, a man of great strength? Only a fop would wield a wand so thin and short. Lin Dali sought nothing but sheer power and force. It must be large, hard, and long. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within a shop. "Welcome. Have you not found something to your liking?" A kindly, slightly plump middle-aged man looked at him with a smile. Lin Fan nodded slightly. "Yes, these wands are fine, but they are not what I desired, esteemed customer." The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted instantly, internally exclaiming that this was a discerning patron. "Please, come in." He eagerly ushered Lin Fan inside. His attitude markedly improved. The wands outside were merely intended for students preparing for magical assessments, all of them inferior grade. The truly exceptional items resided within. With a flourish, the shopkeeper opened a safe, and in an instant, pure magical elements began to coalesce around them. Inside lay rows of wands, each one crystal clear, some igniting with flames, others radiating a luminous sheen, clearly not ordinary goods. The shopkeeper recited, "This is a fire wand crafted for second-tier novice mages, named the Staff of Blazing Fire. This one is designed for first-tier magic apprentices." Lin Fan shook his head. "I am not looking for these." "Huh." The shopkeeper paused, scrutinizing Lin Fan, who exhibited no magical energy fluctuations, and promptly asked, "May I inquire for whom you are purchasing? What is their level of strength? What magical talent do they possess?" Lin Fan pointed to himself. "I am buying for myself." "You?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. An ordinary person purchasing a wand. What would he do with it? Scratch an itch? Or perhaps he had some peculiar use like those wealthy young ladies who idolize mages. Why would an ordinary person need a wand? The shopkeeper's expression darkened. Is there anything else besides wands? Lin Fan inquired directly. Of course, there are, the shopkeeper replied, eyeing Lin Fan. but you won't be able to use them. Lin Fan, uninterested in explanations, laid out 10 primary magic stones on the table. My father is a magic tutor. The magic stones, imbued with magical energy, were a currency far sturdier than mere money, widely recognized for their value in the magical community. Upon seeing the magic stones, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he regarded Lin Fan with newfound curiosity. Then it must be magical artifacts intended for magic warriors and melee mages. They are more difficult to wield than wands, and ordinary individuals who come into contact with magical artifacts and wands risk being harmed by the embedded magical elements. Never mind that. Just bring them out. Very well, the shopkeeper sighed, resigned to his fate. What are your requirements? Long, hard, and big. The shopkeeper paused for a moment. I meant, what magical talent attributes do you have? What materials for magical conductivity? Those are unimportant. I only seek long, hard, and big, the shopkeeper thought. From where did this magic simpleton come? Completely clueless. Whoever purchases magical artifacts with the intent of them being long, hard, and big, shouldn't one consider the magical conductivity and matching magical talent attributes? What do you mean those are unimportant? Do you think magical artifacts are mere tools for fighting? Rude, crass. All right, wait here. In light of the primary magic stones, the shopkeeper sighed, assuming Lin Fan was merely a naive, vain youth seeking to flaunt himself by purchasing a magical artifact. Reluctantly, he returned to the storeroom and, after a clattering of sounds, emerged with a cart bearing 3 massive chests. These are magical artifacts specifically prepared for magic warriors and melee mages, he said, opening each one in turn. One contained a pristine white short sword measuring 1 meter in length. Another housed a scythe approximately 1.5 meters long. The last contained a 3-meter-long spear. Lin Fan's attention was immediately captured by the 3-meter spear, drawn to it for no other reason than its sheer size and robustness. I recommend you purchase this sword, named the Blade of Radiance. A light attribute magical artifact with a magical conductivity of 10%, already classified as a first-tier magical artifact. It's convenient to carry and quite impressive. It commands respect. The shopkeeper pointed to the sword. Offering his recommendation, Lin Fan seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on the obsidian spear. I want this spear. How much? This spear, entirely black and glistening with the sheen of fine iron, appeared exceedingly sturdy. The spearhead gleamed with a dark luster, suggesting extreme sharpness. Named the Darklight Boar Spear, it was forged from heavy iron and embedded with the core of a shadow boar, a dark attribute magical artifact, boasting a hardness nearly equivalent to that of a first-tier magical artifact. However, the shopkeeper shook his head. I cannot recommend this spear, as its magical conductivity is only 1%, and it is exceedingly heavy, weighing no less than 300 pounds. A mage with light attribute talent can easily lift it through elemental resonance. But for an ordinary person, let alone a non-tiered mage of other attributes, it's utterly unmanageable. Even I cannot lift it. With such low magical conductivity and significant weight, it seems a rather unimpressive magical artifact. Although it is highly durable, its true value lies in magical conductivity and flexibility. While magic warriors and melee mages engage in close combat, their strength fundamentally derives from magical energy. Without magic, most magic warriors and melee mages possess little inherent strength. Yet Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if gazing upon a priceless treasure. High hardness and heavy. What a gem! Large, hard, long, and entirely black, with a sharp spearhead, as if it were ready to stain itself with blood at any moment. This is the perfect spear, every man's dream weapon. What man wouldn't want to own such a formidable spear? The shopkeeper was left perplexed. So, did I just speak for nothing? These are clearly shortcomings. Are you foolish, or am I? He quickly exclaimed. No, its magical conductivity is only 1%. Forget amplifying magical power. It might as well be wielding it barehanded. That's irrelevant. Magical conductivity doesn't matter, Lin Fan declared with satisfaction. Gazing at the cold, heavy spear, the shopkeeper, baffled, queried, So what exactly do you intend to do with this item? This is a magical artifact. Do you think magical conductivity is unimportant? The shopkeeper suddenly felt as if his understanding of the world had been turned upside down. This situation could only arise from one of 2 possibilities. Either he was the fool, or this fellow was at present. It seemed the latter was the case. After a lengthy contemplation, the shopkeeper regarded Lin Fan with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool and asked, Are you certain you wish to purchase this? Yes, Lin Fan nodded slightly. You don't regret the purchase? Your father, that master sorcerer, won't come looking for me, will he? The shopkeeper felt a twinge of anxiety, although he couldn't fathom how a master sorcerer could produce such a magical simpleton. A fourth-tier sorcerer was no trifling matter. In Sanzhou City, they held an incredibly high status, with the strongest individuals being merely the two fifth-tier grand sorcerers from the Ice Magic University. The shopkeeper was reluctant to become the target of a fourth-tier sorcerer's ire over a few measly low-tier magic stones. Not at all, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Yet the shopkeeper remained uneasy, furrowing his brow. But you aren't even a sorcerer. You can't wield it, and you'll suffer elemental backlash if I sell it to you. You won't be able to use it. Who says I can't? Lin Fan exclaimed, reaching for the long spear. A smirk of derision crept onto the shopkeeper's lips as he prepared to witness the humiliation of a presumptuous youth. He had warned him beforehand. Even ordinary people would suffer grievous injuries from merely touching magical artifacts due to the elemental backlash contained within. Clearly, he was just a child spoiled by a fourth-tier sorcerer. Fine, let him learn the harshness of fate. Buzz. The spear suddenly vibrated, exuding a will of resistance, with wisps of dark element striking towards Lin Fan's arm, instinctively repelling him. Don't seek out suffering. Such magical artifacts are not for ordinary folk. The shopkeeper chuckled, but in the next moment, Lin Fan retorted, is it only usable by sorcerers? Though I lack magical prowess, I do possess some knowledge of martial arts. An invisible force surged forth as Lin Fan's muscles tensed. Though devoid of magical elements, a pure strength surged within him. With no dazzling magical light, his powerful punch shattered the encroaching darkness. If you cannot understand human speech, I, Lin Dali, am willing to convey a simple lesson with my fists. If you deny me, I shall break you. I hope you choose wisely. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with a fierce red glow, his clothes shredded, revealing terrifying muscles, his arms bulged like tree trunks, and the muscles on his back expanded. Casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, he resembled a ferocious beast. In that moment, the dark elements binding him in the air fled in terror. Gone was the noble elegance of a sorcerer, replaced by a terrifying aura and pure strength. At that moment, the spear trembled in fear. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Fan raised his right fist, the wind from his punch swirling as he prepared to strike down. Buzz. The spear suddenly emitted a jubilant hum, willingly leaping into Lin Fan's grasp and even affectionately rubbing against his shoulder. Lin Fan effortlessly hoisted the 300-pound spear, devoid of magic, relying solely on brute force. The shopkeeper was left in a state of shock. Lin Fan nodded slightly. You should consider yourself fortunate for making the right choice. He glanced at the shopkeeper. Though I, Lin Dali, may not understand magic, it is evident that you are unaware of the strength that can shatter bricks. The shopkeeper swallowed hard that moment, faced with Lin Fan, who was starkly different from the graceful sorcerers and resembled a humanoid beast. His mind echoed a singular thought. You are impressive. I am foolish. The shopkeeper stared blankly at the young man lifting the 300-pound black spear, his mind in utter disarray. What manner of creature was this? There was no magical fluctuation, yet he wielded a spear that only sorcerers should be able to handle. How much? Lin Fan interjected. The shopkeeper exhaled, extending 5 fingers. 50,000, or 5 low-tier magic stones. Lin Fan retrieved 5 low-tier magic stones from the table, and under the shopkeeper's bewildered gaze, he shouldered the conspicuous spear and strode out of the shop. Feeling elated, he had unexpectedly found the weapon of his dreams. Meanwhile, 2 individuals perusing magical supplies halted in their tracks. It was the boy and girl who had previously mocked Lin Fan. The girl who had been with them had already departed. The boy paused, pointing at the figure shouldering the spear. Xiao Jia, does that fellow have a magical artifact? The spear was so imposing, long, and large that it was impossible not to notice. Lu Qiao frowned as she looked over. Lin Fan? She shook her head. You're overthinking it. How could an ordinary person lift a magical artifact? Not only is the weight absurd, but even the elemental backlash is beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Before she could finish, they saw Lin Fan practicing with the spear in a less crowded corner, and in an instant, a gust of wind surged forth. Wisps of dark elements flickered at the spear's tip, not from Lin Fan, but from the spear itself, the blacklight spear, which was autonomously condensing. After all, Lin Fan was merely an ordinary individual with a bit of brute strength. The magical artifact's magical affinity surpassed his own. As he wielded it, the sheer force shattered the air, observing the faintly emerging dark elements. Lu Qiao's crystalline eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is that truly a magical artifact? How could an ordinary person possibly wield one? This is impossible. Before they could say anything further, Lin Fan thrust the spear's tip forcefully into the ground. In an instant, an immense force erupted, the pitch-black spear completely embedding itself in the earth, leaving only a palm's length protruding. Lin Fan gasped, astonished by the spear's incredible power, muttering, "Good thing I didn't unleash my full strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pull it out." With that, Lin Fan hurriedly gripped the portion of the spear still visible above ground and, like pulling a stubborn carrot, extracted the heavy weapon. Lu Qiao, watching from afar, was stunned, her mouth agape. That power, piercing the earth 3 meters deep. This is impressive even among magic users. What kind of magic is this? How is Lin Fan accomplishing this? He clearly has no magical fluctuations. The boy beside her suddenly interjected, "I understand now. Xiao Jia. It's the spear in his hands. There must be something unusual about it." "Yang Yun, you're right," Lu Qiao said, nodding slightly. They were unaware of Lin Fan's terrifying strength. They only beheld an ordinary man wielding a magical artifact that should be beyond his capabilities, penetrating 3 meters into the ground with a single strike. This scene would only lead them to believe that the spear was extraordinary, a truly formidable weapon. "Xiao Jia," Yang Yun whispered, "this is precisely a long spear of the dark attribute." Lu Qiao nodded slightly, her eyes fixed intently on the spear as she licked her rosy lips and softly said, "My sister mentioned that her weapon isn't quite suitable. If I could give this to her, she might be willing to team up with us." The spear of darkness, Lu Yunyan, the epitome of strength among her peers, Yang Yun said with a smirk. "Then I must have his spear," Lu Qiao declared, striding towards Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was quite pleased, stroking the dark spear as if he had found a companion. "Blacklight spear is too unappealing. Now that you are mine, I shall bestow upon you a new name. A long spear of the dark attribute. Henceforth, you shall be called the Spear of Darkness." Lin Fan's naming method was straightforward and blunt, just like his personality. Before he could finish, a man's cold laughter echoed from behind him. "Oh, the Spear of Darkness? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten for such a name?" Lin Fan turned in surprise, encountering 3 individuals regarding him, one of whom was a boy of his age looking down on him disdainfully. "And you are?" "I am Yang Yun, from the 2nd high school." The boy sneered. "As for this lady, have you heard of the Lu family? This is the 2nd daughter of the Lu family, Lu Qiao." Lin Fan frowned and shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't heard of it." "You?" Yang Yun's expression soured, anger flooding his fair face as he stepped forward. How dare an ordinary person speak to him like that? Especially about Lu Qiao, whom he had been trying to impress. Perhaps a beating would elevate his standing in her eyes. But Lu Qiao spoke up. "Yang Yun, calm down." In an instant, the fury faded from Yang Yun's face as he retreated to Lu Qiao's side like a chastised dog, muttering, "This guy really lacks manners. Without a doubt, he is a sycophant." Lu Qiao approached Lin Fan, scrutinizing him for a few moments before concluding that he was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any magical aura. Her gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. Ultimately, her eyes settled upon the sleek black spear. Lu Qiao remarked softly, "Your spear is quite impressive." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Which one?" Lu Qiao replied. As the pampered 2nd daughter raised in a sheltered environment, Lu Qiao naturally struggled to comprehend Lin Fan's words. Perplexed as she asked, "Don't you only possess one?" "Heh, guess." Lin Fan grinned widely. Lu Qiao seemed to grasp something, her pretty face flushing red as she shot Lin Fan a fierce glare before stating, "I meant this spear." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan proudly patted the dark spear in his hand, exclaiming, "It's long and robust, quite formidable to behold, isn't it?" "Indeed." Lu Qiao nodded with a smile, suddenly adding, "Give it to me." "Huh." Lin Fan was taken aback, promptly refusing. No way. After all, he had painstakingly chosen this spear. He had yet to even use it. This woman was exceedingly brazen, complimenting his spear for its size and strength, only to demand it for herself. The map of Yin country was too limited. Lin Fan felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially thought it was his dashing looks that attracted the attention of the ladies, only to find out they were after his spear. Moreover, she expected him to hand it over without hesitation. Can a man's spear be given away so easily? "I want to just give it to you. I bought it at full price." Lu Qiao frowned, insisting, "Give it to me." Lin Fan sneered. "What do you take me for? Just because you offer money, does that mean I should hand it over? I can throw in an extra low-level magic stone." Lu Qiao's eyes grew increasingly impatient. Lin Fan shook his head. "This isn't a matter of money. I need this spear too. After all, I painstakingly selected this weapon and I'm counting on it for the upcoming magical examination. How could I possibly part with it? A spear that is long, robust, and formidable is difficult to come by. Lu Qiao narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, dark elements swirling around her. Yang Yun stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Fan, coldly stating, "You're a grown man. Can't you show a bit of compassion? A little girl is asking for your spear. What's the harm in giving it to her? The magical examination is tomorrow. Can't you just appease her? She's a girl. Is this how you treat women?" Lin Fan stared at Yang Yun expressionlessly. "And what of it? She's a girl." And Yang Yun gritted his teeth. "You're a man too. Can't you care for a girl? She merely wants your weapon. Do you truly think this spear is some kind of treasure? If it weren't for its dark attribute, she wouldn't even glance at it. You genuinely believe she desires it. She's merely testing your response. I never expected you to." Lin Fan, who was not well versed in words, found himself at a loss for a retort. Thus, he resorted to silencing Yang Yun physically, effectively shutting him down. Sycophants do not deserve to speak the language of humanity. I understand your urgency. I can see you're anxious. But please, hold your horses. Lin Fan glanced at Yang Yun. For some reason, that fleeting gaze made Yang Yun's heart tremble, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. He stumbled back a step, finally regaining his voice, feeling embarrassed that an ordinary person's gaze had intimidated him. "What are you doing? I'm telling you to be quiet," Lin Fan admonished earnestly. "Otherwise, you might find yourself in an unpleasant situation. Don't say I didn't warn you. An unpleasant situation. It should be you who faces that." Yang Yun sneered. "Mediocre man. Unremarkable male." Lin Fan chuckled. "Oh, so this is how we're playing? Resorting to personal attacks now. What's wrong with personal attacks?" Yang Yun glared at Lin Fan. "My mouth is my own. I have the freedom to speak. You cannot silence my voice. I shall assert my rights. I will speak. Mediocre man. Unremarkable male. Words can wound like a cold chill in June." Lin Fan was a straightforward individual, not adept at verbal repartee, and felt a pang of discomfort from the bullying. However, he was aware that aside from magic, classical mechanics still existed in this world. Although he had no knowledge of the elegant arts of magic, he was somewhat familiar with the straightforward principles of classical mechanics. Thus, he decided to employ classical mechanics to resolve the current dispute. "How did your parents raise you to turn out this way? A little fairy desires your weapon, and you can't even give it to her. It seems your parents are not exemplary either." Yang Yun continued to glare at Lin Fan. Upon hearing Yang Yun insult his parents, Lin Fan hesitated no longer. Yang Yun was right. His mouth belonged to him. And he had the right to speak, but he also had hands, and no one could take away his right to strike back. Lin Fan sighed. "I tried reasoning with you, but it seems you were unwilling to listen. Thankfully, I possess some knowledge of martial arts." He lifted his hand, striking out like a blur. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Yang Yun's face, instantly shutting him up. Lin Fan nodded slightly. "Indeed, it's much simpler to take direct action. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted so many words." This slap was delivered with restraint. After all, this was merely a quarrel between students, not a life-and-death struggle. Otherwise, a single strike would have left Yang Yun's face in ruins. If he were to go all out, he would undoubtedly wield his long, robust, and formidable dark spear. Yang Yun stumbled back, dazed, standing there with his mouth agape, covering his reddened cheek in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan. "You dare to strike me? You, an ordinary person, dare to hit a magician?" Lin Fan frowned. "Is that illegal? Not really. After all, magicians were powerful, and no ordinary person had ever dared to strike a magician. The higher-ups in the Great Xia Empire never envisioned that an ordinary person would have the audacity to hit a magician. Thus, the laws established by the Great Xia specifically prohibited magicians from striking ordinary people, entirely neglecting the possibility of ordinary people striking magicians by chance. Lin Fan, the reckless one, had emerged in an instant. Yang Yun's face turned crimson, unable to distinguish whether it was from the slap or from indignation. He gasped, "You dare to hit me, an ordinary person, to strike a magician?" His eyes burned with fury. As a magician, albeit not particularly powerful, he was still a magician, despite appearing subservient to Lu Qiao. Yang Yun was a young prodigy capable of wielding magic. Normally, ordinary people treated him with respect. Yet today, this exceptional individual was humiliated by an ordinary person, especially in front of Lu Qiao. He understood the psychological trauma a single slap could inflict. "Apologize on your knees." In a fit of rage, Yang Yun drew his wand, pointing it at Lin Fan. He was now fully provoked. Hold on, I did warn you earlier. Lin Fan said softly, you started by insulting my parents and calling me a mediocre man. I also cautioned you to be quiet, or else bad things would happen. Look, hasn't he that unfolded? Don't say I didn't warn you. Have you learned that lesson now? Lin Fan glanced at the short wand in Yang Yun's hand, and then at his own 3-meter-long black spear. Filled with sympathy, as a man, yours is so slender and short. How can that suffice? You'd best not act impulsively. Otherwise, more misfortunes may befall you. I hope you've learned not to disregard warnings. Lin Fan had no desire to fight. Otherwise, he would have wielded his long, formidable dark spear. He merely wished for the other party to learn to respect an ordinary person like himself and to heed warnings. Otherwise, it would inevitably suffer grave consequences. Lin Fan acted out of goodwill for Yang Yun's future. This was Lin Fan, a kind-hearted and gentle ordinary man. All right. Yang Yun, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally, disregarding everything else as adrenaline surged through him. An ordinary person, still so obstinate. He dared to mock my wand. I shall show you what this slender and short wand is capable of. The magic surged within, coalescing into the wand, while gusts of wild wind spiraled through the air. The resplendent black robe, emblematic of a wizard's identity, billowed dramatically. This sudden surge of magical energy captured the attention of passers-by on the street. Some gazed at Yang Yun in shock, while others looked at Lin Fan with pity. A wizard, resorting to violence against an ordinary person, in broad daylight, no less. Had this fellow lost his mind, oblivious to the ensuing consequences? For a wizard, punishment might merely entail a brief period of restriction. But for an ordinary person, the repercussions could be dire. The flesh of an ordinary individual cannot withstand the ravages of magic. This unfortunate soul is doomed. What a pity. He appears rather dashing. The murmurs of the crowd faded from Yang Yun's ears. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Kill him. As for the subsequent punishment, he was merely defending the honor of the second young lady of the Liu family. Leveraging the Liu family's connections would mitigate any fallout. Moreover, as a student poised to take the grand magical assessment the very next day, he would receive certain protections from the academy. Punishment was trivial. It would even enhance Lu Chao's regard for him. I shall make you feel the might of magic and illuminate the chasm that separates you from us. Yang Yun's magical energy was already brewing, and his wand shimmered with a faint glow. He intended not only to vent his fury but also to showcase his prowess before Lu Qiao, striking without mercy, aiming to annihilate Lin Fan. The relentless wailing, an invisible force imbued with tremendous strength, heralded the arrival of the great wind elemental. In a deep, eerie voice, Yang Yun chanted the ancient tongue of the wizards, a language capable of manipulating the elements of nature and communicating with elemental spirits. The peculiar notes emitted an intangible ripple. In an instant, the gentle breeze abruptly halted, coalescing beside Yang Yun into a semi-transparent, swirling blade. Lin Fan appeared utterly stunned, rooted in place, fixated on the unfolding scene. Yang Yun, observing this, smirked coldly. This was the quintessential reaction of an ordinary person confronted with magic. Marvelous magic, a phenomenon beyond the comprehension of the uninitiated. Regret now? It is too late. Despair. Experience the terrifying wrath of the wizard. Beginner's wind blade. Yang Yun shouted with fury. Buzz. The swirling, semi-transparent blade screeched toward Lin Fan, shattering all in its path, the air itself torn asunder. Wind elemental magic is not renowned for its lethality. Yet it suffices against an ordinary person. You. Yang Yun glared at Lin Fan, his eyes chilling. This is the terrifying essence of magic. He yearned to witness Lin Fan's flesh being cleaved apart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that wind elemental magic surged toward Lin Fan with alarming speed, seemingly intent on bisecting him. Yet Lin Fan remained unmoving, displaying no inclination to evade. Onlookers collectively sighed. Had he been paralyzed by fear? This lad was about to perish for merely offending a wizard. Wizards are not to be trifled with. They wield powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. However, in the next moment, under Yang Yun's icy gaze and the sympathetic stares of the crowd, Lin Fan raised his hand. Slap. With a swift motion, he struck out, mirroring the action of slapping Yang Yun's face with remarkable proficiency. What could he be thinking, upon witnessing Lin Fan's gesture? Yang Yun instinctively tensed, only to feel a wave of scorn wash over him. The ignorant commoner had no inkling of the might of magic. Did he believe it to be akin to a mere ball? You shall soon comprehend the enormity of magical power. In the next heartbeat, Lin Fan's hand connected, effortlessly swatting aside the slicing wind blade as if it were but a ball. Bang! The wind blade crashed to the ground, carving a vicious scar over a meter long, a testament to its formidable strength. This was powerful magic. Silence enveloped the scene, swiftly followed by a chorus of gasps. Hiss! He swatted it away? How is this possible? This is magic. Even the simplest of spells cast by a magic wielder is formidable. Swatted away by an ordinary person, he deflected magic. In that instant, incredulity filled the eyes of the onlookers, especially those who had previously sympathized with Lin Fan. Now wide-eyed and astonished, some speculated aloud. Could it be that this wizard is simply weak? This hypothesis rapidly found acceptance among the crowd. Indeed, the potency of magic is indisputable. It must be the wizard's inadequacy. TSK, he truly is weak. Even an ordinary person can deflect his magic. How could he possibly face a beast? By the looks of it, he is a student set to take the grand magical assessment tomorrow. Perhaps he ought to return to kindergarten for a redo. No, it cannot be. Yang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan, as if beholding a monster. He is a wizard. A noble wizard wielding formidable magic. Yet the very wind blade he conjured was dismissed as though it were a mere ball. The murmurs of the crowd pierced his ears, deepening his humiliation. Weak? Yet he could not deny that, as a wizard, having his magic effortlessly swatted aside by an ordinary person was the utmost disgrace. That slap, while seemingly directed at his wind blade, was in truth a blow to his very dignity. More humiliating than the earlier slap, for while that had caught him unawares, this one had obliterated the magic he had painstakingly conjured. This was the true shame of a wizard. Most infuriating of all was the disdainful glance Lu Qiao cast his way. Stepping back and frowning, I need to reconsider our teaming arrangement. For a sycophant, this was the ultimate humiliation. This moment was a double disgrace for a wizard of his ilk, a compounded indignity. You see, I told you your wand is both slender and ineffective. Lin Fan consoled. Do not be disheartened. You have done remarkably well that a slender wand can actually be quite charming. Next time, remember to choose a wand that is both long and robust. That is what a man should possess. Lin Fan glanced at the long spear in his hand, pride illuminating his visage. You, Yang Yun erupted in fury. Slender and ineffective. This was the gravest affront to any man. Especially when the one delivering the insult brandished a grand, elongated spear with an air of pride and disdain towards him. This was a triple humiliation for a sycophantic male wizard. Yang Yun raised his wand once more, magic coursing through his being. His teeth clenched as he chanted, relentless howling, an invisible force infused with great strength, the magnificent wind elemental he sought to tear this boy apart with magic. To make him witness the true power of sorcery, he yearned to observe the moment this boy succumbed to despair and shattered under the weight of reality, to see if he would still be so defiant. But before he could complete his incantation, a figure suddenly materialized before him, tall and imposing, muscular and robust, bearing a 3-meter-long spear upon his shoulder. The shadow enveloped Yang Yun, and in that instant, he lifted his gaze. Feeling as though he confronted a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast, this presence was in stark contrast to the noble elegance of a wizard. It exuded a brutal, savage oppression. Why the incessant prattling? Let us get on with it. Smack! A resounding slap struck Yang Yun's face with tremendous force. The speed was so swift that he scarcely had time to react. He felt an overwhelming power cascade upon him. There was no finesse. Only raw emotion. No magical aura, only sheer might. That terrifying slap obliterated the magical elements Yang Yun had been gathering, sending a jolt through his very essence. Bang! Yang Yun crashed to the ground, propelled more than 3 meters away. As he dazedly attempted to rise, a large hand helped him up. Yang Yun looked up in bewilderment, only to meet the infuriatingly handsome face that now wore a look of genuine concern. Are you all right? Lin Fan asked, his expression one of earnest concern. I apologize. I lost control. This was my first encounter with a wizard, and I hadn't anticipated their fragility. Are you calm now? Have you learned anything from this incident? Gazing upon the handsome visage, which was evidently filled with concern for himself, Yang Yun felt an escalating fury within. I shall contend with you. Yang Yun raised his wand once more, and an extraordinary incantation echoed, the unceasing howling. An intangible force enveloping immense power. The winds howled, magic was brewing. Lin Fan lifted his right hand again, simple and brutal, encompassing immense power. A shadow of his strike emerged, as if the intangible force Yang Yun had summoned was rushing forth. Slap! The spell was interrupted, a forceful disruption, The chant abruptly ceased, and the scene fell into silence once more. The magic that had yet to be unleashed instantly dissipated, as if a switch for magic had been turned off. This was classical mechanics. In the stillness, only Lin Fan, with a look of concern, helped the once again knocked back Yang Yun to his feet, sincerely advising, "Calm down." Yang Yun's cheeks were swollen, and he shook off Lin Fan's support. Raising his wand again, his gaze now frenzied. The unceasing howling, the magic began to brew anew. Slap. The magic shattered once more. "Calm down. Stop. Don't strike again. You must learn to be composed," Lin Fan urged as he assisted Yang Yun once more. His face filled with concern, speaking earnestly. The unceasing magic brewed again. Slap. The magic collapsed yet again. "I beg you. Please stop. Calm down. I truly fear for your life." Lin Fan lifted Yang Yun once more, his face a portrait of concern. Bordering on a plea, Yang Yun stubbornly raised his wand despite the bruises, aiming it at Lin Fan, chanting, never-ending. The magic brewed once more. Lin Fan sighed. Slap. The magic fell apart once again. On the silent street. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Fan continued to slap the face of this noble magician. The magic gathered and shattered repeatedly, akin to a switch being turned on and off violently. Unceasing. Slap. "I truly beseech you, do not strike again. Calm yourself. Do not let your emotions control you. Learn to remain composed. Eternal." Slap. "I genuinely implore you, cease this at once, Azu. Remain calm." The surrounding crowd shouted. "Please. Stop, magician. I've already called the authorities." "Magician, remain calm. If you continue, you may be killed." "Magician, hold on. The patrolling guards are on their way." After several slaps, Yang Yun's face was already swollen, blood trickling from his nose, his voice tinged with tears. Lin Fan, while delivering the slaps, continued to plead for his calm, begging him to desist. Yet the dignity of a magician could not be trampled upon. And no matter how much Lin Fan pleaded, Yang Yun stubbornly raised his wand time and again, chanting with a voice choked with tears, "Your pleas are futile." The unceasing. Logically speaking, from merely listening to the dialogue, it was hard to imagine who was striking whom. For a moment, Lin Fan felt a twinge of fear. He genuinely feared that a careless blow might end his life. Lin Fan even found himself admiring this devoted sycophant from the bottom of his heart. Truly, a noble magician, so obstinate. Even after being beaten to such a state, he continued to chant, persisting in the unceasing. Lin Fan, feeling helpless and compelled, could only persist in delivering slaps. He questioned himself. Could he ever be so resolute? He was merely an ordinary person with a basic understanding of martial arts, only proficient in the simplicity of slapping. No wonder he could never become a noble magician. On the street, all eyes were wide with disbelief at this spectacle. The once boisterous air had turned silent. Only the sharp sounds of slaps, the unceasing chant, and Lin Fan's pleading voice echoed. Someone swallowed hard. Am I seeing this correctly? An ordinary person is striking a magician? How is this possible, even if the magician has not completed his chant? The surrounding magical elements are not something an ordinary person could disrupt. That is a noble magician. No one had witnessed such a scene, and they were all left dumbfounded. Finally, slap. After another blow, Yang Yun finally fell silent, losing consciousness. Thus, it had become an art form. "Are you all right?" Lin Fan anxiously checked for a pulse, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He was still alive. Truly, a magician, remarkably resilient, even after such a beating, merely unconscious. He felt a profound respect rising within Lin Fan. Though a sycophant, he was indeed a tough one. "How dare you strike a magician?" Lu Qiao furrowed her brows, looking at Lin Fan, though she held disdain for Yang Yun. He had acted on her behalf. Strike? Lin Fan feigned innocence, asserting, "Do not hastily label me. Which of your eyes saw me strike the magician? I am but an ordinary person, powerless to harm a magician. Everyone witnessed it. It was this magician who sought to cast a spell upon me, and I was merely acting in self-defense. Yes, this is self-defense. Should I have waited for him to unleash his magic? I am merely an ordinary person. How could I possibly contend with a magician?" Lin Fan glanced at the gathered crowd. The onlookers paused momentarily, surveying Lin Fan's sturdy arms and robust physique. "Do you truly call yourself powerless? Toss you into a den of beasts, and they would see you as one of their own." Still, some nodded slightly. "It seems there is some merit to that." Others agreed. The logic appears flawless. An ordinary person, no matter how strong, remains an ordinary person. A fellow ordinary man, who had often felt the arrogance of magicians, coldly remarked, Magicians are forbidden from striking ordinary people. Yang Yun provoked first, and then sought to use magic against an ordinary person. That is indefensible. Can a magician simply insult ordinary people at will? Lu Qiao, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, was momentarily taken aback. His reasoning was quite sound. She glanced down at Yang Yun, her eyes devoid of sympathy. After all, for her, the second daughter of the Lu family, a sycophant like Yang Yun was inferior to a pet dog, merely a pawn. Furthermore, this was no longer about pawns. This was about face, an ordinary person trampling upon her dignity. If she did not retaliate, would she not become the laughingstock within the magician's circle? Regardless, he had accompanied her. Lu Qiao looked at Lin Fan's dark spear, coldly huffing. Hand over your spear to me, and I shall let this matter go. Otherwise, give it to you. Lin Fan's expression darkened. How naive. My spear is not something I can simply give away. If not, I shall take it myself. Lu Qiao, undeterred, drew her wand, aiming it at Lin Fan. With the wand pressed against him, Lin Fan instinctively stepped forward. I, Lin Dali, do not appreciate being threatened with objects, especially a slender and delicate wand. But the next moment, the wand instantly released tendrils of darkness, and dark chains coalesced in the surrounding air, binding Lin Fan's hands and feet, lifting him off the ground. Chains of darkness, Lu Qiao softly intoned. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. No chant. Even the onlookers gasped. Instant casting. Lu Qiao truly lives up to being the second daughter of the Lu family. It is said her talent is only B grade. Yet she has achieved what only A grade talents or advanced magicians can accomplish, instant casting. The bloodline of the Lu family is indeed formidable. Her affinity for dark magic far exceeds that of her peers. Invoke the spell instantly. Without the need for cumbersome incantations, one can unleash magic, communicating with elemental spirits solely through thought, commanding the elements with sheer magical power. This is the coveted ability that countless sorcerers yearn for, as well as an essential prerequisite for becoming a magic warrior. Only by foregoing incantations can one wield magic in the frenetic chaos of close combat. To achieve this, one must either possess an extraordinary innate talent from birth, attaining an A-grade aptitude, or await ascension to the third tier, becoming a high-level magician, mastering the elements to a significant degree. Yet here stands Lu Qiao, who, despite not meeting these criteria, possesses a profound affinity for magical elements due to her lineage in a family of magicians. In an instant, Lin Fan found himself suspended like a wild boar, bound by 4 chains of inky blackness that appeared out of thin air. Hearing the gasps of those around him, Lu Qiao's lips curled into a faint smile. In her daily life, she was overshadowed by her exceptional elder sister, unable to catch up to the prodigious Lu Yunyan, renowned for her A-grade talent, though she was the favored second daughter of their parents. In the presence of her sister, she felt like merely an ugly duckling in the eyes of others. She was just a spoiled girl. But now, she too garnered exclamations of surprise and the attention of onlookers. Am I not a genius in my own right? This battle is destined to be my Lu Qiao's moment of fame. This brutish man before me shall become the stepping stone for my ascent. The path to glory begins here. The legend of a genius magician will take flight from this very moment. Lu Qiao suppressed her inner glee, her expression icy as she stepped forward, casting a scornful glance at Lin Fan. I concede. As an ordinary person, you do possess a modicum of brute strength. That is commendable, but it ends there. The chasm between a magician and an ordinary person is insurmountable. I shall demonstrate to you the limitations of an ordinary man and the true might of a magician. She raised her wand once more. Yet, before she could aim it at Lin Fan, he interjected, I dislike being pointed at with wands. Lu Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. The man who had previously been suspended by the chains now bore a savage countenance akin to that of a beast. Moreover, I am not inclined towards this that a growl akin to that of a beast reverberated through the air. His muscles surged with raw power, a torrent of strength coursing through his being. In that moment, Lin Fan was like an unstoppable beast. The remaining 3 chains emitted a painful tearing sound, as if the sheer force was tearing apart the very fabric of magic. Though they were chains woven from magic, at this moment, they seemed on the verge of being shattered by brute force. Lu Qiao's mind went blank. Crack. All 4 chains of inky darkness shattered simultaneously. The dark orbs burst apart, and the remnants of the once mighty magical chains hung limply. I do indeed possess a slight amount of strength, but it seems you have underestimated even that. Lin Fan sneered as he wrenched the black chains from his wrists and ankles. Gazing at the dark chains, at the concentrated magic they contained, Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling an instinctual desire. Under the incredulous stares of the crowd, Lin Fan opened his mouth, and swallowed the 4 chains whole. As if devouring noodles, the sound of crunching echoed from his mouth, the noise of magic fracturing. In an instant, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. He is consuming magic, chewing it. He is just an ordinary person. Damn, he seems more like a magician who bullies ordinary folk. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the chains of darkness were devoured by Lin Fan, transforming into waves of ominous energy, yet before it could wreak havoc, it was absorbed by his fearless, magic-defying form. Ding. Absorbing sufficient dark attribute magic. 1 point of freely assignable attributes gained. Under Lu Chao's terrified gaze, Lin Fan smacked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. Your flavor is rather delightful. Somewhat reminiscent of lemon. Is this the taste of dark magic? Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Lu Xiao. Truly, she is the little fairy of the Lu family, although she too wields magic. She appears significantly stronger than Lu Liang, her dark magic more nourishing and delectable. In that instant, Lin Fan gleaned 3 pieces of information. 1. Devouring magic also grants freely assignable attribute points. 2. The stronger the magic, the more concentrated the power, thus yielding more points while requiring less consumption. 3. Yet the benefits of devouring magic still cannot be compared to consuming the cores of beasts of the same tier. Lu Qiao's strength surpassed that of Lu Liang, her released magic increasingly refined. Under identical circumstances, Lin Fan could acquire more freely assignable attribute points. Previously, Lu Liang's ice spikes were the size of fists, and Lin Fan could only consume 3 or 4 to feel satiated, yielding at most 0.3 points at once. However, Lu Qiao's dark chains, resembling 4 long noodles, though smaller in size, contained denser and more substantial magic, directly granting him a point of free attribute value. Lin Fan could easily consume 4 at once, potentially devouring dozens. Of course, in terms of value, Lu Qiao still paled in comparison to a beast of an inferior tier. This realization left Lin Fan somewhat disheartened, yet his gaze towards Lu Qiao now brimmed with a different kind of fervor. It was an unabashed, avaricious look, akin to that of one eyeing a prized possession. This is sustenance. This is power. She is the creator of sustenance and power. Under such a gaze from a man, Lu Qiao shuddered, instinctively retreating, but the next moment, thud, a towering, robust figure loomed before her, like a fierce beast, casting a shadow over her. His crimson eyes glimmered with greed and primal desire, his heated breaths resonating in her ear. Lu Qiao's delicate legs trembled as she slowly backed away, yet a powerful, fiery hand abruptly seized her own, yanking her forcefully closer. This was the first time a man had treated her with such crude and disrespectful force. Lu Qiao felt as if she were a little white rabbit pinned down by a beast. Instinctively shielding her chest with one hand, her voice trembling as she stammered, What do you intend to do? I am the second young lady of the Lu family. You cannot act recklessly. The onlookers were equally astonished, their eyes wide as they prepared to witness the unfolding drama. An ordinary man battling a female magician in broad daylight. Lin Fan's gaze burned with intensity as he beheld Lu Chao's exquisite features. His voice cold. Why are you running? Did I permit you to flee? You have yet to satisfy me. You shall not leave until you fulfill my desires, until I have savored every part of you and enjoyed your flavor. Only then will I let you go. You lecherous pervert. Lu Qiao could no longer bear to meet Lin Fan's fervent gaze. It was overwhelming, filled with an invasive desire, as though he viewed her merely as food, intent on devouring her whole, and he sought to claim every part of her, to taste her essence. Although I detest being pointed at with slender objects, particularly ones as delicate as a wand. You are the exception. Lin Fan grasped Lu Qiao's hand, positioning her wand towards himself, and intoned solemnly, Now, unleash your magic upon me. Lu Qiao gritted her teeth. I may be an innocent young lady, but I shall never submit to you. You speak of unleashing magic. Lu Qiao's flustered mind abruptly halted, her cheeks aflame with shock. Wait, unleashing magic? Lin Fan's words nearly caused her mind to short-circuit, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Lu Qiao stared at Lin Fan, perplexed. Is that what you meant by consuming all of me, tasting my essence? Of course, I refer to your entire magical essence, savoring the flavor of your dark magic. What else would it be? Lu Qiao's mouth fell agape as she regarded Lin Fan as though he were an incomprehensible enigma. Is that so? Was I merely overthinking? Am I the perverted one here? You doubt me? Lin Fan frowned. I assure you, as long as you allow me to indulge, I will let you depart. I fail to see how your status as an innocent young lady bears any relevance. It is of no concern to me. Lu Qiao. Oh, the onlookers. Oh, Lin Fan's words rendered Lu Qiao's heart exceedingly complex, revealing that perhaps she had overthought the situation, the gaze that seemed to consume her whole. Akin to that of a hungry beast eyeing its meal, was merely Lin Fan contemplating his next bite of magic. He merely wished to consume his own magic. What kind of monster is this? Is he addicted to devouring magic? Am I, a respectable young lady, not even as delectable as magic itself? Meanwhile, the spectators wore expressions of disappointment, lamenting, "We are nearly undressed, and this is what you choose to show us?" Although the notion of consuming magic was indeed astonishing, it paled in comparison to the thrilling narrative they had envisioned. "What? Are you unwilling?" Noticing Lu Qiao's altered demeanor, Lin Fan spoke coldly. "You approached me seeking something. And when I refused, you resorted to various forms of coercion, colluding with Yang Yun to act against me. Now, I merely wish to collect some interest. Is it unreasonable for you to release a bit of magic?" Lu Qiao was an excellent tool for accumulating free attribute points at this stage. Naturally, one must make the most of it. Suddenly, Lu Qiao raised her wand with determination, gritting her teeth. "If an ordinary person dares to insult me, then they mustn't blame me. Just moments ago, I did not unleash my full power. I am Lu Qiao of the Lu family, the sister of Lu Yunyan. Am I not a genius in my own right?" Buzz, magic surged forth, and in her fury, Lu Qiao's dark magic became even more formidable than before. Dark elements howled and transformed into 4 pitch-black chains that surged towards Lin Fan with astonishing might. However, this time, Lin Fan was ready. Before the dark chains could ensnare him, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Thank you." With a swift motion, he opened his mouth wide and drew in the chains, as if slurping noodles. Ding! Having absorbed a sufficient amount of dark magic, he gained an additional point of freely allocatable attribute value. Lin Fan let out a satisfied breath. He now possessed a total of 2.3 points of freely allocatable attribute value. He gazed at Lu Qiao, his eyes glimmering with delight. Is this the esteemed young lady? Is this a noble magician? What sort of second miss of the Lu family is she? No, in this moment. She was merely Lin Fan's exclusive tool for accumulating points, a magical item belonging solely to him. Linda Li. She was no longer a person consumed by base pleasures, but a pure tool. A rare magical resource, epic-level magical item. Lu Qiao.tob frank. Magical items encompass wands and other materials and potions utilized by magicians. Yet at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly realized that, for him, a magician could also serve as a magical item without issue. Typically, Lu Qiao, in her esteemed role as a magician and second miss of the Lu family, was accustomed to the reverent gazes of others. However, now, Lin Fan's gaze towards Lu Qiao was devoid of any ordinary person's awe for a magician. Instead, he regarded her as one would a tool, filled with immense joy and fervor. Lu Qiao, filled with humiliation, looked at Lin Fan, cautiously asking, "Can I leave now? I can hardly bear to let you go." Lin Fan shook his head, raising his chin, his expression brimming with delight as he praised, "You are simply too useful. I must make good use of you. So incredibly useful." The bizarre words, combined with the fervent gaze akin to that of one appraising an object, caused Lu Qiao to shudder once more. "All right, continue. Don't hold back," Lin Fan encouraged as he looked at Lu Qiao. "Release your magic upon me. Do not pity me. Feel free to unleash your powerful magic upon me. I can withstand it. If you do not either incapacitate me or satisfy my hunger today, you shall not leave." Lu Qiao felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Her magical energy was nearly depleted. Yet she gritted her teeth and raised her wand once more. Dark chains. Slurp. Lin Fan once again drew them in as if slurping noodles. However, this time it was merely 3 chains, a far cry from before. He only gained 0.5 points of freely allocatable attribute value, and the strength of each dark chain had diminished. After all, Lu Qiao, as a magic wielder, had limited magical energy. She was already feeling the strain. "Are you satisfied?" Lu Qiao's gaze was filled with fear, as if she were looking at a monster. Lin Fan smiled. "Almost there. Come on, one more time." Lu Qiao gasped for breath, her magical energy nearly exhausted. Her body subtly aching, and she felt so weak she could barely stand. I have no strength left. Her eyes were filled with repressed anger, as the second miss of the Lu family and the sister of the Dark Spear. She had never endured such indignity. "Keep going. I believe in you," Lin Fan encouraged. Lu Qiao once more waved her wand, but this time she only managed to conjure 2 dark chains. Lin Fan finished consuming and looked at Lu Qiao with eager anticipation. Under such scrutiny, Lu Qiao felt as if she were being watched by a demon. What sort of monster is this? Lu Qiao shook her head. "There's nothing left, truly nothing." Lin Fan encouraged her. Magic is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there is always some to be found. I believe you have plenty of water, don't you? Your magic is abundant. Squeeze a little more. Lu Qiao was already in despair, but she raised her wand once more, striving to extract even a hint of magic. This time, she could only summon one dark chain. This time, it's really gone. Lu Qiao spoke almost pleadingly to Lin Fan, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, she regretted provoking this ordinary person. Her father had always advised her to show more respect to ordinary people, yet she had dismissed it. Now, Lu Qiao could only wish she had heeded his words. No amount of listening could compare to direct experience. Without a doubt, Lin Fan had given her a hard lesson. She had initially thought to force this ordinary person to yield that unusual, long dark attribute spear to her, yet it now seemed she was the one providing for him. But Lin Fan's gaze remained filled with encouragement. Do not underestimate your potential. Everyone possesses limitless potential. Especially in times of peril, one can unleash their utmost capabilities. You must persist in exploring your potential. Though his words and gaze were meant to uplift, to Lu Qiao, they felt like the whispers of a demon and the predatory gaze of a beast. It really is gone. Lu Qiao was on the verge of tears. Perhaps the danger is insufficient. Lin Fan nodded, slowly raising the long spear in his hand. Fear not. I will help you unlock your potential. Lu Qiao froze for a moment. What are you planning to do? Did you not desire it? Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spear. I shall give it to you. Buzz. The spear hummed. The dark spear, like a great dragon, came crashing down. Smack. It struck Lu Qiao's back. Although Lin Fan did not exert much force, as the opponent, though unruly, was still a girl, the spear was long and hard, and a mere flick caused her back to tear open, her skin turning crimson. So hard, so painful. Lu Qiao felt tears welling up, especially being treated in such a manner by a man in public. Her sense of shame ignited a burning hatred within her, as a pampered second miss of the Lu family. She had always had things easy. She had never endured such humiliation. If you do not unleash your magic, I shall strike you again. Lin Fan's voice echoed like that of a demon. Push yourself. Believe in yourself. Just a bit more. Perhaps that insufferable boy was indeed correct. In moments of crisis, one could unleash boundless potential. In this dire moment, Lu Qiao, feeling both humiliated and ashamed, sensed the pressure from Lin Fan intensifying her fear. As if breaking through some limit, her body began to fervently squeeze out magic, and a flicker of magical energy surged within her. Dark chains. Whoosh! Another dark chain materialized in the air, though this time it was less solid, appearing somewhat ethereal. Slurp! Lin Fan consumed it once more, gaining an additional 0.2 points of freely allocatable attribute value. By now, including the 0.3 points Lu Liang had previously provided. In the total of 7 points from Lu Qiao, Lin Fan now possessed a total of 3 points of freely allocatable attribute value. Finally, he had reached a whole number. Lin Fan exhaled, thoroughly satisfied. He still had a slight case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, always feeling uneasy about those decimal points. At this moment, Lu Qiao could no longer hold on. Her figure swayed precariously, almost toppling to the ground. She gazed at Lin Fan in terror, her cheeks flushed, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. I truly have nothing left. Can I go now? Lin Fan observed with a tinge of regret that Lu Qiao had been thoroughly drained by him. You are not even as good as a beast. Even a low-tier beast can yield me 3 points, he remarked dismissively. You may leave. The disdain in Lin Fan's words and gaze left Lu Qiao feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. He truly looked down on her. A delicate girl like herself was deemed inferior to a grotesque beast in his eyes. Yet, Lu Qiao soon felt a sense of liberation, casting a fierce glance at Lin Fan. I will remember you. Lin Fan from the 4th middle school. Just wait and see. Although this scoundrel had completely drained her, pushing her to her limits, she vowed to make him pay for this humiliation. Lu Qiao was determined to seek revenge with her sister's help upon her return. Lin Fan, satisfied, readied himself to leave with his spear. However, before Lu Qiao could take a few steps, a thunderous sound suddenly pierced the sky, and a fierce wind rushed through the street, rendering everyone immobile. With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted onto the street. A powerful magical aura erupted, thickening the air to the point where the entire street felt like a stagnant swamp, making movement nearly impossible for all present. Lin Fan initially thought it might be an elder from the Lu family come to reprimand him, but upon seeing the newcomer, his heart sank. This presence was far greater than that of any Lu family elder. The middle-aged man, in his 30s, bore a resolute visage, his face chiseled as if carved from stone, exuding the aura of a battlefield. Even without channeling magic, the wind swirled around him uncontrollably. He bore a massive purple scythe on his back. Clad in white combat attire, and a silver cloak billowed behind him, adorned with an emblem of a lantern on his chest, proclaiming his identity. He was a Night Watcher, the most formidable force in every major city. Independent of any faction, answerable only to the 8 great magic emperors of the Xia kingdom. Externally, they stood as a powerful deterrent against beasts. Internally, they wielded privileges that allowed them to act with impunity. Each Night Watcher was a seasoned warrior, their hands stained with the blood of beasts, and even some treacherous mages. The man before them, a master of elemental magic, was a Tier 3 senior wind mage. Onlookers gasped in recognition. Captain of the first squad of Night Watchers, Magic Wind Scythe, Karo. Lin Fan's heart tightened once more. This was a mage skilled in close combat. Having just received a report, Karo's gaze swept the area. His voice booming like a tempest. There are mages brawling with ordinary people here. His eyes landed on Lin Fan, wielding a spear, and on Lu Qiao, whose back was red and swollen, and on Yang Yun, who had just regained consciousness on the ground. In an instant, Lin Fan felt anxious. Although it was Lu Qiao and Yang Yun who had attacked him first, he knew he was now in trouble for having struck a mage. Given the esteemed status of mages, he feared he might fall into the hands of the Night Watcher, who was also a mage. Although Lin Fan had not witnessed the Night Watcher's methods firsthand, he had heard his father mention them. They were an organization even mages feared. Lu Qiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly adopted a pitiful expression, tears welling up in her eyes as she sobbed. "Great Night Watcher, you have come to deliver justice. He attacked us in broad daylight. One could not deny the girl's acting prowess. Indeed, as the second young lady of the Lu family, she had a legitimate grievance. Moreover, her claims were not entirely unfounded. She and Yang Yun had indeed been assaulted by Lin Fan." Lin Fan's heart sank again, thinking, it's over. However, Captain Karo looked at Lu Qiao and Yang Yun, then at the stunned Lin Fan, and scoffed. "He attacked you." Lu Qiao, wiping her tears, nodded vigorously, feeling wronged. Akin to a student reporting to a teacher, she whimpered, "Quickly apprehend him. Take him away and imprison him." Karo's gaze remained icy, unfazed, as he sneered. An ordinary person without any magical aura struck 2 mages. "Do I look like a fool to you? I can tell what happened here. It is clear that you 2 mages coveted the magical artifacts he purchased and assaulted him. Am I correct? Do not think that just because you are mages, you can bully ordinary people and twist the facts before me. I hold the utmost disdain for mages who misuse their powers to oppress the defenseless. If you think I would favor you simply because you are also mages, then you underestimate me, Karo. Underestimating the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers exist to uphold justice, the torchbearers in the night. We protect those who cannot defend themselves and punish those arrogant mages who think themselves above others." At that moment, Captain Karo's resolute face radiated righteousness, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. He had seen through everything. He would not be deceived by mere words, nor would he allow mages to bully the Night Watchers. Captain Karo's heart burned with passion. This was who he was, a fearless, insightful, wise, and just leader of the Night Watchers, Lu Qiao. Yang Yun. In that instant, gazing at the righteous leader of the Night Watchers, both Lu Qiao, who had initially appeared pitiful, and Yang Yun, who had just regained consciousness, fell into confusion. Had they assaulted Lin Fan? Assaulted? Was that what they called it? Are you blind? One has a torn back, and the other has a swollen face. Can't you see who was truly assaulted? Lu Qiao cried out. "No, Captain Night Watcher, I am not deceiving you. He hit me." Yang Yun, startled, realized this scoundrel had indeed struck Lu Qiao. Glancing at her torn clothing, he mustered the pain and climbed to his feet, pointing at Lin Fan. "It was him. He attacked us. Enough. Is this your strategy? To play the victim?" Captain Karo's expression darkened. "I see you are young, and I can't be bothered to deal with you. But do you really think I am easily fooled? I am the captain of the Night Watchers, trained professionally. You dare to flaunt your petty tricks here? 2 mages, beaten by an ordinary person, with what? Slaps or fists?" Yang Yun quickly replied, "Captain, you are wise. It was with slaps and fists." Silence. Captain Karo's patience was wearing thin. Lu Qiao turned away, feigning innocence. "Captain, look at what he did to me." And Yang Yun's face is swollen too. He hit him as well. This is evidence. Lin Fan felt a pang of urgency. "Captain, I must explain." But before he could finish, Karo interjected, "Do not worry. I will not be deceived. Nor will I allow them to bully you. We Night Watchers exist to protect you and uphold justice." He patted Lin Fan's shoulder with a slight smile, then turned back to the others. "Evidence? Ha! You two mages have put yourselves in a predicament trying to frame an ordinary person. What grievance do you hold against him that you would go so far? Lin Fan felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Truly, this was a just captain. Was this the benefit of being an ordinary person? In truth, Captain Caro was not being arbitrary. As a Tier 3 senior mage, he understood the vast gulf between ordinary people and mages. Even a low-tier magical being was not something an ordinary person could contend with. An ordinary person, striking two mages, ridiculous. A captain of the Night Watchers, trained to see through lies, would never be swayed by mere words. Facts spoke for themselves. Captain, as the second young lady of the Liu family, I must inform you that you have indeed misunderstood. Lu Qiao enunciated each word clearly. Caro paused, looking at Lu Qiao, and murmured, "The Liu family? Are you trying to pressure me with your family's influence?" His eyes narrowed sharply. Under the magical aura of this Tier 3 senior mage, Lu Qiao slowly lowered her head. "I dare not." "The Liu family? Huh. I, a Night Watcher, fear no beast, let alone the Liu family. Do not think you can shout at me. If you have the ability, let the Liu family send their ones to kill me." Captain Caro scoffed. "You have bullied ordinary people for so long. Do you now wish to bully the Night Watchers?" Lu Qiao dared not speak further but a few more words, and it might not just be her family that attracted the ire of the Night Watchers. Although the Liu family was a lineage of mages, the Night Watchers were not to be trifled with. Seeing that Lu Qiao and Yang Yun were silent, their faces betraying their guilt, Captain Caro coldly declared, "Now that you have no more words to say?" "Yes," Lu Qiao nodded, utterly defeated. "Then we shall address this matter. Mages assaulting an ordinary person, and even inflicting injuries upon themselves while attempting to frame him, and trying to deceive the Night Watchers." Captain Carlo, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Return with me, complete your statement, and face a month of confinement at a month of confinement." In an instant, both Lu Qiao and Yang Yun widened their eyes. Their expressions filled with terror. Yang Yun's voice trembled as she replied, We have to participate in the magic assessment tomorrow." Even Lu Qiao's face was etched with anxiety. If this is delayed, it could leave a permanent record. Carlo glanced at the two, his brow slightly furrowed. "Students?" Lu Qiao quietly responded, "Second high school, senior year. Students, indeed. Tomorrow is the magic assessment." The previously fierce Captain Carlo scratched his head, his gaze softening ever so slightly as he waved his hand. "In that case, you must seek forgiveness from the victim that I will speak to them on your behalf." Captain Carlo approached Lin Fan, offering a faint smile. "Let me clarify. I am undoubtedly on your side. After all, it is they who have wronged you, and the Night Watchers exist to uphold justice. I understand that you've been wronged." Lin Fan, with reddened eyes, nodded vigorously. "Yes, I feel so wronged. Their beating was too severe." Lin Fan's performance was so convincing that he even squeezed out a couple of tears, biting his lip and pointing to the corner of his mouth. "They made me bleed." Lu Qiao and Yang Yun gazed at Lin Fan in bewilderment, as if he were a peculiar creature. "Wait, what are you feeling wronged about? Do you not have any awareness of who struck whom? That bleeding is clearly self-inflicted." The display of grievance from Lin Fan made Yang Yun and Lu Qiao question whether they had genuinely assaulted him. I understand. Don't worry, I will ensure justice is served," Captain Carlo assured Lin Fan. But then his expression turned complex as he murmured, "However, they are also students, and their bullying was merely an impulsive act. Besides, your injuries are not severe. If they were to be locked away for a month, it would ruin their lives. That a moment of reckless behavior at such a young age could destroy a lifetime of education and the knowledge of magic they have acquired. If they were to be caught now, just before the magic assessment," Captain Carlo's tone shifted from harsh to compassionate. "Why not consider reconciliation? Of course, I am not advocating for them. I am still on your side. Even if you wish for their confinement, that is within my power. However, I believe that locking them away would not benefit you. The Liu family is quite prominent. If you choose to forgive, you could gain something in return, allowing the Liu family to owe you a favor. Otherwise, even with the Night Watchers around, they may not openly confront you, but they could still target you discreetly." Lin Fan looked at Captain Carlo in astonishment. Realizing that the captain was a kind-hearted man beneath his cold exterior, quite unlike the ruthless image his father had painted of the Night Watchers, before Captain Carlo could finish his thought, Lin Fan nodded. "Reconciliation. You are very wise and kind. I thank you on their behalf," Captain Carlo replied with a smile, turning to Lu Qiao and Yang Yun, his demeanor icy once more. "Come here, you two are fortunate. He is willing to reconcile. Hurry up and express your gratitude." Lu Xiao and Yang Yin exchanged bewildered glances. Thank you, they stammered, approaching Lin Fan with a somewhat reluctant demeanor. Is that all? Captain Carlo frowned. You must apologize, assaulting someone without consequence. Lu Xiao retorted. We have to apologize. If I recall correctly, we are the victims here, right? Both Lu Xiao and the bruised Yang Yun were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend that after being assaulted, they were expected to express gratitude and apologize. Seeing Lin Fan, Lu Xiao gritted her teeth and said, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. We were too violent before. I should not have struck you with my back. Beside her, Yang Yun, with a swollen face, also looked bewildered. I'm sorry. I should not have hit your hand with my face. Please forgive me. There's no need for such formalities. Lin Fan smiled. How many basic magic stones do you have? That night, Lin Fan returned home, carrying the enormous black spear, his expression rather complex. The notion that Captain Carlo was a kind-hearted individual lingered in Lin Fan's mind for only 5 minutes, when the compensation concluded. The benevolent Captain Carlo publicly executed a magical fugitive, triumphantly returning with a bloodied head in front of a crowd. Just as his father had said, the Night Watchers were ruthless and not to be trifled with. Back already? Lin Fan's father glanced at the imposing black spear, frowning slightly. How much did it cost? 5 basic magic stones, Lin Fan replied. Its magical conductivity is somewhat low, but it looks intimidating. It suits you. His father remarked, feeling the spear and nodding. You still have 5 left. Keep them for yourself if you enter a magic academy, but lack any magical talent, relying solely on brute strength 1 be of much use. His father continued to mutter, what a puzzling arithmetic problem. After a long silence, he looked worried. Lin Fan, you must not engage in any illegal activities. Although we are not wealthy, if you need money, you should tell us. The flower language of steel will symbolize as wealth and endurance. But if you cannot handle such matters, let me, as your father, take care of it. Lin Fan interrupted. Dad, don't overthink it. These were all given to me for free. His father was taken aback. Huh? Lin Fan chuckled. It's a long story. I encountered 2 generous and kind-hearted wizards. They were very friendly and wanted to share with me that I'll explain later. I'm going to rest now. As Lin Fan spoke, he noticed his mother was about to come out of the bedroom, hastily retreating to his room with the spear. After all, tomorrow was the magic assessment, something he and his father had kept from his mother. And he could not let her see the magical weapon he had acquired. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's father remained in the living room, bewildered. Given for free, are modern wizards truly this kind and warm-hearted, offering gifts upon first meeting? That night, as Lin Fan lay in bed, he softly spoke. System, check attributes. Ding. Name, Lin Fan. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Speed, 45. Spirit, 45. Free attribute points, 3. Talent, S-class talent. Body of invulnerability to all demon skills. None. A translucent panel floated before Lin Fan. With the magic assessment tomorrow and lacking magical power, he could only rely on brute strength. After a brief contemplation, Lin Fan pressed the button to allocate all 3 free attribute points to strength. With the allocation complete, his strength surged to 68 points. A warm sensation coursed through Lin Fan's veins, and he felt the magical energy he had previously consumed rapidly dissolve within him. Cells rejoiced, and blood surged. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as a more powerful force surged within him. Suddenly, Lin Fan broke into a smile. The magic assessment was becoming quite intriguing. The next day, the magic assessment commenced. This day marked the grandest occasion in the entire Xia Kingdom, with each generation of wizards symbolizing the future hope of the nation and even of humanity itself. On the streets, military jeeps were lined up on either side, stationed at intervals by vigilant guards, each soldier armed and resolute, their gazes fierce and unyielding. Consequently, the bus carrying participants of the magical examination traversed the city with ease, swiftly departing the urban area and arriving successively at the examination venue. With a creak, the bus came to a halt, and one by one, young magicians clad in splendid robes disembarked. Even the most proud students could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, not only because this magical examination would determine their fates, but also due to the soldiers stationed every 3 meters outside the venue, weapons at the ready, adorned with intricate runes, their magazines subtly pulsating with magical energy, evidently weapons enhanced by mages. Their piercing gazes scanned the surroundings, ready to eliminate any who dared to cause disturbance without hesitation. Behind the soldiers stood a makeshift canopy, lined with rows of tables, at the forefront of which were enormous display screens for the examination committee's viewing. Beyond that lay a dense forest, within which a dilapidated village could be faintly discerned, and further into the woods, the remnants of collapsed high-rises. Among the towering trees, ominous growls could be faintly heard, and shadowy figures occasionally flitted by. What the hell? That sound. Shadow boars. What? How could there be shadow boars? Has the intensity of this year's exam increased? This is a high-stakes situation. I feel like I'm walking on thin ice. Unsure if I can endure it. This magical examination venue, once known as Jishur 20 years prior, was the most prosperous city in the entire state. It fell into ruin during the magical surge that brought forth monstrous beasts, transforming the once thriving metropolis into the forest of ruins. Although humanity, under the leadership of powerful mages, managed to reclaim the city and surrounding villages, it had already become a desolate wasteland, making reconstruction unlikely. Thus, it was repurposed as the examination site, with exotic beasts raised for military training, serving annually as the venue for the magical examination. What was once a flourishing city now lay overgrown, resembling a dense jungle, with only remnants of human habitation left, crumbling walls and ruins that faintly echoed the past splendor, a stark reminder of the terror of the beasts and the calamity that had befallen them. The type of beasts provided to the examinees was determined by the examiners according to the overall level of the candidates. Typically, they were not overly formidable. Generally, the peripheral beasts were weak creatures like nimble cats or frost rabbits, easily dispatched even by unranked mages. However, there were occasions when more formidable beasts like shadow boars or earth tigers served as bonus challenges for the top-tier examinees. Thus, upon witnessing the shadow boar's presence in the forest of ruins, the candidates erupted in exclamations, fervently expressing their disdain for the examiners. How on earth are we supposed to deal with this? Do we just charge and head first? Well, there's no need to panic. It's clear that this isn't meant for us, but rather for the fire shield and dark spear that will remain on the periphery and be just fine. How unfortunate it was to be in the same batch as those two monsters. Just as the crowd lamented and cursed the examiners, a robust voice broke through. What are you afraid of? A single shadow boar has you trembling. If that's the case, you might as well skip Magic University and go home to learn how to butcher pigs. Lin Fan turned to see a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in heavy red armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. In his right hand, he wielded a shield taller than himself, its magical patterns flickering like flames, the air around it subtly distorting. More akin to a valiant general than a mere mage, he stood out among the students with their small wands, his fierce gaze radiating determination. Many students glared at him in anger. Yet upon recognizing him, their expressions grew complex, and they dared not speak. This scene piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. He frowned and asked, "Who is this? So arrogant?" Behind Lin Fan, Lu Liang whispered, "That's the lie from No. 1 High School, known as the Fire Shield." The Fire Shield. Lin Fan instantly understood. It was him. The moniker was well known even to those not mages, a name that resonated throughout the high schools of Zhangzhou. A rare A-grade talent. Zhangzhou had 4 high schools, and number 1 high school boasted the most abundant educational resources and faculty. Not only did it have powerful magic instructors teaching the intricacies of magic, but they also periodically selected students for practical combat against beasts. The mages produced there were formidable, with the top 10 candidates from Zhangzhou historically including at least 6 from number 1 high school. And this Fire Shield Li Lai was the most outstanding student of the year. While other students struggled with their wands to cast spells, he had already begun to harness magical weapons. Embarking on the path of a magical warrior, specifically a rare magic shield warrior, having broken through to become a first-tier magic apprentice, such a powerful magical warrior was not someone ordinary examinees would dare provoke. Indeed, a magic shield warrior should possess such commanding presence. Within the canopy, the principal of number 1 high school chuckled as he observed the examinees below, turning to the teachers from other schools with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies this year, but this Fire Shield is from our school. His words may offend, but please don't take it personally. He means to imply that everyone here is beneath him. Forgive me, but we at number 1 high school are bound to take first place again." The other teachers shot him furious glares, yet found themselves at a loss for a retort. He, the principal of No. 2 high school, a beautiful woman, chuckled lightly. "This Fire Shield is indeed impressive, but this year, my school is also well-prepared at the entrance to the examination grounds." While the Fire Shield stood proudly among his peers, a cold voice rang out. "Ha! You speak as if you're so formidable. Fire Shield, Are you spending all your time practicing butchering pigs? You might as well skip Magic University and pursue a career in the meat trade. As the fire shield frowned, the crowd parted to reveal a tall figure wielding a long spear. The spear was jet black, yet unlike Lin Fan's, it was neither thick nor lengthy, measuring only about 1.7 meters and as thick as a thumb. Appearing incredibly agile, the spear tip flickered with faint dark magical energy, clearly not an ordinary weapon, possessing a high degree of magical conductivity. The woman wielding it was equally slender, with long legs and a strikingly beautiful face marked by an air of coldness. Dark spear, Lu Yunyan, Lu Liang whispered behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the girl who shared the name of his spear and nodded slightly. The dark spear, renowned alongside the fire shield, she was also an A-grade talent, treading the same path as a magical warrior, and had similarly achieved the rare milestone of breaking through to the first tier as a candidate. Of course, Lin Fan had another connection with her. Lu's second daughter had just been bested by him, but as he lowered his head, wishing to retreat into the crowd, it was already too late. Just as the dark spear and fire shield locked eyes, their connection triggered. Sister, Lu Qiao, standing beside Lu Yunyan, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lin Fan. He's the one who defeated me yesterday. He took my magic stone, wand, and scroll. He left me with nothing, even using his spear to attack me. Sister, please teach him a lesson once we enter. Yang Yun, still nursing a swollen mouth, glared at Lin Fan in indignation, mumbling, that's right, it was him. He knocked me out too. Although Yang Yun wished to express that he had been slapped. Admitting to being struck in front of so many candidates was simply too embarrassing. These explosive revelations left the surrounding students dumbfounded, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. What? He left nothing behind. He took everything from Lu Qiao. In broad daylight, he stripped Lu Qiao of her possessions and attacked her with a spear. This is Lu Qiao, the second daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yunyan's sister. Does this fellow have such audacity? Lu Qiao is one thing, but Yang Yun was a boy. What does that matter? Boys can still be slapped. Did you not see? Yang Yun's face is all swollen. Hiss, this fellow is quite ugly, yet his tastes are so extravagant. A shameless rogue, he doesn't discriminate between genders. He even knocked out Yang Yun. Such ferocity, truly a role model for us all. No, a shameless rogue. Where did this scoundrel come from? I've never seen him before. At that moment, Lin Fan had completely eclipsed both the fire shield and dark spear, becoming the center of attention for all present. The shameless rogue, Lin Dolly, an equal opportunity predator. Lin Fan, please, do not regard me with such expressions. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Observing the gazes of the crowd that regarded him as a deviant, Lin Fan inwardly sighed. Alas, I, Lin Dolly, do not wish to be so ostentatious, but my abilities do not permit otherwise. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, the beautiful female principal of No. 2 Middle School looked down at the standoff between the dark spear and the fire shield, a proud smirk gracing her lips. The dark spear, Lu Yunyan, was a student she had painstakingly acquired from No. 1 Middle School, having promised various conditions for her enrollment. The resources expended on her were no less than those on the fire shield. The dark spear indeed lived up to expectations, boasting an A-grade talent that matched the prowess of the fire shield. Just as the dark spear and fire shield were garnering attention, the principals of No. 1 and No. 2 Middle Schools were locked in a battle of wits. The principal of No. 3, blushing, quietly inquired of the principal of No. 4, Old Wang, does your school have any outstanding students this year? Well, cough cough. The principal of No. 4 thought to himself that they should refrain from undermining each other, knowing that both No. 3 and No. 4 were on equal footing. Yet he stubbornly replied, there are still some. I suppose. Lu, the teacher from the key class. ISNT your student with the cursed staff, quite remarkable. The cursed staff. Teacher Lu was momentarily taken aback. Who? The one with the cursed talent. Wang Xiaozhong, the principal of No. 4 awkwardly reminded him, having just coined that nickname, as it felt lacking in weight without one. Teacher Lu suddenly realized, oh, the one with the cursed talent, that Wang Qingqing. His strength is decent. He stands a chance of being in the top 10. The cursed staff? The beautiful principal of No. 2 abruptly turned her head. The principal of No. 4 was taken aback. You've heard of it. The beautiful woman shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Is he the strongest from your No. 4? Where is he? Before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out from the open ground below. Sister, it was him who attacked me yesterday. He snatched away my magic stone, wand, and scroll. He depleted all of my resources right before everyone's eyes. For a moment, the pavilion fell silent. Hearing these vehement words, the professors forming the examination committee were rendered speechless, their minds reeling. The The beautiful woman stared at Lin Fan in shock, her gaze momentarily resting on the emblem of number 4 on his chest, her smile stiffening as she turned to the principal of number 4 and said, "Is this the cursed staff?" Indeed, she was at a loss for words. While she wished to label him as a shameless rogue, such an occasion called for a measure of decorum. After a lengthy pause, she managed to add 4 words, "a paragon of talent." The other principals looked at the principal of number 4 with expressions of complex admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. Indeed, a paragon of talent. Don't look at me. I have no connection to him. The principal of no. For blushed, he is not from our school. Though a principal cannot know every student, he was familiar with those possessing magical talents, and this student had brought disgrace upon them, who would suffer the consequences of his actions. An embarrassment before all, the teacher from the key class hastily distanced himself. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. He is genuinely not one of our magic users. Indeed, although our number 4 has lagged in several assessments, our academic integrity remains intact. We are certainly not a school that harbors such morally deficient students." Other teachers echoed their sentiments, while the ordinary class teacher, Lao Qian, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Fan. He is here? What? Principal Wang's expression turned grave. Lao Qian hurriedly exclaimed, "He is from our school. He is Lin Fan from our class." Principal Wang's heart sank. It was indeed a disgrace. This boy should never have been allowed to enroll. The principal of number 3 chuckled. "No wonder number 4 is renowned. They truly produced such a remarkable student." The principals of number 1 and number 2 mocked him coldly. Indeed, the caliber of the teacher reflects that of the student. It's no wonder they finished last in several assessments. Principal Wang was flushed with embarrassment, but then observed Lao Qian suddenly rise and dash toward the ground below. "What are you doing?" Principal Wang shouted. "This boy is not a magic user. He has no magical talent. He is just an ordinary student. I must persuade him to withdraw." Principal Wang was instantly bewildered. "Huh? Then why is he here? How can you be a homeroom teacher if you're sending him to his doom? Hurry, convince him to forfeit." Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Qiao's alarming accusations, Lin Fan could no longer remain seated, rushing forward to clarify. "No. You need to explain yourself." Yesterday's audacious Lu Qiao, now seeing Lin Fan approach, resembled a frightened little rabbit, retreating behind Lu Yunyan, clutching her clothing tightly, her eyes filled with terror as she trembled. "You don't come any closer. Sister, protect me." The crowd's gaze towards Lin Fan grew increasingly peculiar. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand," Lin Fan proclaimed loudly. "I am truly an upstanding gentleman. I have done nothing." At this moment, Yang Yin could no longer bear the misunderstandings and decided to speak the truth, pointing to his swollen mouth. "I'm not the one at fault. He slapped me." However, the other examinees were unconvinced. "Why didn't you say that earlier? Clearly, you're just trying to wriggle out of it." Lu Yunyan glanced at Lin Fan and then at the accusing Lu Qiao, shaking her head. "I have already been informed by father about the events. You were indeed at fault from the beginning. The Night Watcher has already intervened. There is no need to bring it up again." Once more, the crowd was taken aback. The Night Watcher had spoken on behalf of this boy. Before everyone's eyes, he had drained Lu Qiao completely, swollen Yang Yun's mouth, and stolen items. Yet he hadn't even been apprehended. What was going on? Was his father the guardian mage? In that moment, the crowd gazed at Lin Fan with a hint of trepidation. To have the Night Watcher speak for him, the implications of such a background were astounding. At that moment, Lu Yunyan and the Fire Shield's prominence was completely overshadowed by Lin Fan. No one expected such a well-connected young master to emerge. Even the brawny Fire Shield, Li Lai, could not help but steal a few glances at Lin Fan, though his expression soon grew odd. Some examinees positioned closer to Lin Fan began to frown. An ordinary person? No magical fluctuations. He is truly an ordinary person. This is from our school. He has never awakened any magical talent. In an instant, everyone sensed something amiss. An ordinary person attending the magical assessment. This was a perilous undertaking even for mages. Li Lai narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing something, muttering softly, "An ordinary person with a background that could make the Night Watcher bow his head? Undoubtedly, he is a spoiled second-generation rich kid, with the backing of his parents." He behaved recklessly, even daring to rob a girl in broad daylight, clearly lacking any abilities, yet still participating in the magical assessment. An ordinary person, who would surely fail the test and be rendered helpless in the face of beasts. But his parents must have arranged everything. They surely spent a fortune to find powerful allies among the candidates. merely seeking admission to a magical university to embellish his credentials. This was a gilded second generation. Li Lai's eyes narrowed with hostility and disdain as he slowly approached Lin Fan. His towering figure radiated immense pressure, clad in heavy armor of flame, his shield emanating a searing red glow, the heat causing Lin Fan to sweat lightly on his forehead. Who would have imagined that even the once pure magical assessment, a test of strength, had been tainted by power and privilege? Li Lai fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Fan, his voice a low rumble. Your influential parent must have spent considerable resources to forge connections. No. Lin Fan looked utterly perplexed. Huh. Me? An influential parent? Huh? Still in denial. Li Lai sneered coldly. Others may fear your family, but I certainly do not. Your presence here is the utmost insult to me and to all the mages striving to enhance their abilities. You should consider yourself fortunate that personal disputes are prohibited here. However, do not let us cross paths in the examination grounds. Otherwise, you will meet a most unpleasant fate. With a crunch, Li Lai's massive fist clenched tightly. Flames surging violently, nearly scorching Lin Fan, he turned to leave, casting a final glance at Lu Liang beside him, coldly remarking, "Huh, a mere lackey. With such meager strength, you won't even make it into the magical university. Yet you dare to play the role of a supporter?" Lu Liang gazed at Li Lai's retreating figure, perplexed. Me, the stronghold? He came here to team up with Lin Fan, and I am unexpectedly the stronghold? How absurd. Lin Fan murmured softly, but in the next moment, a powerful long spear hovered before him. With hair billowing, Lu Yunyan stared at Lin Fan with an expressionless visage. I am fully aware of the events that transpired yesterday. The fault does not lie with you. However, I am Lu Qiao's sister, and you have wronged her. I in the examination hall. Be cautious not to cross paths with me. Heh, even if we do not meet. It is likely you will find it challenging to survive. Lu Yunyan regarded the formidable long spear in Lin Fan's grasp and shook her head, stating, that spear of yours is inadequate. Coincidentally, Lin Fan, observing the elegant spear held by Lu Yunyan, harbored the same sentiment. Your spear is the one that is lacking. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Lu Yunyan was taken aback. Her union spear had been procured at great expense by the Lu family specifically for this magical examination. With a magical conductivity of 17%, it was a rare treasure among first-tier magical artifacts. How could it be deemed inadequate? She witnessed Lin Fan dismissively glance at the union spear, then proudly raised his own sleek black spear, declaring, "Look at your spear, so slender, so small, so short. It appears utterly feeble. Now behold mine, large, long, and robust. It exudes power. When the opportunity arises, do give my spear a try." A student nearby wore a complex expression. Is this lad truly so audacious? This is Lu Yunyan he is speaking to, and he dares to suggest she test his spear. Lu Yunyan frowned slightly, pondering whether she had misjudged him. She then inquired about the magical conductivity of Lin Fan's spear. What magical conductivity? Lin Fan asked, his curiosity piqued. Lu Yunyan replied, I overestimated you. Indeed, you are but an ignorant dandy. With a cold chuckle, she turned and walked over to Li Lai, who stood a short distance away. What do you think? Li Lai glanced at Lu Yunyan. She snorted dismissively. A mere decorative pillow, devoid of any magical talent, knows nothing at all. Just a gilded dandy riding on the coattails of his affluent lineage. His presence in the examination hall tarnishes the integrity of the magical assessment, disrespecting all the diligent mages. I share your view, Li Lai nodded. While we compete for first place, should we encounter this fellow, let us be the first to take him down. I fear not his powerful ancestry. Lu Yunyan sneered. Neither do I. These two exceptional students, each possessing their own pride, held a profound respect for magic. They would never allow an ignorant layabout to exploit his parental influence to deceive in the magical assessment. In that moment, the opposing forces of the flame shield and the dark spear found common ground, fostering a sense of mutual recognition. Meanwhile, the shameless scion Lin Fan, relying on his lineage, unwittingly forged a bridge of camaraderie between them, drawing their animosity and that of the entire assembly of mages. Who could accept an unlearned dandy, even resorting to brazenly abducting commoners, leveraging his parental power to overshadow their hard-earned efforts? The magical assessment is the purest of arenas, untainted. It represents the pride of every mage. These fledgling sorcerers possess no fear of authority, such as the fiery passion, innocence, and audacity of youth. When we encounter this Lin Fan, let us lure some beasts his way, and teach him a lesson on humility. Indeed, does he think he can gild himself with his parents' power? What does he take the magical assessment for? Will we not incur the wrath of his potent father? Huh? Are you afraid? Besides, if he is left maimed by a magical beast, what concern is it of ours? Indeed, should an ordinary individual gain admission to the magical university, it would render us, the diligent mages, unable to hold our heads high. We must take him down. Already, some candidates were scheming to draw a horde of beasts towards Lin Fan. Although the magical assessment forbade personal conflicts among candidates, there were still ways to engineer mischief. Meanwhile, back at home, Lin Fan's father stood up in bewilderment while watching the live broadcast of me. A figure of immense power? He felt a flicker of joy and shouted into the bedroom, "Mother, I am indeed a person of great influence." Inside the bedroom, Lin Fan's mother, applying a facial mask, snorted disdainfully. "Dream on. Have you finished writing your lesson plan? Have you bought the groceries for tonight's dinner? If you were truly influential, you'd not be up all night writing lesson plans without becoming wealthy. What power do you truly possess?" Lin father weakly returned to the sofa. Oh, outside the examination hall, Lu Qiao observed Lu Yunyan's departure and ceased her display of grievance, snorting as she glanced at Lu Liang behind Lin Fan. "Lu Liang, are you certain you wish to team up with him?" Nearby, the girl who had introduced Lin Fan yesterday hastily chimed in. "I had a hard time persuading Lu Qiao to allow you to join us. Our skills are not particularly high, but with Lu Qiao leading, we might just enter the magical university. If you team up with Lin Fan, you might." Lu Qiao added with a cold laugh. "Lu Liang, if you are willing to join my team, there is still time." Although Lin Fan possesses some strength, he would merely be a liability against magical beasts. That I understand you have a good relationship with him, but one must be somewhat selfish. You cannot always think of helping others. Sometimes, you must consider yourself. I believe you are right. One must sometimes prioritize oneself. Lu Liang nodded. Lu Qiao smiled, sensing her scheme had succeeded. However, she heard Lu Liang's resolute refusal. "Therefore, I will team up with Lin Fan." "No joking. Do not hinder my efforts to curry favor with my brother Fan." Lu Liang was acutely aware of Lin Fan's strength. Teaming up with him was indeed in his own best interest. "Humph." Lu Qiao scoffed dismissively. Yang Yun, standing nearby, remarked coldly, "If you enjoy being a sycophant, then so be it." Lu Qiao retorted, "If we encounter formidable magical beasts, perhaps he will find himself in dire straits." Suddenly, someone shouted from behind Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, what are you?" Lin Fan turned to see their homeroom teacher, Old Qian, and greeted, "Teacher, is there something you need?" Old Qian appeared anxious. "Of course there is. How can you participate in this magical assessment? Listen to me, hurry and withdraw." At that moment, a gust of wind surged. Amidst the howling winds, a man clad in a cloak and military attire, with a lantern embroidered on his chest, descended from the sky. Captain Carlo of the Night Watcher's first squad. A palpable aura of iron and blood swept through the air, as magical elements rapidly surged, silencing all students with just a single glance. The amiable atmosphere of the streets dissipated, replaced by an aura reminiscent of a fearsome beast forged through countless battles and trials of life and death. Even Li Lai of the Flame Shield dared not meet his gaze, while Lu Yunyan appeared as if she were a mere elementary student in his presence. This was the true embodiment of a third-level high mage among the Night Watchers. At that moment, Lin Fan felt the magnitude of Captain Carlo's strength. Captain Carlo was about to speak when he glanced at Old Qian and frowned. "The assessment is about to commence. Teachers must evacuate." "I was advising him to withdraw from the competition. He is just an ordinary person." Old Qian explained. No one has the authority to interfere with a candidate's autonomous choice. Captain Carlo scrutinized Lin Fan. "Do you wish to withdraw?" Old Qian hastily urged. "Lin Fan, you can still withdraw." Lin Fan declared loudly, "I will not withdraw." Old Qian was momentarily stunned. "You." Candidates who choose to continue must ask their teachers to leave the examination hall immediately. "Time is of the essence," Captain Carlo stated, his impatience evident. Old Qian sighed in resignation, quietly advising Lin Fan, "Once you enter, do not run about. Just stay at the entrance. Generally, magical beasts do not approach the entrance, and you can directly trigger the scrolls. It is better than risking your life." Lin Fan quickly reassured, "Rest assured, teacher, I will be cautious." Hearing Lin Fan's affirmation, Old Qian finally felt a measure of relief and quickly departed. At last, self-introduction. I am Captain Carlo of the Night Watcher's first squad, the overall supervisor of this magical assessment. Captain Carlo's voice roared like a howling wind, succinctly stating, "I will provide a brief overview. This examination will last for 24 hours. Commencing at 9 o'clock in the morning and concluding at 9 o'clock the following morning. The examination ground will be the ruined forest, with a difficulty that escalates progressively, as in previous years. In the peripheral forest region inhabit the ethereal cats and frost rabbits of the lower tier, while the central urban ruins teem with formidable beasts of tier 1 and above, such as the earth tiger and shadow pig. The deeper one ventures, the greater their numbers become. In the core area, there resides a tier 2 beast. Do not entertain thoughts of slaying it unless a group of several tier 1 or higher students bands together. Lin Fan nodded slightly. This was akin to the distribution of difficulty in a mathematics examination, except that this was a magical assessment, naturally testing one's prowess. Slaying beasts will yield points, with the stronger the beast. The more points awarded, starting at 5. However, safety is paramount. Each of you must act within your capabilities. With that, Captain Carlo waved his hand, and in an instant, scrolls adorned with magical runes and a small device floated before the crowd. The Tier 2 Wind Protection Magic Scroll could ensure half an hour of safety. Should danger arise, the scroll may be utilized, and there would be personnel to escort you away. Of course, this would result in the premature conclusion of the examination. The positioning device would aid you in determining your location, and additionally, you could observe the real-time fluctuations in point rankings. Lin Fan stowed the scroll not in his backpack, but instead placed it along with the palm-sized device in his trouser pocket. After all, life and death can hinge on a mere moment. Sometimes, there is no time to even open a backpack. The other students likewise tucked their scrolls away, their faces etched with anxiety. A Tier 2 beast in the core area? What a jest! If that creature were to emerge, rest assured, it is merely an examination. We need not worry about such things. This is entirely meant for the fire shield and dark spear. Just as the students were engaged in their anxious discussions, Carlo announced, "Now, the examination begins." He slowly waved his hand, and in that moment, the sound of rushing winds surged forth, flinging open the doors to the examination hall. It has commenced. Prepare yourselves. My goal is none other than the Academy of Fire Magic. Regardless of prior trepidations, upon witnessing the opening of the examination hall, each young mage charged in unhesitatingly. Concurrently, a fleet of drones buzzed upward, trailing behind each candidate, broadcasting their every move. This was to prevent cheating and ensure the safety of the examinees. In the observation pavilion, a multitude of large screens instantaneously displayed a flurry of surveillance footage, showcasing the candidates in motion. Simultaneously, the footage was transmitted live to televisions in households. Lin's mother, engrossed in her television, suddenly paused, pointing at the screen where numerous candidates were entering the examination hall. "Hey, look, is that Lin Fan?" she exclaimed. Coughing slightly, Lin's father replied, "Oh please, that's just a jest. Little Fan has no aptitude for magic." The magical assessment was something he and Lin Fan had kept from Lin's mother. He nodded in affirmation, wanting to confirm, but noticed that the television was currently only broadcasting the top 10 candidates. After all, it was impossible to display all thousands of examinees simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lin Fan pondered, contemplating the efficacy of his abilities against these inherently magical beasts. Upon entering the examination hall, he immediately altered his course. Dispersing from the others, glancing at the map displayed on the positioning device to outline a route, Brother Fan, let us head straight to the central urban area. Lu Liang could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Acutely aware of Lin Fan's prowess, "Not so fast," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. "I want to gauge how formidable these lower-tier beasts truly are." Having never faced such beasts before, Lin Fan was still somewhat uncertain. As the two navigated through the dense forest, Lin Fan suddenly halted. His elevated spirit of 45 allowed him to perceive a different sound. "What's wrong?" Lu Liang asked in confusion, only to see Lin Fan abruptly turn around. Brandishing the long and sturdy dark spear and thrusting it fiercely into the lush underbrush behind him, a surge of 68 points of strength erupted forth. Though devoid of magical fluctuations, the force of the thrust stirred the air into a tempest, causing the foliage to tremble. In the absence of magic, there existed only raw power. Crack! A shard of ice burst forth from the thicket, instantly shattered by the length of the spear. A rabbit, standing nearly half a person's height, leapt out from the foliage, its crystalline blue eyes cautiously scrutinizing Lin Fan, seemingly perplexed as to why a mere human could withstand its innate ice projectile spell, with fur as fluffy as snowflakes. Its eyes sparkled not with the typical red of a rabbit but with the glimmer of ice crystals, surrounded by a chilling white mist. The frost rabbit, Lin Fan, who excelled in his cultural studies, promptly recognized the creature before him. This rabbit is commonly found in the forest, yet it poses a significant threat. Its ice projectiles are capable of freezing an ordinary person solid, and it possesses remarkable speed. Even a careless mage might find themselves at a disadvantage, as many candidates are injured each year and forced to withdraw from the examination. Lu Liang's expression tightened, and he swiftly grasped his wand. Beginning to chant, "Master of Ice, hiss!" The frost rabbit let out a shriek, its powerful legs propelling it forward like a snowball hurtling toward Lin Fan, its fluffy fur bristling, resembling sharp, icy spines. Lower-tier mages are most vulnerable in close combat. Although the frost rabbit itself is not particularly strong, its speed is unparalleled, making it a natural nemesis for low-tier mages. If it cannot be dispatched immediately, being approached could spell disaster. Lu Liang clutched his wand, growing increasingly anxious as he chanted, "Creator of the snowfield." Just like the first encounter with a non-tiered beast, he felt both agitated and flustered. Yet Lin Fan remained composed, quietly observing the frost rabbit as if studying something. The frost rabbit curled into a ball, its entire body sharp with icy fur, tracing a white arc through the air as it lunged at Lin Fan. As if sensing the warmth of impending blood, excitement flickered in its cold eyes. However, Lin Fan's gaze held even greater exhilaration. Watching the snowball-like rabbit approach, Lin Fan's mind swiftly calculated its impending parabolic trajectory. The angle was perfect, a forceful home run. With a mighty swing, the long spear was raised high. The terrifying force, accompanied by a howling wind, obliterated the chilling magical elements beneath that spear. Bang! The frost rabbit was struck squarely. Like a baseball, by the force of the spear, the sturdy spear slightly bent, pure strength unleashed. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, the so-called magical elements shattered instantaneously. The sharp, icy fur disintegrated and scattered, and the rabbit's form momentarily paused in midair. Then, the entire frost rabbit spun like a giant white baseball. Buzz! It tore through the air, retreating at a speed even greater than its approach, crashing through a tree the size of a bowl, before finally coming to a halt. Slaying the non-tiered frost rabbit awarded 5 points. Meanwhile, Lu Liang was still chanting, "Great Ice Spirit, heed my call." Bang! The frost rabbit fell to the ground, bloodied from every orifice, convulsing weakly before succumbing to stillness. Simultaneously, Lu Liang completed his incantation, conjuring a fist-sized shard of ice that struck heavily upon the lifeless frost rabbit. Lin Fan pondered for 2 seconds. Impressive, truly, a professional mage. He even knows how to deliver a finishing blow. Conducting himself with caution, he was indeed not someone of Lin Fan's simple-minded, brawn-over-brains disposition. Lu Liang retorted, "Do you think I wanted to deliver a finishing blow?" At that moment, Lu Liang's gaze towards Lin Fan had transformed. He had always known of Lin Fan's strength, but had never anticipated that Lin Fan could dispatch a frost rabbit in a single stroke. "Did you hold back when we sparred?" "Yes," Lin Fan replied, hastening toward the fallen rabbit, and with a swift thrust of the spear, the terrifying force pierced through the frost rabbit's skull, allowing a small, nail-sized black crystal to drop into Lin Fan's palm. Magic crystal, the source of power for every beast. It can be used to craft magic stones or forge wands and magical artifacts. The wild, chaotic magic contained within cannot be directly wielded by mages. But for Lin Fan, it was a different story. Crunch. Under Lu Liang's horrified gaze, Lin Fan popped the magic crystal into his mouth, chewing it as though it were a jelly bean, a look of delight upon his face. Lu Liang. Suddenly, Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowing. "Ah, are you all right?" Lu Liang exclaimed. "How can you eat a magic crystal raw? That could be fatal." Lu Liang rushed over, but then he witnessed Lin Fan exhale a sigh of relief. His face alight with satisfaction. Refreshing. Ding. Consumed a non-tier magic crystal. 3 free attribute points. A crisp alert sounded. All points allocated to Constitution. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan proceeded, having previously prioritized his strength with an additional 3 points. Allocation complete. Current Constitution, 68. In an instant, the ferocious magical energy contained within the crystal surged through his body like a warm current. Lin Fan could feel the growth of his cells, his physique becoming increasingly resilient. If he were to shed his clothing, his abdominal muscles would be even more defined. Indeed, it seems that the magical beasts suit me far better. Lin Fan chuckled joyfully. What a substantial boost. Previously, consuming so many magical items only granted him 3 points. Yet annihilating a magical beast resulted in 3 points in mere seconds. Lu Liang. At this moment, Lu Liang felt somewhat numb, reflecting on why he had been concerned about this creature. Lin Fan opened his interface. Scrutinizing the data. Name: Lin Fan. Strength: 68 Constitution, 68 Speed, 45 Spirit, 45 Free Attribute Points, 0 Talent, S-Grade Talent, Body of 10,000 Demons. Unharmed Skills: none. With both Strength and Constitution reaching 68. He wondered what the upper limit might be. As a warrior, his next priority would undoubtedly be to max out Strength and Constitution, followed by filling in the remaining Spirit and Speed. With a menacing grin, Lin Fan gripped the long, sturdy spear tightly. My spear shall pierce through this dense forest. Forward. At this moment, Lin Fan had completely forgotten the competition and the points. His sole desire was to slay more magical beasts. In that instant, Lin Fan was no longer a candidate, but a hunter. Magical beasts. Danger? No, they are merely supplements. On a patch of grass, Lin Fan paused once more, sniffing the air, his gaze directed towards the trees. Beside him, Lu Liang had just raised his wand, preparing to gather magical elements when Lin Fan's spear shot forth with ferocity. The sheer force tore through the air. A tree the width of a bowl was pierced cleanly through, and a muffled groan echoed from behind it. Thud! A lithe cat, concealed behind the tree, plummeted to the ground, its throat impaled, blood gushing from the wound. Hunting an unranked lithe cat. Points 5 at the elusive lithe cat. Lin Fan stepped forward to excavate the crystal once more, while Lu Liang feebly retracted his wand. Brother Fan, how did you detect it? The lithe cat, a wind attribute beast, though unranked, was agile and adept at ambush. Even Lu Liang had failed to perceive the gathering of magical elements. He was puzzled. How could Lin Fan, an ordinary person who could not even wield magic, sense a magical beast that even sorcerers found difficult to detect through magical fluctuations? It hadn't bathed in ages. I could smell it, Lin Fan replied. Lu Liang? Is it crazy? Do magical beasts need baths? If they bathe every day, can they still be called magical beasts? Lu Liang paused for a moment. So it has nothing to do with magical elements? Nothing at all. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Lu Liang stared blankly at his wand, momentarily engulfed by the realization of the futility of his iron stick. The purest form of hunting often requires the simplest methods. There is no need for extravagant magic, is there? And what's up with your nose? Do you have a dog's nose? This is the advantage of having 45 points in spirit. Those magical beasts adept at concealing their magical fluctuations are rendered utterly exposed before Lin Fan. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fan felt a surge of impatience, realizing that his search was far too slow. After a full 20 minutes, he had only encountered 8 beasts. Then, he stumbled across 2 teams, one of which was Lu Chao's. How wonderful it would be if someone could deliver some magical beasts to me, Lin Fan sighed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sister Chiao, with a bruised face, Yang Yin hurriedly approached, panic-stricken. The beasts are coming. Run! Behind him, a cacophony of footsteps echoed. Shadows raced towards them. There were 5 frost rabbits and 2 lithe cats. So many. Lu Qiao and her 2 teammates turned pale. One of the wind element magic users immediately unleashed a gale spell, and the 4 of them dashed away. Are you insane, Yang Yun? Why attract so many? Lu Qiao shouted in fear and frustration as she ran. Yang Yun, feeling somewhat wronged, explained. Didn't you say you saw Lin Fan earlier? Urging me to attract more beasts. You said the more, the better. You fool. 2 or 3 would have sufficed. There are 7 now. Are you trying to endanger Lin Fan or us? Lu Qiao was seething with anger. But there was no time for quarrels now. She glanced back and saw the 7 lithe cats and frost rabbits closing in, even beginning to gather magical energy, preparing to strike. We must find Lin Fan quickly. He surely can't outrun us. Let him take the blame. Lu Qiao headed towards the direction she had previously spotted Lin Fan, convinced that he wouldn't dare act recklessly in this perilous forest and would still be in place. However, upon seeing the empty clearing ahead, Lu Qiao's expression darkened. Lin Fan is not here. Before she could finish her thought, Yang Yin screamed. Sister Qiao, they VE caught up. Simultaneously, whoosh, an ice projectile hurtled towards them, striking Yang Yun in the back and sending him crashing to the ground. Desperate, realizing escape was impossible, Lu Qiao drew her wand, ready to fight to the death. A lithe cat lunged at her like a shadow. Elementary dark magic, shadow chains. With her exceptional talent requiring no incantation, Lu Qiao instantly conjured a shadow chain to bind the lithe cat. But before she could relish her victory, bang, another shadow, the size of a leopard, suddenly leapt from the bushes, bolstered by the speed of the wind element, sinking its teeth into Lu Qiao's arm. Crack! The wand slipped from her grasp. A lithe cat. Lu Qiao had yet to react when the lithe cat crashed into her again, knocking her forcefully to the ground. its sharp claws pinning her shoulders, its deadly fangs poised to bite down on her throat. At that moment, Lu Qiao glanced over to see the other two mages had been encased in ice crystals by the frost rabbits. One of them with a broken arm, both on the verge of death. Am I going to die here? I haven't even caught up with my sister. Lu Qiao felt a sense of regret as she faced death. But in the next instant, buzz, the sound of something slicing through the air. Howl, the lithe cat with its bared fangs was suddenly sent flying. Bang, it was pinned firmly against a tree. Lu Qiao's pupils constricted. That was a spear, a pitch-black spear, like an arrow, pierced through the lithe cat's body, nailing it to the tree. It's my sister. Lu Qiao felt a mix of joy and complexity, but in the next moment, she sensed something was amiss. This spear, suddenly appearing, was different from her sister's. It was too large, thick, long, and sturdy. Moreover, it looked so familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Before Lu Qiao could react, a voice exclaimed, "Dear sister, it's not your sister. It's your brother." A figure surged forth, devoid of any magical fluctuations, yet exuding unmatched strength, plunging directly into the fray. For a moment, Lu Qiao was stunned. "You shameless scoundrel. It's you." It was none other than the Lin Fan who had bullied her. Although she had drawn these beasts to target Lin Fan, inexplicably, upon witnessing him rush to her aid, Lu Qiao felt an unusual sensation in her heart. Hastily exclaiming, "Run, you can't help. There are still 6 left." Yet, are there really 6 left? Lin Fan, with a menacing grin, withdrew his spear from the corpse of the lithe cat. At that moment, he resembled a true magical beast. Scanning the battlefield, Lin Fan licked his lips and grinned. "This is simply splendid." Lu Qiao? Lu Qiao gazed at Lin Fan in confusion. For a moment, she began to question her existence. Is that excited smile genuine? "Have you been scared, silly? 6 beasts. Though these magical beasts are unranked, they are still formidable for magic users. Both the live cat and frost rabbit are incredibly agile and pose a significant threat to sorcerers. This is the true value of the magical examination. The intensity is terrifying. With Lu Qiao's strength, facing even one would be a challenge, and their 4-member team could at most handle 3. How could Lin Fan, a person who couldn't wield magic, possibly have the audacity to confront 6? No, 7. In the fleeting moment that Lu Qiao pondered, Lin Fan, filled with urgency, bellowed at the immobilized mages, "Stay still. Do not harm these adorable little creatures. No one is allowed to take them from me. They are all mine." The mages retorted, "Are you seriously calling those half-meter-tall frost bunnies and the agile little cats adorable? Are you under some misapprehension about these exotic beasts? Do you think we are trying to snatch them from you? We are on the brink of being killed by these beasts. They're yours. To be precise, they were intended for you anyway." The exotic beasts, captivated by the sudden appearance of the youth who had just slain one of the agile cats, momentarily ceased their assault on the mages and gathered together. Their eyes reflected a peculiar tension. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this young man, they sensed a kinship, as if encountering another beast of their kind. No, it was an even more formidable creature. It was an instinctual reaction. A deep-seated intuition in the face of a more terrifying life form. This youth lacked the elegance and nobility of a mage. He was imbued only with an aura of lethal intent. "Come on, my little darlings," Lin Fan shouted as he lunged toward the remaining 6 exotic beasts. The other mages widened their eyes, eager to witness what kind of magic this audacious fellow would employ to confront 6 beasts. But in the next instant, the black spear shot forth, piercing the throat of another agile cat with unyielding force. No magic involved. Purely physical. Yet, at the same time, the other 5 frost bunnies unleashed 5 shards of ice, hurtling straight toward Lin Fan. "Be careful," Lu Qiao instinctively exclaimed. Beside her, the inconspicuous Lu Liang murmured, "Don't worry, there won't be enough for him to consume." Lu Qiao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his words, and stammered, "But he can't even use magic." Yet, the next moment, faced with the 5 ice shards, Lin Fan astonishingly released his long spear, shattering 2 with a single punch, while his other hand seized 2 shards of ice. Simultaneously, he bit down on the last shard. Lu Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He captured magic. No, he even consumed it. The 5 frost bunnies were momentarily bewildered, as if they could not comprehend the situation before them, where a being devoid of magical energy was somehow managing to do this. Crunch. Lin Fan bit down on the ice shard, swallowing it slowly. Lu Qiao swallowed hard. Did he just ingest ice elements? This was not mere ice, but the very essence of ice magic, something a common person could not possibly endure. No, even mages would hesitate to consume magic raw like this. He devoured magic. This was wondrous magic. What manner of creature is this? Clearly incapable of magic, yet able to grasp and even consume it. Lin Fan suddenly laughed. You are mistaken. In truth, I can wield magic as well. Huh. Lu Qiao was stunned. Unable to fathom this. There was no magical aura emanating from him. He was an ordinary person devoid of magical talent. Who says one cannot use magic without talent? Lin Fan slowly raised the 2 shards of ice. Lu Qiao was momentarily confused. Could one truly use magic without talent? But as she observed Lin Fan's actions, she suddenly seemed to grasp something. He wouldn't dare. Lin Fan hurled the shards with great force. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 ice shards hurtled toward 2 frost bunnies, faster and fiercer than before. The terrifying velocity stirred up a tempest, leaving afterimages in its wake, not propelled by magic, but sheer brute strength. Thud, thud, before the 2 frost bunnies could react. They were pierced by the ice shards, pinned to the ground. Lin Fan declared, See, I can also use magic to vanquish foes, Lu Qiao and the other mages. This counts as magic too. However, upon reflection, ice shard sheer force, isn't that akin to a magical projectile? Moreover, it was even swifter than a magic-propelled ice shard. Some mages stared at Lin Fan in bewilderment. Could it be he truly is a genius? The powerhouse version of a magical projectile. Linda Li, an unprecedented magical prodigy. The remaining 3 frost bunnies, witnessing the demise of their 4 companions, turned to face this youth, who was even more ruthless and terrifying than themselves. And their eyes filled with fear. Hiss! They turned to flee. Just as Lu Qiao and her group had been pursued earlier, now it was Lin Fan chasing after the 3 frost bunnies alone. Reverse the heavens, Lu Qiao. The exotic beasts were actually frightened away by a human. These beasts were notoriously vicious, known to prey on humans. Cities have fallen to their attacks over the years. Yet they were scared off by a single individual. Phew, Lu Qiao sighed in relief. Regardless, safety was paramount. But before Lu Qiao could fully relax, she noticed Lin Fan had grown frantic. Run. Where do you think you're going? Are these beasts? No. They are my supplements. These are my free attribute points. They are my bountiful gains. Lin Fan became agitated, his demeanor resembling that of an exotic beast as he roared. You can't escape. Without time to fetch his long spear, Lin Fan, like a cheetah, sprang forward, pulling out a magic wand from his pocket, raising it slowly, aiming at one of the frost bunnies. Lu Qiao's heart raced with complex emotions upon witnessing this scene. That was the wand Lin Fan had taken from her the previous day as compensation, yet Lu Qiao was increasingly astonished. Could he truly wield magic? Otherwise, why would he brandish a wand? Lu Liang was equally bewildered. Does he know magic? What spell will he cast? However, Lin Fan dismissed the notion of magic entirely. I, Linda Li, only know that strength brings miracles. Have you heard of Shali Fei Dao? Buzz. Lin Fan raised the wand and, under the astonished gazes of Lu Qiao and the other mages, hurled it with great force. The momentum was overwhelming. The sheer power propelled the small wand to speeds akin to a bullet, even producing a sonic boom, leaving afterimages in the air. Amidst the shrieking air, the small wand flew like a throwing knife, directly pinning one of the frost bunnies to the ground, half of the wand buried deep. And you, Lin Fan raised another wand, unleashing it with a force of 68, and the wand whistled through the air. Bang! Another frost bunny was again nailed to the ground. That was Yang Yun's wand. Lu Qiao thought, I was overthinking it.is that how wands are meant to be used. Lin Fan felt around his pockets, only to realize he was out of wands. For other mages, wands are everyday tools. But for Lin Fan, they were consumables. Each wand used was one less in stock. As he saw another frost bunny about to escape, Lin Fan retrieved a magic scroll, raising it once more. This was also taken from Lu Qiao. Could this ordinary person truly use a magic scroll? Lu Qiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was finally going to use magic. Lin Fan forcefully hurled the magic scroll. Bang! The last frost bunny was smashed into a meat paste. Phew! Lin Fan came to a satisfied halt, shouting, Is there anyone else? Seeing no more exotic beasts emerging, he turned to Lu Qiao and exclaimed, Thanks to the wand and magic scroll you gifted me. Otherwise, they would have truly escaped. Lin Fan's gratitude was heartfelt. After all, the exotic beasts were shielded by magical elements. Ordinary stones could not harm them. Only magical items, which inherently carried magical elements, could effectively inflict damage. Yet Lin Fan felt a twinge of regret, but still too few. Why couldn't a few more beasts chase after you? Lu Qiao replied, What are you lamenting? Just 7. With 2 more, we wouldn't even be able to run. And do you really think wands and magic scrolls are meant to be used that way? In your hands, they would likely weep. Damn, what was I even hoping for? Meanwhile, in the cool shelter, truly the genius of Class 1. The fire shield had already reached the intermediate stage, having slain 5 first-tier shadow pigs, along with the casually dispatched non-tier beasts. The points had surpassed 500. The dark spear was also impressive. Having taken down 3 earth tigers with a score of over 400 points, it seemed these two were destined to take the first and second places this year. The only question was who would claim first. The faculty and students from other schools discussed the top 10 displayed prominently on the monitor. However, the principal of Class 4, Old Wong, showed no interest in the discussions, instead wearing a furrowed brow as he lamented to Old Qian. What kind of class supervisor are you? Allowing that ordinary Lin Fan to participate is nothing short of a death sentence. He encountered a monstrous creature, unable to even utilize his scrolls, with no opportunity to escape, although a death allowance was permitted. Such an incident would be a scandal for a school, and the educational funding for the coming year would undoubtedly face significant cuts. Due to the overwhelming amount of surveillance footage, only the top 10 rankings were prominently displayed, while the thousands of other monitoring screens were densely packed together, rendering them indistinguishable. To distinctly showcase the disparity in strength and to encourage the students to exert their utmost. The point differentials represented by the various beasts were substantial. A beast of no rank was worth merely 5 points, whereas a formidable first-tier beast commanded a staggering 100 points, an extraordinary 20-fold difference. Hence, powerful students would prioritize hunting strong beasts in the central and core areas to maximize their scores. Yet Lin Fan, at this moment, was indifferent to the points. Having slain 15 unranked beasts in the periphery, his ranking remained far from impressive. Old Qian sighed and hastily reassured, "Do not worry, Principal. That lad is incredibly steady. He is a very honest student, and I have advised him. He has not yet withdrawn, so he must be hiding in a safe place, undetected by the beasts." Lin Fan retracted his spear, retrieved his wand and scroll, and pierced the heads of the 7 beasts one by one, extracting their magic crystals. At that moment, Lu Qiao gazed at Lin Fan's silhouette, feeling inexplicably reassured. Particularly, that spear still dripping with blood appeared so grand and elongated in Lu Qiao's eyes, capable of piercing the very heavens and the earth. Reflecting on their previous grievances, Lu Qiao now understood that Lin Fan had never truly intended to harm her, and it was Lin Fan, not the spear, who was formidable. Blushing, she said to Lin Fan, "Thank you. Is it all right if I take this?" Lin Fan weighed the 7 magic crystals in his hand. "This is yours." Naturally, Lu Qiao had no desire to keep them. Had Lin Fan not intervened, she would have perished. She added, "You might not understand the significance of these. They are magic crystals, imbued with potent and volatile magical energy, though a wizard cannot utilize them directly. They can be taken back to create magic stones or used for crafting. No worries. I can consume them," Lin Fan replied, and without hesitation, he stuffed a magic crystal into his mouth under Lu Qiao's watchful gaze. Lu Qiao exclaimed, "I wasn't referring to consumption." Lin Fan chewed on the crystal like a candy, each bite emitting a satisfying crunch, and in an instant, these crystals transformed into waves of inexplicable energy coursing through Lin Fan's body. "Are you all right?" Lu Qiao cried. "How could you consume that?" "You." Lin Fan let out a hearty burp. "You." Lu Qiao stared at him, tense, as if anticipating an explosion at any moment. "Are you okay?" Lin Fan frowned. "Not too well." Lu Qiao's heart sank, but Lin Fan continued, "Just a bit full." Lu Qiao looked bewildered at Lu Liang, who appeared unfazed, and he remarked, "Yes, that's the expression. I was just like you at first. The first time feels like this, but you get used to it." Lu Qiao retorted, "What kind of monster is this? Don't you think something is amiss? This isn't a matter of getting used to it. He's consuming magic crystals." The other wizards gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, as though witnessing a creature of horror, their fear more profound than when facing the beasts. One wizard whispered, "Could he be a second-tier beast that escaped from the core area?" Another wizard quietly agreed. "It is said that high-tier beasts can disguise themselves as humans." Indeed, Lin Fan resembled a beast more than the beasts themselves. Lin Fan then closed his eyes. "I need to allocate points." Ding! A panel instantly appeared. Name: Lin Fan. Strength: 68 Constitution, 68 Speed, 45 Spirit, 45 Free Attribute Points, 45 Talent. S-tier talent: Body invulnerable to all demon skills. None after this bout of slaughter. Lin Fan had slain 15 unranked beasts, amassing a total of 45 free attribute points. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed the button for strength, intending to allocate all points there. However, after pressing 32 times, once his strength reached 100 points, the plus sign dimmed and turned gray, unresponsive to further attempts. Ding! Strength has reached the current stage limit. Please break through before further allocation. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. How do I break through? The cold voice responded. Once all attributes reach their limits, the system will issue a promotion task, allowing for a breakthrough. Lin Fan nodded slightly. It seemed that, without ranking, each attribute could only be raised to a maximum of 100 points. Furthermore, his promotion appeared to differ from that of wizards, requiring a promotion task. However, this was understandable, as his situation was quite peculiar, fundamentally different from those wielding magical power. Lin Fan pondered again and allocated his remaining 13 points entirely to Constitution. As for speed and spirit, he could make up for them later. Tier 3 beast rarely employed mental attacks. Name: Lin Fan strength, 100 Constitution, 81 speed, 45 spirit, 45 free attribute points, 0 talent. S-tier talent. Body invulnerable to all demon skills. None. Lin Fan surveyed the panel and nodded. Not bad. Strength has reached its peak. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. The inexplicable energy that had settled within him now surging forth. His cells rejoiced, his muscles expanded, and as Lin Fan clenched his fists, he sensed an unprecedented power welling up within him. He approached a tree thick enough to be embraced by a person and threw a punch. Bang! A tremendous force burst forth, creating a sharp sonic boom, the air around him fracturing with a violent gust. Boom! The tree, thick enough to be embraced, snapped, crashing into 2 other large trees before finally coming to a halt. Hiss! Lu Xiao, Lu Liang, and the attending wizards gasped in awe, their expressions filled with horror. As wizards, they had witnessed powerful spells cast by formidable wizards, yet they had never seen such an overwhelmingly powerful punch. Such pure strength, barbaric, crude, devoid of magical intricacies. Yet it instilled greater fear than magic itself. The oppressive aura was something no wizard could muster. It felt as though they were facing a monster. Lu Xiao trembled. How can this monster, who clearly cannot wield magic, possess such power? If I had to fight him, I would rather face the fire shield than endure such strength. However, Lin Fan frowned and withdrew his hand, noticing blood trickling from his knuckles. Although he lacked knowledge of magic, he was well versed in physics and adept at employing classical mechanics to solve problems. He immediately understood the reason for his injury. The action of force is mutual. His strength had reached 100 points, yet his constitution was only 81 points. In a barehanded confrontation, such immense power would overwhelm his body. Fortunately, it was merely a tree. Had it been a sturdier magical artifact, he likely would have rendered his arm useless. Indeed, a warrior requires not only formidable strength, but also a robust physique. Henceforth, he must prioritize maximizing his constitution points. Specialization is not advisable. Nonetheless, he was fortunate to possess this spear, which could absorb the recoil. Lin Fan gripped the long, sturdy spear in his hand, but then felt a sudden realization that my spear seems less rigid. Previously, the spear felt incredibly solid in Lin Fan's grasp, able to draw blood with a mere poke. Yet now, Lin Fan abruptly shook his arm, and in an instant, the massive spear, as thick as his wrist, vibrated and hummed in his grip, appearing somewhat pliable. Has the increase in strength rendered even this sturdy spear unable to endure? Lin Fan sighed. There are still many battles ahead. I wonder if this spear can hold up. Lin Fan resolved to refrain from exerting himself to the fullest extent in order to safeguard his long spear. Alas, sometimes, great strength brings its own disadvantages. I, Lin Dali, do not desire to be excessively forceful. Yet circumstances do not permit otherwise. It is truly unfortunate, for I have finally discovered a spear that is long, robust, and formidable, yet it remains unworthy of my strength after merely a few encounters. It has already lost its rigidity. I shall ponder whether I can acquire a sturdier spear. Thank you for your assistance. Lu Xiao, noticing that Lin Fan had completed his tasks, expressed her guilt, saying, in truth, we were at fault. These monsters were initially summoned specifically for you. What? Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Yes, I intended to use this opportunity. Lu Xiao's face flushed, her voice barely audible. She braced herself for Lin Fan's rebuke. However, before she could finish, Lin Fan swiftly approached her, extending his hands and solemnly stating, Lu Xiao, I have truly misjudged you. Lu Xiao's heart raced. Did he intend to strike her? She had merely lured a few monsters to ensnare him. Perhaps she indeed deserved a beating. Especially since Lin Fan had saved her. With a sigh, she adopted a demeanor of submission and softly pleaded, "Please be gentle." Yet the next moment, Lin Fan exclaimed, "You are truly a remarkable person." He grasped her hands tightly, his face radiating sincere gratitude. "You are so kind. Even in this tense examination, you risked danger to draw the monsters for me. I previously thought you were petty, fearing retaliation from you. Lu Qiao, I misjudged you. I should not have drained you yesterday. Thank you. You are a great person, burning yourself to illuminate my path. After all, these aberrant beasts are valuable resources. They represent points and attribute enhancements. I have been lamenting my inability to find enough." Lu Qiao, disregarding danger, summoned them specifically for me during this critical examination. She is nothing short of a benefactor. It is as if she delivered points and free attribute enhancements directly to my doorstep. Huh. Lu Qiao gazed at Lin Fan, who was brimming with gratitude, in astonishment. Was she truly a good person? She had lured 7 aberrant beasts with the intent to ensnare him, and yet he was thanking her. Lu Qiao felt as if the world, already saturated with magic, had suddenly transformed into something surreal. It was as if Lin Fan possessed a sort of enchantment, rendering the ordinary extraordinary in his presence. Regardless, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Lu Qiao, her face flushed, lowered her head and murmured, "There was some misunderstanding between us. If you do not mind, after the competition, we could whatever." Lin Fan interrupted, dismissively waving his hand as he drew his spear and turned to leave. He resembled a heartless scoundrel, hastily departing. After all, he was pressed for time. The adorable aberrant beast awaited his affection ahead. There was no time to linger with Lu Qiao. She could not grant him attribute points. She could not allow him to treat her with the same fervor as he would an aberrant beast. Women cannot compare to the charm of aberrant creatures. Lu Liang followed suit, turning away with Lin Fan. Lu Qiao muttered in disbelief, "Did you not understand what I meant? I am the second miss of the Lu family. A line of suitors could stretch to the entrance of the second high school. And all you can say is whatever? What a dense fool. You only know how to charge and recklessly, relying solely on brute strength." The shameless rogue, glancing back at the retreating figure of Lin Fan, felt humiliated beyond measure. Lu Qiao, who had been pampered since childhood as the second miss of the Lu family, had made an effort to express her feelings, only for him to walk away without a second glance. It felt worse than death. She even sensed that her allure for Lin Fan paled in comparison to that of the aberrant beasts. His gaze upon them was far more intense than it ever was for her. "Forgive me, but my heart belongs solely to aberrant beasts. I desire nothing but to engage with them vigorously. Romance and frivolity serve no purpose. Only the charming aberrant beasts can withstand my force. Women only hinder my strength." Lin Fan's aesthetic sensibilities had warped grotesquely the moment he realized the substantial attribute points the aberrant beasts could bestow upon him. Yet suddenly, Lu Qiao smiled. But he did say to seek him out in times of danger. And he even indicated his direction. My sister has never been so considerate. He must be concerned for my safety. No, I believe, interjected Yang Yun with a hint of envy. He wants you to lure the aberrant beasts to him. Lu Qiao. As they spoke, Lu Liang unexpectedly returned, standing before Lu Qiao once more. Her eyes brightened. Did he have more to say? No, I have something to say. Lu Liang scoffed. Now do you understand why I chose not to team up with you? Because I made the right choice. Only I can remain by Lin Fan's side to bear the spear for him. Lu Qiao replied. You truly hold a grudge. It was merely a few jests. Strangely, Lu Qiao felt as if she were facing a rival, akin to the primary consort confronting her over her territory. Lu Liang then directed a glance at Yang Yun, who had previously mocked him, placing his hands on his hips and proudly declaring, "You say I am Lin Fan's dog? Well, I gladly accept that title. What's wrong with being a dog? You would envy my position. I already have over 100 points. All thanks to Fan Ge. Can you match that?" With that, Lu Liang dashed towards Lin Fan, calling out, "Fan Ge, wait for me. I come to assist you with the spear." Humph. Yang Yun's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "You are just like that shameless rogue, forgetting your loyalty for the sake of gain. Sister Qiao, don't you agree?" Lu Qiao gazed at Lin Fan's retreating figure, murmuring, "I wonder if he still needs teammates. I could help him with the spear. I could be a spear holder to Yang Yun." "Are you considering that?" Yang Yun sensed an opportunity and quickly added, "Sister Qiao, I happen to be free tomorrow as well. After the exam, why don't we let us not discuss that now? It's bad luck. We should focus on the exam." Lu Qiao impatiently waved her hand, turning to leave. I need to regroup and seek out more aberrant beasts. Just like Lin Fan before her, she departed hastily. Yang Yun, bad luck? I've worked so hard to win your favor. I even took a beating for you yesterday, yet you wish to align with that scoundrel instead. Women, this problem is far too complex for me to decipher. Suddenly, a group of 4 students cautiously approached Lu Qiao's team, calling out, "Are you all right? We noticed some magical fluctuations here and came to investigate." Their eyes widened in shock upon seeing the corpses of 7 aberrant beasts. Impressive. No wonder she is Lu Yunyan's sister, able to slay 7 aberrant beasts. Lu Qiao exhaled. All is well. I happened to encounter Lin Fan. Lin Fan, that ordinary fellow? One student frowned. Just the right opportunity to ensnare him. Which way did he go? Lu Qiao remained silent. Yang Yun sneered, pointing in a direction. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Lu Liang were once again maneuvering through the outskirts of the ruins forest. Lu Liang, acting as Lin Fan's personal spear holder, carried the long spear, trailing closely behind. Isn't it heavy? Lin Fan glanced back at Lu Liang. Shall I help you? It's a bit heavy. Your spear is too large and lengthy for me to manage. Lu Liang panted, his hands even encased in ice magic gloves. Yet he gritted his teeth and insisted, no problem. Focus all your strength on defeating the enemies. This task is mine to bear. I will safeguard Fan Gu's spear. Only I and the aberrant beasts are worthy of touching Fan Gu's spear. He had fully embraced the role of a devoted follower, believing this to be his sole purpose. Suddenly, Lin Fan's ears perked up as he turned to look behind him. Lin Fan, a group of students approached with sinister smiles, proclaiming, "We finally found you. We specifically lured 5 frost rabbits for you." Behind them, a horde of half-human-sized frost rabbits, accompanied by chilling winds, charged forward, their rampaging magical energy freezing the surrounding flora. It was a terrifying sight. What? Lin Fan's expression shifted drastically. Ha ha, Lin Fan, how dare you, an ordinary person, be so arrogant and challenge us alongside the fire shield of our school. Those students from Class 1 are rushing over. And now it's too late for you to flee. Lin Fan, indeed, stood there frozen in place, dumbfounded by fear. Yet, in the next moment, it was truly delightful. Lin Fan beheld his classmates, who were pursuing him with 5 frost bunnies in tow. And a jubilant smile spread across his face as he waved and exclaimed, "Thank you for your efforts. Good classmates, come over here. I'll be waiting for you. Rest assured, I want to run. Just leave the frost bunnies to me. Please, do not interfere or try to snatch them from me." His exuberance resembled that of a long-lost family member. The few students exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation before them. Behind them were 5 frost bunnies. How could he? It seems he truly has been frightened into a stupor. He stands there, motionless, even unwilling to flee. Clearly, he understands that an ordinary person cannot outrun frost bunnies, nor can he outrun us. With a cold snicker, the students charged towards Lin Fan. Brushing past him, they only needed to outrun Lin Fan. The frost bunnies would merely pass him by. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from behind the 4 students. Undoubtedly, Lin Fan had plunged into a fierce battle, perhaps resorting to the protective scrolls issued to him, thus exiting the examination. But in the next instant, here comes the spear, Brother Fan. Next, a deep hum resonated as the long spear swung. Its raw power devoid of any magical fluctuations, the roaring winds drowning out the shrieks of magic. Lin Fan unleashed his spear. A long, thick, and formidable black spear pierced forth. All right, no need to run. It's all over. A voice echoed from behind the students. The frost bunnies have already slain Lin Fan. One of the students sneered, but soon felt something amiss. Wait, can frost bunnies even speak? They turned in shock. There stood Lin Fan, grinning widely, clutching 5 blood-soaked magic crystals, leisurely trailing behind them. His face radiated satisfaction and contentment after exerting his strength. I truly appreciate your help in bringing these magical beasts from afar. You are all such good people. Thank you. Thank you. The Class 1 students were utterly stunned. What was happening? He, an ordinary person devoid of magical prowess, was keeping pace with them, even appearing to jog leisurely. Moreover, he was expressing gratitude towards them. Wait, where are the frost bunnies? The students glanced back, and in the next instant, their pupils constricted. Behind the warm smiling youth, 5 frost bunnies lay in various states of gruesome demise. One had been impaled through the head by a spear, nailed directly to a tree. 2 others had been brutally pierced by their own released ice crystals, creating bloody holes through their bodies. Yet another 2 frost bunnies had their heads exploded, their hardened skulls and blood, along with brain matter, splattering onto the surrounding lush greenery. It appeared as though they had been ruthlessly smashed. This scene caused the students to halt abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief. It had only been a fleeting moment. They had just brushed past Lin Fan. How had 5 frost bunnies perished? Who had slain them? Suddenly, one of the students froze in realization. This death. It seemed somewhat familiar. Wait. He stared at the gruesome remains of the frost bunnies, a memory of the 7 magical beasts he had encountered with Lu Qiao flickering in his mind. Suddenly, he grasped the truth. His voice trembling, those 7 magical beasts earlier, it was him. He killed them all. They had previously assumed that it was Lu Qiao's team responsible, though they knew Lu Qiao had encountered Lin Fan. Who would have imagined that an ordinary person devoid of magical fluctuations could slay 7 magical beasts? Even most teams could only handle 2 or 3 at a time. This utterly unmagical individual had killed 7. The other 3 students also stared, their pupils constricting as they looked at the warm smiling, grateful youth, their gazes filled with fear, more so than when facing magical beasts. Are you truly just an ordinary person without magical abilities? One student stammered. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary person, Lin Fan replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. I just possess a bit of brute strength. Impossible. The student shook his head vehemently. You are certainly not an ordinary person. You must wield magic. You are a powerful sorcerer concealing your aura. If you are merely an ordinary person, then what are we? Does that mean our arduous studies in magic have rendered us as nothing? No one wished to believe they were worthless. Thus, they would rather accept that Lin Fan was a hidden, formidable sorcerer than acknowledge that he was simply an ordinary person. One of the students almost pleaded. You definitely used magic. Can you please tell us what spell you invoked just now? Lin Fan pondered for 2 seconds. Does using strength count? I, Lin Dali, truly cannot wield magic. I, Lin Dali, can only rely on brute force. While other teams tread cautiously, Lin Fan, like a diligent little bee, frantically searched throughout the ruins forest. In just 2 hours, Lin Fan had hunted a total of 69 magical beasts. His free attribute points surged to 207. Beneath a large tree, Lin Fan rested while munching on biscuits to replenish his energy, smiling contentedly as he remarked, "What enthusiastic classmates! They are all such good people, especially from Class 1 and Class 2. Are all sorcerers this warm-hearted? Truly, out of the 69 magical beasts, 50 were lured here by my classmates. How wonderful!" Beside him, Lu Liang wore a peculiar expression, sensing something was off. Lin Fan closed his eyes. I shall allocate my points. In an instant, the ethereal panel reappeared. Name, Lin Fan strength, 100, constitution, 81, speed, 45, spirit, 45, free attribute points, 207 talent, S-level talent. Body invulnerable to all magic skills. None. Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and extended a finger, fervently pressing the plus sign. Ding, 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 ding. In a moment, Lin Fan's fingers grew numb, his dexterous index finger leaving behind afterimages. This nimble finger garnered Lu Liang's envious and admiring gaze. This lad must have practiced. Correspondingly, Lin Fan's attribute points rapidly ascended. Finally, ding, upon pressing the last plus sign, Lin Fan could no longer continue. The panel transformed into a neatly organized display. Name, Lin Fan strength, 100, constitution, 100, speed, 100, spirit, 100, free attribute points, 78 talent, S-level talent. Body invulnerable to all magic skills. None. Lin Fan gazed contentedly at the perfectly aligned hundreds. He was no longer merely a brute with raw strength. I, Lin Dali, am a square warrior. Each point allocated here represents a profound love for magical beasts. A surge of formidable power emanated from Lin Fan's body, as the raging magical energy from the beasts was swiftly absorbed by his flesh and blood. In an instant, the sound of his bones cracking filled the air, growing ever more solid, and his muscles became even more powerful. Benefiting from the significant enhancement of spirit and speed, Lin Fan felt as though he had seized control over everything around him. The swaying grass, the flowing air, the gentle whispers of the wind. Even the light seemed to acquire substance. Time appeared to slow as he concentrated. The falling leaves in the wind moved in slow motion. Lin Fan clenched his fist, sensing the terrifying power contained within. Every ounce of strength stemmed from the adorable magical beasts. His affection for the beasts deepened. As for why he could no longer allocate points, Lin Fan understood. It was because he had reached his limit. Further allocation would cause an overflow. It was time to advance to the first tier. Lin Fan mused softly. What is the task for tier advancement? Ding! An impassive mechanical voice resonated. Conditions for tier advancement detected. Issuing advancement task. Slay a first-tier magical beast and consume its magic crystal. Upon completion, one shall ascend to the first tier of the Berserker class and grasp the skills inherent to it. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? This seems simpler than I had imagined. Initially, Lin Fan intended to venture into the central town area to hunt first-tier shadow pigs and other exotic beasts. Curious about the potential attribute points he could acquire. After all, the more formidable the exotic beast, the greater the reward in terms of attribute points. Moreover, the first-tier Berserker sounds far superior to the corresponding first-tier magic apprentice of the first-tier mage. Especially with its exclusive skills, Lin Fan opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and turned to Lu Liang. Are you well rested? Yes, I am ready. Lu Liang had not engaged in any combat, so he picked up his spear. But then paused in surprise. Why do you seem different? The wild and ferocious aura emanating from Lin Fan had intensified. It appeared that his physique was even more robust than before. Lu Liang inexplicably felt Lin Fan appeared taller. Were it not for the knowledge that the person before him was Lin Fan, he might have suspected he was facing a high-tier ferocious beast in disguise. Lu Liang cleared his thoughts and directly inquired. Where to next? To the central town area. Lin Fan retrieved his locator, examined the map, and discovered that they were currently at the confluence of the outer region and the central town area. After discerning the direction, he declared, "Let us go." Meanwhile, in the cool shelter, among the top 100, our school had 15 within the top 500 and 80 within the top 1,000. Principal Wang of the school surveyed the scrolling leaderboard on the screen, mentally tallying the results. However, the next moment, he suddenly spotted two names and froze in place. Our school, Lin Fan, score 173, rank 2358. Our school, Lu Liang, score 173, rank 2359. Teacher Qian, Principal Wang abruptly stood up, addressing the homeroom teacher. Old Qian, with urgency. Lu Liang and Lin Fan are both from your class, correct? Ah, yes. Is there a problem? Old Qian, nearly dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake. I had instructed them. Logically, they should have been cautious and avoided encountering ferocious beasts. Rest assured, Lin Fan is the most reliable. No, Principal Wang quickly pointed at the screen. Look at this. Upon seeing their scores, Old Qian was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Logically, a score of 173 at this stage is not high. Ranking in the 2,300 range is considered below average. Due to the vast score disparity between first-tier and non-tier exotic beasts, anyone with a modicum of strength would strive to prove themselves. Hardly lingering in the outer region, but rather heading straight for the central town area. Even some non-tier mages, if well coordinated, could take down a first-tier exotic beast, equivalent to slaying 20 non-tier beasts. But the question is, wasn't this fellow hiding? Principal Wang, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, how did they actually engage in combat? Didn't you say that kid was the most reliable? That kid should indeed be the most reliable. Homeroom teacher Old Qian was also baffled. Shaking his head. No, with their current scores, they should have been lingering in the outer region. Without slaying any first-tier exotic beast, it should be Lu Liang protecting Lin Fan, with Lu Liang's strength. He could barely handle non-tier beasts. Yet this doesn't add up. The combined scores of these two indicate they must have slain dozens of beasts. Lu Liang could not possibly achieve that. Moreover, they could not have encountered so many. Could they? Surely. No one has been leading them into combat. In an instant, both Principal Wang and Old Qian were engulfed in confusion, pondering what these two had accomplished. Could it be that Lu Liang is a hidden expert? Old Qian furrowed his brow, offering the only plausible theory. Each year, numerous students, seeking to make a striking impression, tend to appear modest and unremarkable, waiting for the magical assessment to reveal their true abilities. Haha, this Lu Liang is indeed a treasure. Principal Wang chuckled with delight, realizing that while he had not showcased much strength in daily life, he had unexpectedly delivered a surprise during the examination, and could even help Lin Fan excel. Although their rankings were relatively low, these two ordinary students from a second-tier magic university were already assured of admission. This year, another student would be added to the roster. How delightful! Principal Wang felt immense joy, knowing this would positively impact the school's funding for the coming year. Even just one additional student from an ordinary second-tier magic university would significantly increase their financial support. However, the next moment, Lin Fan and Lu Liang's scores suddenly surged by 50 points each, with their rankings skyrocketing by nearly 100 places. Principal Wang was taken aback, then turned to teacher Qian in a daze. Old Qian, can your student Lu Liang truly take down first-tier exotic beasts on his own? This scenario could only mean that the two had successfully hunted a first-tier beast. Old Qian, equally astonished, gazed in disbelief. Lu Liang has been hiding his true prowess. Could he be a magical genius? At this juncture, neither considered Lin Fan's contributions, for it seemed overly ambitious to expect an ordinary individual devoid of magical power to slay a first-tier beast. Yet the next moment, Lin Fan's score increased by 50, bringing his total to 273. Lin Fan's score increased by 50, bringing his total to 323. Lu Liang's score increased by 50, bringing his total to 273. Lu Liang's score increased by 50, bringing his total to 323. In an instant, both their scores surged again, each gaining 100 points simultaneously, with their rankings climbing significantly. Principal Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is happening? This cannot be possible. Old Qian was equally incredulous. Did they just kill 3 first-tier beasts to suddenly gain 300 points? Even Lu Liang could not achieve that. Not even with the dark spear and fire shield would that be feasible. What is truly going on? Homeroom teacher Old Qian wore a perplexed expression. He had completely lost his bearings. Principal Wang exhaled, observing the densely packed surveillance screens, murmuring, regardless of the circumstances, as long as they breach the top 10 and appear on the big screen. We shall behold their triumph. You mean the top 10? Old Qian gasped in astonishment, hardly daring to imagine. As an ordinary class homeroom teacher, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Such feats were beyond his consideration. If Lu Liang could accompany an unarmed Lin Fan to slay 3 first-tier beasts with such capability, they would undoubtedly ascend into the top 10. Principal Wang articulated his thoughts clearly. However, they had inexplicably squandered too much time in the outer region. Had they ventured into the central area to hunt shadow pigs from the outset, they would have already secured a place in the top 10. Principal Wang's insight was commendable. Old Qian nodded slightly, discreetly offering praise, then furrowed his brow. Lu Liang is truly perplexing. With such strength, why linger in the outer region for so long? If they had rushed to the central town area, they would have already, in truth, had they proceeded directly to the central town area from the start, they would have perished. Lin Fan's strength had rapidly developed through these hunts on the other side. Lin Fan and Lu Liang halted their steps. Before them lay not dense forest but a dilapidated town. The buildings had collapsed, the streets overrun with weeds, and the traces of human activity had largely faded. As the forest consumed the remnants of the town like a colossal beast, this was a town on the outskirts of the now prosperous city, which had transformed into a paradise for exotic beasts. The appearance of this ruined town signified the pair's entry into the central region. Beyond lay the urban area, the core of which was the central zone. Suddenly, halt. Lin Fan abruptly stopped, raising his right hand, and swiftly took cover behind a crumbling wall. Though Lu Liang had not sensed anything amiss, he instinctively followed Lin Fan's lead and crouched behind the wall. Lu Liang, the loyal follower of Lin Fan, excel in obedience. At that moment, a low, guttural breathing noise emanated from the crumbling street ahead. The ground trembled slightly. Lin Fan cautiously peeked out, revealing a massive figure resembling a bread truck looming on the street. Clad in an inky blackness, the creature's thick fur resembled armor, while its back bore sharp crystalline protrusions that glimmered with a chilling sharpness. Faint traces of black luminescence danced across its form. This was a wild boar, or rather, an oversized version of one that its obsidian eyes lacked any hint of scara, gazing like an abyss, and even its tusks were shrouded in darkness, resembling a massive shadow gliding along the desolate street. Its menacing ebony fangs dripping with inky drool, the shadow boar, Lu Liang whispered from behind, a first-tier shadow-type melee beast, exceptionally troublesome. It wields shadow magic and possesses skills like shadow thrust and shadow needle. You must be cautious. Before he could finish, Lin Fan gazed with rapture at the towering silhouette of the shadow boar and its swaying rear, murmuring, "How beautiful! Such exquisite curves, graceful and voluptuous. Simply stunning. I never imagined there could be such a magnificent beast." Lu Liang responded with disbelief. Has your sense of aesthetics become so distorted? This is a pig. I mean, be careful. Lin Fan nodded, grasping the long, dark spear. Fear not. I have a plan. Lu Liang sighed in relief, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, we should devise a meticulous plan. Let's prepare. I'll set up a magical trap first. Lu Liang cautiously raised his wand. However, before he could finish, a flash caught his eye, and in the next instant, Lin Fan had vanished. Lu Liang, taken aback, looked up to see Lin Fan charging down the ruined street, spear in hand, grinning at the shadow boar as he beckoned. My dear, come, let us engage in a face-to-face battle. A plan. Lindali, as a mighty warrior, do not concern myself with such strategies. My only thought is to unleash my strength and engage. It's simple and brutal, with such an alluring beast before me. I cannot resist. Lu Liang was momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? Aren't we supposed to devise a plan? You're just rushing in. Is that how ferocious you are? That's a shadow boar? Fangge, hold on. I'll assist you. At this point, he could only mutter under his breath, then hide behind a wall, raising his wand and beginning to chant, Ruler of Ice. Simultaneously, it was not just Lu Liang who was bewildered. On the second floor of a dilapidated restaurant, a group of 4 young mages intently observed the shadow boar traversing the street, their expressions grave, wands in hand, magical energy subtly surging. We are all SETTO deal with this shadow boar. We must seize the moment and strike together, catching it off guard to ensure a swift kill. Moreover, all 4 of our spells must converge at a single point to breach its tough hide and deliver a lethal blow. Otherwise, we shall face an enraged shadow boar. The lead girl stated. This quartet consisted of moderately skilled mages from a local academy, and only those whose strength barely reached the first tier or were on the cusp of it could venture into the central region where first-tier beasts roamed. Among them were 2 mages who had just attained first-tier apprentice status, alongside 2 seasoned mana users nearing the first tier. This configuration was barely sufficient to enter the central area, prompting them to rush here to hunt beasts worth 100 points each. Though each encounter required utmost caution and full effort, a single kill equated to 20 outside. Thus, they ranked relatively high, positioned within the top 800. Let us give it our all. Once we slay this one, we can hunt a few more, securing our place in the academy, and perhaps even aiming for those 8 prestigious magical institutions, the lead girl encouraged, sensing her teammates' rising battle spirit. Now, on my count, prepare to chant. 3, 2, 1. Ruler of Ice, the Will of Fire, the Unceasing Howl. The 4 mages softly chanted, their distinct magical energies coalescing upon their wands, the magical elements in the air quietly gathering. This was wondrous magic, imbued with formidable power. Just a few more seconds, and once the incantation was complete, the shadow boar would become theirs for points. Yet, at that moment, as the 4 mages suppressed their excitement and continued their incantation, a figure burst forth, brandishing a long, dark spear, sprinting towards the shadow boar. With a pointed gesture, the figure beckoned to the beast. My dear, come, let us engage in a face-to-face battle. The leisurely strolling shadow boar abruptly halted, squinting at the newcomer in confusion. Meanwhile, the 4 mages, caught off guard, felt their hearts drop. Oh no, it's over. The shadow boar is on guard. The mages, who had been stealthily ambushing the beast, were now tense, staring at the bewildered figure. Who is this fool? Has he lost his mind? He asked, directly provoking the shadow boar. No, it doesn't seem like a provocation at all. This is a shadow boar, renowned for its melee prowess and charge. Does he think he is invulnerable? Wait, one of the mages exclaimed, staring at the spear-wielding figure. He has no magical aura. This is the Lin Fan from before. In an instant, everyone was stunned. An ordinary person without magical energy challenging a shadow boar. Had he lost his sanity? He was courting death. This was a shadow boar. He wouldn't even have the chance to use a scroll. Even we 4 need to lie in wait for the right moment to strike. What now? We likely 1 of time to save him. The shadow boar had begun to dig into the ground, its spiny back arching high, dark elements swirling around like blades. Those familiar with shadow boars would recognize that it was now enraged and preparing to unleash its innate skill. Shadow magic, shadow thrust. Although it was magic, it functioned like a melee attack. Such was the terrifying nature of these beasts. Unlike human mages who learn magic, they were born with it, possessing innate magical abilities that could be unleashed instantaneously, combined with their formidable physiques, making them true battle warriors. Once they charged in, unless one was equally adept at melee combat, most mages would find themselves at a disadvantage. In fact, many spells wielded by warriors and mages alike were learned from these beasts. The shadow boar's shadow thrust, paired with its massive, tough body, was essentially a living projectile. There was no hope for rescue. He had brought this upon himself. The lead mage, a girl with short red hair, steeled herself, coldly commanding, "Now, while this idiot attracts the Shadow Boar's attention, begin the chant. Once the Shadow Boar has dealt with him, it won't anticipate further attacks. We can use his diversion to easily slay it." The other 3 teammates nodded. Though their eyes reflected reluctance, they commenced their incantation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, with hands gripping the dark spear, gazed fervently at the fearsome Shadow Boar, a smile gracing his lips as he praised. "My dear, you were truly voluptuous. Had I known, I would have come sooner, ready to engage in battle with you." It was as if he beheld a curvaceous beauty. Even the powerful back digging into the earth transformed into an image of a damsel showcasing her physique, fueling Lin Fan's excitement, making him feel that it was enticing him. There was no helping it. I, Lin Dolly, adore magical beasts. I cherish all manner of extraordinary creatures. Only they can withstand my formidable strength and endure the might of my long dark spear. Gazing at the Shadow Boar, its fangs dripping with dark drool, Lin Fan licked his lips, exuding an aura of insatiable desire, as if he could hardly wait to unleash his strength. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, hiding behind the wall, and the chanting mages were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on Lin Fan, more horrified than at the beast itself. "You call this massive, fearsome creature akin to a van as voluptuous? Who truly is the beast here? Truly, my Fan Gu stands out, even in preferences." Lu Liang, lost in thought, chanted softly, his gaze wandering in a dazed eye, and the next moment, the Shadow Pig too found itself momentarily bewildered. It had never been the object of such fervent scrutiny, and as it beheld the human before it, whose face was etched with longing, an instinctual flicker of fear and a tinge of shyness arose within. But soon, as if incited by the sultry and voluptuous appraisal, the Shadow Pig let out a roar and thrust its forelegs forcefully. With a resounding roar, the shadowy elements erupted instantaneously. Boom. The augmented magical force shattered the ground beneath. And this behemoth of a creature, akin to a small van, soared through the air, leaving a dark afterimage in its wake as it charged towards Lin Fan with a piercing cry. Shadow Spike. Under the magical enhancement, the enormous Shadow Pig unleashed a speed that defied its size, transforming into a colossal mass of shadow that bellowed as it hurtled towards Lin Fan, the earthquake beneath its heavy footfalls. A testament to its terrifying momentum. Unyielding, it would obliterate any obstacle in its path. Shadow Spike. A skill of the dark attribute magic warrior, balancing both speed and power. It was an exceedingly formidable spell for both melee and assassin-type magic warriors. No mage of the same rank would dare to confront it head-on. As an extraordinary beast, the Shadow Pig was even more fearsome, possessing a robust physique that ordinary mages could only dream of. In that moment, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped the air. It was over. Lu Liang's heart tightened suddenly, and he hastened his chant. Creator of the snowfield, the 4 mages concealed within the dilapidated apothecary also quickened their incantations. Creator of the snowfield, a formless entity imbued with immense power, the embers that never extinguish. They were utterly convinced that this powerless Muggle could not survive the shadow spike of a first-tier Shadow Pig. Only hoping to ambush successfully the instant the creature dispatched this Muggle, taking advantage of the distraction. After all, that boy was completely petrified. In truth, as the Shadow Pig charged ferociously, Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, utterly unmoving. But he was not paralyzed by fear. A sense of impending danger instinctively sharpened his focus, and with the robust support of his 100 points of mental acuity, everything around him came into sharp relief. Every detail he usually overlooked became vividly apparent, and his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. Even each nerve within him pulsated rapidly. Time itself seemed to slow in that moment. Lin Fan felt the immense power of his 100 points of mental acuity. He could feel the breeze caressing each hair on his body, sense the tremors of the earth, and distinctly see the dust rising with each step the Shadow Pig took. That shadowy beast, rushing towards him with unmatched ferocity, seemed to slow as well. Was this the sensation of heightened mental prowess? It was often imperceptible, yet in battle, this formidable reaction time was undeniable. Indeed, a warrior must possess not only unmatched strength and a robust physique, but also an ironclad will. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan felt as if he had entered a world of slow motion, even having the mental capacity to contemplate his current predicament under Lin Fan's gaze. In this slow-motion sequence, the Shadow Pig, which could instill despair in even the most adept mages of its rank, transformed in his eyes, though it appeared as a creature the size of a small van. With its fearsome fangs and drooling maw, to Lin Fan, It resembled a voluptuous and alluring woman in a black business suit, rushing towards him. The sheer size of its body quivered enticingly with every stride. Its generous curves seemingly on the verge of bursting forth, as if it might spill out from beneath the buttons of its blouse. Even its sharp screeches and deep breaths sounded irresistibly inviting, reminiscent of the allure of rosy lips that a fearsome beast. No, this was a tantalizing seductress, so beautiful, so voluptuous. Lin Fan found himself gazing with the fervor of an infatuated admirer, his eyes ablaze as he beheld this terrifying creature enveloped in shadows. It was the first time such a beauty had charged towards him, so passionate, so eager for a grand encounter. Yet, just as the shadow pig was about to collide with Lin Fan, his expression suddenly hardened. Shaking his head as he remarked, perhaps a bit too enthusiastic, Roar, the van-sized shadow pig, imbued with terrifying strength, crashed into Lin Fan with its spiked back, sending him hurtling into a disarray of shreds. Roar. The shadow pig let out a triumphant roar, exclaiming its excitement, as if releasing the pent-up frustration of having been previously dismissed as mere beauty. Fan Gu, Lu Liang, in the midst of his chant, felt his eyes redden. The four mages lurking in the shadows showed no change in expression. They had anticipated this outcome and continued their incantations, but in the next moment, from behind the shadow pig, atop a tree growing along the crumbled road, a sigh echoed through the air. You are far too enthusiastic. Roar? The shadow pig abruptly shook, incredulous, and slowly turned around. There, upon the treetop, a young man leapt down with a formidable demeanor. Crashing to the ground, bang, the sheer force splintered the bricks of the street, and a long, dark spear embedded itself 5 inches into the earth. The shadow pig's eyes widened in disbelief, its lack of cunning rendering it incapable of comprehending the scene before it. Just moments ago, it had clearly shattered him. The shadow pig, dazed, surveyed its surroundings, only to find no remnants of what it had supposedly demolished. At that moment, its astonishment reached its zenith. It gazed at Lin Fan as if he were a specter. This expression of bewilderment from the shadow pig mirrored that of Lu Liang and the four mages hidden in the dilapidated apothecary. Great ice elemental. Lu Liang continued his chant, his face lighting up with joy. Incredible, Fan Gu is alive. Meanwhile, the other four mages stood with mouths agape. How is this possible? Wasn't he dead? How could a mere ordinary man survive? He was shattered. As mages, they were trained to notice every trace of battle. After all, in combat, any manipulation of magical force would inevitably attract their attention. Thus, even when faced with magical missiles beyond the range of sight, mages could still perceive them through their magical senses. Yet, what had just transpired had escaped their notice entirely. To them, it seemed that the boy had been destroyed. Among the four mages, a young man clutching a white jade staff appeared stunned, as if he had come to a realization. What was shattered earlier was merely his afterimage. The other three mages exchanged confused glances. Afterimage? Impossible. We saw him get destroyed. They were utterly baffled. The young man's voice trembled. He didn't use magic. His speed exceeded the limits of sight. Speed surpassing the eye, without employing magic or harnessing magical energy. What did that mean? The leading red-haired sorceress wore a face of disbelief. No magic, and yet a speed beyond sight. Is that truly the case? The young man, equally astonished, replied. He relied on pure strength and speed, pure physical prowess, no magic, yet capable of such velocity and power. Such capabilities exceeded the realm of perception. The red-haired sorceress stared in disbelief. You must be jesting. This utterly overturns all established norms within the sorcerer community. It was common knowledge that magical energy constituted power, and yet, a person devoid of magic could evade their detection and unleash a force comparable to that augmented by a wind magic user. I am not joking, the young man replied solemnly. I am a wind magic user. Although he didn't employ magic or cause any fluctuations within the magical elements, his trajectory disrupted the flow of air. To be frank, were it not for my affinity for wind magic, allowing me to sense the air currents, I wouldn't have discerned what he had accomplished. A profound silence enveloped the four of them. The red-haired sorceress gritted her teeth. Do not lose focus. Continue chanting. Yet she felt an unsettling intuition that perhaps the shadow pig was no longer within their purview. And just as the mages observed, the shadow pig began to conjure magic once more, its labored breaths and low growls filled with murderous intent, its pitch-black eyes fixated on Lin Fan, for powerful legs digging into the ground once again. Yet, In Lin Fan's vision, this formidable and fearsome shadow pig appeared merely as a voluptuous seductress, gazing at him with longing, bowing and teasing, whispering sweetly. Lin Fan caressed his formidable dark spear and shook his head, saying, "You are far too enthusiastic. This is the first time a captivating and alluring beauty has rushed towards me with such fervor. Although I am deeply moved, I comprehend your eagerness to engage in a fierce confrontation. To be honest, I too yearn for an intense clash with you. However, I, Lin prefer to take the initiative." Buzz. The long, dark spear is suddenly raised, aimed directly at the shadow boar. In this moment, Lin Fan's eyes flicker with a desire more pure and profound than that of the shadow boar itself. The shadow boar stares blankly at the youth, who gazes at it with a fervent intensity. "Brother, I am male," it bellows. Roar. The shadow boar, filled with rage, charges again at Lin Fan, its momentum even greater than before. The bricks beneath its feet scatter, as its massive form barrels towards Lin Fan like a small van. Even boars possess dignity. For this shadow boar, this battle transcends mere survival. It concerns the honor of the beast and the pride of masculinity. In this moment, the male shadow boar is incensed by Lin Fan's passionate gaze and provocative assessment, roaring as it charges forward. Meanwhile, swish, swish, from the towering back of the shadow boar, sharp, glistening spines burst forth, slicing through the air like a flurry of fine, dark needles, aimed directly at Lin Fan. A basic dark attribute spell, shadow needles. Clearly, the shadow boar is fueled with fervor, unleashing two powerful innate spells in succession. This is not merely a life or death struggle. It is a battle for male dignity. Come on, whoever wins shall prove their masculinity. It has already resolved that after defeating this young man, it will not kill him immediately. Instead, in his final moments, it will exact the greatest revenge on him, demonstrating the power of its masculinity. This battle concerns not only life and death, but also the competition for status. Whoever loses shall become the female. This is an inevitable survival rule among certain animal groups, a unique method for determining gender in some species. As the saying goes, it is a decisive battle for gender. Buzz. The fine shadow needles shoot towards Lin Fan like a swarm of tiny black rays. However, faced with the relentless assault, Lin Fan simply wields his spear. "I, Lin only know how to exert force. I only know how to charge forward." Boom. The large and sturdy spear sweeps out, shattering the dense shadows. What magic is this? Merely a flashy display? I, Lin master the physical, specifically countering magic. Oh, the beauty is angry and splashing water at me. Lin Fan chuckles, finding the situation amusing as he imagines the alluring beauty playfully splashing water at him. Observing the charging shadow boar, Lin Fan raises his dark spear but does not charge headlong. Instead, he sidesteps. Although this beauty is voluptuous and alluring, her strength is astonishing, truly worthy of being a first-tier beast. With the enhancement of magic, her strength likely reaches over 130. However, Lin Fan also realizes that a first-tier beast does not imply that all attributes are at a first-tier level, but rather that a specific attribute has reached that threshold. It makes sense. After all, even a first-tier magician can wield first-tier spells. But when it comes to running, except for those adept in speed like wind mages, their frail bodies struggle to outrun a non-tiered frost rabbit. The shadow boar before him possesses relatively weak magical power. It is merely its robust physique, enhanced by magic, that grants it first-tier strength. Certainly, in a direct clash of strength, Lin Fan's 100 points of power still fall short. But I, Lin am a square warrior. Speed, spirit, and physique all reaching 100. While the shadow boar's charging speed is impressive for its ample form, it still only achieves a speed attribute of around 70, slightly stronger than a nimble cat but lacking its agility. As the shadow boar charges at him, Lin Fan swiftly sidesteps, akin to a matador, his speed of 100 exploding into action. Whoosh, the shadow boar shatters the afterimage, mistakenly believing it has slain the youth again, only to hear laughter beside it. Thus, one must not specialize too narrowly in certain matters. Mere strength is insufficient. One must also possess speed, resilience to impacts, and an unwavering will of steel. Buzz, a spear thrust from the side. The long and sturdy spear, devoid of any magical fluctuations, silently pierces forward. The spear is unyielding. In an instant, the sharp bristles on the shadow boar's body snap beneath the spear, unable to withstand its rigid force. But in the next moment, buzz, the spear vibrates, unable to penetrate an inch further. Its robust, magically infused flesh firmly clamps down on the long, dark spear, preventing it from breaching its depths. leaving the vulnerable innards unharmed. Roar. The shadow boar bellows in pain, swiftly retreating, glaring angrily at Lin Fan, preparing to dig into the ground once more. Lin Fan, astonished, gazes at the curvaceous shadow boar. Such a solid physique. No wonder it's so voluptuous. Even my long and rigid spear cannot penetrate fully. It was firmly clamped down. Had I not retracted the spear in time, it might have been snapped in half. Lin Fan's expression shifts to one of disbelief. He had underestimated the shadow boar, not only in strength but also in resilience, likely possessing over 130 points in constitution. Such formidable defense, coupled with this ample form, even his full-powered thrust with the large, unyielding spear cannot breach its fragile interior. It is not that I, Lin Fan, lack power, but rather that the opponent's flesh is thick and impenetrable. It appears I must wear it down gradually. Lin Fan finds himself momentarily at a loss. He had initially thought that with his long and sturdy dark spear and sheer brute force, he could swiftly conclude the battle. Now, it seems, it will be a protracted struggle. He must take his time. Suddenly, he chuckles. Ha ha ha. Finally, at last, one that can withstand my might. A beast that allows me to wield my spear without restraint. My destined one, my singular companion. Truly a perfect match for me. A wave of disturbing excitement surges through him. It is a craving for battle, a longing to wield the long and sturdy dark spear with abandon, to unleash his full strength in a grand confrontation. This is something that no previous encounters with the agile frost rabbit or the soft and adorable nimble cat could provide. Those beasts, while each possessing their own charms and being quite petite and endearing, could not withstand his full force, nor could they engage him in a prolonged struggle. A mere thrust would pierce through, rendering them motionless, gasping in agony, and the encounter would be over in an instant. Such swift conclusions in battle inevitably left Lin Fan wanting more. Yet this combat before him is precisely what he craves. Unrestrained, powerful, and enduring. Only this voluptuous, alluring shadow boar can provide him with such a battle. Only it can withstand his might and endure the impact of his long and sturdy dark spear. My dear, I have finally awaited your arrival. Lin Fan grips the long and sturdy dark spear tightly, his eyes gleaming like a wolf's. Come, let us engage in a contest of 300 rounds. In this moment, Lin Fan exudes a fierce brutality that even the shadow boar trembles before, as if confronted by a monstrous beast more fearsome than itself, bearing its fangs. It is as though the shadow boar is the terrifying beast, while Lin Fan appears as a soft little lamb before it. Roar. The shadow boar bellows as it charges forward. Yet Lin Fan once again evades with remarkable speed, leaving only an afterimage behind. Is the beauty in such a hurry? No need to rush. We must savor this experience. Let us take our time. Whoosh. The dark spear thrusts powerfully from the side. Thud. Roar. Warm blood spurts forth. The long and sturdy dark spear unexpectedly plunges into the shadow boar's body, eliciting a pained wail from it. For a moment, the battlefield is filled with the shadow boar's labored breaths and low growls, Lin Fan's rapid movements and muffled grunts, as well as the sound of the spear piercing flesh. Each time the shadow boar charges at Lin Fan, he relies on his speed to sidestep, avoiding the fearsome, powerful impact, and from the side, he thrusts the long, sturdy dark spear into the ample form of the shadow boar, provoking its pained cries and gasps. A grueling struggle, a prolonged and arduous battle. The shadowy pig, resembling a voluptuous and curvaceous beauty, relentlessly charged at Lin Fan with great force. Yet, Lin Fan deftly evaded each powerful impact, choosing instead to repeatedly plunge his spear into the creature's body. With a roar, the shadowy pig's assault came to an end once more, its massive form halting as it turned to gasp for breath while gazing at Lin Fan. Numerous gaping wounds, each the size of a fist, marred its flesh, with blood streaming forth and soaking its dark fur. However, it was not fatal. Indeed, its tough hide and robust physique were formidable, akin to that of a delivery van. Impressive, Lin Fan thought to himself, feeling a thrill of encountering a worthy opponent. Finally, someone could withstand his might. No, it was a pig, but equally exhilarating. This was the first time his spear had met an adversary it could not penetrate with a single thrust. This plump and rounded shadowy pig was unfathomable. Even his prideful, long, and sturdy spear seemed diminutive before it, failing to reach its vulnerable interior, despite appearing to hold the upper hand. Lin Fan was acutely aware that the situation was not in his favor. This alluring and voluptuous creature was indeed formidable, its powerful constitution allowing it to endure his might and withstand the relentless thrusts of his spear, although it had been struck by over a dozen blows. Bleeding profusely and panting heavily, The reality was that even if he continued to thrust dozens more times, the shadowy pig would merely huff and puff, showing no severe reactions. Its ample and rounded form exhibited an extraordinary resilience. Surpassing Lin Fan's strength and the formidable nature of his spear. It could withstand numerous thrusts from Lin Fan, while the moment he made a single misstep and faced a direct charge, he would be unable to endure the shadowy pig's fierce assault and would be defeated outright. This large, menacing shadowy pig, akin to a voluptuous beauty, dictated the course of the battle, toying with Lin Fan, who could only evade, too fearful to bear the brunt of its onslaught. This left Lin Fan with an unsettling feeling. He was a man who relished taking the initiative, desiring to control the battle's momentum. Whether it was to commence or conclude the fight, it must be under his command. Most importantly, Lin Fan sensed his stamina waning rapidly, the powerful energy within him gradually becoming feeble, with each thrust of his spear becoming shallower. This long and sturdy black spear, throughout the prolonged skirmish, was losing its vigor. After enduring a dozen direct charges, Lin Fan's energy was swiftly depleting. The relentless and forceful charges of the voluptuous shadowy pig were nearly draining Lin Fan of all his strength. Meanwhile, as a first-tier beast, the shadowy pig itself belonged to a robust lineage, maintaining its vitality even after numerous rounds of fierce combat. In fact, after enduring the repeated thrust of the spear, it seemed to grow more invigorated. Exhibiting an even fiercer demeanor, its eyes filled with a savage ferocity, with a low growl, the shadowy pig prepared to charge once more. Lin Fan's gaze hardened, with a physique rating of 100. Dealing with a creature known for its stamina and strength was still insufficient. He simply could not withstand the shadowy pig's charge, nor could his sturdy spear penetrate the voluptuous body to reach its soft, vulnerable organs. Were it not for his speed and mental acuity also reaching 100, surpassing that of the shadowy pig, he would have likely been gored by its frontal assault. Is this truly what it means to be a first-tier beast? Lin Fan sighed. He preferred taking the initiative rather than being reactive. He had to reclaim the upper hand from this increasingly ferocious and aloof beauty. Otherwise, the battle would drag on, his stamina would inevitably be exhausted, while the shadowy pig would only grow more relentless, and it was only a matter of time before he succumbed to its charge. Lin Fan recognized the significance of physique and strength. A resilient body to withstand impacts and the power to pierce through all were paramount for a warrior in combat. But most crucially, he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, his stamina was already dwindling, and his once formidable spear was beginning to lose its potency. He had previously struggled to penetrate the plump shadowy pig's form, and now it seemed even less likely. He needed to devise a strategy to uncover its weakness. Weakness, those two words suddenly flashed in Lin Fan's mind. Every creature possesses vulnerabilities, and no matter how robust, enduring, or powerful, or how forceful the charges, as long as one identifies that singular weak point, there would be no need for a full-powered thrust of the spear. A mere slight application of force could bring the opponent crashing down, rendering them powerless and mentally blank, thus swiftly ending the engagement. Lin Fan surveyed the massive shadowy pig, its tough hide and sturdy frame. As it dug into the ground to gather energy, the neck, the legs, the belly, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. The shadowy pig's physique was far too resilient for him at present. Its rounded body, akin to a delivery van, was enveloped in a layer of tough fat, much like armor, completely shielding its vulnerable areas. Even its neck was well protected. This fat, akin to the delicate, soft flesh of a voluptuous beauty, made the shadowy pig appear even more robust, enabling it to withstand any powerful impact. Such was the strength of a physique exceeding 130 points, far beyond what Lin Fan could harm with his 100 points of strength. The soft areas of weakness were utterly elusive. Just as Lin Fan continued his desperate search, the shadowy pig completed its preparation. With a roar, dark elemental energy surged forth once more. The shadowy pig let out a thunderous cry, its powerful legs striking the ground with great force. Lin Fan, whose energy was nearly depleted, hurriedly exclaimed, "My beauty, don't be too hasty. I can't withstand it." With a crash, the ground fractured beneath the immense power, and the shadowy pig, akin to a cannonball, charged at Lin Fan with urgent gasps and deep growls. The mighty collision, its massive body quivered, resembling the alluring curves of a voluptuous beauty, as its furious eyes locked onto Lin Fan, filled with rage and murderous intent, just like a fiery, voluptuous goddess lunging at Lin Fan. "My beauty, wait, Not so fast. Slow down. Lin Fan could hardly bear the weight of this onslaught. His dwindling stamina was consumed in an instant as he sidestepped hastily, barely managing to evade the shadowy pig as it brushed past him. Yet, in the next moment, as he watched the pig's ample back slip by, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. I think I found the soft spot. Lin Fan focused intently on a specific area behind the shadowy pig. It was a spot lacking any fatty protection, a passage leading deep into its body, directly reaching its soft, vulnerable organs. This was the weakness of the tough, resilient shadowy pig. As the charge concluded and the shadowy pig came to a halt, it suddenly heard an excited roar from behind. "Prepare yourself, I'm coming." With a whoosh, the spear sliced through the air, a glimmer of cold light preceding it, followed by the spear plunging in like a dragon. With a piercing thrust, the sturdy black spear struck the weakness. Ah! It went in. This thrust entered from behind, instantly penetrating through. With a roar, pure power erupted forth, and the shadowy pig let out an unprecedented wail, feeling a pain it had never experienced before, as if its insides were being torn apart. "No!" it cried in terror, turning its head in disbelief. In that moment, fear filled its eyes. How could he have discovered that spot? What kind of monster is he? How did he come to know? I didn't even realize that was my weakness. Indeed, the shadowy pig has vulnerabilities, and those are its eyes. Can't you see those soft, weak eyes on its massive face? At that moment, in the shadowy pig's gaze, that seemingly harmless boy, devoid of any magical aura, appeared as the most terrifying demon, emanating an aura more brutal than any beast, causing it to tremble in fear. The sharp tip of the spear forced its way in, almost as if it was being shoved inside. The pig's ample fat offering no protection this time, and its resilient flesh could not withstand the piercing spear. This was a narrow passage leading deep inside, reaching the fragile, vulnerable organs. It was as if he had entered a fast lane. The rigid gun barrel, as thick as a wrist, pierced through flesh and bone with relentless force, shattering all obstacles in its path. It penetrated completely, reaching the tender, vulnerable warmth of the internal organs deep within. Lin Fan sensed that his long spear had seemingly pierced through layers of something, the shadow pig, with its tough skin and substantial flesh. Yet, the internal organs, concealed beneath its hide, were equally soft and fragile. With a mournful wail, the shadow pig succumbed to the spear, which had fully embedded itself into its weak point. Roar! After the final sensation of piercing through, the spear had impaled the shadow pig from head to tail, the dark tip even protruding from its mouth. Blood dripped from the tip. The fragile organs, shielded by layers of fat, had all been pierced and shattered. This plump creature, reminiscent of a small van, was completely skewered from end to end by the spear. Thud! The shadow pig, which had just moments ago been roaring and thrashing, suddenly fell silent, its corpulent body stiffening, eyes glazing over, leaving behind a final weak groan before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Fan exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was finally over. Indeed, every creature has its weaknesses. Once identified, a simple strike can swiftly conclude the battle. It was no surprise that this first-tier beast, with its tough skin and substantial flesh, could endure for so long under the might of his spear before falling. Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and even a hint of delight. Fortunately, just as his stamina was waning, he had discovered that crucial weak point, allowing him to end the confrontation swiftly. Otherwise, he could have faced dire consequences. He certainly did not believe he could withstand a powerful charge head-on. Overall, Lin Fan was quite pleased with this battle. It was entirely different from dealing with the diminutive frost rabbits or the agile, supple light cats. He had unleashed his full strength, relishing the experience. Such a beast, capable of directly enduring his powerful thrusts, was indeed a rare encounter. Meanwhile, hidden behind the crumbling wall, Lu Liang had finally completed his incantation, the terrifying magical energy converging instantaneously. The magic gathered at the tip of his wand, releasing a crystalline sheen akin to ice, causing the surrounding air to turn frigid as the elemental ice magic surged forth, coalescing into a brilliant ice crystal. Primary magic. Ice crystal bullet. Whoosh! The fist-sized ice crystal, infused with the wondrous power of magic, shot forth and struck the now motionless corpse of the shadow pig, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist. Lin Fan thought to himself, Lu Liang truly is a professional. It's imperative to have trained magicians who understand the importance of delivering the finishing blow. His own careless nature had caused him to forget, and he realized he needed to learn more from outstanding and powerful mages like Lu Liang. Indeed, I was too careless. Lin Fan gave Lu Liang a thumbs up as he stepped out from behind the wall. Lu Liang? What are you giving a thumbs up for? Do you think I wanted to desecrate the corpse? I was already chanting as quickly as I could. How I longed to be a revered magician. But in the next moment, Lin Fan suddenly stepped forward, grasping Lu Liang's sleeve and pulling him back a few paces. At that moment, whoosh, 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 4 magical projectiles shot forth from a nearby dilapidated apothecary, striking the shadow pig's body. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he looked up. Not far away, 4 magicians emerged from the crumbling apothecary, gazing at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. What? Are we going to fight? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the 4 magicians felt a wave of pressure, instinctual danger surging within them. Fight. This guy was indeed a mundane without any magical aura. Yet, this mundane had effortlessly dispatched a first-tier shadow pig, a creature they would have needed to ambush to kill instantly, right before their eyes. His speed was such that they had not even completed their incantations. That was a first-tier beast, particularly tough-skinned and meaty. A headache for magicians. The most alarming aspect was his method, especially that final strike aimed at the creature's weakness. The 4 magicians gazed in horror at the dark spear embedded in the shadow pig's rear, only partially visible, instinctively shuddering as a chill coursed through them. That shot was terrifying. They had no desire to experience such a dreadful strike. If forced to choose, they would rather perish at the hands of the beast. This was not a matter of strength, but rather a fundamental understanding of the limits one should not cross. The 4 young magicians, having never witnessed such a scene, turned pale, their gazes towards Lin Fan more fearful than that directed at the beast itself. My apologies. The red-haired female magician was the first to recover, hastily explaining. We intended to ambush the shadow pig, but your sudden attack took us by surprise. We never anticipated you could actually kill it. It was too late to react by the time we finished our incantations. Lin Fan nodded, his expression softening slightly. He was disinclined to say more, walking over to the shadow pig's corpse, gripping the exposed portion of the spear, and yanking it out with force. With a whoosh, guts spilled everywhere. The impact of this scene was far more striking than employing magic to slay an enemy. Magicians are always elegant and noble. Even in combat, they would never leave such a bloody mess. The 4 young magicians, including Lu Liang, had never encountered such a sight and nearly retched. Lin Fan, however, held the spear's end, his expression peculiar as he examined the weapon, unsure whether to grip it or let it go. It was quite repulsive. The spear, having entered and exited, was coated in thick blood and various filth. After all, the placement of that final thrust was rather peculiar. Although Lin Fan did not possess a phobia of cleanliness, this was beyond what he could tolerate. If only a frost rabbit would appear now, Lin Fan murmured as he scanned the surroundings, his eyes lighting up as he pointed at the red-haired female magician, saying, "That one, hand it over to me, quickly, I'm in a bit of a rush." Hand it to you. Here, the red-haired female magician's expression shifted. Anxiety etched on her face, her eyes wide with fear, her voice trembling. She wanted to refuse, but having witnessed the terrifying battle, especially that final thrust, she found herself hesitant to deny this monster. She nearly cried at the thought of going into a room, pointing at the dilapidated apothecary, considering that there were still so many people around. "What did you say?" Lin Fan was taken aback. "I said I want to borrow your scarf. Can I just buy one?" "A scarf?" The female magician paused, relief washing over her face as she blushed and hastily removed the scarf. Lin Fan snatched it, satisfied. "Indeed, it is made from frost rabbit fur, warm and comfortable, most importantly. The fine fibers are perfect for wiping down the spear." Lin Fan carefully cleaned the spear, holding the now pristine weapon with a sense of satisfaction. "Ding. Kill a first-tier shadow pig, points 100. A voice echoed, emanating from a monitoring drone that had been following Lin Fan, recording and tallying points. Lin Fan was taken aback. Oh, this first-tier beast was worth 100 points. It seemed this was to encourage candidates to challenge stronger beasts, showcasing their utmost capabilities and differentiating between candidates of varying strengths. By the way, why did you go into the room to take off your scarf?" Lin Fan inquired curiously, gazing at the red-haired female magician. "And no, I just thought," the red-haired female magician stammered, her face reddening. "Lin Fan, it seems I grasped something. Or perhaps I missed something entirely." But he felt no regret. Speak frankly, although you are quite beautiful. For me, Lin Dolly, the plump shadow pig lying on the ground holds far more allure. Lin Dolly, only love beasts. All kinds of beasts. Only beasts can withstand my great strength and spear." "A female magician?" Huh, a fragile magician. Can you endure my might and spear? Can you grant me free attribute points to gain greater power? You would only exhaust me, hindering my intimate encounters with beasts, obstructing my path to greater strength. This is who I am, Lin Fan, a warrior who has transcended base pleasures. Tossing aside the now unusable frost rabbit scarf, Lin Fan rummaged through his pockets. How much is it? Not much, not much. The female magician waved her hand dismissively. The frost rabbit scarf was indeed not worth much, considering Lin Fan had previously slain countless frost rabbits. Those adorable creatures were treasure troves in their own right. And the non-tier frost rabbits were currently the most promoted livestock-type beasts. Any breeding farm overseen by a second-tier novice mage invariably raises a considerable number of frost hares. However, I have a request. The red-haired sorceress suddenly interjected. Please assist us in locating a shadow pig once again. I could see this proclamation. The three mages nearby brightened, their expressions tinged with barely concealed excitement. The shadow pig was a rare find. It took us nearly half an hour to track it down, and we had laid in wait for 10 minutes to ambush it. Just as we were about to take action, you barged in. Claiming what should have been our points, the red-haired sorceress stated solemnly. This was, in truth, somewhat excessive, as this was a magical examination. Whoever slays the creature rightfully earns the points. Exotic beasts are, by nature, unclaimed entities, placed in the examination grounds for all to hunt. The magical assessment is not merely about slaying these beasts, but also about competing with other candidates. This process serves as a brutal filtering mechanism for budding mages. If one fails to act promptly and allows another to seize the opportunity, it signifies a lack of skill, and the points will not be theirs. There is no concept of reserving an exotic beast. It is unreasonable to assert that I intend to hunt all the exotic beasts while forbidding you from engaging. Following this logic, in the context of a college entrance examination, it would equate to my desire to attend Tsinghua University while insisting that you refrain from answering questions. Submitting blank papers, such reasoning is utterly absurd. Yet, reflecting on the scarf the other party had previously gifted him, and acknowledging their prior ambush, Lin Fan conceded with a nod. Very well. I shall procure a shadow pig for you. After all, exotic beasts were plentiful. Lin Fan had already slain dozens in the outer regions, so finding a shadow pig would be a matter of moments. However, I require the magic crystal. That is a significant asset. Compared to points, I, Lin Fan, favor substantial gains. The four mages heaved a collective sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. They sought points, and while magic crystals were precious, the examination points were crucial for admission to a magical university. Nevertheless, Lin Fan felt a sense of disquiet, frowning as he queried. Wait, you spent nearly half an hour searching for this shadow pig. Half an hour to locate an exotic beast. What nonsense, when Lin Fan was in the outer regions. He encountered one on average every 5 minutes, oftentimes several at once. The density was simply staggering. Lin Fan could not comprehend why they required his assistance in finding a shadow pig, as if it were a rare encounter. This task hardly necessitated aid. The distribution density of first-tier exotic beasts in this area is merely a quarter of that in the outer regions. The red-haired sorceress elucidated that on one hand, the teams daring to venture into the central town area to confront first-tier exotic beasts are relatively few. Perhaps only a quarter. Thus, there is no need to prepare for an abundance of first-tier beasts that, on the other hand, an increase in exotic beasts can lead to simultaneous encounters, especially during skirmishes, which may attract other beasts, thereby ensuring the safety of the candidates. Lin Fan nodded slightly. It appeared this was a hidden rule within the examination. They would not explicitly disclose it, much like how the content of mathematics exams changes yearly. Yet the first applied question always pertains to geometry, and the second consistently addresses unknown variables to eye in the magical assessment. The distribution of exotic beast numbers resembles such hidden rules. It does not appear in the overt examination regulations. Yet it undeniably exists, known to any mage who pays attention to past magical assessments. Moreover, this distribution is indeed rational, ensuring candidate safety. Even if the density of these first-tier beasts is merely a quarter of those non-tier beasts in the outer regions, it remains sufficiently enticing for the candidates. After all, slaying a first-tier exotic beast during the magical assessment grants 100 points, a 20-fold disparity. Any capable individual would undoubtedly venture into the central town area. Even if it takes 4 times longer to locate the beasts, having recently traversed here and only having gained confidence through the activation of the system, Lin Fan had little time to thoroughly understand these nuances. and the original host had never considered the magical assessment, thus remaining oblivious to these hidden rules. All right, I shall return shortly with one. I will lure it here, and you may return then. Yes, the sooner. The better, the red-haired sorceress replied, her face lighting up with delight. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, the four mages breathed sighs of relief and began deliberating on which direction to pursue exotic beasts. Lin Fan grasped his freshly cleaned spear, laboriously slashing the throat of the shadow pig, and after much effort, he finally extracted the magic crystal that coalesced within its brain. Under the astonished gazes of the four mages, Lin Fan tossed the magic crystal into his mouth. Crunch. Crunch. It was akin to chewing beans. In an instant, the four mages, still debating where to seek first-tier beasts, were left speechless, their faces awash with disbelief as they regarded Lin Fan. What was he doing? He consumed the magic crystal of a first-tier exotic beast. Was this lunatic courting death? He was not even a mage. Even if he were, who would dare? Lin Fan exhaled contentedly. A surge of energy more robust than that of the previous nimble cats and frost hares coursing through his being. Simultaneously, he once more heard the voice resonating in his mind. Ding. Host has devoured the magic crystal of a first-tier shadow pig, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding. Host has slain a first-tier shadow pig and consumed its magic crystal, completing the promotion task. Promotion to first tier achieved. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt a warm current flowing within him. While his strength and constitution had not been enhanced, a faint cracking sound resonated, as if he had shattered some constraint. That was the first-tier constraint, the threshold to the first tier. The body, having already reached its limit, seemed to awaken and activate under that surge of energy, with the life of the first-tier exotic beast unlocking Lin Fan's pathway to the first tier. But this was not the end. Ding! A crisp notification chimed once more. Detection indicates host has advanced to the first-tier berserker, acquiring the berserker's exclusive skill, acquired S-rank frenzy. Enter a state of rage, enhancing all attributes by 50%. Lasting 30 minutes, limited to once per day. In an instant, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, his control over his body becoming more formidable. Yet, this was not the crux at that moment. Lin Fan discovered he seemed to possess a switch to activate this body, to unleash its power. The instant Lin Fan focused his thoughts, every cell in his body would spring to life. His heart racing and blood surging. Could he actively manipulate adrenaline secretion? He had heard that life mages had similar spells, utilizing life-infused magic to stimulate the body, allowing wounds to heal rapidly, even reaching a state of near immortality for a short duration. However, the active enhancement of physical strength was unprecedented. Lin Fan pondered. After all, mages would not squander time researching spells to augment strength. They would rather enhance their magical prowess. The notion of developing magic to amplify physical strength. Why utilize martial arts when magic is at one's disposal? Only someone like Lin Fan, a mere mortal, would rely entirely on physical strength. In truth, how he longed to be an elegant and noble mage. Alas, circumstances did not permit. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan summoned the panel once more. Name: Lin Fan Strength. First Order Berserker Power, 121. Constitution, 100. Speed, 100. Spirit, 100. Free attribute points, 83. Talent, S-Class Talent. Body immune to all demon skills. Berserk, S-Class. Perhaps due to his advancement to the First Order, the attribute of strength had emerged. Moreover, unlike before, the plus signs following each attribute were no longer gray. After ascending to the First Order, he had surpassed the previous limit of attribute allocation. Through his battle with the Shadow Pig, Lin Fan fully realized the necessity of well-roundedness. The competent warrior must possess a robust constitution to withstand direct impacts, the strength to wield a spear that pierces all, the speed to launch sudden assaults from various angles, and, most importantly, an unwavering will to endure prolonged battles. After all, not every opponent could be vanquished with a single thrust. At times, one might encounter equally formidable and fierce beasts. Lin Fan immediately resolved to distribute his points evenly. After swiftly allocating his points, the panel before him transformed to name: Lin Fan Strength. First Order Berserker Power, 121. Constitution, 121. Speed, 121. Spirit, 120. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, S-Class Talent. Body immune to all demon skills. Berserk, S-Class. Exhaling deeply, Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling an energy within him surge forth. transforming into a warm current that nourished his muscles and bones. In the comforting sensation akin to soaking in spring water, Lin Fan could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his muscles and nerves. The power within him surged anew, and his bodily control became increasingly adept. Even his senses sharpened remarkably. In simple terms, Lin Fan had become more enduring, swifter, and stronger. His ironclad will had also solidified, ensuring he would never slacken at inappropriate times, capable of sustaining until his opponent faltered. Concluding the battle, the moment Lin Fan opened his eyes, the four mages, who had been debating their next exploration destination, abruptly ceased their discussion, instinctively gripping their wands, their expressions tense as they scanned the surroundings. It was an instinctual sense of danger, the oppressive aura emanating from a formidable beast. It felt as though a powerful creature was observing them, causing one mage to break into a cold sweat. An aura even more savage than that of the previous shadow pig. Yet, in the next moment, everyone realized that this terrifying presence originated from Lin Fan. This fellow seemed to have grown even stronger than before. Rather than being a mage, I would sooner believe he is a beast. How could a human exude such a terrifying aura? He was never a mage. He was a monster devoid of magical power. Even Lu Liang momentarily felt dazed, sensing that Lin Fan appeared more formidable, as if hidden beneath this physique lay the strength to topple mountains. However, because Lin Fan was not a mage and possessed no magical power, the increase in strength and the ascension of his body did not trigger any magical fluctuations. Thus, the mages present remained oblivious to Lin Fan's advancement to the First Order. "What are you looking at? Let's go," Lin Fan declared. Having broken through to the First Order and gained a new skill, his spirits high, he waved his hand and advised, "You all stay here and don't wander off. I'm just going to get some oranges." "No. I mean, find a shadow pig. Take care." The four mages replied in unison, their expressions respectful. Strength is always the best means to earn respect. Lin Fan made his way toward the dilapidated outskirts of the town. "Brother Fan, I'll carry the spear for you." Lu Liang hurriedly followed, having resolved to cling tightly to Lin Fan's side. He must hold on tight. This was the fierce individual who had dared to confront the shadow pig. As they traversed the broken road, overrun with trees and grass, with the occasional rusted, derelict vehicle leaning at odd angles, Lin Fan led the way while Lu Liang struggled to carry the long spear closely behind him. The roadsides had grown increasingly lively, as if they had reached the outskirts of a bustling urban area, with crumbling, collapsed residential buildings scattered about, and fallen signs narrating tales of past prosperity. "Brother Fan, you were truly impressive, challenging the shadow pig solo." Lu Liang had wholly succumbed to flattery. "You were far too low-key before. You were hiding so deeply. Just days prior, I genuinely believed you were an ordinary person without magical power. And I was worried you might perish during the magical assessment. Just a moment ago, I thought you wouldn't be able to handle that shadow pig." Lin Fan chuckled. That shadow pig was indeed somewhat challenging. "Fortunately, I discovered its weakness." Lu Liang paused, recalling the terrifying thrust that had struck from behind. He felt a shiver run down his spine and then remarked with an odd expression, "Isn't the weakness of the shadow pig its eyes?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so?" "Ah." Then just now Lin Fan's expression grew complex, as he inhaled sharply. "Oh, the weakness was the eyes." That it made sense. The eyes are equally vulnerable. And behind them lies the brain. There was no need to flank. One could directly pierce through when charging head-on at the shadow pig. Indeed, his knowledge of magical lore was lacking. It was precisely due to Lin Fan's misidentification of the weakness that the attack from behind appeared so terrifying in the eyes of the mages. Lu Liang sincerely marveled. "The weakness you identified is even more fearsome than the eyes." Lu Liang believed that if it were him, he would rather be pierced through the brain by a spear from the eyes than endure that horrifying thrust. It was simply too terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt that his previous line of thought had been too narrow-minded. At this moment, he had finally opened a new door, reasoning. The mouth, nostrils, and ears, which can also be penetrated, might also be weaknesses. Lu Liang responded. "Do you have to find such bizarre spots? Just focus on targeting the gaps." Lin Fan and Lu Liang were fortunate. Just 5 minutes into their trek through the woods, Lin Fan suddenly gestured for Lu Liang to halt. Roar! Two shadowy figures suddenly sprang forth from the bushes. The shadow pigs. Shadow charge. Two shadow pigs, one in front and one behind, like two black shadows, charged towards Lin Fan with terrifying speed. Just in time, Lin Fan grinned maliciously, and just as Lu Liang prepared to throw the long spear, Lin Fan had already hoisted Lu Liang onto his back and turned to flee. As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. Lin Fan, carrying Lu Liang like a champion, sprinted back in the direction they had come. Meanwhile, in the previously dilapidated town, why not explore westward after all? The red-haired female mage ultimately made up her mind. Many teams have already gone east. The likelihood of discovering something in the west is greater. As she spoke, she stood up and exhaled. It settled. Prepare. Before she could finish her sentence, a shout echoed from down the street. I brought the shadow pig to you. Lin Fan, carrying Lu Liang, and with Lu Liang holding the spear, came barreling down. So fast. What luck, finding the shadow pig in just 5 minutes. He really brought one. Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. Prepare for battle. The 4 mages instantly grew exhilarated, hastily drawing their wands. They understood how difficult it was to find a shadow pig in this mid-region where the density of first-order beasts was low. Each of them wore expressions of joy, magic energy gathering as they began their incantations. Master of Ice, unending howls. The leading red-haired female mage even waved enthusiastically at Lin Fan before starting her chant. Calling out, "We're over here, run this way, quickly come." Suddenly, she froze. Her pupils dilated, her mouth agape, as though witnessing an exceptionally terrifying scene. The other 3 mages, who had just begun their incantations, also wore expressions of horror. Their earlier excitement transformed into fear, and their chants abruptly ceased, their wands trembling violently as the magic they had just begun to conjure dissipated. Behind that figure, 2 shadow pigs, each the size of a small van, roared as they charged into the street. Upon seeing the corpse of the previous shadow pig on the ground, they became even more enraged, their dark magical aura almost solidified, fury surging. 2 shadow pigs. A mage's voice trembled. Are you excited? Surprised? Lin Fan sported a bright, cheerful smile as he sprinted towards the 4 mages, exclaiming, I found 2. That's 1 more than you wanted. Buy 1, get 1 free. Consider it my gift to you. No thanks necessary. The 4 wizards turned as pale as ghosts. No. Is this thing really offering a buy 1 get 1 free deal? You are truly too polite. Do you think your courteous demeanor is commendable? What is that expression on your face? Begging for praise? Should we thank you for this? Do we look like we could possibly defeat 2 shadow pigs? Can you guess why we 4 had to lie in ambush for so long just to deal with 1 shadow pig? As they glanced back at the 2 shadow pigs fast approaching, the 4 wizards exchanged looks, and without a hint of hesitation, they shouted, Run! They turned on their heels and fled, feeling that even a moment's glance back would lead to their demise. The Wind Mage, moving with unprecedented swiftness, completed his incantation in an instant, bestowing upon the quartet a wind-based speed enhancement, achieving a casting speed that could rival that of an A-rank talent or a 3rd-tier mage. It can only be said that human potential is like water in a sponge. When pressed, it will always yield something. Especially when 2 shadow pigs are hot on their heels. Prepare your spells. Don't just stand there like fools, Lin Fan joyfully shouted, but he was met with the sight of the 4 wizards turning and running. Lin Fan was baffled. What is going on? Are they really this polite? Feeling too embarrassed to ask for 1 more, Lu Liang, hoisted on Lin Fan's shoulder, gazed back in terror at the enraged shadow pigs pursuing them and shouted, Is it possible they can't handle it and are running for their lives? Hurry, run for your lives. Surely they can handle it. It doesn't seem too difficult to deal with. What is there to run from? Those shadow pigs are so plump and enticing, and they're so enthusiastic, bouncing around as they run. If they weren't so insistent, I'd have charged in myself ages ago. Suppressing his urge to draw his weapon, Lin Fan muttered, glancing back at the frenzied shadow pigs, and then quickened his pace to catch up. I'll go ask them. After promoting to the 1st tier and allocating his points, Lin Fan's speed reached a staggering 121, coupled with his formidable physique and strength. Even while carrying Lu Liang and sprinting over a distance, he was far beyond the reach of those plump shadow pigs. Their voluptuous bodies, though alluring and capable of withstanding a strong impact, hindered their ability to move quickly. Ahead, the 4 wizards were fleeing for their lives. The 2 shadow pigs were hot on their trail, and they dared not look back. Damn it, that guy even brought 2 along. I'm starting to suspect he wants to get us killed. No, he seems completely oblivious to any danger. With their strength, even dealing with 1 shadow pig required a strategic ambush. If they fought with all their might in a frontal confrontation, without casualties, tackling just 1 would be the limit. If it were 2, at least 1 or 2 would be injured, and sustaining injuries during the magical assessment meant disqualification. The red-haired sorceress reassured, Don't panic. As long as we run fast enough, as long as we outrun him, the shadow pigs will only go after him. With the first tier wind magic enhancement, will definitely be faster than him. Just hold on. As she spoke, she glanced back to see how much distance they had managed to create from that monster. But in the next moment, a large face appeared before her eyes. It was Lin Fan's warm and cheerful smile. Carrying Lu Liang, Lin Fan waved and laughed. What are you running for? I brought them right to you. Hurry and unleash your spells. In an instant. The red-haired sorceress was left dumbfounded. You caught up? What kind of speed is this? Are you sure you really can't use magic? In a mere instant, Lin Fan had closed the distance to less than a meter behind the four wizards. Resembling a humanoid beast, with no magical fluctuations whatsoever, relying solely on pure strength, his powerful legs pounded the earth, leaving deep impressions in the soil. The air swirled around him as he sprinted, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. This monster had actually managed to carry someone and chase them down. In this brief span, the red-haired sorceress could even feel Lin Fan's heated breath. Just as she was momentarily stunned, Lin Fan had already brushed past her. Overtaking her, "Don't come any closer," the other three wizards screamed in terror. At that moment, they were truly frightened. Yet they saw Lin Fan had surpassed them, turning his back to wave at them from ahead. "Don't worry. I want to interfere that I know you want those shadow pigs that I'll keep my distance and leave them for you and no need to thank me. I, Lin Dolly, do good deeds daily. Today is your lucky day. Just remember to give me the magic crystals." At that moment, the four wizards were utterly bewildered. "Leave them for us. Are you trying to get us killed? No, please, come back. We really can't handle this. Can't you just take both of them?" In the midst of his mad dash, Lin Fan paused for a moment and turned back. "Give them to me." "For you?" The red-haired sorceress hurriedly replied. "All for you." Truly, how polite. For a moment, Lin Fan felt a wave of emotion. He never expected these wizards to be so enthusiastic. They wanted to give him something even before he asked, faced with the approaching two plump shadow pigs. Their enticing curves bouncing as they ran. How could he possibly resist such a gift? Lin Fan grinned. "Then I shan't be polite." He abruptly halted, casually tossing Lu Liang onto a tree, and seized his spear. He allowed the four wizards to flee past him in terror. Buzz! The spear thrummed with energy. The resounding crack of the weapon reverberated through the air, its sharp tip gleaming ominously. Filled with a desire to pierce through, Lin Fan's eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at the two voluptuous shadow pigs, excitement coursing through him like a lecherous man seeing a beautiful woman. Fervently stating, "Come on, both of you, let us see what you've got. I, Lin Fan, am going to try taking on two at once today." Lin Fan was filled with exhilaration, facing two such plump and fiery shadow pigs. He wondered if his spear could withstand the challenge. In that moment, a long-suppressed heat ignited in Lin Fan's eyes as he prepared for a grand showdown. I, Lin Dolly, will pierce through all magic with a single strike. Strength brings miracles. I, Lin Dolly, will only focus on strength. The rest will be left to miracles. In an instant, an aura more ferocious than that of any beast surged forth from Lin Fan. He suddenly stopped, his gaze fierce as he faced the two on-rushing shadow pigs. Their voluptuous forms and fiery curves bounced as they charged toward him, their faces filled with desire. Dark magic howled as the two dark figures rushed straight at Lin Fan. Previously, Lin Fan would have never dared to confront two shadow pigs head-on. Just one was already quite a challenge. But now, having officially entered the first tier and fully allocated his accumulated attribute points, Lin Fan's strength had reached an unprecedented height. Both his physique and strength were sufficient to withstand a direct clash with the shadow pigs. Most importantly, after conversing with Lu Liang, Lin Fan's mind had opened up, revealing more of their weaknesses. Facing the two enthusiastic shadow pigs, Lin Fan gripped his spear tightly and took a deep breath. Thud! The spear shot forth like a dragon. This time, Lin Fan did not attempt to flank. Instead, he charged directly at the shadow pigs head-on, face-to-face, a frontal collision. While sneaking in for a surprise attack had its allure, a true man must launch a direct assault, compared to flanking from behind. The frontal charge allowed him to observe his opponent's expressions and reactions, making it easier to seize the right moment for a decisive judgment. Indeed, upon seeing Lin Fan charge straight at them, the shadow pigs instantly reacted as creatures with tough hides and a penchant for collision. Who would dare engage them head-on? Roar! Seemingly enraged, the two shadow pigs let out a deep growl, unflinching as they surged toward Lin Fan with even greater ferocity. But just as they were about to collide, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his heightened mental acuity kicked in, causing time to slow down. The two shadow pigs barreling toward him also seemed to move in slow motion. What a fiery sight, Lin Fan thought, smacking his lips, as he leaped high to evade one shadow pig while thrusting the massive, sturdy black spear downwards. It sliced through the air, a streak of darkness heading straight for the target. The shadow pig instinctively raised its head to gaze at the suddenly leaping Lin Fan, its mouth filled with sharp teeth and drool agape, in surprise at a weakness. The words flashed in Lin Fan's mind. That gaping mouth was a weak point, an easily penetrable weakness. Thud, the black spear accurately pierced into the soft mouth of the shadow pig. It penetrated deeply. The unyielding spear pierced through all obstacles in an instant, shattering the tongue and obliterating those sharp fangs, plunging deep into the throat. A brutal penetration. Splatter. Blood gushed forth. Even the throat was pierced through, and the shadow boar let out a mournful cry before collapsing in an instant. With a feeble whimper, the shadow boar seemed to struggle to rise, yet it lacked any strength, its plump body merely convulsing on the ground. That thrust was excessively brutal. Blood flowed profusely from the gaping wound in its throat. Only then did another shadow boar regain its senses, slowly turning around after the collision ended, preparing for another charge. But suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision, as the youth charged right before it, spear in hand. "I prefer to take the initiative. You need not move. I shall handle it myself." Before the shadow boar could charge again, the pitch-black spear came hurtling towards its face. Splatter. A searing pain tore through. The rigid spear had pierced into the shadow boar's nostrils, rendering the nostrils minuscule beneath the massive spear tip. In that moment, the shadow boar's previously ferocious gaze turned utterly flustered. No, don't, not there. At this instant, facing the obsidian spear, the shadow boar felt a despair and terror far greater than that of the other boar when it had the spear thrust into its mouth. It had never encountered such a despicable and shameless human. If it must be so, then aim for my eyes. Why not pierce my eyes? They are equally fragile, a weakness just the same, with such large eyes upon my face. Can you not see them? In that fleeting moment, the shadow boar even contemplated offering its eyes to Lin Fan, but it was too late. The pitch-black spear was too swift. The shadow boar could only watch in despair as the sharp tip stabbed into its narrow nostrils. Splatter. Regardless of how the shadow boar resisted, the hard and sharp spear tip ruthlessly plunged into its constricted nostrils. The spear, as thick as a wrist, driving deep within, crushing flesh and bone, directly shattering its brain. Bang! Both shadow boars fell within 5 seconds, almost simultaneously. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Their massive, plump bodies now lacked the strength to rise, leaving both shadow boars twitching rigidly on the ground. Remnants of the fierce combat. The one with the punctured nostrils stared unblinkingly at Lin Fan until its dying breath, its eyes filled with disbelief, as if questioning Lin Fan why he hadn't targeted its eyes. For this inquiry, Lin Fan deemed it unnecessary to respond. I, Lin Dolly, strike wherever I please. As long as it is an easily penetrable weakness, it is where I, Lin Dolly, wield my spear and unleash my might. I welcome all challengers. Gripping the spear tightly, Lin Fan yanked it forcefully outward. Yet, it did not come free immediately. It was rather snug in there, primarily due to the depth of the thrust. Lin Fan glanced at the shadow boar's nostrils, murmuring to himself. There was no helping it. The spear was simply this long, and with this capital I, Lin Dolly, cannot afford to be modest. Furthermore, to expedite the battle's conclusion, it must be thrust deeper. The combat ceased. The shadow boar's muscles grew rigid and convulsed, its already narrow nostrils firmly clamping down on the embedded spear. Reluctantly, Lin Fan placed a foot upon the shadow boar's nose, gripping the spear tightly. And with a motion reminiscent of pulling out a willow branch, he finally managed to extract the firmly lodged black spear from the narrow nostrils. Without immediately retrieving the magic crystal, Lin Fan first inspected the dark spear. To his dismay, he noticed a faint crack running along its hardened shaft. Alas, a deep sigh escaped Lin Fan, for this was a spear he had painstakingly procured, one he took great pride in. Though its magical conductivity was lacking, rendering it nearly worthless among other sorcerers, such a large and sturdy spear was a rarity, capable of withstanding his great strength, allowing him to wield it freely. Especially its long and massive form, which made Lin Fan feel proud in the presence of those sorcerers wielding short wands. Yet, this spear, deemed exceptional, had cracked with the increase of his power. Only 2 shadow boars had fallen. Alas, was I too forceful? This spear is now beginning to struggle under my might. I must seek a sturdier one that can endure my strength. It must also be large, else it won't feel right in my hands. Lin Fan pondered, letting out a sigh. But for now, during this grand magical trial, I must exercise caution. I must avoid charging headlong, for if the spear breaks, I will be left to rely solely on my hands. Just as he contemplated this, hear my call, crack. A shard of ice shot down from above, striking the corpse of the shadow boar. Lin Fan froze momentarily and turned to see Lu Liang, who had just completed his incantation while hanging from a tree. Giving a thumbs up. Impressive. He realized he had once again been careless. He had forgotten to deliver the finishing blow. Truly, one must be a sorcerer trained in professionalism. Meanwhile, the red-haired sorceress, who had been racing for her life, voiced her trembling concern. Is it over so soon? She exclaimed, incredulous. Have they already perished? A sorcerer with a complex expression remarked. What a shame. He was a decent fellow with considerable strength, but he was far too overconfident. Facing two shadow boars head-on, the red-haired sorceress looked back. But the next moment, hiss, the red-haired sorceress sharply inhaled, her eyes wide with shock, momentarily forgetting to flee, nearly stumbling. What? Sister, run, the other three sorcerers urged, yet the red-haired sorceress stood transfixed, murmuring, what is there to run from? Both shadow boars have been slain. What? The other three sorcerers widened their eyes in disbelief. Turning to gaze behind them, they beheld an unforgettable sight amidst the ravaged town. Two shadow boars, roughly the size of small vans, lay motionless on the ground. The youth stood tall, bloodied spear in hand, resembling a god of slaughter. In that instant, astonishment blanketed their faces. This lad had barely managed to contend with a single shadow boar before. And yet this time two shadow boars. He had confronted their charge head-on and resolved the matter without delay. Most astonishing of all, how long had it taken? 5 seconds, 6 seconds. An indescribable aura of ferocity emanated from Lin Fan, making him appear far more terrifying than the shadow boars. Damn it. A sorcerer swallowed hard. Where did this guy come from? Even the fire shield cannot instantaneously dispatch two shadow boars. Shall we run? Another sorcerer glanced at the red-haired sorceress. The leading sorceress shook her head. The shadow boars are dead. What is there to flee from? Her crimson eyes suddenly blazed with fervor, gazing longingly at Lin Fan's back. She stated solemnly, let us return and see if we can persuade him to join our ranks. If he were to join us, his combat prowess could elevate our entire team's average significantly. It might even propel us all into the realm of those 8 prestigious magical universities. The other 3 sorcerers were instantly invigorated, nodding vigorously. 8 prestigious magical universities. Each one is presided over by a grand mage. The 8 most formidable individuals in the Great Sia, the only 8 ninth-level grand mages. To be part of such an institution would be to secure an immeasurable future. In contrast, continuing to hunt shadow boars seemed meaningless. Their collective strength was merely above average. Even with their best efforts, they could only hope for a mediocre magical university. But with this powerhouse, they could easily navigate the central region of the ruined forest with confidence. To them, Lin Fan was now a walking point tally, a ticket to the prestigious magical universities, more enticing than the shadow boars themselves. Let us go. They turned and rushed towards Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan began to extract the magic crystal from the shadow boar's eye socket, the 4 sorcerers approached, their expressions filled with excitement. Before they could speak, Lu Liang, who had been perched in the tree, leaped down beside Lin Fan, exclaiming with pride, what a thrilling battle, to take on 2 shadow boars simultaneously and eliminate them in an instant. We are truly remarkable, the 4 sorcerers. The 4 individuals gazed at Lu Liang in bewilderment. What on earth? Why are you still pretending? What a load of nonsense about being invigorated. Do you possess even the slightest sense of participation? You were dangling from the tree the entire time, for goodness sake, and you too. What's the difference with or without you? Lin Fan then gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, fortunately, you were here. I always forget to deal the finishing blow. I need to learn from you. Lu Liang chuckled, keeping his achievements modestly concealed. The 4 mages realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no, he is still putting on an act. In truth, he simply couldn't complete the incantation amidst the battle. Could he? As Lin Fan noticed the 4 mages approaching, a wave of unease washed over him. Are they here to settle scores? After all, I still owe them a shadow pig. That he hastily defended himself. I brought them here. It's not my fault you didn't want them. If you come looking for me now, I want to take responsibility. The 4 mages surveyed the gruesome remains of the 2 shadow pigs on the ground. Their eyes filled with profound fear. It wasn't just that Lin Fan had dispatched the 2 shadow pigs in an instant. Their deaths were horrifically tragic. The piercing through the mouth was one thing. But what was with the nostrils? Was that even human? They could see the lingering pain and existential doubt in the eyes of the shadow pigs, their wide-open eyes reflecting deep resentment, as if they were saying, "Though we are not human, you truly are a beast." The four fell into an eerie silence, momentarily unsure whether to invite such a monstrous Lin Fan into their ranks. Their gazes, once filled with admiration and respect, now held a tinge of fear. This was too extreme. He was a madman capable of using nostrils as a weapon. Merely witnessing the shadow pig impaled through its nostrils made the mages feel as though that large spear were piercing through their own narrow nostrils. Evoking an indescribable agony, one mage instinctively covered his nose and took a cautious step back, distancing himself from Lin Fan, as if afraid he might unleash a spear at any moment. It was the red-haired sorceress who first regained her composure, fighting through her trepidation to step forward. "No, please don't misunderstand. You helped us by bringing in two that exceeded our expectations that it's our own lack of strength. I merely wish to inquire if you would consider joining our team. I recognize this is taking advantage of you. But if you would agree." She brushed her long hair back and undid her braid, her tongue gliding over her lips, exuding an alluring and sensual charm. Everything was left unsaid, yet understood. The magical assessment was a pivotal moment in one's life. She was acutely aware that as long as she achieved a commendable rank, sacrificing a little was a trivial matter. The three teammates watching this unfold were envious. They wished for such treatment. However, Lin Fan shook his head, stating firmly, "No, I still feel the central area isn't suitable for me. I plan to return to the peripheral zone." After all, the number of shadow pigs here was far too sparse, merely a quarter of that in the outer area. Encountering 2 in 5 minutes was already exceptional luck. He preferred the myriad of adorable exotic beasts in the peripheral zone, like the agile frost rabbits and the nimble spirit cats. Although the points gained were minimal, 20 of those counted as one shadow pig. Lin Fan was not like other candidates. He did not prioritize points. While they were undoubtedly significant, attribute points were of greater importance to him. They represented tangible power. As for attending a magic university, what a joke. Was that even something Lin Fan needed to consider? He didn't even know how to write the word magic. Thus, he truly placed little value on points. His primary objective was the freedom attribute points, those delightful exotic beasts, as an ordinary person. Encountering exotic beasts in one's lifetime was a rare occurrence. This perilous magical assessment zone was a place painstakingly crafted by the military, where numerous exotic creatures were gathered in one locale. It was nothing short of paradise for Lin Fan. Strength over magic university. Lin Fan chose strength. Points versus freedom attributes. Lindley opted for freedom attributes. For freedom attribute points, the arithmetic was straightforward. An unranked spirit cat or frost rabbit could yield 3 freedom attribute points, while a first-tier shadow pig offered 5. If the quantities were equal, Lin Fan would certainly choose shadow pigs. However, with a density of shadow pigs a quarter that of the outer area, and a plethora of unranked exotic beasts appearing every few minutes, Lin Fan naturally favored the unranked creatures. Although those unranked exotic beasts could not engage him in a prolonged battle like shadow pigs, enduring his great strength, with one thrust ending the fight, it could become rather monotonous. Yet, he preferred quantity over quality in battle. But shadow pigs awarded 100 points. The red-haired sorceress gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief. "Points are of no significance to me," Lin Fan declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I adore various exotic beasts. The more, the merrier. The density of shadow pigs here is far too low. I find those cute and soft spirit cats and frost rabbits infinitely more exhilarating." The red-haired sorceress was left utterly perplexed. What sort of lunatic is this? Clearly possessing formidable strength, capable of hunting a 100-point shadow pig, yet opting to hunt unranked beasts worth only 5 points each? It is utterly thankless labor. This is a madman who kills for the sake of killing, a bloodthirsty fiend devoid of reason. Not even points can entice him. Taking a deep breath, the red-haired sorceress resolved to make one last effort. After all, this was a hefty ally she wished to cling to. "Perhaps you haven't grasped my intent," she said, loosening the first 2 buttons of her splendid magical robe, revealing her fair skin and enticing curves. She slightly bowed her head, exhaling softly, her voice laced with temptation. "If you would agree, after the exam concludes, I could." Before she could finish her sentence, a distant roar of an exotic beast echoed. Lin Fan instantly perked up, completely ignoring the alluring red-haired sorceress. Turning on his heel and sprinting away, the red-haired sorceress lifted her head, only to see Lin Fan and Lu Liang's retreating figures, her eyes filled with confusion. "What does this mean?" Am I not even as good as an exotic beast? In Lin Fan's perspective, indeed, she was not as appealing as an exotic beast. Women merely distract from my strength. Only exotic beasts are true love. Only those adorable exotic beasts embody strength. After 10 minutes, Lin Fan and Lu Liang raced towards the direction of the beast's roar, only to find a shadow pig had already been slain. Its magic crystal extracted, and the team had long departed. What now, Fangu? Lu Liang inquired, cradling his spear, glancing at Lin Fan that were late. Lin Fan rubbed his head. After a 10-minute run, they hadn't encountered a single shadow pig. It seemed he had indeed been fortunate previously. The density of shadow pigs here was quite low. The sorceress was right. It would likely take half an hour to find another. Let us head back to the outer area. Without hesitation, Lu Liang nodded, clinging tighter to Lin Fan's side. He had no reservations about Lin Fan's decision, though venturing to the outer area would diminish his points, having teamed up with Lin Fan thus far. He had already profited immensely. Without Lin Fan, he would have been in a team with Lu Qiao, timidly hunting unranked exotic beasts in the outer area, dividing points with the crowd, with Lin Fan's combat prowess. Even in the periphery, his hunting speed surpassed that of ordinary candidates, and he only shared points with Lin Fan. Let us go. The two wasted no time, charging towards the lush outer area. Meanwhile, within a bamboo hut, Principal Wang pondered, what on earth is happening with Lu Liang and Lin Fan? The sudden surge in points is perplexing. They can't possibly be entering the central area. Even if Lu Liang is a hidden magical genius, he cannot simultaneously confront two shadow pigs. Even Fire Shield wouldn't dare attempt such a feat. He is far too reckless. No. Could this be related to Lin Fan? The principal had a sudden inkling that something was amiss. Class teacher Old Qian shook his head. No, I know Lin Fan. He is the most stable of them all. I've given him strict instructions. He must have gotten lost and had no choice but act this way. The principal nodded, and in the next moment, he gazed at the two red dots marked with candidate numbers on the monitor displaying the entire arena map, suddenly letting out a sigh of relief. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, only the top 10 would be individually showcased on the large screen. However, to maintain an overall grasp, there was still a sizable display indicating the positions of the candidates through red dots. The two of them had returned to the external area. Principal Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing he had indeed inadvertently wandered into the central zone earlier, but had now made his way back. It remained uncertain whether any harm had befallen them. Even if Lu Liang, the concealed magical prodigy, had hidden his true strength, facing off against the fire shield of equal prowess might still result in injuries. Old Qian also breathed a sigh of relief, speculating that Lin Fan had likely persuaded him to return, for that young lad was the most composed of them all. Thus, the two remained safely nestled in the outer area, at least ensuring that no major incidents would transpire. Although their point accumulation would slow, they were still in a position to secure a second-tier qualification. Old Qian and Principal Wang exchanged a glance, both filled with immense gratitude. Indeed, had any lives been lost, next year's funding would be severely impacted. Even with just one top 10 finish, it wouldn't suffice. And those two from your school, worrying whether they return to the external area? The principal of the first high school chuckled heartily, remarking that their fire shield had already penetrated deep into the central zone, likely contemplating whether to venture into the core area at that moment. The fire shield ranked first with a staggering 915 points. Single-handedly, he had slain 9 shadow pigs and a ground tiger. From the outset of the grand assessment, he had not lingered in the outer area. Charging straight into the central zone, the most he had done in passing through the outer area was to casually eliminate 3 non-grade beasts. Following closely, the dark gun from the second high school ranked second with 905 points. Likewise, he had not formed any teams, taking down 9 shadow pigs and a ground tiger all on his own. However, while passing through the outer area, he had only managed to kill 1 non-grade beast, which placed him just behind the fire shield. Yet, he still held the qualifications to compete for first place, as the competition remained fierce, hinging on who could slay 1 more grade 1 beast. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had once again exited the central town area. Stepping into the dense forest of the outer zone, it felt like returning home. Lin Fan could hardly contain his eagerness to see those exuberant little creatures again, whether it be the supple-bodied agile cats or the swift-moving frost rabbits. He was eager to shower them with affection. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures sprang forth from the nearby grass. The adorable frost rabbits and the supple agile cats, Their eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. The frost rabbits first stood on end like ice crystals, as if a massive spiked ball were hurtling toward Lin Fan. Simultaneously, they unleashed icy projectiles. The agile cats danced through the air, their lithe bodies bending at angles. Claws poised to strike straight for Lin Fan's throat, surrounded by swirling blades of wind. Yet, to the astonishment of these three beasts, the youth before them seemed utterly unfazed by their ambush, instead revealing a fervent smile. "I've been waiting for you all." His fiery gaze resembled that of a long-lost lover. In truth, they were indeed akin to lovers. In Lin Fan's eyes, those two frost rabbits emanating an aura of coldness were but petite, delicate maidens, while the supple agile cat resembled a cat girl. With rabbit ears and a cat tail, Lin Fan's throat went dry, his veins throbbing. Who could withstand such a sight? Indeed, these adorable beasts were his true love. What did women matter when faced with such uniquely charming creatures? Then I shan't hold back. Buzz. The pitch-black spear vibrated ominously, unleashing a terrifying speed of 121 points in an instant as Lin Li thrust the spear with great force. The spear soared through the air with incredible swiftness. No magic, only sheer might. The dark spear light splattered forth, shattering the icy projectiles, and struck the two eager frost rabbits squarely in the face. The hardened spear tip sweeping across and sending the two rabbits flying. Their bones shattered instantly as they lay on the ground, convulsing. Meow. The agile cat let out a cry midair, its claws enveloped in wind blades. Already at Lin Fan's front. "I know you've been waiting. Don't rush. It's your turn now. Lin Li will be fair to all." Lin Fan's spear lunged forth once more, the long and sturdy black spear resembling a black dragon. Its massive body shredding through the wind blades, piercing straight through the agile cat's throat. In the blink of an eye, the three non-grade beasts had been slain, having endured the trials of the shadow pigs. Lin Fan had now reached the first tier. Compared to before, Lin Fan's attributes had significantly improved, resulting in a one-sided massacre. He had become a man capable of facing off against two shadow pigs head-on. However, due to this newfound prowess, having tasted the thrill of the shadow pigs, these once formidable foes ultimately could not satiate Lin Fan's desires. Indeed, they had become somewhat lackluster. Lin Fan weighed the three magic crystals in his hand, smacked his lips, and sighed, revealing that he still preferred arduous battles. Such encounters, where his overwhelming strength and spear could effortlessly pierce through his opponents, failed to fulfill him. What man would enjoy a battle that concluded in mere 3 seconds? If he were to speak of it, others would think Lin Fan lacked endurance, finishing in just 3 seconds, wasting the imposing and sturdy black spear that appeared so intimidating. However, it mattered not. The density of non-grade beasts in the outer area remained substantial. To compensate for the lack of quality, he could simply face 2 if 1 did not suffice, or 3 if 2 fell short. Yet, he could no longer rely solely on himself to seek out the beasts. That method was still too slow. Although Lin Fan preferred to take initiative, having the beasts come to him was undoubtedly the fastest approach. Lin Fan desired grand waves, a bit of flair. Only then could he meet the demands of his more discerning worldly self. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned to Lu Liang. "As a professional magician, do you know how to lure beasts?" "I don't know," Lu Liang replied with a bewildered expression, as this had never been taught. "In our magical training, we were instructed on how to remain discreet during the magical assessment, avoiding attracting the attention of beasts and stealthily ambushing them. This is a magical assessment, with dangers lurking everywhere. Who would intentionally expose themselves under the beasts' noses?" Lu Liang remarked, pulling out a notebook detailing how to conceal oneself during the magical assessment. This was the most critical topic covered in every magician's training. Specifically tailored to the magical assessment, Lin Fan took a glance at it and sighed, realizing it was utterly useless. What he desired was guidance on how to attract beasts, while this document solely addressed how to avoid their notice. It was completely unhelpful, even counterproductive. Just as Lin Fan was about to discard the notebook, he suddenly paused, trembling as he unfolded it, his eyes blazing with fervor. This was no scrap of paper, it was a treasure. Although it documented how to avoid attracting the beast's attention, could it not serve as a method for drawing them in if approached from the opposite angle? All he needed to do was reverse the instructions. In that moment, this paper transformed into a veritable guide on how to attract beasts. The thought of alluring beasts excited Lin Fan even more than attracting potential partners. For, as it is said, the opposite sex exists merely for reproduction, while beasts are the true love. What value did the opposite sex hold when faced with such uniquely charming creatures? Lin Fan gazed at the paper and mused. First point. One must make a loud commotion. Ah, I have arrived. Family, come forth. Lin Fan brandished his long spear, and a thunderous roar echoed through the serene mountain forest. The astonishingly dense outer region responded instantaneously, as rustling sounds erupted within a 300-meter radius. They are coming. It truly works. Lin Fan was elated, watching as several dark figures maneuvered through the thicket, rushing towards him from various directions. 5 frost rabbits and 3 agile cats, faced with such an overwhelming number of exotic beasts, which would send ordinary trainees into a panic. Lin Fan could not help but chuckle with delight. Splendid. His overly joyous grin bordered on the unsettling, as he regarded these fierce charging creatures with the same glee one might feel upon reuniting with long-lost relatives. Of course, Lin Fan's happiness stemmed not only from the appearance of these adorable beasts, but also from the realization that the notes he had studied were indeed accurate. Rest assured, I, Lin Dolly, shall ensure that everyone benefits equally. Bring forth the spear. Lu Liang tossed the long spear, while simultaneously gripping his magic wand, and began to chant, Master of Ice. Lin Fan seized the spear with fervor. Buzz! The ebony spear thrust forth once more. The massive, sturdy spear swept across the area. The charming beasts emitted sounds of satisfaction. The final 2 beasts, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee, but Lin Fan's furious shout echoed. Little beasts, we have yet to have our fun. Where do you think you're running off to? He then hurled 2 magic wands, piercing through their bodies. In scarcely 5 seconds, 8 unranked exotic beasts lay defeated on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise, merely gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, spear in hand, laughed joyfully. Lin Fan, adore exotic beasts above all. When the beasts are happy, so am I. Look how delighted they are. Lin Fan smiled at Lu Liang. In that moment, in the eyes of these dying creatures, the human wielding the spear appeared as a demon, more monstrous than they. Lu Liang completed his incantation. Hearken to my call. Crack. An ice crystal projectile coalesced, casting a brilliant magical glow as it pierced through the body of a fallen agile cat once again. Lin Fan raised his thumb in approval. Professional. Without hesitation, Lin Fan began to crush the skulls of these exotic beasts, storing the magic crystals and swallowing them as if they were mere beans. Yet, Lin Fan did not rush to allocate his points immediately, for the current attribute points were ample, and more importantly, Lin Fan was eager to learn how to attract the attention of exotic beasts. Time was of the essence, and he needed to seize every second to lure more beasts. To be fair, while other mages were diligently suppressing their presence to avoid attracting the beasts, Lin Fan was quite the opposite. He was striving to learn how to draw the beasts in. Lin Fan could hardly fathom why one would want to evade such adorable creatures. He unfolded the notes once more, and at that moment, they transformed from mere notes into a vivid vision, as if he could see a horde of delightful exotic beasts rushing toward him with fiery eyes. The charming and gentle frost rabbits, the supple-bodied agile cats. Who could resist such a sight? Just the thought of that image sent Lin Fan's blood racing, causing his spear to tremble slightly. Lin Dolly cherished the unique traits of each exotic beast. The normally indifferent Lin Fan suddenly found himself brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, bringing forth a diligence he had never exhibited in school. As he diligently studied the notes, the second point was clear. Absolutely do not chop down trees. Felling trees would create a tremendous noise, and the falling canopy would alert all exotic beasts within a kilometer radius to your location. Lin Fan nodded emphatically. Well said. I, Lin Fan, shall remember this. How could I not have thought of this? The person imparting this knowledge is a genius. Lin Fan realized he had previously fallen into a misunderstanding. After entering alongside the other candidates, he had unconsciously concealed himself, influenced by their caution. After all, in this forest teeming with exotic beasts, each person was both hunter and prey, reminiscent of a dark forest. In such a place, survival necessitated maintaining a low profile, hidden in the shadows. Yet Lin Fan now understood that he need not conceal himself. He was the hunter. Chop down trees. He pointed at a conspicuously taller tree nearby. Huh? Lu Liang gasped in surprise. Chop down trees. But I am a mage, and that would attract many exotic beasts. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Precisely. By chopping down trees, you will draw in more exotic beasts. This means more points for us. I must conserve my stamina for dealing with the beasts. Upon hearing about the prospect of more points, Lu Liang immediately complied. Indeed, since we are all here for points, and slaying exotic beasts grants points, We should attract as many beasts as possible. Following Lin Fan's reasoning, Lu Liang felt it made perfect sense. He gripped his wand once more. Master of Ice, after a brief incantation. A dazzling light coalesced into an ice axe. Lin Fan was taken aback. Such a simple form of magic? After all, in Lin Fan's mind, mages were beings of nobility. Their magic was always extravagant. Ice crystal projectiles. Wind blades, bindings of wood. Suddenly conjuring an axe for chopping would seem rather down to earth. Truth be told, he could not fathom why such magic existed. Did mages truly need to fell trees? Lu Liang grasped the axe, gazing up at the towering tree before him, contemplating. But now I think I understand. With that, bang, Lu Liang struck the tree with the axe. The entire tree shook violently. He had never considered that. As a noble mage, he would one day be tasked with chopping down trees. But it mattered not. Everything for the sake of points, as long as Lin Fan commanded, I, Lu Liang, shall follow to the ends of the earth. It is said that the dignity of a noble mage must not be trampled upon. Today, I shall prove that mages can indeed bend when necessary. One might say he had adopted the mentality of a loyal servant. True to his noble mage status, even his tree-felling speed surpassed that of ordinary folk. The ice axe seemed sharper than a typical axe in just 2 minutes. The towering tree was swaying precariously. Bang! Lu Liang delivered a final strike. Creak! A dry, cracking sound resonated as the towering tree, reaching over 40 meters in height, slowly toppled, crashing into another tree, ultimately landing with a thunderous crash. The deep thud reverberated through the earth, audible for miles around, causing countless birds to take flight. In the stillness of this desolate forest, the sound was jarringly conspicuous. Roar, hiss. In an instant, the air was filled with the roars of beasts, and agile cats leaped onto the treetops to observe the direction from which the great tree had fallen. In the minds of the exotic beasts, humans were inherently deserving of death. Moreover, felling trees was a destruction of their habitat, a direct affront to them. Meow. The cries of the exotic beasts rose in a cacophony. As from all directions, at least 100 agile cats and frost rabbits rushed forth. It was as though they had been thoroughly enraged, no longer hiding. The dense footfalls even caused the grass and trees beside Lin Fan to tremble. The beasts were advancing. Meanwhile, in the distance, the mages who had been cautiously concealing their presence were stunned upon hearing the sound of the tree crashing down. A tree has fallen. How could that happen? Surely no one is chopping down trees. Hiss. Could someone truly be so reckless as to invite their own doom? The instructors had specifically emphasized that the second rule was to avoid felling trees. Who among them was so foolish as to undertake such an act? Such a commotion could alert all exotic beasts within a 2 or 3 mile radius. Have they lost their minds? Those nearby exotic beasts seem to respond. Which school is this? One person has stirred up a wave of beasts all on their own. Can they escape? A wave of beasts. In an instant, the candidates wore expressions of sympathy, imagining the unfortunate soul was surely doomed. Those candidates closer to the scene quickly turned to distance themselves, fearing they might be swept up in the chaos. On the other side, outside the examination venue, beneath the canopy of the examination committee, for principals and their teachers continued discussing the competition for the top 10 positions. In your school, that 9th place candidate seems rather inadequate, the principal of the second school remarked with a laugh. A lightning mage, though undeniably powerful in bursts, lacks endurance and is already out of breath. Don't just criticize me. The principal of the third school replied dismissively, pointing at the principal of the fourth school. He scoffed. That one wielding the curse staff doesn't seem impressive either, relying solely on the 2 earth mages in the team to act as shields while they hang back casting curses. The 2 meat shields appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Alas, one cannot expect the curse-wielding mages to take the brunt of the assault, can they? Old Wong, somewhat exasperated, curled his lip. Moreover, you may bicker amongst yourselves, but kindly do not involve my 4th high school. TCH, these boastful principals. If it weren't for the consistently poor enrollment at my school, I would easily outshine you all. Old Wong silently clenched his fists, hoping that the wand of curses from his school would exert sufficient power, at the very least to overshadow the lightning mage from the 3rd high school. However, in the next moment, Old Wong's gaze swept across the scoreboard, and he was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan's score increased by 5, bringing his total to 328. Lin Fan's score increased by 5, now totaling 333. Lu Liang's score increased by 5, reaching 228. Lu Liang's score increased by 5, now totaling 333. Lin Fan's score increased by 5. Lin Fan's score increased by 5. The scoreboard, which had been continuously rolling to display the scores of various students, suddenly transformed into an arena dominated solely by Lin Fan and Lu Liang. It was as if the scoreboard had been monopolized by them. It continued to scroll, with points being tallied incessantly, the entire scoreboard refreshing wildly, displaying only the names of Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Other students, even when appearing momentarily, were swiftly overshadowed by the rapidly accumulating scores of Lin Fan and Lu Liang. The scoreboard was inundated with their ever-increasing points. Consequently, both Lu Liang and Lin Fan's rankings surged rapidly, soaring to the 1500s, a position that now indicated average performance. This left Principal Old Wang utterly baffled. What on earth was happening? Even the principal of the second high school noticed the anomaly on the scoreboard, standing up to tap the display. Is there a bug? Technical team, what's going on with the scoreboard? Captain Carlo of the first night watch team responsible for this examination immediately rose and spoke into the intercom. Check it immediately. Report. No anomalies detected. All points are being added according to the standard procedure. The battle was fully recorded by drones. The technical team's response echoed through the intercom. For a moment, all the principals were taken aback. The speed of point accumulation was simply astonishing. What was happening? Even if one were to dig deeply, they couldn't possibly find this quickly. How many unranked magical beasts could there be? The principal of the first high school gazed at the scrolling scoreboard, perplexed. But they are merely unranked magical beasts. The principal of the second high school sneered. With such strength, they could easily hunt shadow pigs and earth tigers, yet they choose to hunt these unranked beasts. Truly foolish. No matter how quickly they kill, can they match the efficiency of hunting shadow pigs? They merely seek to draw attention. Surely, you fourth high school did not expect these two students to break into the top 10 solely by hunting unranked beasts. Do you? At this moment, Principal Old Wang had no intention of retaliating. He turned to class teacher Old Qian with a bewildered expression. What on earth is going on with that Lu Liang from your class? Was he not injured and forced back to the periphery? Just now, this Lu Liang, alongside Lin Fan, a liability, instantaneously dispatched 2 shadow pigs. He must have been injured, consuming a considerable amount of magical energy. From Principal Old Wang and class teacher Old Qian's perspective, Lu Liang should have been wounded and retreated to the outskirts. They had even breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the reality was completely different. The speed of slaughter was such that even a fully energized mage might find it challenging to achieve. The intervals of rapid extermination seemed insufficient for even incantation. Was this magical genius Lu Liang concealing such depth? Did he possess an A-grade talent? Principal Old Wang felt a surge of excitement. Class teacher Old Qian, however, furrowed his brow, pondering another question. I now suspect how this fellow managed to locate so many unranked beasts so swiftly. Though the density of beasts in the periphery is high, it shouldn't be possible for them to line up for slaughter like this. Could it possibly be related to Lin Fan? Principal Old Wang suddenly inquired. Realizing that he and Old Qian had overlooked Lin Fan. No, he is merely an ordinary person without any magical energy. If not for Lu Liang, he would likely be too frightened to even remain. Old Qian shook his head, dismissing this least plausible error, and he was resolute in his assessment. Lin Fan's father, who had come as a mentor from the Magic University, nodded. Yes, my Lin Fan is most reliable. This is undoubtedly unrelated to Lin Fan. It should be the work of Lu Liang. Old Qian continued. I am still curious as to how they found so many magical beasts. And just as the two were conversing, a sudden dull roar erupted from not far away in the examination area. Even those sitting in the pavilion outside were astonished to witness, in the nearby dense forest, a towering tree came crashing down. Instantly, the faces of the principals and teachers present shifted. What have we done? Who felled that tree? Are they not aware they are signaling the magical beasts of our presence? Beasts within a radius of several miles will certainly take notice. Can we escape? Soon, we shall see which student withdraws from the examination. They will be thoroughly reprimanded. This is the most fundamental rule, an error that should never occur, emphasized countless times. Maintain a low profile. Especially avoid chopping down trees or starting fires. This could easily provoke an assault from over 100 magical beasts, akin to a minor beast tide. In that instant, the members of the examination committee, including principals and teachers, were gnashing their teeth in frustration, a visage of sheer disbelief that it was utterly incomprehensible why any examinee would commit such a fundamental mistake. Roar. The once silent periphery of the ruined forest was suddenly filled with the cacophony of the roars of magical beasts. Trees swaying as at least 100 beasts rushed towards that location. The teachers and principals of the examination committee sat grim-faced in the pavilion, while Captain Carlo, responsible for this examination, immediately stood up, preparing to lead 2 teams into the fray to retrieve the withdrawn examinees. However, after a brief wait, no movement was detected. Not a single examinee had withdrawn. What was going on? Over 100 magical beasts could not compel any examinee to retreat. Could it be that the examinee escaped? Unthinkable. Although these were unranked beasts, the sheer number made escape an unrealistic hope. Yet, why had no examinee withdrawn? Captain Carlo's expression darkened as he grasped the intercom. Inquiring, "Is there a death quota?" Technical team, conduct a thorough check to eye in an instant. All the principals turned pale. While the higher-ups permitted it, no one wished for a death quota to occur at their school. The death of an examinee is no trivial matter. Even the wealthiest first high school could not bear the financial repercussions of a death quota. Meanwhile, death was indeed occurring, but not at Lin Fan's expense. Monstrous beasts surged from all directions, dense as an ocean, their fearsome forms accompanied by low growls, charging towards Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Over 100 beasts, the air crackled with violent magical elements. Each beast brewing its signature magic as icy projectiles rained down from all sides. Hiss! One after another, frost rabbits emanated chilling ice attribute magic, their soft white fur transforming into sharp ice spikes, resembling colossal spiked balls barreling forward. The agile cats leapt between tree trunks, the howling winds morphing into razor-sharp blades, lunging for the throats of Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Although Lu Liang was a mage, he was merely an unranked magic user. Wholly unaccustomed to such a spectacle, his face turned pale, rooted in place, his voice trembling. Is this hell? All around were fearsome magical beasts and countless spells that blotted out the sky. Yet, here, was it paradise? Lin Fan gazed at the terrifying beasts charging from every direction. His eyes glazed over. Lost in thought, he suspected he had arrived in paradise. Otherwise, how could there be so many adorable little beasts? What? Terrifying? Nonsense. In my eyes, Lin Dolly, magical beasts are forever the most charming creatures in existence. The dainty, delightful frost rabbits, the soft-bodied agile cats. Lin Fan even felt that there were too few varieties of magical beasts in this magical examination. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed even more adorable little creatures. I, Lin Dolly, adore magical beasts. I love all kinds of magical beasts. Those that are cute, those that are plump, those that are soft, and those that are strong. Thus, facing the onslaught of the beasts from all directions, Lin Fan grinned fiercely. Bring forth the spear. Buzz, the spear surged forth. Lin Fan gripped the long spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the myriad of otherworldly beasts and his innate magic surging towards him from all directions. As a smile more sinister than that of the beasts themselves spread across his face, his eyes betrayed no fear, only a palpable excitement for the impending clash. Come forth, my little treasures, with a hum. The ebony spear swept through the air, its solid and massive shaft, along with its sharp tip, piercing flesh and blood. Before this dark weapon, the bodies of the otherworldly beasts appeared utterly feeble, meanwhile, in a state of anxious anticipation. A few seconds later, the intercom crackled to life with the report from the technicians. Equipment check complete. All candidates' vital signs are normal, and there are no recorded fatalities. In an instant, the tent fell silent. The members of the examination committee, including the teachers and the principal, widened their eyes in disbelief. Those present as members of the Magic Examination Committee, whether principal, teacher, or mentor from the Magic University, were all seasoned veterans with extensive experience from numerous magical assessments. Yet, they had never witnessed such a situation. Someone had felled trees, drawing the attention of hundreds of low-tier beasts, yet despite the onslaught, no fatalities had occurred, and astonishingly, no one had withdrawn from the competition. What on earth was happening? The principal and the teachers were all perplexed. Just then, the principal of the second school suddenly gazed incredulously at the scoreboard, exclaiming in astonishment, "No, the scorekeeper isn't static. It has flashing. The points for Lin Fan and Lu Liang are being updated in real time. Just how many beasts have they slain?" The other teachers and students quickly turned their attention, and in that fleeting moment, everyone gasped in shock. The scoreboard had already been filled with the points accrued by Lin Fan and Lu Liang, and at first glance, it appeared unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, the scorekeeper was indeed flashing. This indicated that changes were occurring at such a rapid pace that they seemed imperceptible. Even if other students' names occasionally appeared, they were swiftly replaced. At that moment, the entire scoreboard of the Zhangzhou examination site was ablaze with the points of Lin Fan and Lu Liang. The speed at which these two accumulated points dominated the entire venue, though each increment was merely 5. Under that terrifying rate of accumulation, Lin Fan and Lu Liang had already soared to 500 points. And the tally continued to rise rapidly. Numerous teachers and principals turned their astonished gazes towards Principal Wang of the 4th school, while the principal of the 2nd school, in utter disbelief, remarked, "Your school has hidden such formidable talents?" Yet, what left the multitude of teachers and principals baffled was that Principal Wang appeared even more astonished than they were, sitting there in disbelief, staring at the wildly updating scoreboard, mumbling, "What kind of monster-slaying speed is this? Each increment is just 5 points, yet they are ruthlessly slaughtering low-tier beasts. What on earth have they done? How did they encounter so many monsters?" The collective sentiment among the teachers and principals was incredulity. "What does your astonished expression mean? Are you saying that as a principal, you are unaware of your students' capabilities? How can you lead if you are so uninformed?" The homeroom teacher, Old Qian, wore an expression of disbelief. Although the density of beasts in the outer area was high, it was inconceivable to encounter such a multitude all at once. Wait a minute. Each increment is just 5 points, and the low-tier beasts in the outer region are numerous. The felled trees are akin to a small-scale beast tide. These keywords suddenly flashed through Old Qian's mind, and he looked in disbelief towards the direction of the large tree that had been cut down. That a terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. Old Qian stared blankly at Principal Wang, his voice trembling slightly. "Principal, I am now very curious about how they found so many beasts." Principal Wang paused for a moment, about to inquire further. But as he followed Old Qian's gaze and saw the direction of the fallen tree, he instantly shuddered. With eyes wide in shock, he gasped, "Are you suggesting that they were the ones who felled the trees?" Homeroom teacher Old Qian nodded, affirming the principal's conjecture. "So, they have actually slaughtered the beasts." Principal Wang's voice trembled, whether from shock or joy, his face flushed with excitement. They provoked a mini-beast tide. Surrounded by hundreds of low-tier beasts, yet instead of withdrawing, they annihilated them all. How is this possible? Typically, candidates facing such a horde would be fortunate to escape unscathed and use a scroll in time. The thought of even fleeing would be a luxury. And yet, these individuals managed to kill them all. I never claimed that," Old Qian stammered, equally incredulous. Even if Lu Liang were a hidden magical genius, having just dispatched 2 shadow pigs and then immediately vanquished so many more, even a first-level magical apprentice wouldn't possess the magical energy to sustain such an onslaught in such a short span. Just as the two were pondering the situation, the principal of the rocket class spoke in a subdued tone. "The staff of the cursed staff has been pushed out of the top 10. "What?" Principal Wang, who had just been contemplating the circumstances surrounding Lu Liang and Lin Fan, was suddenly taken aback. While their situation was undoubtedly intriguing, securing a position in the top 10 was paramount for any school. "Who has displaced them?" Principal Wang, filled with indignation, looked up, but the next moment, he was rendered speechless. 9th place, Lin Fan of the 4th school, points, 855. 10th place, Lu Liang of the 4th school, points, 855. Lin Fan, Lu Liang. Both are students from the 4th school. Not only had they ousted the cursed staff from the 10th position, but they had also displaced the originally 9th-ranked Thunder Element mage from the 3rd school. Principal Wang was momentarily stunned. Lin Fan and Lu Liang managed to do this. The previously irritated expression on his face transformed into a radiant smile, and he nearly shouted with excitement, "They've done splendidly." What a joke that if another school had pushed the cursed staff out, Principal Wang would have been furious. After all, it was the only hope for the 4th school to break into the top 10. But now a 1-for-2 exchange. This was a net gain. What does it matter? The 2 candidates who ascended are from our 4th school. Meanwhile, the principal of the 3rd school looked as if he had bitten into something sour, as their 9th place was now lost, leaving only a single contender. "Old Wang, you are too unscrupulous, hiding such talented students just to undermine me, aren't you?" The principal of the 3rd school grumbled. I didn't expect this either. Honestly, Lu Liang has been well concealed, managing to bring along Lin Fan, an ordinary student, into the top 10, Old Wang chuckled. However, the magical assessment is fundamentally about individual merit. One cannot claim I've undermined you. Right? The principal of the second school furrowed her brows, her aristocratic demeanor tinged with confusion. They truly managed to reach the top 10 by relying on those low-tier beasts worth only 5 points each in the outer region. She felt somewhat slapped in the face, as she had previously doubted that these two could achieve such a feat in the outer area. After all, this had never happened before, although the density of low-tier beasts in the outer region is high. Each one only yields 5 points. Meanwhile, first-level shadow pigs and earth tigers in the central region provide 100 points each, a 20-fold disparity, while it may be easier to slay low-tier beasts. For students with magical energy akin to first-level magical apprentices, magical energy itself is a scarce resource, and the number of spells they can cast is exceedingly limited. Humph, what is there to be joyous about? The principal of the first school scoffed, clearly believing that they were merely taking a shortcut, fully aware that their strength was lacking and seeking attention. Indeed, being able to slay so many beasts is impressive. But such a method would undoubtedly deplete a vast amount of magical energy. They might very well be weakened by now, while the other candidates were progressing at a steady pace, albeit slowly. They were managing their magical energy effectively. Only 6 hours had elapsed, and there was still a long way to go in the competition. The other candidates remained full of vigor, while the individual named Lu Liang was likely already fatigued. What would happen next? It seemed they had expended all their magical energy at the onset of the competition, fighting desperately for a glimmer of attention from a magical university if they truly possessed strength. Why not venture into the central region to hunt the shadow pigs and earth tigers for their bountiful points, instead of wasting their magical energy on these low-tier beasts? Soon enough, Lu Liang, drained of magical energy, would likely be caught up to by the other candidates. Nightfall was approaching, and the beasts would grow increasingly agitated that I fear that neither Lu Liang nor the ordinary Lin Fan would survive the night. The admissions process for the Magic University does not solely rely on the scores from the magical assessments. It also considers the candidate's combat performance. That it is not uncommon for some less capable candidates to resort to unorthodox methods to garner attention. Hoping to attract the university's favored eye in the analysis provided by the principal of the first high school. Although the magician Lu Liang is regarded as a master of concealed strength, he is but a fleeting phenomenon. Merely a transient spectacle. It is anticipated that he will soon be defeated. As for the ordinary individual Lin Fan, were it not for Lu Liang, he would likely have already occupied a spot on the list of casualties. An ordinary person daring to participate in the magical assessments. At the very moment the principal of the first high school concluded his remarks, the display screen showcasing the top 10 rankings began to shift. With 2 monitors specifically highlighting the surveillance footage of Lin Fan and Lu Liang, the principal of the third high school quickly directed his gaze, eager to ascertain the situation of these 2 candidates. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression grew increasingly complex, as it appeared to corroborate the first high school principal's analysis. On the screen, countless agile cats and frost rabbits lay lifelessly on the ground. Their deaths gruesome, some with pierced throats, others with severed bodies. Their skulls were shattered, blood and white matter pooling on the ground, staining the earth a vivid red, while the verdant foliage became tainted with crimson. It was as if the very air had turned foul with the stench of death. Even through the screen, one could feel a wave of terror crashing forth. It resembled a scene from a hellish battlefield. At that moment, several teachers felt their scalps prickle, some even beginning to retch. Though they had witnessed the tragic demise of magical beasts before, the sight of so many corpses piled up was overwhelming. Among the carnage, Lu Liang, drenched in blood, appeared pale, sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling slightly as he gasped for breath, leaning on a bloodied, obsidian spear with one hand and gripping his wand tightly with the other. He completed his final incantation, conjuring a crystalline ice projectile from the air. With a resounding crack, it pierced the body of a frost rabbit that had already succumbed to death. Impressive, Lin Fan exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up. In stark contrast, Lin Fan bore not a single trace of blood on him. He appeared as though he had not engaged in battle at all, not even a bead of sweat gracing his brow. His breathing steadied. He stood there, leisurely munching on some snacks as if he were on a casual outing. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the observing principals. It was evident that the principal of the first high school's analysis held true. The primary force was indeed Lu Liang. His labored breathing and the sheen of sweat on his forehead were clear indicators of a fierce struggle, his magical energy evidently depleted. Yet, he had performed remarkably, slaying so many magical beasts, despite his exhaustion. In terms of magical potency, he was quite impressive, comparable to a novice second-tier magician or even a third-tier 1.0. With a spear in one hand and a wand in the other, he was indeed following the path of a magic warrior. The slain magical beasts had all fallen to the piercing strikes of his spear. As a magic warrior, his prowess was commendable. Truly, he was a rare sight to behold. The principal of the second high school nodded slightly. Turning to Old Wang, congratulations to the fourth high school. This hidden magical genius, Lu Liang, is indeed formidable. Even if he is merely seeking attention, his capabilities have been thoroughly demonstrated. Even if he falters later, he is likely to be accepted into the Magic University or even one of the prestigious institutions, Magic Warriors, below the third-tier magician level. Only those with A-level talent could achieve such feats, and only those capable of casting spells instantly could wield magic in close combat. Magic warriors and melee magicians, who could employ magic in close-range battles, were the most sought after among magicians, as they lacked the typical aversion to close combat that ordinary magicians possessed, making them highly favored by the Magic University. It could be said that Lu Liang's performance had certainly garnered him newfound respect. Even if he were to falter afterward, he would still be eligible for exceptional admission into the Magic University or one of the 8 prestigious institutions. Haha, modesty, modesty, Old Wang chuckled, having earlier worried that Lu Liang might truly lack stamina. However, it now seemed that even if he were to falter, Lu Liang's performance was enough to warrant exceptional admission from a prestigious magic academy. Old Wang decided to drop the pretense, revealing, in truth, Lu Liang is the ace I prepared specifically for this magical assessment. He is our school's strongest magician, but under my direction, he has always presented himself as unremarkable. Behind the scenes, I have personally trained him, providing him with magical resources for this very day. Principal Old Wang spoke with fervor, though in reality, he was merely somewhat familiar with Lu Liang, an ordinary student. Yet now that Lu Liang was shining in the spotlight as the principal, he was eager to seize the opportunity to bolster his own reputation. The world of academia is not merely about competition. It is also about social connections. However, some teachers frowned, casting disdainful glances at Lin Fan on the screen, muttering, "This ordinary person is utterly oblivious. A hidden magical genius fights valiantly, and he stands there munching snacks, as if on a leisurely trip? Truly excessive. Indeed, it is outrageous. While others are drenched in blood, this lad hasn't a single drop on him, not even a hint of sweat. He must have merely watched the spectacle unfold." Not only that, but when they continued on their journey, he didn't even help Lu Liang carry that evidently heavy spear. He is relying solely on Lu Liang, oblivious to the value of his magical energy and stamina. If Lu Liang were to exhaust himself, they would both be forced to withdraw. Who is this scion, devoid of magical talent, to be accompanied by such a formidable ally, sharing in the hard-earned points? How shameless. Indeed, it is Old Wang, the principal of the 4th high school, who is truly shameless. He is quite astute. This could secure another spot at a magic academy. The admissions process at the Magic University is a mutual selection. Do they truly believe that the academy is naive? Such an ordinary individual, reliant on another for advancement. What use is a high score? It is truly unjust to Lu Liang, who has fought valiantly for his points, only to have them divided with an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in the back row, Lin Fan's father, present as a mentor from the Ice Magic University, wore a peculiar expression. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Especially recalling how Lin Fan had utterly dominated Lu Liang the previous night and had consumed the magic released by Lu Liang, he felt an unsettling intuition about the unfolding events. Suddenly, buzz, Lin Fan's father's phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression freezing, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally answered the call. "Did you really allow Lin Fan to participate?" The voice of Lin Fan's mother boomed with indignation over the line. Clearly, upon seeing her son rank in the top 10 on the televised broadcast, she had become aware of his involvement in the magical assessments. "If I hadn't seen it on TV, I would have remained oblivious to my son's participation in the magical assessments. How wonderful. As his mother, I was kept in the dark. Do you wish for Xiao Fan to perish? He is merely an ordinary boy. Look at Lu Liang, drenched in blood, and he is casually munching snacks, clearly unfit to partake in battle. If Lu Liang were to falter for even a moment, Xiao Fan could be killed by a magical beast. Have you lost your mind?" Lin Fan's father lowered his voice. Do not attempt to placate me. Are you so desperate for Xiao Fan to enter the Magic Academy that you have lost your senses? He is just an ordinary child, utterly defenseless. I understand that you are a mentor at the Magic University and wish for your child to become a magician, but Xiao Fan possesses no magical talent. Are you unaware? Look at the pressure you have placed on him. What have you driven him to become? An ordinary boy, embarking on a perilous journey to fulfill your dreams by participating in this life-threatening magical examination. And as for Lu Liang, even if he shares a good rapport with Lin Fan, you cannot expect Lin Fan to become a burden to him. We must not endanger him, typically gentle and refined. Lin Fan's mother now roared like a protective lioness, leaving Lin Fan's father at a loss for words. I warn you, as a member of the education committee, you must force Lin Fan to withdraw from the competition immediately. Lin Fan's father furrowed his brow. This is the magical assessment. No one can be forcibly withdrawn unless someone is concealing high-tier magical scrolls or committing exam fraud. I do not care. Make Lin Fan withdraw at once. Otherwise, do not bother returning home tonight. The phone call ended with a beep. Lin's father remained silent for a long while, yet he ultimately resolved to take another look. Deep down, he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Xiao Fan, give it your all. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing Lu Liang panting heavily, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't it just chopping down a tree? Why are you so exhausted? I haven't even broken a sweat." "I'm terrified," Lu Liang lamented, his face ashen. There were over 100 of them, swarming like locusts. I've never seen so many in my life. The memory of the earlier chaos still haunted Lu Liang's eyes. Filled with an inescapable dread, Lin Fan's terrifying combat prowess left him utterly astounded. Each swing of that long spear was powerful and decisive, rendering the densely packed beasts unable to approach. All were reduced to mere clouds of blood or had their throats pierced. The dazzling magic he had witnessed was shattered by the unadorned might of that spear. What was once considered magic appeared utterly trivial in comparison. It was as if a hellish deity had descended amid a sea of blood. At that moment, Lu Liang felt paralyzed by fear, convinced he was destined to perish, only to find Lin Fan shielding him like an insurmountable wall, albeit covered in blood. Remarkably, Lin Fan emerged from such carnage unscathed. This guy was even more monstrous than the beasts themselves. Lu Liang regarded Lin Fan with a hint of fear that surpassed even his initial terror when facing the onslaught of those creatures. Once the battle concluded, Lin Fan sighed, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. It was far too brief. What I crave is an exhilarating, protracted struggle. I desire more. In Lin Fan's eyes sparkled an unparalleled affection for the adorable beasts. It was a longing that resonated within his very soul. I, Lin Dali, harbor an undying love for the beasts. I only wish for more of these delightful creatures. Alas, Lin Fan's stamina was simply extraordinary. Despite the overwhelming numbers, they failed to make him break a sweat. The sensation of a satisfying, drawn-out battle eluded him. This rapid conclusion, with a single thrust, left him feeling rather bored. Their frail bodies were no match for his ebony spear. More of them were needed to compensate for the lackluster challenge. Lu Liang's heart raced. What do you still want to do? Well, we must continue to attract them, now that we've completed this tree-chopping test. The beasts in this area have probably all been lured here to their demise. So, let us relocate and test a new method, Lin Fan suggested, glancing at his notes. Lu Liang sighed. But first, let us find a place with water to wash off. I am soaked in blood, and the stench is overwhelming. However, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the blood-smeared Lu Liang. No, don't wash. Trust me, the stronger the scent of blood, the better. It's advantageous. Lu Liang blinked, confused. For reasons unknown, under Lin Fan's fervent gaze, Lu Liang suddenly felt an ominous premonition. That weren't you quite nervous just now? Lin Fan said with a meaningful look, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Liang replied, yes, with so many beasts, I thought I was a goner. You're not going to make me chop down trees again, are you? Let me be clear, I have no desire to witness that many beasts charging at me again. Recalling the terrifying scene, Lu Liang trembled at the thought. It was simply too frightening. He had never encountered such a horde of monstrous beasts rushing towards him. After all, Lu Liang was just a student. He had never experienced such a spectacle. Rest assured, given your exhaustion and fright, I won't put you through any more trials. Let us take a break from hunting beasts for now. Lin Fan smiled. It's a rare opportunity to explore the woods outside the city. Let us relax a bit. How about a mountain climb? Traveling. Lu Liang pondered the term, feeling bewildered. You consider this magical assessment a vacation. Yet, Lu Liang had grown accustomed to Lin Fan's somewhat warped worldview. For this eccentric individual, a grand test might indeed be perceived as a form of leisure. Moreover, in an era rife with beasts, the notion of travel seemed like an unattainable luxury, a mere relic of ancient texts. As high school students, both Lu Liang and Lin Fan had been sheltered within the city, only occasionally allowed to venture out under the protection of mages. Thus, when the idea of travel and climbing a mountain was proposed, Lu Liang felt a flicker of excitement. As long as we're not chopping trees, I'm on board. Climbing a mountain could be quite enjoyable. Lin Fan nodded and pointed to a steep hill rising 100 meters above its surroundings. The view from up there should be splendid. Do you wish to check it out? Before long, on the hillside, as Lu Liang reached the midway point, he turned back and asked, Fangu, aren't you coming up? No, I'll stay here to watch our things. Lin Fan indicated the ebony spear and 2 backpacks on the ground. You just go ahead. Lu Liang felt a warm glow in his heart. Lin Fan, you're a true brother. It's a rare chance to hike, and you willingly stay behind to safeguard our belongings. What a good friend, so loyal. I'm a bit tired, Lu Liang admitted as he paused. Sitting on a stone halfway up the slope, panting heavily, don't stop. Keep going. I believe in you. Lin Fan called from below. I still need you for something. Lu Liang blinked. Huh? Really? What is it? Don't worry about that. It's a good thing. Just keep climbing. Fangu, am I good here? Keep going higher. How about here? Just keep climbing without a care. You'll know when you reach the top. Is this okay? Do you see the summit? Just head towards that. Stop when you reach the top. I promise the view is the best from up there. Using both hands and feet, Lu Liang ascended the steep slope, panting and sweating profusely. As a mage, he had never engaged in such physical labor before. Between chopping trees and climbing mountains, he felt as though he were not participating in a magical assessment, but rather enduring a wilderness survival challenge. Finally, thanks to his magical stamina, Lu Liang reached the windy summit. Indeed, the view was magnificent, offering a perspective unlike any other. It felt as though he was standing atop the entire forest. Fangu, I made it. Lu Liang shouted down to Lin Fan. What should I do now? Lin Fan bellowed back. You don't have to do anything. Just stand there. By the way, feeling hot? Unbutton your shirt, fan yourself, and shake off the dust. And shout out loud. Huh? Lu Liang felt something was off, yet he couldn't quite place it. Isn't it dangerous? Rest assured, it's completely safe. Lin Fan urged. Hurry and shout, after climbing all the way to the top. You must let it out. Trusting Lin Fan, Lu Liang took a deep breath and, standing at the summit, unbuttoned his shirt and waved it in the wind. Finally, he inhaled deeply, letting out a resounding ah. His voice echoed through the mountains and forests. To his surprise, as soon as Lu Liang shouted, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, turning to Lin Fan and exclaiming, that truly felt exhilarating. Glad to hear it. Lin Fan nodded approvingly, glancing at his notes again. Noting the 3rd and 4th points. Always try to stand in lower areas. Avoid high places. While elevation offers a broad view, it also attracts the attention of countless beasts. Additionally, steer clear of upwind positions. Some beasts have exceptionally keen noses. Lastly, maintain absolute silence and watch your step. Each movement may snap a branch. However, the summit was not only elevated but also positioned directly upwind, with fierce gusts howling at the peak. Shouting there would undoubtedly attract attention. That should suffice. Lin Fan murmured. At the moment when Lu Liang stood atop the slope, brushing off his clothes, the previously dried bloodstains scattered in the wind. In an instant, the myriad of exotic beasts within a several-mile radius suddenly froze, then sniffed the air. The scent of blood lingered. Blood from their kind, intermingled with the odor of humans, the stench of gore, along with the essence of humanity, served as a potent stimulant for the beasts. It was the aroma most capable of igniting their ferocity. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of these beasts ignited with unparalleled savagery, their violent intent flaring like a conflagration. As they lifted their heads to track the source of the scent, eager to ascertain who had released such a potent aroma, however, there was no need for the beasts to search. On the distant high slope, a figure, stained with blood, raised both hands in a trumpet shape. Ah! In that moment, countless exotic beasts stood dumbfounded. Why was this human so audacious? Even the older beasts had never encountered such a brazen human. Covered in the blood of their kin, instead of fleeing to cleanse themselves, he boldly stood in the upwind, spreading his scent, even shouting from the high slope to attract the attention of all beasts. It was as if he were proclaiming, I have slain your brethren. I am here. Come seek vengeance. A direct attack on their hearts. This brazen demeanor left the beasts, who should have been enraged and howling, momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, Brother Fan, you've shouted. Now what? Lu Liang called down from the summit. No response. Lin Fan paused. Try shouting again. What on earth am I doing up here shouting? Lu Liang was somewhat perplexed, yet he bellowed. Ah. In the forest, under the watchful eyes of the beasts, he roared once more. This time, the beasts could no longer contain themselves, unleashing a chorus of enraged howls as they charged towards that figure. Roar, meow. The forest erupted into chaos. The thunderous roars of countless beasts soared skyward, responding to Lu Liang's call, a cacophony that drowned out his voice, rolling forth like a tidal wave from all directions. Engulfing him, for 10 miles around, the mountains echoed with the roars of the beasts, trees swayed, and the ground trembled, as if a multitude of terrifying entities were racing towards them. The very magical essence of the forest surged violently. In that instant, Lu Liang was utterly bewildered. What on earth are you doing? He yelled at Lin Fan amidst the tumultuous forest. Fishing, Lin Fan urged, waving his hand frantically. Stop standing there like an idiot. The beasts have taken the bait. Come run to me. Fishing? Lu Liang froze. Didn't you say we were here to hike? You said I should come to relax and enjoy the scenery. You brought me up here to attract the beasts? This was your plan all along, and naturally, fishing required bait. Undoubtedly, he himself was the bait. I'm the bait. I thought you brought me here to unwind, but you've turned me into bait. So, the earlier instruction to unbutton his clothes and brush off the blood was merely to spread the scent. The shouting was solely to draw the beast's attention. This was all a ruse to lure them. No wonder he hadn't been allowed to wash away the blood. Lu Liang had thought it was out of concern for his health. Instead, they were just waiting for him to serve as the bait. You and your brotherhood. Using me as bait? Lu Liang felt as if he were delivering a love letter for a friend to a classmate. So, the beasts were the true love, and I, Lu Liang, was merely a pawn in your game. As he felt the multitude of fierce gazes upon him, witnessing the horde of beasts charging forth from the surrounding woods. Lu Liang's face turned ashen. This scene was more chaotic than the previous tree felling. It was as if he had disturbed a nest of beasts. From all sides surged a dense mass of snarling creatures, their roars echoing as they poured forth from the forest, seemingly endless. Indeed, that shout from the 100-meter-high slope, coupled with the scent of blood, was far too alluring. Beasts from a 10-mile radius were drawn here, all racing towards him. Lin Fan, you despicable creature. You've even betrayed me. Lu Liang's eyes turned red. He resolved never to heed Lin Fan again. Yet, at this juncture, he realized that no matter what, he could not outrun these beasts, nor escape. The only place that might offer safety was beside Lin Fan. Exhausted from his earlier climb up the slope, Lu Liang suddenly felt a surge of energy, sprinting down the incline. The rugged path, which had taken him half an hour to climb, now seemed far less daunting. Lu Liang's agility was unparalleled, outpacing even a frost rabbit, as he dashed and slid, reaching Lin Fan's side in an instant. Don T asked, "It's pure adrenaline. A person's potential is like water. With a little coaxing, it can be unleashed." Without a doubt, Lin Fan had done an excellent job of drawing out Lu Liang's potential. Lu Liang reached Lin Fan's side and crouched down, clutching his head, unable to bear even a glance at the horde of vicious beasts. Lin Fan, however, gazed with excitement at the dense throng of frost rabbits and agile cats pouring from the trees. His eyes ablaze with fervor, trembling with exhilaration. So many adorable beasts. This truly is the paradise of Lin Dali. It was worth sending Lu Liang up to lure them, with such a multitude of charming creatures. It should provide ample opportunity for me to indulge. Lin Fan eagerly licked his lips. "Bring the gun," he shouted, and without looking back, Lu Liang hurled the long spear. Buzz! Lin Fan gripped the sleek black spear tightly, its robust body vibrating with a hum. There was no magic involved, just sheer strength. "Rest assured, I won't let your luring go to waste. The rest is up to me, and no beast shall harm you." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Liang, hiding behind him, suddenly felt anxious about whether Lin Fan could handle it. The beasts he had summoned this time were surely several times more than those he had attracted while felling trees. Although Lu Liang had been used as bait, the bond between the two friends ran deep. Brothers, after all, were meant to pull each other's legs. Since entering the arena, Lin Fan had been the one slaying the monsters, continually protecting him. Lu Liang had merely assisted in handling the spear, contributing little, yet reaping a significant share of the spoils. Thus, he did not harbor true resentment towards Lin Fan. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the once terrified Lu Liang exhaled, summoning all his willpower to suppress his fear. That he slowly raised his head, standing tall, trembling as he gripped his wand, and approached Lin Fan's side. I too will fight alongside you. If necessary, we can withdraw early. Lu Liang felt that perhaps this was the most courageous moment of his life. He summoned every ounce of bravery he possessed. This was pure friendship. This was I, Lu Liang, standing shoulder to shoulder with my friend, refusing to stand idly by, valuing camaraderie above even the prospects of a magician. Before Lu Liang could fully bask in his self-heroics, bang, Lin Fan, without turning back, kicked him back behind him. Get lost. At this moment, you still wish to compete with me. Lin Fan, eyes aflame, focused on the approaching menacing beasts, declaring, they are all mine. You shall not contest me, not even a single one. The beasts are my true love. True love is not to be contested. These charming creatures, which I have painstakingly lured, must be cherished by me, Lin Dali, personally. Brothers may be like limbs, but women, no, beasts, are like clothes. However, I, Lin Fan, would rather lose limbs than walk the streets without attire. Before true love, there are no brothers. Lu Liang, observing Lin Fan's back, suddenly felt he had misunderstood something. This guy is even more twisted than I imagined. Faced with such a horde of ferocious beasts, his first instinct was to fear losing them to others. Is this love truly so distorted? Those are beasts. Terrifying, ferocious beasts. Do you understand reproductive isolation? There cannot be a future for you too. Is this a love that transcends species? Lu Liang had never seen Lin Fan in such a light before. He had always seemed quite normal. Had he known his comrade was this deranged, he would never have become friends with him. Lu Liang suddenly felt an acute sense of inadequacy for not being twisted enough to fit in. Fine, they are all yours. I promise not to contest with you. Lu Liang once again huddled behind Lin Fan, his courage to fight alongside him evaporating. He too wished to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother, yet it seemed his brother would not allow it. How I, Lu Liang, longed to be a steadfast and gallant Lu Xiaoyang. However, there was no choice. The circumstances did not permit it, and thus Lu Liang resigned himself to a passive existence, merely scraping by. He felt as though he were a pet of Lin Fan, or rather, a tool for drawing monsters, serving merely as bait to attract fish. Yet this time, Lu Liang sensed Lin Fan's unwavering confidence. Gazing at Lin Fan's silhouette, he felt no more anxiety, only an overwhelming sense of peace. Even in the face of the countless, terrifying beasts that loomed ahead, it was a weighty sensation, reminiscent of a father's presence. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Liang's face. What if his relationship with Lin Fan would never transcend mere friendship? From all directions, the monstrous creatures surged forth, but inexplicably, the moment they laid eyes on Lin Fan, they all halted abruptly 100 meters away. It was as if the aura radiating from this youth was more terrifying than the beasts themselves. Particularly striking were Lin Fan's fervent eyes, a gaze so intense that it instinctively repelled the creatures. How utterly charming. Buzz, the pitch-black spear was slowly raised, in the face of those ferocious beasts. Lin Fan's lips curled upward, revealing an exultant, almost deranged smile. As he beckoned with a single finger, you all, come at me together. I, Lin Dali, can take it. Roar. From every direction, the multitude of beasts erupted into a cacophony of roars, charging toward Lin Fan like a tidal wave of monstrosities. Vibrant magical lights flaring in a tumultuous display. What a delightful day it was. Lin Fan, with his maniacal grin, swept his spear, shattering magical projectiles with glee. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Fan, he had caused quite a stir. As Lu Liang stood atop the slope, his shout echoed through the forest, causing the entire woodland to tremble. Hidden mages, concealed among the foliage, turned to stone in shock. Someone shouting, they must be on high ground. Carried by the wind, even we can hear them. Who is it? Have they lost their mind? That shout could rouse countless beasts. Are they seeking death? Great, another dropout. What day is it? Why are there suddenly two teams of fools? First, they chopped down trees. Now someone is shouting like a madman, unafraid of death? Yet in reality, there was only one team of fools. The limitations of these mages' abilities confined their imaginations. They could not fathom why. At a moment when they were so painstakingly hiding from the beasts, someone would be chopping trees and shouting from a height. It felt almost like a vacation. In an instant, all participating candidates heard the chilling, haunting roars, The trees within a radius of several miles began to sway, and a multitude of faint footsteps echoed. The beasts had indeed been stirred. Let us get away quickly. In an uproar, the surrounding candidates hastily retreated, fearing to confront the enraged, fearsome horde of beasts. Yet a group of mages paled, glancing back at the high slope just a mile away, where they could vaguely discern a figure, south too close. Some of the beasts drawn by that shout will pass right by us. We're done for. If only we hadn't come here. Damn it, who is it that has led us to this fate? In mere moments, before the mages could prepare themselves, the underbrush rustled violently, and the sound of thundering footsteps approached. Turning to look, they beheld a horde of monstrous creatures, roaring and charging forth in a dense mass. This sight was utterly despairing. Damn it. Seeing the horrific numbers, the mages turned pale. One mage raised his wand, ready to fight to the death, but was firmly restrained by a teammate, who urgently insisted, "What are you thinking? We need to deploy the defense scrolls. Better to withdraw than to die." The mages hastily drew out their defensive scrolls, their faces ashen as they stared at the approaching beasts, their eyes filled with resentment. Lamenting that they had done nothing wrong. Roar, the beasts surged forward. Buzz, the defensive scrolls activated instantly, fierce winds swirling from all directions, forming a howling shield that encircled and protected them. The positioning devices at their waists vibrated violently, sending out withdrawal notifications and coordinates. This signified their retreat. Yet in the next moment, the enraged beasts roared and surged past these mages, even neglecting to cast them a glance, their focus solely on the figure atop the slope. The mages' mouths twitched in frustration. Damn it, this is infuriating. We've retreated before these beasts, and they didn't even acknowledge our presence. It would have been better had they attacked us. In that instant, the mages could hardly contain their resentment, wondering where this calamity of a loudmouth had originated. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan and Lu Liang entered the top 10, all the instructors had ceased to focus on the competition between the Fire Shield and the Dark Spear. While the Fire Shield and Dark Spear were indeed remarkable, exceptional students emerged every year. Only Lu Liang and Lin Fan left the faculty utterly perplexed. Lu Liang, a hidden magical genius suddenly revealing his prowess, was one thing. But to achieve entry into the top 10 while sharing points with an ordinary person, merely slaying non-tiered beasts for 5 points each, was astonishing. The sight of countless beast carcasses left the members of the examination committee aghast, some even daring not to look too closely. Was this merely a student? He was nothing short of a reaper. What extraordinary strength did Lu Liang possess? When had the Fourth Academy nurtured such a magical prodigy? In terms of sheer magical power, Lu Liang might even surpass the Fire Shield and Dark Spear. It seemed he had slain at least 100 beasts to the point of exhaustion. Gasping for breath, one instructor pointed at the screen and analyzed. Moreover, look at that ordinary fellow named Lin Fan. He hasn't even broken a sweat, not a drop of blood on him. Lu Liang has protected him exceedingly well. This indicates that Lu Liang is entirely at ease in the face of so many beasts. Though they had not witnessed the previous battle, the instructors could deduce much from the evidence before them. What a shame that such immense magical power is wasted on non-tiered beasts. If only he had targeted shadow pigs and earth tigers from the start, one instructor sighed and shook his head. I fear the Fire Shield and Dark Spear would have been irrelevant. Indeed, it was a pity. Now that he was utterly drained, even if he were to recover, it would take the better part of a day. And should he encounter beasts again during that time, he might as well withdraw now. Another instructor concurred, but in the next momentum, he isn't withdrawing. He intends to continue fighting. They beheld Lu Liang slowly rising, leaning on his spear, deep in discussion with Lin Fan. What were they saying? No one knew, as there were too many candidates observing simultaneously. Even the top 10 competitors had separate screens, making it impossible to eavesdrop on their conversation. The instructors, of course, could not hear Lu Liang and Lin Fan's exchange. Yet Lu Liang appeared somewhat reluctant, but after Lin Fan uttered something, he visibly relaxed and nodded. Then, the two of them, with their backpacks, Lu Liang hefting the heavy spear, began to walk in another direction. What were they planning to do? Lin Fan, the ordinary person, was utterly clueless, merely tagging along to reap the rewards of Lu Liang's points. Why was he going off empty-handed? He should at least help Lu Liang carry the spear, serving as a mere prop. Some instructors felt indignant for Lu Liang, finding Lin Fan's actions utterly shameless. Under the watchful eyes of the teachers, Lu Liang and Lin Fan did not search for beasts, but instead walked discreetly toward a certain direction. What were they up to? Perhaps they were seeking a secluded spot to hide. Yes, that seemed likely. Lu Liang was indeed wise, recognizing that he had exhausted too much magical energy in the previous battle and desperately needed to recuperate. It was indeed not the right time for him to engage in further combat. He needed to find a place to conceal himself. Well done, showing restraint and understanding. This was far superior to the majority of magical prodigies who sought to show off. Yet one instructor frowned slightly. However, he ought to clean the blood off himself first. If he remains covered in blood, it could easily attract other beasts. How could he commit such a blunder? Ridiculous. Do you think I, Lu Liang, would make such a low-level mistake? In the next moment, on the surveillance screen, Lu Liang and Lin Fan came to a halt before a towering slope that loomed 100 meters high. Principal Wang of the 4th High School nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed. With the slope at our backs, constructing a simple shelter will be considerably easier. Not only can we evade the fierce winds, but it will also minimize the spread of scents, thereby reducing the likelihood of attracting monstrous beasts. Old Qian, your teachings have proven quite effective. Old Qian, the homeroom teacher, smiled in acknowledgement, realizing that Lu Liang had heeded his advice. However, the smile on Old Qian's face suddenly faltered, and Principal Wang's expression shifted from contentment to disbelief. All members of the examination committee stood frozen, their eyes wide with incredulity. That on the screen, Lin Fan pointed, and to everyone's shock, Lu Liang discarded his backpack and long gun, charging directly up the slope. Climbing with hands and feet. What is he doing? Climbing a mountain. The proctors gasped in astonishment. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. After the prior battle, he should have been exhausted. Now is the time to hide and recuperate. What was he thinking? Did he consider this a leisurely excursion? Had he lost his mind? This was the great magical assessment, not a mountain climbing endeavor. Ascending would only attract more beasts, and with all that blood on him. What was his intention? Was he courting death? Did he not comprehend the gravity of his actions? Such a fundamental error in judgment was unimaginable. Just moments ago, Principal Wang had praised Lu Liang. But his expression soured as he turned to Old Qian. Did you not instruct him? He must avoid high ground and the windward side. I did. I had the mages in my class memorize it. Old Qian replied, equally baffled, questioning Lu Liang's thought process. Yet, before the teachers could fully grasp the situation, Lu Liang had already reached the summit. Amidst the howling winds at the peak, he brushed off his clothes, the dried blood turning to dust and scattering. Simultaneously, Lu Liang executed an action that surpassed all expectations. With his hands cupped like a trumpet, he called out loudly, riding the wind's sound. Though the surveillance lacked audio, in that moment, it felt as if all the teachers could hear his voice reverberating through the mountains. After a brief pause, when the surrounding forest seemed unresponsive, Lu Liang shouted again with even greater volume. He was still shouting. Had he gone mad? With that bellow, he would surely rouse countless beasts. What had his teachers taught him? Whose student was he, to commit such fundamental blunders? Was he truly seeking his demise? Suddenly, one of the teachers seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Wait, he wouldn't be intentionally attracting the beast's attention, would he?" An immediate silence fell over the makeshift shelter. All the teachers stood there, faces etched with disbelief, intentionally attracting the beast's attention. This should be impossible. The density of the beasts in the outer regions was terrifying. Once dozens of unranked beasts took notice, dealing with them would be infinitely more troublesome than a single shadow pig. If he truly possessed such strength, why remain in the periphery? Why not venture into the central town or core district? This was tantamount to voluntarily withdrawing from the assessment. Avoiding the attention of the beast was a principle every examinee had ingrained in their minds. The teachers had even summarized key points, including not chopping trees, avoiding high ground, and refraining from making loud noises. Yet, recalling Lu Liang's earlier tree-chopping incident left them uncertain. He couldn't possibly be trying to attract the beast's attention, could he? He had already felled trees before. Had he retained any magical energy after the previous battle? Was he truly that formidable? The precautions we taught him seemed to be treated as a checklist he had methodically disregarded. On the screen, the surrounding forest shook violently. Even without sound, the teachers could surmise that beasts within a several-mile radius had descended into a frenzy, their roars echoing in a cacophony. Swarms of beasts surged from all directions, a terrifying multitude numbering in the hundreds. In an instant, the teachers widened their eyes, fixated on the surveillance screen, eager to witness how Lu Liang would respond. This was poised to be an unforgettable battle. Even the proctoring teachers had never witnessed a candidate confront hundreds of beasts at once. let alone slay over 100 in a single encounter, although Lu Liang had previously eliminated over 100 beasts during that earlier skirmish. By the time he appeared on the surveillance screen, that battle had already concluded. Many teachers lamented their absence during that unimaginable clash, but now, with even more beasts drawn to Lu Liang, they were invigorated. Here they came. Here they came. Lu Liang was indeed luring the beasts. He still possessed magical energy. Good heavens, his strength surpassed our wildest imaginations. He aimed to slay even more beasts. It appeared his prowess exceeded that of both the fire shield and dark spear. He was the most formidable magical prodigy in years. Truly, one with exceptional skill is often audacious. Previously, we had thought his mountain climbing was a sign of folly, but it seems we underestimated him. He sought to kill even more. Even the previously arrogant principal from First High School spoke with a tinge of envy. Principal Wong, where on earth did you find such a gem? It appears this year's top candidate belongs to you. Inwardly, Principal Wong was even more astonished than his counterpart. He had no inkling that this ordinary student, Lu Liang, possessed such formidable strength. This hidden genius was concealed far too deeply. When had his school produced such a talent? Yet, astonishment aside, he had to maintain his composure, responding with a smile. Haha, he's doing well. Doing well that I personally instruct him daily, but he still falls short of my expectations. Nevertheless, he can be considered a magical genius. The teachers remained glued to the surveillance screen, utterly engrossed. They were about to witness the birth of a magical prodigy, to behold an unprecedented and extraordinary battle. This would be inscribed into the annals of education in the entirety of Tsangzhou. This battle footage would later serve as a lesson plan for detailed frame-by-frame analysis. The beasts surrounded them. A dense throng. Lu Liang stood atop the slope, his expression serene. In truth, he was petrified. Yet on the surveillance, his demeanor appeared calm, exuding confidence. The beasts charged from all sides, roaring in fury. Alone, Lu Liang stood at the summit. The wind whipping against his face, betraying not a hint of panic. It was as if the sound of invincibility echoed. And in that moment, Lu Liang appeared to be an awe-inspiring master. How powerful he was. Confronting these beasts with unwavering confidence. Just how terrifying was his strength. Draw forth your wand. Let us witness your prowess. The magical genius, Lu Liang, to simultaneously contend with so many beasts required an extraordinarily potent spell. Likely a ranged spell within the grasp of at least a novice second-tier mage. Yet, as they beheld this scene, the observing teachers were electrified, eager to witness the battle unfold, to see Lu Liang draw his wand and unleash his magic. Under the fervent gaze of the many teachers, Lu Liang moved. Yet, instead of drawing his wand, the hidden magical prodigy, seemed to snap back to reality, crying and shouting as he slid and ran down the slope, heading directly for Lin Fan. In an instant, the teachers were left bewildered. This was a stark departure from their expectations. He was running, not attacking. What did this mean? He had attracted the beast's attention, only to flee. Was this not redundant? Where could he possibly run to? The beasts surrounded them from all sides, but some teachers, observing Lu Liang's lip movements, furrowed their brows. Is he calling for Lin Fan to save him? What does that mean? Lin Fan is just an ordinary person. They couldn't be serious. How could an ordinary person possibly help? One teacher solemnly analyzed. He should quickly use a defensive scroll. Meanwhile, Captain Carlo had already dashed into the examination arena. Soaring into the tumultuous winds like a cannonball, such a magical genius must not perish. Though he had withdrawn voluntarily, it was only because the situation had grown too dire. The previous slaughter of over 100 beasts had already proven Lu Liang to be a rare magical talent. Only Lin Fan's father frowned deeply, harboring a bold thought. Could it be that the beasts were, as he watched the multitude of beasts rushing toward Lin Fan and Lu Liang, Lin Fan's father felt his heart racing. His fists clenched in anxiety, his phone buzzing incessantly in his pocket. He could only imagine Lin Fan's mother's trepidation and worry at that moment. His heart was undoubtedly filled with trepidation. He had never anticipated that Lin Fan and Lu Liang would so brazenly attract the attention of the otherworldly beasts. Yet, at this juncture, all he could do was place his faith in his child. Lin's father swallowed hard, his voice dry as he murmured, "Xiao Fan, do your best." In the monitoring footage, Lu Liang scrambled to Lin Fan's side. Grasping the long spear on the ground with fervor. He is retrieving the magical weapon, a teacher suddenly realized, exhaling in relief. The other instructors shared the same look of enlightenment. I knew it. He must have confidence to act so boldly. It was quite composed of him to think of grabbing the magical weapon first. Indeed, if wielded adeptly, a magical weapon could surpass a wand in potency. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. How exhilarating! This prodigious sorcerer was about to showcase his prowess. The teachers once more focused intently on the screen. However, they witnessed Lu Liang seize the spear and hurl it toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan caught it deftly, the spear vibrating with energy. Confronted by those otherworldly beasts, this seemingly ordinary individual, devoid of any magical prowess, bore a gaze filled with fervent madness, a slight smile curving his lips. Radiant yet unsettling, he beckoned the creatures with a gesture of his finger. Though silent, all the teachers could hear his unspoken words. Come at me together. I, Lin Dolly, can withstand it. In that moment, this individual, who had consistently gone unnoticed by any instructor and was regarded merely as a hindrance, exuded an aura more fearsome than that of the otherworldly beasts, despite having no magical energy. Meanwhile, the sorceress prodigy Lu Liang, crouched behind Lin Fan with his head buried in his arms, resembled an ostrich, like a blade of grass sheltered beneath a great tree. All fell silent. The previously bustling pavilion succumbed to an eerie stillness. Silence reigned over the pavilion that day. Even Principal Wang of the 4th High School appeared dazed, turning to old Qian and asking, "What is happening?" "I have no idea." I confirmed it. Lin Fan truly lacks any magical talent. Old Qian replied, equally perplexed. The other teachers gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Fan was the true sorceress genius? Surely. Otherwise, how could he be so self-assured? He had hidden his abilities so well. We all thought Lu Liang was the true prodigy. No wonder Lu Liang had been wielding a spear all along. What kind of magic would Lin Fan employ next, with so many otherworldly beasts? Low-tier spells would be ineffective. Could it be that his strength had already reached the 3rd tier, allowing him to master area of effect spells? If that were the case, Lin Fan would undoubtedly be the foremost talent of Zhangzhou, surpassing not only this year's Dark Spear and Fire Shield champions, but even the prodigies of yore. I am eager to see what formidable magic he will unleash. The teachers were utterly astonished, never having anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Lin Fan was, in fact, the genuine sorceress prodigy, and Lu Liang seemed merely a freeloader. No, that cannot be. The principal of the 1st High suddenly shook his head vehemently. I observed him closely before. This lad exhibited no magical fluctuations, lacked any trace of magical energy, and could not possibly cast spells. He is merely a person with no strength to bind a chicken. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Fan moved. An onslaught of otherworldly beasts roared toward him, a barrage of ice crystal projectiles and wind blades raining down from all directions. Lin Fan grinned ominously. Come on, with a resounding sweep. The pitch-black spear arced through the air, beneath the dazzling array of magic. The spear appeared dim. Yet, in that moment of motion, the spear's brilliance eclipsed the radiant magic. The spear curved at a shocking angle. Sweeping forth, devoid of magic, it was sheer force. Boom. Wherever the razor-sharp spear's light passed, the ice crystal projectiles shattered, and the wind blades collapsed. It was as if they were engulfed by a black tide. With a single thrust, he shattered the myriad spells, obliterating hundreds of ice crystal projectiles. Once more, silence fell over the pavilion. The teachers had speculated that Lin Fan might harbor some hidden talents, perhaps that he was a sorcerer concealing his true abilities. Some had even begun to wonder what powerful spell he would use, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Yet Lin Fan's actions defied all expectations. He did not employ any magic whatsoever. Instead, he relied solely on that spear, shattering the multitude of magical orbs. Indeed, he was a hidden master, but not a sorcerous genius. One teacher gasped in disbelief. This isn't magic, is it? With no trace of sorcery, it was purely brute strength. Another perceptive instructor frowned. That spear is pure might. Some teachers shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. Magic is the ultimate power. If not, why would we teach it? No matter how great one's strength, can it truly rival magic? Raw power can never contend with the wonders of magic. This has been the consensus of humanity since the dawn of the new era. Another teacher countered. Unless his strength has reached an unfathomable level, one that could rival magic. But does such power truly exist? The principal of the 1st High was still in shock, muttering, "No strength to bind a chicken? This is a mere ordinary person. This truly is a person with no strength to bind a chicken." In that moment, the perceptions of all the committee members were overturned. Just as the teachers were still reeling from the shock, a few agile light cats and frost rabbits leaped into action. Dozens of light cats, akin to leopards, bared their fangs and claws, lunging for Lin Fan's throat, while the frost rabbits sprang high, their snowy fur transforming into sharp ice spikes, as if intent on piercing Lin Fan with countless wounds. To Lin Fan's eyes, the light cats stretched their graceful bodies and opened their arms, as if yearning for an embrace, while the eager frost rabbits seemed desperate to burrow into his arms. How exceedingly enthusiastic! But I, Lin Dolly, relish the initiative. My spear shall engage with you intimately and fulfill your desires. Lin Fan advanced rather than retreating, his eyes ablaze not with fear, but with excitement and fervor. Confronted by the adorable otherworldly beasts approaching from all sides, he felt like the happiest man alive. And a man must stand firm. Lin Fan would never allow these charming and exuberant creatures to leave unsatisfied. Boom! Lin Fan raised his right hand once more, the massive pitch-black spear surprisingly light in his grasp, sweeping with an astonishing speed. Bang! The spear flashed like black lightning, leaving a trail in the air, directly colliding with the soft bodies of the dozen light cats. Bang! The leading light cat was pierced straight through its supple form. Bang! The multitude of light cats was swept away by the spear. Their tender bodies could not withstand such force, and upon contact with the massive spear, they erupted with the sound of flesh and blood bursting. Simultaneously, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the frost rabbits. Fear not, I shan't forget you. I, Lin Fan, have always been equitable, eager to please all charming otherworldly beasts. The spear has been bestowed upon the light cats, but for you, I have my left hand. Whoosh! Lin Fan's left hand emerged from his cloak, revealing 2 wands and 3 scrolls. In the pavilion, a teacher exhaled upon seeing Lin Fan produce the wands and scrolls. He still intends to use magic. Indeed, he was still capable of magic. It seemed he was embarking on the path of a melee mage, a warrior wielding magical artifacts while also capable of casting spells with wands. Quite a revelation. However, one teacher furrowed his brow. Something feels off. How could he produce so many wands and scrolls? Even if he is to use magic, he should only need to carry 1 wand or scroll. What is he planning? Wands are not advantageous in excess. In fact, possessing one is the norm, and the same applies to scrolls. After all, the process of casting spells requires immense concentration to condense magical energy into a single point. Thus, sorcerers typically wield only 1 wand. If having multiple wands were beneficial for casting, every sorcerer would carry a bundle of wands, filling themselves with them and simply competing on quantity. Yet here was Lin Fan, producing 2 wands and 3 scrolls. What could he be planning? To use them as throwing darts? The teacher suddenly experienced an ominous premonition. The principal of the 2nd high school furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity as her gaze lingered on one of the white jade-carved wands, which bore a striking resemblance to the wand of the sister of the dark spear. Just as the teachers widened their eyes, preparing to witness the magic that Lin Fan was about to unleash, a hum resonated. With a flick of his left hand, a wand shot forth with remarkable speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 wands and 3 scrolls surged forth with tremendous force. The terrifying velocity surpassed that of any magical light orb, shattering the air and stirring up a whirlwind that uprooted grass and trees, producing a deafening sonic boom. With a mighty crash, the wands embedded themselves into the bodies of 2 frost bunnies, pinning them firmly against a nearby tree trunk. The 3 scrolls brutally flattened the 5 frost bunnies, with 2 of them even being crushed into a single mass. Magic, a mere spectacle. I, Lin Dolly, rely solely on brute strength. Lin Fan demonstrated through action that wands could indeed serve a different purpose. In that moment, the teachers fell into a stunned silence once more. Damn it! What was I expecting? Is this magic? What kind of magic is this? This fellow is utterly desecrating the wand. Damn it! Who taught him to wield a wand like that? That is the most vital tool for us magicians. Who instructed him? This guy is not a melee mage at all. He is a warrior. The teacher who had sensed the ominous premonition earlier wore a complex expression. Did he truly think he was throwing darts? And with such finesse at that? Lin Fan's display caught the teachers off guard. They had never witnessed such a bizarre form of combat. Other magicians gracefully held their wands, reciting incantations to unleash spells. But you just throw the wand like a dart. So rudimentary. Is this how you utilize a wand? And the scrolls, each one meticulously crafted by powerful magicians well-versed in runes, were exceptionally precious. A mere spark of magical energy would activate them to unleash formidable spells, and you just toss them to smash beasts. Are you treating scrolls like bricks? In that moment, some teachers gritted their teeth. Infuriated by this prodigal display, these are precious magical artifacts, cherished as if they were life itself. However, their attention was soon captivated by the battle unfolding on the surveillance screens. It was a combat style they had never encountered before. The large, dark spear in Lin Fan's hands moved like a dragon, almost invisible, leaving only traces of shadow in its wake. One after another. The beasts lunged, while shimmering magical projectiles zipped past, only to be mercilessly shattered by that spear. Buzz. The spear's silhouette seemed to transform into a black sphere of light, enveloping Lin Fan from all directions. Shielding Lu Liang. Any beast that dared to approach was pierced by the dark spear, reduced to mere pulp beneath its formidable force. Even the grass and trees were obliterated in the wake of its strikes. It was as if a human meat grinder was at work, pulverizing every spell and every beast. In an instant, the ground within a 10-meter radius of Lin Fan was stained with blood. The greenery obscured by the crimson splatter, chunks of flesh were strewn everywhere, with the head of a lithe cat hanging from a tree, a rabbit's leg resting in a bush, and intestines sprawled across the ground. The scene was one of utter carnage. This blood-soaked tableau rendered the entire pavilion silent, with some teachers even beginning to retch. As noble magicians and seasoned educators, they had encountered battles with beasts alongside their students before. Yet, they had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. The battles of magicians had always been composed, elegant, and dignified, confronting the grotesque beasts, wands held firmly, incantations whispered softly. Magical energy coalesced around the wand, elements gathering in the air to manifest into resplendent spells. One spell cast, and the beasts would either be reduced to cinders or frozen into statues, even the sharpest wind blades merely severing the heads of the beasts. But here, Lin Fan, like a meat grinder, bore no resemblance to the noble, elegant composure expected of a magician. There was not a trace of the grace befitting a magician. He resembled a ferocious beast, terrifying, chilling, and brutal. Blood covered the ground, flesh was scattered everywhere, and the landscape was awash in crimson. This was an unprecedented combat style, a direct clash, a matter of life and death. Of course, compared to other surveillance footage, especially that of the fire shield and dark spear. Filled with vibrant magic, Lin Fan's battle appeared plain and unembellished, yet it exuded a visceral impact and a violent aesthetic that sent shivers down one's spine. Each thrust met flesh. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. This was pure collision, pure power, a display of magic never before witnessed. The teachers, as magicians, had never encountered such a spectacle. Not only the teachers, but even several principals turned pale. What kind of monster is this student? Pure power? Damn it. How can brute strength contend with magic? Impossible, impossible. Old Wong, is this what you've trained? The principal of the 4th high school, Old Wong, stared blankly at the monitor. His face drained of color, unable to suppress his nausea. Lin Fan was merely an ordinary student. Why does he possess such strength? How can an ordinary person wield artifacts meant solely for magicians and slaughter beasts with such ease? He was utterly perplexed. In terms of shock and disbelief, Old Wong was the most astonished among the committee. But then again, one cannot simply ignore what has been thrust into one's mouth. Since they have forced it upon themselves, it would be uncooperative to remain silent. I can't believe you all noticed this. Old Wong suppressed his astonishment, patting the homeroom teacher, Old Qian, with a proud expression. This is our trump card, isn't it, Old Qian? Huh? Old Qian looked bewildered, then nodded. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. All thanks to the principal's relentless training. Wait a minute. The principal of the 1st high school frowned skeptically. Didn't you just say Lu Liang was the trump card? Actually, I was lying to you. That was merely the one to hold the spear. Old Wong, with a composed demeanor, declared, Lin Fan is the true trump card. The principal of the 1st high school felt that Old Wong was completely unaware. Yet he had no evidence. Damn it. How did this monster even come to be? No magic, just brute force. Principal Old Wong lowered his voice, speaking to Old Qian. Old Qian, you've done well this time. Giving me such a grand surprise. You'll be in the rocket class next year. By the way, how exactly did you cultivate this monster? Principal Old Qian appeared equally perplexed. I truly do not know. Principal Old Wong. The battle came swiftly and ended just as quickly. After all, the beasts were indeed ferocious, but for Lin Fan, it was not ferocity, it was enthusiasm. Even as he witnessed his own kind falling beneath the spear, even as he saw the blood of his kin saturating the ground, the remaining beasts charged forward without hesitation. Lin Fan relished this fervor, returning the sentiment with his unyielding spear. Buzz, the dark spear, like a relentless meat grinder, pierced the throats of the beasts, shattered their skulls, reaping the lives of those that dared to advance. 10 minutes later, only 3 frost bunnies remained. They finally grasped the situation. Staring at Lin Fan amidst the corpses of their kin, their eyes filled with sheer terror, it was as if the youth before them had emerged from a sea of blood, treading over the bodies of the slain. Come on, Lin Fan smiled benignly at them. My spear is thirsting for action. With a splatter, the blood-drenched dark spear dripped crimson droplets. In that moment, faced with this grotesque figure, the beasts trembled. The 3 frost bunnies exchanged glances, then cast one last look at their fallen kin before turning tail and fleeing without hesitation. Their furious roars transformed into terrified wails. Brothers and sisters, I will avenge you. Lin Fan chuckled. Flee? Can you escape? Since you choose not to face me head-on, turning your backs to me, do not blame me. The beasts I, Lin Dolly, have set my sights on have never escaped. They all must bear my strength. Buzz, the massive, unyielding spear was hurled forth, piercing one of the frost bunnies and pinning it firmly to the ground. Buzz, Lin Fan bent down to retrieve a wand he had previously thrown, raising it with a flourish. The terrifying power emitted a sonic boom, as the speed of that wand transcended magic. A frost rabbit, poised to leap into the thicket, was impaled midair against a tree. Yet, with this delay, the last of the frost rabbits had vanished without a trace. Will the little lady shyly escape? Lin Fan's smile was sinister as he hastily pursued. No beast can evade my affection. I, Lin Fan, vow to indulge in every exotic creature. After a few strides, however, the frost rabbit had already eluded him in the dense forest. Little lady, where are you? Don't hide. I see you. Little lady, come out quickly. Don't be shy. Your husband has arrived. If you don't emerge soon, Lin Dolly will not be so courteous, Lin Fan called out. His gaze darting around, his expression a mix of excitement and distortion, akin to a perverse seeker of flower maidens. Lu Liang, who had followed closely behind, felt an inexplicable strangeness in his childhood friend, who now appeared so foreign and bizarre. He hurriedly stepped back, not wishing to attract the attention of such a peculiar Lin Fan. Little lady, do you think hiding will keep you safe from me? Noticing the silence around him, Lin Fan grinned. I understand now. My little darling, you wish to add a touch of playfulness, don't you? Well, here I come. Lin Fan crouched low, his nose twitching like a hound's. With 120 points of spirit, his senses sharpened to that of an exotic beast. In this moment, he still sensed no elemental fluctuations, yet the faint, complex odors in the air became distinct, the scent of the frost rabbit. The odor of fear. Amidst the bloody scent, Lin Fan detected the trail left by the fleeing frost rabbit. Little lady, I've found you. Lin Fan chuckled, tossing the long spear to Lu Liang to carry, and then swiftly crawled and leaped across the ground like a hound. In that moment, he was less a human and more a beast. Lu Liang, struggling to channel his magic while bearing Lin Fan's hefty spear, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Lin Fan, are you all right? Lin Fan turned back while crawling on all fours, his smile radiant. I'm very happy, Lu Liang responded. That's not what I meant. This doesn't he look good? Could he have mutated? Is he even still human? He is clearly behaving like a 4-legged beast. Why is he moving so swiftly? Lu Liang had reason to suspect that Lin Fan might have been bitten by the frost rabbit during their earlier conflict. It was said that a disease called rabies could turn one into a barking creature after being bitten by a dog. Moreover, Lu Liang found it hard to fathom the terrifying sharpness of Lin Fan's sense of smell. He too twitched his nose, only detecting the acrid scent of blood. In that moment, Lin Fan, resembling a hound, sniffed the air, crawling rapidly in pursuit of that subtle scent, beneath a towering tree, within a hollow. A frost rabbit trembled, peering out with its head drawn in. Its eyes were filled with terror. Just moments ago, it had witnessed the slaughter of its entire family of 128 at the hands of a humanoid beast. Indeed, a humanoid beast. That creature was certainly not human. It merely bore a human likeness. Its combat methods were entirely devoid of the finesse expected of any mage. Brutal, terrifying combat. It was akin to a beast draped in human skin. Wailing softly, the little frost rabbit suppressed its cries, its fluffy fur quivering, adorable eyes shedding tears. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, elder brother, second brother, third brother. It recalled the heart-wrenching sight of its entire family lying lifeless on the ground. Overwhelmed by sorrow, There would be no more father to urge it to practice, no more mother to scold it for being picky about food, no more siblings to protect it. From now on, it would face this cold world alone, confronting those terrifying mages. The little frost rabbit was engulfed in grief and desolation. No, I must gather my strength. It recalled the demonic figure, that monster who had slain 128 before its very eyes. The fear in its gaze ignited into a blaze of fury. The fire of vengeance blazed brightly. Fear not, my little Shuang Shuang shall avenge you. Although I cannot defeat him now, my innate talent is high. I will strive to grow stronger, no matter the cost. From this moment on, I shall rise early and sleep early. I shall not be picky. I shall protect myself. I will train diligently, study more, and read the news. Becoming a little rabbit that strives to improve. I, little Shuang Shuang, will grow strong. I shall become the most formidable frost rabbit. I will ascend to the throne of beast kings. No, beast emperors. I will become the 9th tier great beast emperor. I will remember this grudge. I will find the human who killed you, and I will slay him. No, I will torment him bit by bit, returning to him all the pain he has inflicted upon me. No, not just that human. I will eradicate all humans. This is no longer merely about that individual. Only the death of all humanity can quell my fury and extinguish my hatred. The blood of 128 must demand the sacrifice of all humans. This is an indelible grudge. I shall never forget. The flames of anger and profound hatred intertwined in little Shuang Shuang's eyes, transforming into an unwavering resolve. In that moment, it possessed the heart of a warrior. The path to strength had been laid before it. This hatred would empower it to become the most powerful beast emperor of the future, a terror that would send shivers through all humanity. Humans, await my arrival, await my vengeance. It felt the gears of destiny beginning to turn. It had become an orphan. An orphan, with its entire family perished. This was the standard for protagonists. Moreover, it bore the burden of a blood feud. This was the true beginning for a hero. Though it belonged to the weakest of races, the adorable frost rabbit, it had been chosen by fate, watched over by the heavens. It had become the protagonist of this era. And as a protagonist, it was only natural to defy destiny. Even if born a frost rabbit, one of the weakest of exotic beasts, it would undeniably grow powerful in the future. After all, it was the protagonist. Being born weak was part of the package. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the little rabbit's plight. So this is the fate that has long been predetermined for me. I shall ultimately become the most powerful beast emperor of the frost rabbit clan, making all humanity tremble beneath my feet. I will show them just how terrifying the adorable frost rabbit can be. Little Shuang Shuang glimpsed its future destiny, the path leading to the great beast emperor, a road laden with vengeance, a journey to ascend to supremacy. This hatred awakened me. Humans, you will one day regret provoking an existence you should not have trifled with. The future most powerful frost rabbit beast emperor. Humans, brace yourselves for the terror of being dominated by the frost rabbit. You will face the fury of a great beast king, confront my hatred. And I will claim you one by one. Yet in the next moment. Little darling, so you were hiding here. Quite the mischievous one. I've found you. The sunlight outside the hollow was suddenly obscured. A brilliant, excited, and fervent human smile appeared before the frost rabbit's eyes. So disturbingly sinister. A ruthless hand seized the frost rabbit from its hiding place, before the radiant smile of this demon. The little adorable rabbit trembled violently. My little darling, you can't wait any longer, can you? Fear not. I'm coming right now. The spear. Buzz. Lin Fan caught the long spear and simultaneously hurled the adorable little rabbit high into the air. In that fleeting moment, little Shuang Shuang seemed to see its deceased parents and siblings beckoning to it, envisioning itself as the future most powerful beast emperor. Envisioning. Bang. The dark, solid spear pierced through the soft body of the little rabbit. The future most powerful frost rabbit beast emperor was slain. The orphan protagonist chosen by fate had fallen. Its venture had barely begun before it met its demise. Lin Fan exhaled contentedly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, the sensation of a spear piercing flesh and blood was always irresistibly thrilling. This is the sensation of immense strength, utterly intoxicating. Only the exotic beasts can bestow such marvelous feelings upon oneself. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Fan sent the lifeless body of the small rabbit tumbling to the ground. He then smashed its skull with the robust barrel of his firearm. Retrieving a magic crystal the size of a fingernail, he tossed it into his mouth, crunching it like a bean. Meanwhile, he beckoned, "Please heed my call." Lu Liang's incantation finally concluded. and a wondrous yet formidable spell brewed in his wand. A crystalline ice projectile pierced the small rabbit's corpse once more, shattering its heart. Its all you, Lin Fan praised, giving a thumbs up. Professional. He had been careless. What if this little rabbit had a chance of resurrection? What if this adorable creature grew stronger and sought vengeance? It was indeed Lu Liang, a trained magician, who understood the importance of delivering the finishing blow. Let us go back, Lu Liang said, as Lin Fan tossed the long gun back to him. There are still so many corpses over there awaiting the collection of magic crystals. Lin Fan spoke. He turned and walked back towards the previous battlefield, this time in a more normal manner. As he no longer needed to rely on his sense of smell, Lu Liang, carrying the long gun, attempted to keep pace, but after a moment's thought, he picked up the small rabbit's body and trudged towards the battlefield strewn with the corpses of exotic beasts. After all, a family should be whole. Meanwhile, in the observation pavilion of the examination committee, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in astonishment at the surveillance footage, watching as Lin Fan annihilated the hundreds of exotic beasts that had besieged him. One teacher gasped in disbelief. He killed them all? Curse be it. This fellow is terrifying. I'm even a bit afraid. I have never seen such an abnormal student. He is just a student. Is he not? So merciless. Not only is he unfazed and composed, but he seems exhilarated. Look, he is even smiling. Amidst the flurry of gunfire and the splattering of blood and flesh, Lin Fan's smile shone brilliantly, radiating enthusiasm and joy, as if these exotic beasts were long-lost relatives or even lovers in his eyes. Yet this did not hinder him from wielding his long gun, creating afterimages as he pierced through the throats of one beast after another. Even though these were merely low-tier exotic beasts, the scene profoundly shook the teachers. While other students remained cautious, this fellow had already commenced a massacre. So, he had been actively luring the beasts. This madman. How can he sustain such vigor? After slaughtering over 100, he continued to take down hundreds more, and he seemed increasingly exhilarated. Does he not tire? However, more teachers were focused on another pressing question. Did he truly not use any magic? It appears he did not. He solely relied on his firearm. No, that cannot be right. How could he kill exotic beasts and manipulate magical devices without magic? Surely he must have employed some magic. We just aren't privy to it. In truth, Lin Fan had indeed utilized magic. The name of that magic was Mighty Strength Creates Miracles. It was Lindali's exclusive spell. Lindali, focus solely on strength. The rest shall be left to miracles. As for his stamina, Lin Fan possessed 121 points of vitality, which would not be depleted by these low-tier beasts. As for his excitement, of course I should be thrilled. These are rare, delightful exotic beasts. This is a precious opportunity to unleash my strength without reservation. Yet, in the next moment, the teachers felt a tinge of regret. Point 3 had escaped. No. Alas, what a pity. They had thought this fellow could eliminate all the beasts. If that were the case, wiping out nearly 300 exotic beasts would be exceedingly daunting. Strangely, the teachers sighed in relief. It truly would have been terrifying if he had managed to kill them all. But then, they witnessed Lin Fan toss aside his long gun and suddenly drop to the ground, sniffing as if he were detecting something. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed forward on all fours like a dog. The teacher's expressions shifted once more. What is he doing? This wretched posture. Could it be that he was bitten earlier and contracted a virus? He resembles a dog. What on earth is he doing, sniffing around like that? Unthinkable. We typically sense magical fluctuations to gauge our opponents. How could his nose be as sharp as that of an exotic beast? Is he even human? They watched as Lin Fan scurried to a tree and joyfully extracted a rabbit. He actually caught one. Could this lad possess such keen senses? I'm beginning to question whether he is truly human. His nose is akin to that of a dog. What remarkable tracking skills. Some teachers even began to ponder whether students should learn such peculiar techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's father observed the scene of his son wreaking havoc with astonishment. Then boundless joy, ultimately breathing a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. Lin Fan's father finally answered the buzzing phone in his hand. Hello, kid's mother. Do you dare let Lin Fan participate in the magical assessment? Xiao Fan is risking his life. Hurry up. And Lin's mother, clearly having seen the broadcast of the battle on television, was momentarily stunned for 3 full seconds before exclaiming, this Xiao Fan actually, this strength. Haha, what a great choice to participate. You truly are amazing, dear. You have an eye for talent. She hung up, eager to boast to her friends. That's my child. Humph, I'll be home early tonight. I have a surprise prepared for you. Lin Fan's mother hung up the phone. Her earlier anger transformed into sheer delight. Lin Fan's father exhaled, Observing his son crawling like a dog on the surveillance screen, his expression turning peculiar. This lad Lin Fan's father resolved to take Lin Fan for a checkup upon returning home, hoping he hadn't truly contracted some strange illness. He had never seen anyone crawl like that. Could he possibly have canine blood in him? Gathering his thoughts, Lin Fan's father respectfully addressed an elder beside him. Master, what do you think of this Lin Fan? He hardly seems human, the elder succinctly commented. Indeed, he does not resemble something birthed by a human. Lin Fan's father opened his mouth to refute, but upon seeing Lin Fan crawling like a dog on the screen, he could only nod with difficulty. Indeed, he does not resemble something birthed by a human. At this moment, Lin Fan was joyously bestowed with a unique title, not a human son, Linda Li. Linda Li was utterly elated. This kind of battle was exhilarating. Though the quality may not be high, the quantity more than compensated. The sensation of wielding this long gun, charging forth with unrestrained vigor, was simply divine. Finally, he had worked up a sweat. Beads of perspiration formed on Lin Fan's forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with joy, as it aligned perfectly with his expectations. Although these low-tier exotic beasts could not match the quality of the shadow pig, their sheer numbers were still satisfying. This was the prolonged and exhilarating battle he had yearned for. Content and fulfilled, Lin Fan stood amidst the corpses of the hundreds of low-tier exotic beasts he had slain. Savoring the moment as he tidied up the aftermath, Lin Fan's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Beneath that formidable power, his fingers relentlessly poked into the heads of the adorable beasts, creating gaping holes. As blood and flesh splattered, the dark magic crystals fell into Lin Fan's hands, which he crunched like beans. Of course, this time, regardless of how forcefully he poked with his fingers, these exotic beasts remained motionless. Utterly incapacitated, they had been wholly defeated. As for why he didn't wield the hard long gun, it was quite taxing on his stamina. These defeated beasts, rendered immobile by his actions, were unworthy of his long gun. His fingers sufficed. Only true battles warranted the use of my black long gun. And just then, the winds began to howl, brewing fearsome blades of wind that stretched 100 meters in the air. Their terrifying force seemingly ready to cleave the forest in two. A figure burst forth with a furious shout. Worry etched across his face. It was none other than Captain Carlo, gripping his wand tightly. The mage's robe billowed wildly in the wind, swirling around him like tendrils of tempestuous air. His complexion was taut with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had rushed at the utmost speed. For after all, this was a candidate ranked among the top 10, especially Lu Liang, a concealed genius of magic. Indeed, the moment Captain Carlo beheld the multitude of aberrant beasts, he hastened to the scene. Entirely oblivious to Lin Fan's butchery of these creatures, he was still under the impression that Lu Liang was the true prodigy of magic, while Lin Fan was merely a shameless weakling, leeching off points. Throughout his journey, Captain Carlo envisioned the grim tableau awaiting him, countless beasts besieging the two candidates, with Lu Liang and Lin Fan desperately clinging to the meager defenses of their second-tier magic scrolls. Perhaps already grievously wounded, their lives hanging by a thread, this thought filled Carlo with dread, as he chanted silently to himself, hold on, I'm coming to save you." At long last, he arrived, calling out, "Hold on, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." But the next moment, he and the 4 night watchmen trailing him were left dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. Before them, the forest floor lay strewn with the carcasses of aberrant beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Lu Liang stood there, Lin Fan devoid of any blood, while Lu Liang was drenched in it, exuding an aura of grim ferocity. Captain Carlo was momentarily paralyzed in midair. Despite being a 3rd-tier advanced mage and a seasoned night watchman, he had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. Hundreds of beast carcasses littered the ground, an overwhelming vista of blood and shattered flesh, and there stood the 2 youths amidst the carnage, like demons arisen from the depths of hell. Of course, for Carlo, this referred specifically to Lu Liang, while Lin Fan was merely a point-stealing hanger-on. Behind Carlo, the 4 team members swallowed hard, one of them weakly inquiring, "Captain, which one do we save? It seems these beasts are the ones in need of rescue." "These 2 candidates are nothing short of monsters. What are you here for?" Lu Liang scratched his head. And no, it's nothing. Captain Carlo regarded the blood-soaked Lu Liang with a peculiar expression, his eyes filled with approval as he remarked with a slight smile, "You've done exceptionally well. Your strength has surpassed my expectations." Lu Liang scratched his head again, bewildered. Me? Haha. If all goes as planned, we shall be colleagues in the future." and you might even become my superior." Carlo chuckled heartily. "I look forward to working alongside you. Magical genius. It will be my honor." "What about me?" Lin Fan inquired curiously, pointing to himself. "I, Lin Dolly, deserve praise as well." Carlo glanced at Lin Fan, who exhibited no magical fluctuations and stood empty-handed, a sneer of undisguised contempt adorning his face. "Lin Fan?" Carlo cast another approving gaze at Lu Liang before departing with his 4 team members, carried away by the winds. Lu Liang fell into contemplation, murmuring, "Am I a magical genius? But I didn't do anything. How baffling." Lin Fan, on the other hand, wore an expression of exasperation. "What kind of lunatic is this? He praises Lu Liang profusely and then scorns me. What did Lu Liang even do? Flee, lure monsters, act as a mascot, carry a gun. All these beasts were slain by me. Lin Fan, what's wrong with my gallant display wielding a spear? Is it not superior to Lu Liang's fleeing figure?" "Crazy," Lin Fan grumbled, dismissing the dim-witted Captain Carlo and continuing to gather magic crystals. Lin Fan resolved that one day he would make Captain Carlo witness just how formidable his spear truly was, intending to smash it into his face and stuff it into his mouth. Meanwhile, the teachers watched in disbelief as Captain Carlo exited the monitoring screen. One teacher muttered, "It seems he has misunderstood something." Although Lin Fan may be somewhat unorthodox, he indeed did slay them. Yet another teacher suddenly exclaimed, "This kid has come in first." In an instant, all the teachers and principals turned to the scoreboard. First place, Lin Fan, with 2045 points. Second place, Lu Liang, with 1450 points. Third place, Li Lai, with 1450 points. Fourth place, Lu Yunyin, with 1005 points. Fire Shield Li Lai remained in first place, his competition with Dark Gun Lu Yunyin still fierce. However, at that moment, these two long-acknowledged prodigies no longer held the spotlight. They were now merely vying for third place. Lin Fan's glory completely eclipsed theirs. In the brief time it took for Fire Shield and Dark Gun to hunt 2 shadow pigs, Lin Fan and Lu Liang had already slain a staggering 238 aberrant beasts, accumulating 1190 points. Even though their points were divided due to teamwork, they still outstripped Fire Shield and Dark Gun by over 400 points. An almost crushing disparity. In that moment, the principals and teachers from the first and second schools wore expressions of utter dismay. They had never anticipated that their mutual sabotage would result in 2 dark horses emerging from the 4th school, directly overshadowing their top candidates. Old Wang from the 4th school could no longer contain his joy, laughing heartily and patting old Qian on the shoulder, exclaiming, raise the salary, I'll give you a raise." "Humph, where did these 2 come from?" The principal of the 1st school scoffed. "I can't help but doubt whether you actually taught them." Yet regardless, Lin Fan's prowess was undeniable, single-handedly slaying 238 aberrant beasts. Though none were of the higher tier, the sheer volume was staggering. The principal of the 2nd school frowned and remarked, "With such strength, why not venture into the central region to hunt shadow pigs instead of lingering in the periphery?" This statement left all teachers and students momentarily stunned. Indeed, with his capability, why wouldn't Lin Fan seek the more lucrative shadow pigs in the central region? Perhaps he lacked confidence, one teacher speculated cautiously. The principal of the 1st school scrutinized the beaming Lin Fan on the screen, frowning. "Are you sure? He lacks confidence. Harvests are always a source of joy. It is the season of reaping." Lin Fan moved swiftly, soon stuffing the last magic crystal into his mouth, crunching it like a bean. In an instant, the magic crystal transformed into a warm current, surging down Lin Fan's throat and deep into his being. At that moment, Lin Fan could sense that he had amassed a substantial amount of this energy within him. Opening his status panel, Lin Fan examined Name. Lin Fan Strength. 1st tier Berserker Power, 121. Constitution, 121. Speed, 121. Spirit, 120. Free Attribute Points, 714. Talent, S-Rank Talent. Body of Invulnerability Skill, Berserk, S-Rank, 714. Free Attribute Points, earned from slaying 238 aberrant beasts. Lin Fan's heart surged with exhilaration. It was his first time accumulating such a wealth of beasts. At that moment, he felt his decision to return to the peripheral region was undeniably correct. Indeed, while quality is paramount, quantity must not be overlooked either. Although shadow pigs are bountiful and alluring, the delightful frost rabbits and the soft-bodied agile cats also possess their own exquisite flavors. Though individually they may not withstand his immense strength, hundreds of them could still bring him satisfaction. Without hesitation, Lin Fan extended his finger, pressing the plus sign with astonishing speed. I, Lin Dolly, desire strength. Prioritize adding to power. The speed of his finger pressing even created afterimages, and Lu Liang, witnessing this scene, gazed at him with immense admiration. Truly, Brother Fan is remarkable, always diligently training. No wonder he is so powerful. Is this his method of training? But why train his fingers? Watching Lin Fan's finger blur into afterimages, Lu Liang's expression grew increasingly complex, tightening his grip, and he quietly took a few steps back. Lin Fan reveled in the joy of his surging power. But the next moment, Lin Fan's finger suddenly halted, the plus sign turning gray. He could no longer press it. Had he reached the upper limit for the first-tier Berserker's attributes? Lin Fan glanced at the power attribute he had just increased. Discovering that it had ultimately settled at 200, it seems the attribute cap for a first-tier Berserker is indeed 200. Well, it stands to reason that the limit for the lower tier was 100. Lin Fan pondered silently in his heart that it seems that his physique, speed, and spirit should all be at 200. Let us max them out first. Once again, Lin Fan's index finger began to tremble with astonishing speed. On the screen, a group of teachers furrowed their brows. What is he doing? Why is he moving his fingers with his eyes closed? Some female teachers watched the frantically vibrating fingers, which created afterimages. Their cheeks blushing slightly, legs entwined, smiling without speaking. Truly impressive, such speed. What a pity. Why wasn't he a teacher at the fourth high? Before long, Lin Fan retracted his finger. All the plus signs had turned gray, and not a single one could be pressed anymore. Rigid, strength, stamina, speed, spirit. All four attributes were capped at 200. It just as Lin Fan had anticipated, the first-tier Berserker's attribute limit was indeed 200 and it was already maxed out. Not a single point could be added. Any further addition would lead to overflow. Though Lin Fan relished the thought of overflowing, he understood the importance of moderation. One must know when to stop. It seems that to further enhance his abilities, he would need to advance to the second tier. The second tier for a mage is the transition from a first-tier magic apprentice to a junior mage. I wonder what my Berserker will become upon advancement. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the unique path he had embarked upon. The path of strength lies beneath my feet. I truly hope to ascend to the third tier soon. Logically, a third-tier senior mage should be able to fly, and although I lack magic power to embody his sword immortal, as long as I can fly, I should still be able to manage a semblance of it with a sword at my feet. Lin Fan felt a flicker of excitement, but soon, he sensed something amiss. Without magic, how could one fly? It seems that what I am currently gaining is solely strength, stamina, and speed. Undoubtedly, this is the cultivation direction of a warrior. So the question arises, how can a warrior who relies solely on strength achieve flight? A green, clumsy figure appeared in Lin Fan's mind. That green creature was hopping about, roaring. No, that isn't flying. For a moment, Lin Fan felt despondent. Could it be that despite my great strength, I cannot fly? While other mages glide gracefully into the scene, must I be reduced to bouncing around like the Hulk? That image what uses this strength then? Enough of this. I shouldn't dwell on it. The third tier is still far off. Lin Fan sighed. The most pressing matter now is to accumulate attribute points while seeking a way to advance to the second tier. I need to slay a second tier beast. After all, the requirement for advancing from the first tier was to kill a first tier beast and consume its magic crystal. To advance to the second tier, it should naturally entail slaying a second tier beast and consuming its magic crystal. However, even the shadow pigs and earth tigers in the central region are merely first tier beasts. Lin Fan contemplated. There is only one second tier beast in this examination area, the additional challenge in the core district that offers the fire shield and dark gun. Logically, Lin Fan should head straight for the core area now. Yet, doing so would mean abandoning this outer and central region, during which my classmates would slay many beasts that rightfully belong to me. Fire Shield and Dark Gun must be thinking along the same lines. Looking at the scores, they have been hunting shadow pigs and earth tigers, not rushing to engage that second-tier beast, since second-tier beasts are exceptionally formidable. Once injured, they can no longer earn points and may even be eliminated from the competition. Hence, they likely plan to leave it for last. Lin Fan nodded slightly, deciding to do the same. First, I will eliminate these delightful frost bunnies and agile cats, as well as the shadow pigs and earth tigers in the central region, to accumulate as many free attribute points as possible. Advancing is certainly important, but free attribute points are equally crucial. This is a rare opportunity for a magical assessment. It is not every day that so many suitable beasts are gathered here. Lin Fan is determined to maximize his gains. After all, one must be greedy. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan's goal had long ceased to be the hunting of any specific beast that we are all adults here. Linda Lee, want them all? Lin Fan chuckled, then checked the altered panel once more. Name, Lin Fan Strength. First tier Berserker Power, 200, Stamina, 200, Speed, 200, Spirit, 200, Free Attribute Points, for 76 Talent. S-Class Talent, Body of Invulnerability to all Demons Skills. Berserk, S-Class, he felt at ease. 476 Free Attribute Points. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be enough to elevate myself directly to the second tier, but just then, a crisp notification rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! A clear voice echoed within Lin Fan's heart. Detection indicates that free attribute points are about to reach 500. The host is advised that upon reaching 500 free attribute points, a Berserker exclusive combat skill can be exchanged. Combat skill.it was the first time Lin Fan had heard this term, especially in this world of magic. However, it did not hinder his understanding of its meaning. Combat skills, as the name suggests, refer to battle techniques. Clearly, they are equivalent to the spells mastered by mages. Lin Fan nodded, not particularly concerned, as 500 attribute points for a combat skill seemed less appealing than directly using them for advancement to the third tier. He opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling as though his physical condition had reached an unprecedented height. Power surged through his muscles like a torrent, his vision becoming increasingly clear, every swaying blade of grass and leaf distinctly visible, and even the faintest sounds could not escape his keen ears. His first-tier Berserker attributes were all maxed out. That feeling of constraint was also subtly detectable. Lin Fan sensed that once he broke through that barrier, his body would undergo a significant transformation once more. This magical assessment truly felt like paradise. Time is of the essence. It was already around 4 or 5 in the evening. Lin Fan glanced at the sky, stood up, and walked on, with Lu Liang, who was shouldering a long spear, hurriedly following. Lu Liang sensed that Lin Fan seemed stronger than before. With a hidden ferocity within him, he quickly asked, Fan Go, are we heading to the central region next? There are more points to be earned there. No, Lin Fan shook his head. That will continue in the outer region. Huh? Lu Liang was taken aback. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? With your strength, you could easily handle several shadow pigs. Lin Fan is being overly cautious. Lu Liang watched as Lin Fan shook his head, revealing a smile. No, it's not about being cautious. I simply want to clear out the outer region before heading to the central area. For a moment, Lu Liang froze, his pupils constricting in shock, as he regarded Lin Fan with an expression akin to that of seeing a monster. Are you aiming to accomplish that? To clear it out? No, this is an incredibly dangerous magical assessment. It's meant for you to accumulate points. Other candidates are being cautious and forming teams, fearful of injury, while you are already contemplating a complete extermination. Lu Liang suddenly felt as if he were facing a great demon. This is nothing like being cautious. Gulp. Lu Liang swallowed hard. He was now contemplating whether to withdraw from the competition, as this guy seemed to have lost his mind. He, Lu Liang, had no desire to confront the terrifying sight of monstrous beasts charging from all directions again. Don't worry, you were just startled. I want to thrust you back into danger immediately. Lin Fan smiled, not answering, but instead picked up a frost bunny and said, Are you hungry? Lu Liang nodded. Although he had compressed biscuits, they were indeed unpalatable. Lin Fan chuckled. Let us find a place to start a fire and have some roasted meat. Lu Liang finally exhaled. He thought Lin Fan was going to make him lure monsters again. At that moment, Lu Liang remembered to check the scores, just a glance, and he was left utterly stunned. Second, tied for first, 1450 points. Lu Liang's voice trembled. This was a score he had never dared to imagine. With his strength, even in Lu Chao's team, accumulating 400 to 500 points over 24 hours would have been considered remarkable. And now, just a few hours in, not even 8 hours, he had already amassed 1450 points. Even if one were to withdraw from the competition now, the score achieved in previous magical assessments would still suffice to secure a top-tier ranking. Perhaps even a prestigious one. In that moment, Lu Liang suddenly felt that following Lin Fan might not be such a bad idea, albeit a tad perilous, as this anomaly seemed to be constantly leading him into traps. Yet, the allure of the points was simply irresistible. Fan Go, wait for me, Lu Liang exclaimed, hastily pursuing him. Meanwhile, in the cooling shed, a teacher furrowed his brow upon witnessing Lin Fan's renewed activity. Lin Fan's previous performance had been nothing short of astonishing. He had surged to the forefront, overshadowing even the likes of Fire Shield and Dark Spear, particularly with his bizarre yet forceful combat style, which was distinctly unique. Consequently, every one of Lin Fan's movements became the focal point of attention. The principal of the second school frowned and remarked, "It does not appear that he is heading towards the central area. His trajectory suggests he intends to linger in this peripheral zone?" He scoffed, clearly irritated by Lin Fan, the student who had usurped the top position from his institution. With such prowess, why not hunt for more points by targeting the shadow pigs in the central area? Instead of wasting time searching for low-level beasts in the outskirts, a futile endeavor, merely squandering energy, foolish. However, another teacher softly proposed, "Is it possible that Lin Fan plans to eradicate all beasts in the peripheral zone first?" What? The principal of the first school's expression shifted dramatically. Eradicate? In the peripheral zone? That is utterly preposterous. The peripheral area is designed for the majority of students, hosting the greatest density and quantity of beasts. Most candidates are not prodigies and cannot traverse the central area with the ease of Fire Shield or Dark Spear. Only a third manage to enter the central region as a team, while two-thirds remain in the periphery, hunting for low-level beasts. How could this lad possibly eliminate them all? What kind of stamina would that require? Yet, in that instant, an ominous premonition stirred within the principal. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted his steps. He pointed to a location and issued a few commands, and to Lu Liang's astonishment, he began to ignite a fire. This boy is starting a fire. Damn it. Does he not realize that starting a fire will attract? A teacher, initially incredulous, suddenly seemed to grasp something. Lin Fan had previously instructed Lu Liang to chop trees and climb hills, nearly committing every conceivable blunder, while the teachers had deemed him foolish before. It now appeared that he was intentionally drawing beasts. Moreover, he was testing how to maximize his exposure to attract the beasts swiftly. The teachers were astounded, for this was utterly inconceivable, while other candidates cautiously explored the ruins of the forest. Lin Fan audaciously contravened every principle the teachers had outlined, embarking on experiments to ascertain the quickest method to lure the beasts. Was he truly intent on exterminating all the beasts in the peripheral zone? Simultaneously, in the central area, a delicate spear transformed into a sphere of black light, flowing with dark magic as it surged towards a shadow pig. Yet, just as the black light was about to collide with the shadow pig, a figure descended from above, enveloped in a blazing red glow. Boom. The impact struck the ground between the black light and the shadow pig. The intense flames instantly radiated outward, with the surrounding flora wilting instantly. And the air seemed on the verge of ignition. Two massive shields, ablaze with roaring flames, soared skyward, morphing into colossal walls of fire. Bang! Bang! The thunderous sounds echoed as the agile black spear and the shadow pig collided with these two fiery barriers. However, amidst this terrifying clash, the figure wielding the double shield stood unwavering, while the shadow pig emitted a muffled grunt and collapsed onto the ground, its legs stiffening. The once nimble black spear buzzed as it was forcefully returned to the woman's grasp. Stealing kills, Lu Yunyan, holding the delicate black spear, frowned at the robust figure engulfed in flames. "That's mine. Thank you for luring out this shadow pig." Fire Shield Li Lai scratched his head and chuckled. "But here, whoever kills the beast claims it. Now, my points surpass yours by 50. Lu Yunyan's expression darkened. "You need to hurry to Li Lai clenched his fists. "What? Do you want to challenge me?" The two faced off. Though the magical assessment featured numerous participants, at its core, it was a duel between the two prodigies, Dark Spear Lu Yunyan and Fire Shield Li Lai. Dark magic swirled around the spear's tip, while flames surged from the heavy shield. Suddenly, Lu Yunyan, with a cold smile, realized, "Are you trying to provoke me into striking first, thus jeopardizing my chance in the exam? Put away such trivial schemes. Ha! It's merely one shadow pig. I only need to slay two to reclaim first place." With that, she turned to leave. Yet, in the next moment, the devices on their waist that tracked their scores vibrated slightly. The air fell into silence as they exchanged incredulous glances. Such devices only vibrated when there was a change in their rankings. One was first, the other second. How could they both vibrate simultaneously, unless? However, one vibration was insufficient. The devices vibrated twice in unison. Their rankings had shifted twice in an instant. This meant they swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting their rivalry as they grabbed their devices to check the leaderboard. To their astonishment, it read, First place, Lin Fan, 1450 points. Second place, Lu Liang, 1450 points. Third place, Li Lai, 1065 points. Fourth place, Lu Yunyan, 1005 points. Lu Yunyan's expression shifted dramatically, while Fire Shield Li Lai stood frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? They had both been surpassed by two individuals simultaneously, and Lin Fan, that ordinary person devoid of magical fluctuations. Fire Shield felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. An ordinary person lacking magical prowess had outstripped him? Lu Yunyan coldly remarked. No need to ponder further. It must be that Lu Liang is aiding him. Li Lai recalled the mage who had stood behind Lin Fan before the exam began and realized he had not recognized the potential of a scoring ordinary individual who had now eclipsed both of them. Undoubtedly, this was a magical genius. Fire Shield's expression turned grave, one he had never worn even when facing Lu Yunyan, a magical genius of unimaginable strength in that moment. The once inconspicuous mage loomed large in Fire Shield's mind, casting a daunting shadow. How deeply he concealed his true capabilities. Lu Yunyan glanced at Fire Shield. Then, shall we? In their exchanged glances, the previously competitive duo now shared a sense of mutual respect. Lin Fan and Lu Liang had become the bridge of camaraderie between them, knitting a bond of communication. The hidden magical genius Lu Liang surpassed her. She could tolerate it, as she lacked his prowess. Yet, Fire Shield's expression soured as he recalled the previously provoking Lin Fan, coldly asserting, but to see an ordinary person riding on the coattails of their forebears, leeching off others' points to surpass me, is utterly intolerable. I feel the same. Lu Yunyan nodded. As magical prodigies, they naturally harbored a certain pride. How could they allow a second-generation individual, relying on familial connections and lacking any strength of their own, to surpass them merely by siphoning off points? This was a desecration of the pure essence of magic, an affront to both magicians in the magical assessment. Let us team up, Lu Yunyan suddenly proposed. If we wish to turn the tide, we must work together, cease competing against one another, and swiftly eliminate the shadow pigs here before heading directly to the core area. Given the rate at which Lin Fan and Lu Liang are acquiring points, we must eliminate that supplementary challenge to ensure Lin Fan is relegated beneath us. After all, that is a second-tier beast. Even I, with my formidable first-tier strength, would not dare to challenge it alone. Huadun furrowed his brow slightly. Prior to this moment, he could never have anticipated that he and Lu Yunyan would consider teaming up. After all, one hailed from the first class and the other from the second, both bearing the weight of their school's honored fellow prodigies. The two were fierce rivals, arguably each other's only true competitors. Yet now, confronted by the hidden magical genius Lu Liang and the despicable Lin Fan, who, despite his lack of strength, shamelessly sought to elevate himself through points. Very well. Huadun nodded, retrieving the device from his waist and aligning it with Lu Yunyan's device. Beep. Temporary team formation successful. To dissolve the team, please match the devices again. The two had successfully formed a team. In this moment, in order to suppress Lin Fan, the two originally opposing geniuses surprisingly joined forces. Lin Fan single-handedly became the bridge for their communication. This scene left both the examination committee and the viewers of the live broadcast utterly astonished. Was Lin Fan truly that formidable? Had he compelled these two geniuses to unite? No, this was simply too exaggerated. Moments ago, they had been fierce adversaries. Was Lin Fan's pressure truly that overwhelming? Of course, if the roles were reversed, anyone would feel the same. The first and second positions had suddenly become the third and fourth. Who wouldn't panic? However, it seemed they had misjudged the hidden magical genius Lu Liang. He was merely a pawn in this game. The audience and committee members witnessing Lin Fan's battle were well aware of his abilities. As for Lu Liang, well, at most, he served as a mere support, perhaps dealing a finishing blow, but the two competitors, in Shi Chong and Huadun, remained oblivious, as did nearly all the participants in the competition. In an instant, as they saw Lin Fan and Lu Liang ascend to the first and second positions, while Huadun and Shi Chang plummeted to third and fourth, the candidates were momentarily taken aback. What? Lu Liang and Lin Fan were tied for first. This was outrageous. Lin Fan was just an ordinary person. Was Lu Liang truly that impressive, to share first place with someone who merely matched points? Huadun and Shi Chang had teamed up, and Lu Liang had single-handedly compelled them to do so. Lu Liang usually kept a low profile. Who would have thought he was such a hidden magical genius? So deeply concealed? A student from the fourth class stared in shock, then shook his head in regret. If only I had endeavored to befriend him earlier, alas. Meanwhile, those who had interacted with Lu Liang and Lin Fan, such as Lu Qiao, understood the truth. Lu Qiao stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the ranking in silence for a long time, before suddenly exclaiming, So that outstanding sister has been pushed down. No wonder Lu Liang chose to leave our team to serve him. What luck! Lu Qiao reflected inwardly. Who wouldn't he want to be a subordinate? I, Lu Qiao, also wish to serve Lin Fan, to be a mere support. Woof woof woof. On the other side, and Shi Chang, Lu Yuyin, and Huadun, Li Lai, had completed their team formation. The previously competitive atmosphere between them had dissipated, replaced by a sense of camaraderie. After all, they were all magical prodigies. As opponents, they had indeed viewed each other with hostility, but now that they had teamed up, there was an emerging sense of mutual respect, especially after being surpassed by Lin Fan, an ordinary person incapable of even lifting a chicken. The most critical task was to surpass Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Lu Yuyin calmly analyzed. Have you encountered them in the central area? Li Lai shook his head. Lu Yuyin frowned. I haven't encountered them either. How strange. Both aimed to slay as many shadow pigs as possible. Having already scoured a significant portion of the area, they had encountered numerous candidates. Were they perhaps in the outer regions? Lu Yuyin glanced at the points record and was instantly struck with disbelief. Lu Liang is in the outer region. Slaying those low-tier beasts worth 5 points each, and he has surpassed us with an ordinary person. The outer region, from the perspective of experts, was utterly thankless. The same spell that earned 5 points in the outer region would yield 100 in the central region, 20 times the difference. This fellow, Lu Yuyin, found it difficult to comprehend, yet she was inexplicably alarmed. We can't afford to delay. We must hasten. Huadun, your defensive capabilities are strong. You'll be responsible for attracting monsters, while I excel in offense and will handle the elimination. Huadun nodded vigorously. Although it was their first collaboration, the two surprisingly exhibited remarkable synergy, working together seamlessly. Huadun, Li Lai, with his tough skin and substantial physique, specialized in direct combat and created considerable noise, making him ideally suited to attract beasts with his fire-based spells, wielding a magical heavy shield. Meanwhile, in Xichang, Lu Yuyin was agile and swift, proficient in stealthy ambushes utilizing dark-based magic. Armed with a small, nimble dark spear, they were a perfect pairing of a tank and a reaping assassin. In no time, their points began to surge at an accelerated pace, overtaking Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Meanwhile, Lin Fan led Lu Liang for 5 miles. Suddenly, the grass before them rustled, and a nimble cat leaped from the foliage, its wind blades and sharp claws aimed at Lin Fan. Patience. Now. Lin Fan grinned widely. He adored these adorable little cats, especially their soft bodies. Buzz. The pitch-black spear shot forth in an instant, heading straight for the cat's open mouth. Enormous. A terrifying force surged forth as the dark, sturdy spear filled the cat's mouth, and then penetrated deep, pinning it directly to the ground. Faced with the piercing wind blades slicing through the air and the formidable magic, Lin Fan's face lit up with excitement. After all, when hands are insufficient, one must resort to using one's mouth. This was the invaluable wisdom of his predecessors. Crunch. Burp. Lin Fan let out a satisfied belch. Delicious. Magic, superfluous and flashy, of no real use. I, Lin Dolly, only trust in brute strength. How generous of you, my dear, to serve me so warmly, even bringing gifts. Lin Fan chuckled, chewing on the magic while using the spear to pry open the cat's skull and extract the magic crystal. Chewing it like beans, Lin Fan glanced at the now motionless cat on the ground with a frown. Encountering a beast indicates that the area previously cleared by Lu Liang is past. Currently, this region is once again teeming with beasts, ripe for attraction. Lin Fan nodded, turning to look at Lu Liang, who was carrying the corpse of a frost rabbit. Hungry, aren't you? Famished. Upon hearing about the barbecue, Lu Liang had not touched another energy bar, his mind consumed with thoughts of tender, juicy grilled meat. He tentatively complained. Fangu, we could barbecue anywhere. Why do we have to travel so far? Lin Fan smiled. Isn't it to find monsters? Lu Liang didn't quite catch that. No worries. Lin Fan quickly corrected himself. It's for safety. Although the previous area was cleared of beasts, the commotion would surely attract more. For safety's sake, we must quickly vacate that spot. I know you're tired. Didn't you also say you didn't want to face any more beasts? Lin Fan rambled on, cleverly misleading him. In reality, no beast would return to that area. It was undoubtedly safe, as the surrounding 5 miles had been thoroughly cleared. Everything capable of being attracted had been exterminated. But with hunger clouding his judgment, Lu Liang thought little of it. Trusting Lin Fan unconditionally, he expressed his gratitude. Fangu, you're too kind. Enough flattery. This spot seems quite safe. Lin Fan pointed to an open area. Let us start a fire and roast some meat. All right. Lu Liang excitedly dashed over. Gathering a few dried branches, he then began to rub them together to spark a flame. Lin Fan, is it really that primitive? This is a far cry from the noble image of a magician. Aren't you using magic? Lin Fan asked curiously. After all, the typical image of a magician is one of elegance and composure. Magic may be flashy, but it can be useful at times. Logically, starting a fire should be as simple as flicking a wand to produce flames. Right? Lu Liang gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he vigorously rubbed the sticks together, his expression complex. I'm an ice magic user. Ice magic, Lin Fan. Oh, I completely forgot. There are distinctions among magicians. Starting a fire must indeed be a challenge for an ice magic user. Did you not bring matches or a lighter? Lin Fan furrowed his brows and inquired. Lu Liang replied, do you think a non-smoking ice mage like me would carry matches and a lighter? Lu Liang retorted with a look of disbelief. Lin Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that even mages were not omnipotent. What was the use of being an ice mage when matches were more practical? Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled the red-haired sorceress who had previously attempted to entice him into forming a team with her beauty. Had he known, he would have kept her close. At least she could serve as a match. Magic was truly useless. Lin Fan lamented. At critical moments, one still had to rely on one's own strength. Observing Lu Liang, whose hands were red and yet failed to produce a spark, Lin Fan approached and said, let me do it. Lu Liang was taken aback. Did you bring matches? No, but I brought this, Lin Fan declared as he produced a wand that it belonged to Yang Yun. Lu Liang's eyes lit up. You can use fire magic? I knew you must have some magical ability. Otherwise, why would you participate in the magic assessment? As Lin Fan crouched down, he responded, what fire magic? Lu Liang, momentarily stunned, instinctively asked, why do you have a wand if you can't use magic? How can you start a fire without magic? Though I can't use magic. Lin Fan abruptly thrust the wand into a split branch, gripping it tightly and giving it a vigorous twist. I possess strength. Strength. Boom. A terrifying force erupted. The wand spun fiercely in Lin Fan's hands, the power so great that the ground beneath him instantly caved in. Pure strength. Indeed, Lindley did not wield magic, but Lindley possessed strength, and strength creates miracles. Boom. A roaring flame erupted, far surpassing the mere sparks expected from traditional fire-starting methods, demonstrating the immense heat generated by that colossal force. It was akin to a fireball spell. Hiss! In that moment, Lu Liang gasped in astonishment, standing frozen in place. This is possible? Lu Liang glanced at the wand in his hand, then at Lin Fan's hands, suddenly realizing that this was the proper use of a wand. What good was this wand to me? Even an ordinary person could use it to start a fire. Even the observing teachers frowned in disapproval. Is this how a wand is meant to be used? They felt this lad was desecrating the wand, using it in such a crude manner, a privilege reserved for noble wizards. Yet, one could not deny that this boy had indeed managed to ignite a fire. Some teachers wore grim expressions. This is a magic assessment. Time is of the essence, while other students are cautiously and discreetly seizing their moments. This lad is roasting meat. Is he unaware that energy bars are not edible? Is he courting death? Does he not know he cannot start a fire? The principal of the second high school pondered aloud. Is there a chance he is testing another method of attracting monsters? Upon hearing this, all the teachers' expressions shifted. Are you suggesting? Hiss. They had previously been chopping wood and climbing hills. If I recall correctly, the fifth guideline from the pre-exam training was, the principal, a noblewoman, murmured, this lad is truly testing each one. The teachers fell silent, while other candidates adhered to the pre-exam prohibitions as if they were sacred laws, carefully avoiding violations. This lad had already begun to test these taboos in reverse, assessing which method would attract monsters most effectively. In the surrounding area, Lin Fan urged, enough dawdling, quickly skewer the meat and roast it. He added more firewood to the blazing flames, prompting Lu Liang. Right. Lu Liang finally snapped back to reality, responding quickly as he skewered the frost rabbit and set it over the fire. Lu Liang suddenly glanced at the agile cat that had been slain earlier. Actually, we can roast this one. It's fresher. Lin Fan looked at him with disdain. How could you eat such a cute cat? But rabbits are cute too, Lu Liang countered, momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan nodded. Thus, I shall eat half. Lu Liang, after a brief silence, muttered softly, isn't that double standards? Your words are excessive, Lin Fan remarked, casting a glance at Lu Liang. who inexplicably shivered and promptly shut his mouth, wholeheartedly focusing on roasting the meat. A devoted follower will never oppose their master. And I, Lu Liang, am currently Lin Fan's loyal follower. Whatever Lin Fan says goes. Over the fire, the frost rabbit sizzled enticingly, releasing an aroma that wafted through the tranquil forest, making the scent of roasted meat particularly pronounced. In an instant, the surrounding 2-mile radius fell silent as the beasts raised their heads, sniffing the air, slowly turning towards the source of the delectable scent. However, this was not the main attraction. What truly captivated the beasts was the curling blue smoke that rose from the fire. Although the sun had yet to set and the flames were not particularly prominent, the pillar of blue smoke rising from the woods immediately drew the attention of countless beasts. The aroma of the roasted meat, even if carried by the wind, would only spread a couple of miles at most. Yet this rising smoke, reaching heights of 100 meters, was clearly visible for 10 miles around. It was as though a grand beacon was broadcasting to the countless beasts that humans were present. In an instant, the beasts were enraged. Here we are, risking our lives and hiding, and not only do you humans refuse to conceal yourselves, but you also have the audacity to start a fire. Roast meat, and do so atop our slain brethren's corpses, sending up smoke. Do we beasts have no dignity? This is an outright insult, a tremendous affront, an affront to the pride of beasts, trampling upon their dignity. Roar. Roar. In that fleeting moment, the mountains and forests within a 10-mile radius echoed with the roars of beasts. Waves of violent magical fluctuation surged upward, causing the entire forest to tremble as countless beasts vented their fury. Roaring loudly, the beasts in this area were utterly enraged, charging towards the source of that rising blue smoke. Like a tide of beasts surging through the forest, trees swayed violently. In that moment, the students in the vicinity felt a chill run down their spines. Their faces turning pale. Oh no. It's over. A beast tide. How could a beast tide erupt here? One candidate, witnessing the densely packed, bloodshot-eyed beasts rushing towards him with murderous intent, felt despair wash over him. Mom and Dad. I am sorry for your nurturing. He cried out in anguish, ready to activate his second-tier defensive scroll to declare his withdrawal from the competition. Just as he pulled the scroll, he noticed that the beast didn't even glance his way, turning instead to brush past him, heading off into the distance. This candidate fell silent for a long time before suddenly cursing. Damn it, what a waste of a withdrawal. If you weren't coming for me. You could have said so earlier. This incident left countless candidates in a state of despair. Who the hell caused this? It's infuriating. I thought I was facing a beast tide and withdrew from the competition. Look over there. There's smoke. Damn. Who is that? They must be insane. Are they trying to commit suicide by starting a fire and roasting meat here? Don't they value their lives? Damn it. They made me withdraw from the competition. I hope they don't even qualify to withdraw. Haha. With so many beasts after them, they probably won't even have a chance to use their defensive scrolls. So many beasts. They'll be scared to death. Damn. Why are there so many fools in this examination? Chopping wood, climbing hills, and now someone is roasting meat. 3 teams of idiots. Are they all trying to get killed? Countless candidates cursed at that team of fools daring to start a fire and roast meat, lumping in the previous 2 teams of fools as well. However, in truth, there was only one team of fools, Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Yet Lin Fan was not courting death, nor was he being foolish. He was merely attracting monsters in reverse. In just 8 short hours, Lin Fan single-handedly stirred chaos throughout the entire outer region, disrupting the entire outer examination area. However, some candidates were quite relieved. One candidate, walking cautiously, suddenly found a frost rabbit leaping from the grass behind him, roaring and lunging at him. Its fur was sharp as icy spikes. By the time this candidate noticed, it was already too late. He couldn't even retrieve his scroll in time. In that moment, he envisioned his mother weeping over his lifeless body, death closing in. But the next instant, that frost rabbit didn't even spare him a glance. Rushing past him with a fierce cry, directly heading towards the rising blue smoke. Its eyes were blood red, filled with murderous intent. It wafted through the air, a scent both familiar and nostalgic. It was the fragrance of his mother. Observing the frost rabbit storming away in anger, the examinee remained silent for a considerable time, overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. He had been utterly oblivious to the fact that the frost rabbit was concealed amidst the grass behind him. Had it not been for the fire ignited by someone nearby, roasting meat and inciting the wrath of the frost rabbit, it could well have been his life at stake. He glanced towards the rising plume of smoke, bowed his head slowly, and sincerely proclaimed, "Benefactor, you are a good person. You burn yourself to illuminate our path, your life-saving grace. I shall never forget, and I will burn paper offerings for you. He no longer held any hope that the benefactor would survive. Meanwhile, drawn by the aroma of roasted rabbit, Lu Liang swallowed hard, his face alight with excitement. After enduring several frightful encounters, he was now in a daze, desperately craving the comfort of food, with thoughts solely occupied by roasted meat. Brother Fan is the best, Lu Liang remarked, swallowing again. You used me as bait twice, and I cursed you in my heart for being ungrateful. Yet, I see you still care for me. Of course, you're my best friend. Lin Fan replied with a beaming smile. He glanced down at his notes. Point 5. Do not ignite a fire. Indeed, while a fire can illuminate the night, provide warmth, and even roast meat, in the realm of exotic beasts, it is a foolish act of self-exposure. The glow of flames in the dark is akin to a declaration of war. Exotic beasts do not fear flames. Moreover, the scent of roasting meat will only attract them. Even during the day, one should refrain from lighting a fire, as the smoke can attract beasts from miles around. Lin Fan turned to Lu Liang and asked, Do you not sense something amiss? Lu Liang stared at the frost rabbit before him and replied, What seems wrong? Oh well, it does smell rather delightful. All I can think about is eating it. He seemed astonished by the enticing aroma of the frost rabbit. In truth, exotic beasts are all quite fragrant, as their flesh is imbued with magic, making them exceptionally delectable, though they are rarely available for consumption. Observing Lu Liang, who was enraptured by the prospect of roasted meat, Lin Fan nodded. It appeared that Lu Liang had been so thoroughly startled by the previous encounters, compounded by hunger, that his mind was no longer agile. Otherwise, he would never consider igniting a fire to roast meat. Indeed, part of the reason lay in Lu Liang's unwavering trust in him. Whatever Lin Fan instructed, he followed without hesitation, without a second thought. That moment, watching Lu Liang, who was completely unguarded and still roasting meat, Lin Fan felt a twinge of guilt. Such faith in him, and here he was, coaxing Lu Liang into lighting a fire to attract monsters. Was he even human? Yet, the guilt was fleeting, dissipating in mere seconds. As long as he acted without moral constraints, Lin Dolly felt no remorse. Hurry, it will be ready soon, Lu Liang called back to Lin Fan, but suddenly froze. Why are you eating an energy bar? That cannot possibly compare to roasted rabbit. Oh, it is nothing. I just needed a little something to tide me over. Lin Fan chuckled. I suspect I may not have another opportunity to eat later. Lu Liang was taken aback. How could there be no opportunity? The next moment, a cacophony of roars from exotic beasts resonated throughout the mountains and forests. Trees swayed, and the ground trembled. Waves of furious beasts charged forth. Trees were uprooted in their wake, shadows flitting through the underbrush. A multitude of enraged frost rabbits and agile cats surged towards them. Buzz! Dozens of wind blades sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Liang, who was engrossed in roasting the frost rabbit, the revenge for the roasted rabbit. Lu Liang was momentarily stunned, forgetting to evade, as the now golden-brown rabbit was instantly shredded by the wind blades. Chunks of meat tumbling into the fire. His first thought was, but I haven't eaten yet. However, upon witnessing the wind blades tearing through the frost rabbit and hurtling towards him, it was too late for Lu Liang to evade. It was over. Watching as the wind blades obscured his vision, Lu Liang's face turned pale. Yet, just as those blades were about to cleave him in two, a low hum resonated. A pitch-black spear shot forth. With a piercing sound, the massive spear narrowly brushed past Lu Liang's head, its tip quivering as if a black flower were blooming. A tremendous force surged forth, the sharp spearhead colliding with the magic. Bang! Dozens of wind blades were shattered by the spear's tip, and in that moment, Lin Fan, using the recoil, swiftly pulled Lu Liang back several meters. Lu Liang stared at Lin Fan in a daze, then glanced at the roasting fire and the surrounding furious beasts, finally realizing that Lin Fan had once again used him to attract monsters. Are you even human? Lu Liang yelled in anger. Lin Fan, however, stood with his back to Lu Liang, gripping the spear tightly. Stay here. I will gather some points for you. That silhouette appeared incredibly dependable, towering like a mountain, evoking a paternal sense of security. Lu Liang was torn. He didn't know whether to feel grateful or curse aloud. Logically, he should be elated, as he was merely riding on the coattails of points, and the number of beasts around them was evidently 4 times greater than before. Just a glance sent chills down his spine. If converted into points, it would be exhilarating. Yet, despite the temptation, he could not find joy in the situation, for Lin Fan had once again betrayed him. Having promised to share roasted meat together, at that moment, he had been so overwhelmed by fear and hunger that he had failed to think critically. Lu Liang felt an urge to curse. But the reality was that he had come solely to absorb points. The more, the merrier. No, he still needed to vent. Did he truly think points were all that mattered? Did he believe that Lu Liang possessed no dignity? Time and again, he had been sold out. Lu Liang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Go for it. Good brother. There was no choice. The allure of points was simply too intoxicating. Roasted meat could wait until after the battle. There would be plenty of exotic beasts to feast upon. I, Lu Liang, am the #1 sycophant under Lin Fan. He would just have to accept it. Meanwhile, Lin Fan surveyed the mass of unranked exotic beasts before him. A deranged and radiant smile spreading across his face thought he resembled a perverse voyeur sneaking into a women's bathhouse, saliva nearly escaping his mouth. Marvelous, absolutely splendid. Is this heaven? So many adorable exotic beasts, gazing at me with such fervor. I cannot hold back any longer. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spear, its formidable black shaft thrusting forward, aimed at the beasts. Come on. Do not hesitate. Unleash your fury upon me. This declaration ignited the wrath of the beasts. Roars erupted in unison as they charged from all directions, unleashing a barrage of ice crystal projectiles and wind blades. Frost rabbits, with their icy fur transformed into sharp crystals, leapt high, resembling ice balls hurtling towards Lin Fan. Agile cats swirled in the wind, darting between trees, brandishing their claws as they aimed for Lin Fan's throat. Claws, fangs, ice crystals, wind blades. In that instant, a terrifying wave of magic surged forth, obscuring the view with ice and wind. As torrents of magic rained down upon Lin Fan, the beasts roared and leapt towards him. At that moment, Lin Fan found himself at the center of an onslaught of magic, surrounded by exotic beasts and spells. The forest had transformed into an ocean of magic and beasts, a tempest raging, crashing down upon Lin Fan. For a brief time, even the surveillance drones could not capture Lin Fan's figure, all obscured by the magical chaos and the beasts. Yet amidst this turmoil, a singular focus emerged. Buzz. A long spear swung with reckless abandon. The obsidian shaft shattered spell after spell, ice crystals exploding, wind blades dissipating. The razor-sharp spearhead pierced through each beast that lunged at him. Their soft bodies impaled upon the unyielding spear, jaws agape as they were silenced in midair, the spear driving deep into their throats. The dark spear crushed the skulls of countless beasts, severing their spines. A weapon that inflicted harm at the slightest touch, this spear was as indomitable as it was powerful. Even the beasts, under the relentless assault of Lin Fan's dark spear, could only tremble in despair. Not only was it resilient, but it also possessed tremendous might. With sheer force, the spear created innumerable afterimages, forming an impenetrable barrier around Lin Fan. The magical radiance from all directions was thwarted by this impenetrable sphere. Spells shattered violently upon contact. The furious beasts, upon touching this sphere, were immediately pierced through by the spear. It was akin to a shield, firmly protecting Lin Fan. The beauty of a magical shield is well known. It is a fundamental skill for every sorcerer to master, as their own bodies are frail, relying solely on magic for defense. Even the most offensively inclined fire mages are well versed in flame shields. Yet, regrettably, Lin Fan was no magician. He could not conjure a magical shield, but what he lacked in magic, he compensated for with sheer strength. At this moment, the surrounding magic shattered inch by inch before the shield, as countless otherworldly beasts were mercilessly slaughtered against it. Until their last breath, their sharp claws and fangs could not even graze Lin Fan, nor could they breach the 3 meters surrounding him. Unable to penetrate into that shield by even a fraction, the shield composed of countless spear shadows seemed an insurmountable barrier between life and death. Not even a drop of blood could splatter onto the shield. Lin Fan's garments bore not a single drop of the beast's blood, and the ground beneath him remained astonishingly pristine. The surrounding flora swayed wildly in the tempest, leaves shattering, and the dust on the ground rippling outward from Lin Fan like waves. Yet this was not due to magic, but rather the force unleashed by the spear shadows, the shield of might. In this instant, Lin Fan forged his own shield through sheer strength, constructing an unprecedented shield of might in the realm of magic. Strength alone sufficed. The mountains and forests seemed to transform into a vast ocean, the magical elements surging like endless tides, with the forms of magic and otherworldly beasts crashing towards Lin Fan like frothy waves, as if intent on shattering a rocky outcrop. However, they encountered an indomitable reef. The air reverberated with a sharp hum, as the rapidly swung spear emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. The spear shadows Lin Fan conjured acted as a black shield, An unmoving rock amidst the ocean of magic, shattering spells and crushing the beasts. Lu Liang clung tightly to Lin Fan's leg, sheltered by the shield of might, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the scene around him, the otherworldly beasts and magic fracturing before him. An indescribable sense of security enveloped him. Concurrently, Lin Fan's points surged explosively. The velocity was utterly astonishing, rendering even the slightest single-digit changes trivial, let alone shifts in the tens. Within the pavilion, the teachers were enveloped in silence. They gazed in disbelief at the screen filled with magic and beasts, struggling to catch sight of Lin Fan amidst the chaos. Could it be that this lad has perished? With such a deluge of magic, could he possibly survive? He had drawn far too many monsters. This boy is far too arrogant. Yet, one teacher stole a glance at the rapidly changing scoreboard. A gasp escaped his lips, his voice trembling. This boy is still mercilessly slaughtering. The speed of these point fluctuations. It's as though he's farming monsters. The principal of the second school wore a complex expression. Observing from this angle, it seems this boy is not arrogant. Perhaps he believes there are still too few beasts. Indeed, the principal of the first school's lips twitched. Initially, I thought he was arrogantly courting death, yet it appears he may have been quite aware of his own strength, perhaps even a tad too modest. Lin Fan's combat prowess was simply astounding. Although the surveillance footage was currently obscured by a dense throng of magic and beasts, preventing a clear view of Lin Fan. The rapidly changing numbers on the scoreboard indicated that not only had Lin Fan defended himself, but he was also fervently slaying monsters. The speed of his killings was terrifying, verging on madness. As Lin Fan continued his rampage, the number of otherworldly beasts charging from all directions dwindled, and the once dense magic began to thin. Gradually, Lin Fan's figure emerged from the obscuring storm of magic and beasts. The black shield instantly captivated the attention of the gathered teachers. What manner of shield is this? It withstands the onslaught of hundreds of non-tiered beasts. Moreover, it does not merely defend, it inflicts damage. Every beast that makes contact perishes. Can we learn from this? Perhaps we could teach it to our students. The teachers watched in excitement, but then their expressions faltered. It cannot be learned. It is pure power. There is not an ounce of magic. It is simply the rapid swinging of a spear. If the strength is sufficient, that is all that matters. In an instant, the teacher's expressions turned complex. This is strikingly unadorned. Faced with so many otherworldly beasts and such intricate magic, he simply wields the spear like a brute. Yet, what filled the teacher's eyes more than anything was shock within their ingrained beliefs. Magic was the embodiment of power. Esoteric spells could not be resisted. One could only counter magic with magic. Yet in this moment, Lin Fan revealed an alternate method to combat magic. Strength to shatter magic with sheer might. How on earth did this boy manage to accomplish such a feat? One teacher clutched his head, stating, "This cannot be purely brute strength. If it were, ordinary bullets could slay otherworldly beasts without the need for mages. This boy must possess some peculiar ability." Meanwhile, in the surrounding forest, the previously fortunate students watched with complex expressions as the otherworldly beasts surged toward the direction of the curling smoke. They could sense the intense and terrifying magical fluctuations. The magic surged so violently that even through the tree canopy, they could clearly see the magical light soaring into the sky. Alas, what a pity! Another has withdrawn. Whose foolish child dares to start a fire for roasting meat here? So many have courted death this year. Just before the competition, we had special training. Yet at the start of the major test, there were those chopping trees, climbing mountains, and shouting, and now someone is roasting meat. One candidate even took out his equipment and opened the scoreboard, laughing. "Let me see who has withdrawn." But after looking for quite some time, he found no names missing. No one has withdrawn? Impossible. The candidate was momentarily stunned, idly flipping through the list. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. He gaped, staring at the names on the scoreboard in disbelief. Beside him, a teammate blinked in surprise. Why the excitement? "I believe I know who is under siege over there." The candidate spoke dryly. Who? Who has withdrawn? "No, it's not a withdrawal," the candidate exclaimed excitedly. "It's Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Lin Fan and Lu Liang. Tied for first. They are deliberately attracting the otherworldly beasts to gain points." The team member glanced at the wildly fluctuating scores, his eyes widening. What speed? What kind of hidden genius is Lu Liang? He is slaughtering the otherworldly beasts. A single stone creates 1,000 ripples. Other teammates gasped in astonishment. Lu Liang is incredible. I never expected him to hide his talents so deeply. They are intentionally violating the guidelines to attract the otherworldly beast's attention. He is deliberately luring the beasts to quickly amass points. Such terrifying prowess. Hiss. Does that mean I want to know who was chopping trees and shouting earlier, given the rapid speed at which Lu Liang and Lin Fan were gaining points? It must have been them. Initially, I thought they were fools, but one candidate muttered in disbelief. The fool turned out to be me. Should we learn from them? Some candidates gazed longingly at the frantically fluctuating scores of Lin Fan and Lu Liang, full of envy. Yet when they raised their heads and beheld the soaring magical lights and the deafening roars of the otherworldly beasts in the distant forest, they fell silent for 2 seconds. I believe one should remain grounded. It is not that they disdain the abundance of points. Rather, being grounded is far more cost-effective. This monstrous method of point accumulation, perhaps only Lin Fan would dare to attempt it in the entire examination venue. The dark spear shattered the wondrous magic, sending the otherworldly beasts flying as they charged with magical force. In this moment, the magic that was typically lauded by mages appeared so gaudy. That simple, unadorned black spear, amidst the dazzling magic, seemed utterly unremarkable, yet it was indestructible, pure, unadulterated strength, completely devoid of magic. It was all about sheer might. Unlike the serene and graceful battles waged by noble wizards, this slaughter was both simplistic and brutal. Infused with a visceral aesthetic of violence, blood erupted around Lin Fan, magic shattered in brilliant fragments, and the cries of monstrous beasts filled the air. Yet, in the face of a torrential downpour of magic and a multitude of grotesque creatures, Lin Fan's gaze bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented madness and exhilaration, his smile grotesquely radiant. The sheer pleasure of it all, the sensation of every cell in his body rejoicing. The unrestrained flailing, the powerful onslaught, the feeling of piercing through softness, and the sight of blood splattering wherever his gaze fell, was simply exquisite, amidst the howls of the beasts and the surging magic. Lin Fan felt he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. The thrill was overwhelming. The hard spear pierced through soft flesh, the supple blood and sinew yielding to the sharp point, warm blood spraying against the obsidian shaft of the spear. Power surged within him, every muscle quivering with excitement. Lin Fan's eyes grew increasingly deranged. These fearsome beasts no longer appeared as terrifying adversaries, but rather as eager maidens, beckoning for his strength, imploring him for the embrace of his formidable spear. His ultimate reward for their fervent pleas was to unleash his might, to wield his spear and fulfill their desires. Soon, the roars of the beasts faded into wails, and the once dense magic dwindled to a mere whisper. What had once been a horde of monstrous creatures was now reduced to a scant 2. They stared, wide-eyed and bewildered, engulfed by an unprecedented terror. Before them stood a youth, brandishing a bloodied spear that had pierced the bodies of countless beasts. His smile as radiant and twisted as ever. Beneath him lay the lifeless forms of dainty frost rabbits and agile spirit cats, their bodies motionless, only twitching and gasping in their final throes. Each punctured by the spear, warm blood trickling from the gaping wounds. In that moment, these once fearless beasts were overwhelmed by a sense of dread that eclipsed their primal ferocity, leaving only the instinct to survive. A sharp drop of blood fell from the spear's tip, shattering the oppressive silence. Why have you stopped? Continue. I have yet to finish. Lin Fan licked his lips, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at the remaining 2 beasts. Their pupils dilated in alarm. In that instant, his beaming smile transformed into the visage of the most terrifying predator. What appeared to be a bright countenance now bore a brutality and chill that even the beasts did not possess. His unwavering gaze seemed to scrutinize them like a legendary beast assessing its prey. An instinctive sense of danger surged within the beasts, not the trepidation one feels when facing a wizard, but the primal fear reserved for a superior, bloodthirsty predator. Come on, I've been waiting impatiently. Seeing the 2 beasts hesitate, Lin Fan frowned. Weren't you quite eager just a moment ago? I, Lin Fan, despised the abrupt cessation of battle. As they still dared not advance, Lin Fan lifted his spear and approached them. Very well then. If you are unwilling to take the initiative, I, Linda Li, shall do so myself. You 2 stay put. I will take the lead. With a leap akin to that of a cheetah, Lin Fan charged at the 2 beasts. Faced with what they perceived as an apex predator, the 2 beasts turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. In a remarkable turn of fate, while the wizards were still evading the beasts, Lin Fan had become the predator, and the beasts were now the ones fleeing like hunted wizards. I, Linda Li, am the true beast. Don't fancy the spear, do you? As the beasts fled, Lin Fan beamed with delight. No matter. I have my hands. Casting aside his spear, he produced 2 magic wands from his cloak. The 2 petite frost rabbits bolted in a frenzy, leaving behind their charming, leaping forms and their pristine tails bobbing as they dashed, quickening Lin Fan's breath. He raised his magic wands high, unleashing a spell that was uniquely his own. Not merely another wizard's magic. Mighty magic. Forceful brick flight. Fixated on their fleeing figures, Lin Fan's eyes were irresistibly drawn to his targets as he chanted, "You ought not to expose your weaknesses to me, Lindley." For weakness is the most vulnerable point to exploit. A violent gust of wind erupted, the elemental forces of air surging not from the gathering of magic, but from Lin Fan's sheer might. The fierce winds uprooted the surrounding flora, and the 2 wands tore through the air, propelled by Lin Fan's raw power, creating a piercing sound as they raced toward the fleeing beasts. The 2 frost rabbits, caught unaware, froze mid-leap, their eyes wide with shock. They had never encountered such a peculiar sensation. With a resounding impact, the 2 wands, infused with Lin Fan's strength, struck their vulnerable spots in the face of the diminutive frost rabbit's frailty. The once small wands were now incomprehensibly robust and colossal, so massive that the frost rabbits could not endure. The wands struck true, penetrating deeply from behind, brutally and directly, unstoppable in their advance until they fully traversed the rabbits' bodies. Bang! Bang! The 2 frost rabbits were impaled into the ground, their agonizing, tearing pain rendering them incapable of even a cry, only able to twitch in despair upon the earth. Lin Fan exhaled with satisfaction, a smile gracing his features. No beast could escape from under my spear. Lindley, they must endure my might. They must bear the weight of my spear, even if they do not withstand my spear. They shall endure the magic wands in my grasp. Yet, compared to the short and diminutive wands, Lin Fan still preferred wielding his spear, for the visceral sensation of piercing flesh and the might of his swings was unparalleled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Fan reflected on the prolonged and intense battle, one he had never before experienced, surpassing even the challenge of facing 2 shadow pigs simultaneously. Sometimes, the quantity of foes satisfied him more than their quality. He envisioned 1,000 beasts. Even with his remarkable stamina, Lin Fan felt the weight of exhaustion after such an extended skirmish and the rapid wielding of his spear. Fortunately, he had managed to endure, his formidable peak physical condition sustaining him until the end. Otherwise, he feared he might collapse mid-battle. This was a scenario Lin Fan dreaded most, not from fear of conceding defeat, but from the thought of being unable to satisfy these adorable beasts with his strength, of being conquered by them instead, begging them to relent. Such a fate would be a profound humiliation for Lindley, and indeed, for any man. A true man must endure until the battle's conclusion. He must be the one to end the conflict, satisfying his opponent with strength rather than pleading for mercy. Otherwise, Lin Fan would be unworthy of wielding that formidable, obsidian spear. What a thrill! Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, surveying the warm blood pooling around him and the beasts he had pierced, now motionless upon the ground. Gasping for breath, a unique sense of accomplishment welled within him. Beside him, Lu Liang gazed in awe at the overwhelming number of lifeless, adorable beasts strewn across the ground, exclaiming, "Brother Fan, you are incredible. Your stamina is phenomenal." Lin Fan turned, smiling. This exhilarating combat was simply delightful. However, as he turned, he realized his legs felt somewhat unsteady, forcing him to lean on his spear to remain upright. At that moment, the dark spear became his third leg in his rotation. He nearly stumbled, saved only by Lu Liang's quick reflexes, who caught both Lin Fan and his massive spear. "Are you all right?" Lu Liang inquired with concern. I'm fine," Lin Fan replied slowly, sitting down with a grin. "I'm just utterly exhausted. This battle has gone on for far too long." The protracted battle had nearly drained Lin Fan of his strength. The seemingly endless adorable beasts, with their soft and petite bodies, compelled Lin Fan to wield his spear repeatedly, causing him to forget his exhaustion. It was only after the fight concluded that Lin Fan realized he could no longer stand on his trembling legs, his entire being devoid of energy, appearing utterly drained. This body had been thoroughly emptied. Yet, despite his fatigue, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Lin Fan gazed contentedly at the motionless beasts strewn across the ground, their soft forms pierced through, resembling creatures in slumber, alongside others still twitching. Gasping for breath, he reveled in the aftermath of the recent battle, his heart brimming with pride and accomplishment as he recalled the enthusiastic onslaught of those charming beasts. The exhilaration of wielding his spear with abandon, and the sensation of forgetting fatigue, The formidable, obsidian spear had penetrated the gentle bodies of the adorable beasts, delving deep into flesh, leaving a visceral sensation in its wake. Accompanied by the vivid imagery of warm blood splattering as he swung the weapon. Fortunately, his performance had not let him down. His might had sufficed to handle those beasts. Strangely, Lin Fan, a non-smoker, felt an urge to light a cigarette. A post-battle indulgence. He resolved to purchase a pack upon his return home, carrying it with him, for such moments surely warranted one. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, while Lin Fan lingered in the reminiscence of the battle, hoisted Lin Fan's bloodstained spear. Dispatching the heads of the fallen beasts, and commenced the collection of magic crystals. He also added some firewood to the dwindling campfire, preparing to roast a frost rabbit for Lin Fan to regain his strength. While also satisfying his own hunger, observing Lin Fan's weakened state after the fierce conflict, visibly exhausted and trembling, Lu Liang furrowed his brow, contemplating as he skewered 2 meatballs onto the grill. Better give Brother Fan a proper supplement. Save some for the whip, treasure, and kidneys. Meanwhile, deep within the central town area, flames engulfed all. A figure ablaze with fire dashed through the vegetation, leaving charred remnants in its wake. That robust form, empowered by magic, moved with remarkable strength, not evading the foliage, as he raised 2 massive shields before him, shattering trees as thick as a bowl with explosive bursts of flames. Behind him, roars erupted. A pack of formidable creatures, resembling small vans, pursued him with murderous intent. 7 in total, 6 of them, cloaked in darkness, bore sharp fangs and spines, known as shadow pigs, while one, a formidable earth tiger, possessed razor-sharp claws and a vibrant orange-yellow coat. That shield-wielding figure was none other than the renowned fire shield, Li Lai. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, daring not to glance back. Despite his formidable prowess, facing 3 shadow pigs or earth tigers at once was already his limit. 7. Fire Shield knew he wouldn't last 3 rounds. Even though his combat strength was extraordinary, nearly reaching the pinnacle of a first-tier junior magician, and he was capable of employing magic in close combat as a magic warrior, he was still merely a first-tier junior magician, confronted by beasts equally skilled in magic. Facing 3 at once was already pushing his limits. This was a desperate bid for survival. Yet, just as Fire Shield dashed under a towering tree, capable of being embraced by 2 men, the tension in his eyes transformed into exhilaration. Originally fleeing, he turned to face his pursuers, raising his shields. Come on, we've arrived, the 7 first-tier beasts, witnessing a human no longer fleeing but instead challenging them, were thoroughly incensed. Unleashing furious roars, 6 shadow pigs charged forth, their massive forms resembling a swirling shadow, moving with incredible speed. Dark spikes launched from their backs, hurtling towards Fire Shield. At the same time, the earth tiger let out a thunderous roar, the earth beneath its feet flowing like liquid, forming armor upon its body, as it lunged at Fire Shield with its bone-clad claws. Additionally, clumps of earth and debris erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Fire Shield. The earth tiger, true to its name, commanded the magic of the earth element. Come on! Fire Shield's scalp tingled, yet he gritted his teeth and charged forth, wielding his heavy shield. Bang! 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 The 4 foremost shadow pigs collided with the blazing shield, their dark spikes melting under the searing flames, deflecting the massive boulders hurled at them, while scorching the shadow pigs. The overwhelming impact caused one shadow pig's head to explode, yet Fire Shield was forced back several steps. Bang! The second shadow pig met a similar fate, crashing into the shield, toppling Fire Shield to the ground. Bang! The third shadow pig slammed into the shield, and as it shattered under the flames, both of Fire Shield's shields were sent flying. The 4th shadow pig, bearing its fangs, charged at Fire Shield. Damn it! Fire Shield's eyes widened in panic. Without his shields, he could only infuse his hands with magic, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the remaining shadow pigs and the earth tiger with his fiery hands. But he knew he could not endure. Those were beasts. Just as Fire Shield turned to confront the beasts, a figure suddenly descended from the treetops. The shadow raced down like a dark streak, moving with astonishing speed, while the remaining shadow pigs and earth tiger were wholly focused on Fire Shield, oblivious to what was unfolding behind them. In an instant, the dark streak arrived, radiating cold brilliance, weaving through the remaining 5 shadow pigs and the earth tiger. Just as Fire Shield was about to be crushed by the next shadow pig, its body suddenly froze, halting before Fire Shield. Buzz! A jet-black beam shot forth, piercing the shadow pig's head. A petite yet dark spear. Bang! The shadow pig, which had been roaring toward Fire Shield, halted abruptly, its eyes filled with pain and confusion before its massive body collapsed. Just 3 meters away, it could have fatally struck Fire Shield. Emerging from behind the colossal form was a striking figure, her long legs and high ponytail giving her an air of elegance. Her dark wings lent her a strikingly capable appearance. The spear that had pierced the shadow pig returned to her, quietly floating beside her, aglow with dark magic. Lu Yunyan. Huh. Fire Shield gasped, his heart racing. As he stared at Lu Yunyan, who had nearly caused his demise, and complained, "That was too close. Have a bit more faith in my shadow thrust, would you?" Lu Yunyan huffed, then counted, "Not bad. We took down 7 first-tier beasts this time." Upon hearing this, Fire Shield's frown transformed into a broad grin. "Our cooperation is truly remarkable." Lu Yunyan nodded in agreement. The two suddenly felt a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Individually, Fire Shield and Lu Yunyan were both renowned as the strongest among the students of Tsangzhou High School. Yet their distinct traits as magic warriors were equally evident. Fire Shield, a magic shield warrior, possessed immense strength and explosive power, capable of withstanding the charge of shadow pigs with the aid of fire magic. Lu Yunyan, a magic spear warrior, was agile and decisive, striking swiftly and lethally, though not as robust as Fire Shield. Her dark magic allowed her to deliver unexpected, lethal blows. Their pairing was akin to a perfect combination of an assassin and a tank. Initially, their individual strengths could handle at most 3 shadow pigs at a time. However, now, with Fire Shield drawing aggro and Lu Yunyan launching surprise attacks from behind, they managed to eliminate 7 simultaneously. Calculating their synergy, they had reached a new pinnacle, capable of taking down 7 first-tier beasts in one go. Fire Shield chuckled. "Had I known our cooperation was this formidable, we should have teamed up sooner. We wouldn't have been caught up by that ordinary Lu Liang. Continuing this way, they would undoubtedly surpass Lin Fan and Lu Liang in no time. Just this wave alone would likely eclipse them." Fire Shield quickly checked the scoreboard. Indeed, his score had surged from 1145 to 1495. Perhaps Lin Fan and Lu Liang were already feeling anxious upon seeing their newly updated scores. Huh? Wait a minute. Just as Fire Shield smiled broadly, his expression suddenly turned to one of shock. He stood frozen in place, his pupils rapidly contracting, as if witnessing the unimaginable. He remained in awe for a full 3 seconds. Lu Yunyan frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Fire Shield Li, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost, stammered. Lin Fan and Lu Liang's scores. On the scoreboard, Lin Fan and Lu Liang's scores were fluctuating wildly. They had soared to 3,800 and continued to rise rapidly, the digits in the units and tens place changing so swiftly that they were nearly indistinguishable. The score increments of 555 refreshed continuously. The score records of Huadun and Lu Yunyan, who had slain 7 first-tier exotic beasts, were completely absent from the screen, having long been overshadowed. Lu Yunyan's expression was one of sheer terror, as the dread in their eyes intensified with each point added to Lin Fan's score. Ultimately, Lin Fan and Lu Liang's points settled at 40-50. The horror in Lu Yunyan and Huadun's gazes reached its zenith. While they had dispatched 7 first-tier exotic beasts and shared 700 points, Lin Fan and Lu Liang had already vanquished over 1,000 non-tier exotic beasts, splitting more than 5,000 points. The scene fell into a sudden silence, their smiles frozen in place before they had the chance to dissipate. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Huadun's forehead. A dry swallow escaped in Ji Qiang's throat. They were still reveling in their 700 points, while Lin Fan and Lu Liang had already amassed 5,000 points. Gazing at the nearly double score, and Ji Qiang and Huadun seemed to behold a figure of unfathomable terror. This figure was noble and elegant, clad in the black robes of a sorcerer. Terrifying magical elements surged around him, and his potent magic caused the air to tremble. The wand he wielded was charged with dazzling magic. A mere flick could bring about cataclysmic destruction. Beneath that figure, and Ji Qiang and Huadun felt like mere ants, unable to keep pace even in their desperate pursuit. The hidden magical prodigy, Lu Liang. And Ji Qiang articulated slowly. Huadun, Li, also wore a grave expression. What kind of formidable sorcerer must he be? Even with an ordinary person like Lin Fan sharing points, he still surpasses both me and Ji Qiang. The most alarming part is that they only gained 5 points each time. This implies they are only slaying non-tier exotic beasts, and they are still in the outer regions. It should be noted that while the density of exotic beasts is high in the outer regions, each yields merely 5 points, making it a thankless endeavor compared to the central area. He must have mastered area magic. He must be a third-tier sorcerer, Lu Yunyan sighed. I never expected there to be such a magical prodigy in our school. Area magic. Within a certain range, all exotic beasts are subjected to indiscriminate attacks. Only in this manner could they possibly slay so many beasts. I even suspect they might be cheating. Li Lai sighed, but quickly added, "It seems we must step up our efforts." Meanwhile, in the pavilion, the principal of the first school suddenly brightened and whispered, "Li Lai and Lu Yunyan have simultaneously slain 7 first-tier exotic beasts." However, the teachers remained engrossed in watching the battle replay of Lin Fan, not lifting their heads. The it was not that slaying 7 first-tier exotic beasts was unimpressive, but rather, Lin Fan's combat was far more cost-effective. He had exterminated 1,000 exotic beasts. Even if they were non-tier, it was still far more astonishing than 7 first-tier beasts. To put it bluntly, on the score panel, the points earned by Jiqiang and Huadun were usurped by Lin Fan's record in mere seconds. Just like that, Lin Fan, by his singular prowess, had outshone these 2 magical prodigies who had teamed up. At that moment, a candidate who had just exited the competition entered the pavilion, pointing at the scoreboard. "I suspect Lin Fan and Lu Liang are cheating." The teacher pointed towards the ongoing battle replay. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the candidate's face turned pale, and he muttered, "I admit my previous exclamation was somewhat loud and disruptive. My apologies." He had truly never encountered such a terrifying battle. Moreover, the true powerhouse was not Lu Liang, but Lin Fan. That unprecedented, sheer brute force combat was beyond his comprehension. He was just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lin Fan mused, "This could also be considered area magic, right?" He pondered while munching on roasted hare to regain his strength, frowning. "Let Lu Liang attract the exotic beast within the range, and then I will attack." Area plus attack. Isn't that area magic? No, more accurately, it is sheer brute force in an area. Who says warriors cannot deal area damage? Lin Fan had a unique understanding of area magic. He began to contemplate. It appeared that igniting a fire was the most effective way to attract exotic beasts. However, starting a fire to draw them took considerable time. Each time they eliminated a beast, they had to change locations to reignite, which was not very practical. Additionally, the previous shouts from high up and tree chopping each had their own merits. Could they be integrated? Eureka! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He had found a solution. He knew how to maximize the efficiency of attracting exotic beasts. "Are you full yet?" Lin Fan excitedly looked at Lu Liang. For some reason, being scrutinized by Lin Fan again sent an ominous premonition through Lu Liang's heart. You aren't going to make me ignite another fire to lure the beasts, are you? Don't worry. This time it will definitely be different." Lin Fan grinned. Lu Liang felt relieved. Lin Fan chuckled. "All right, stand here." Before long, standing atop the treetops, Lu Liang looked down at Lin Fan with a face of despair, saying, "Are you really going to do it this way?" Lin Fan grinned. "Isn't this great?" Lin Fan held up a long, straight tree branched, at its top. Lu Liang dangled like a flag, swaying in the wind. Lu Liang clutched a pitch-black long spear in his arms, with a torch in his left hand, flames roaring. In his right hand, he held a piece of exotic beast meat and a handful of leaves. The meat was for roasting, emitting a tantalizing aroma to attract the beasts, while the leaves would produce smoke when burned, further enticing them. With the trees no longer providing cover, the fierce mountain wind swept over Lu Liang's blood-stained body, dispersing the scent of blood and humanity. Don't ask, just know it's to attract the exotic beasts. Lin Fan urged, lifting Lu Liang higher. "Don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry and roast it." Shout out. Sighing from his elevated position, Lu Liang placed the branches and exotic meat over the torch's flames, and in an instant, the savory aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by curling black smoke. Free points. Lu Liang has scored. Lu Liang's shout echoed down from above, focused on a multifaceted approach. Visual, olfactory, auditory, he attracted the exotic beasts. In that moment, Lu Liang was Lin Fan's banner, the flag proclaiming war against the exotic beasts. Lu Liang, the relentless lure for the exotic beasts. The points were indeed not for naught. Lin Fan sprinted through the forest, holding the tree branch with Lu Liang attached. The shouts, the wafting aroma of roasted meat, the billowing black smoke, and Lu Liang, towering above the treetops, formed the perfect lure. Everywhere he passed, a multitude of exotic beasts was drawn to him. This was the culmination of Lin Fan's practical experience and insights on attracting exotic beasts. Lin Fan, possess a unique skill for attracting exotic beasts. Although I lack area magic, Lin Dali, wield area brute force. In an instant, Wherever Lin Fan tread, the roars of exotic beasts echoed for miles around. The surrounding mountains trembled violently as waves of savage energy and magical fluctuations surged into the sky. A dense throng of exotic beasts charged forth once more. "They're coming," Lin Fan chuckled, driving the branch with Lu Liang firmly into the ground for protection behind him. He called out, "Spear, come." Lu Liang swiftly tossed down the pitch-black long spear, exclaiming, "Protect me. Don't worry." Lin Fan grasped the spear. A chilling smile directed at the magical projectiles raining down upon him and the exotic beasts rushing from all sides. "They're all mine." Buzz. The slaughter commenced anew, centered around Lin Fan. The 3-meter-long spear became the radius of an impenetrable shield. Any exotic beast that dared to approach was shattered by the resilient spear, every throat pierced by its sharp tip. With sheer force came miracles. Wherever the spear pointed, everything became soft. That delightful sensation washed over him once more. Faced with these adorable and fervent exotic beasts, Lin Fan, undeterred by fatigue, swung the pitch-black spear. Its massive, hard body penetrating the soft forms of the beasts, delving deep into flesh, the warm blood splattering everywhere. The power surged forth. It was exhilarating. The densely packed monstrous creatures were utterly incapable of reaching Lin Fan. Nor could they touch the tree trunk that bore Lu Liang behind him. Amidst the furious roars of the beasts, Lu Liang leisurely swayed on the trunk, observing the bloody battle below, suddenly feeling remarkably safe. It was as if he had detached himself from this grand magical examination, transforming into a mere spectator. Especially after being suspended on the trunk, he felt akin to a kite, only needing to watch from afar. "Go for it, Fan Gu. Keep it up, Fan Gu." The only thing Lu Liang could do at that moment was cheer for Lin Fan, tightening his grip on the wand, ready to lend a hand. Albeit just symbolically. Before long, the battle concluded. With his 200 points of vitality, Lin Fan's recovery speed was astonishingly rapid. He did not need to absorb the magical elements from the air like other sorcerers. Waiting for his mana to replenish slowly. Mana was ultimately an external force, while vitality was innate to the human body. With just a nutritious bar, Lin Fan could swiftly absorb its nourishment, after merely catching his breath. He once again hoisted the tree trunk with Lu Liang and exclaimed, "Lu Liang, keep going." Lu Liang raised the torch once more, roasting meat and creating smoke, while Lin Fan sprinted with the trunk, creating a scene that was almost picturesque. Wherever they went, the beasts were irresistibly drawn, surging after Lin Fan like a tidal wave. Some candidates witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. A group of candidates, hearing the anguished roars of the beasts from afar, saw magical fluctuations shooting skyward. Clearly, a great battle was unfolding. "Don't move. There are at least 1,000 beasts over there. It might be an internal conflict among the beasts, so stay hidden." Soon, the commotion subsided, and the roars and wails of the beasts gradually ceased. "Is it over?" cautiously inquired a sorcerer crouched in the grass. "That it should be over. Rise now." The leading wood element sorcerer exhaled, not expecting such misfortune to encounter an internal conflict among the beasts. "We'll change direction and circumvent that area, keeping our presence hidden." But just then, what is that? Behind you. Other team members pointed in terror at the back of their captain. The wood element sorcerer paused momentarily, turning to look. In the distance, a colossal tree trunk was hurtling toward them. It was a trunk of several dozen meters in length, moving at an alarming speed. Below the trunk were 2 legs, and atop it was a head, extending 2 arms, one of which even bore a flame. "What are you doing here?" "What a coincidence." The head greeted them enthusiastically in human language. "No, that can't be." The captain's pupils constricted in fear, his voice trembling. "A tier 3 beast, the flame tree demon." Upon hearing this, the team members froze in place, their faces drained of color, trembling all over, filled with despair. The flame tree demon, a tier 3 beast. How could there be a tier 3 beast here? No wonder there were magical fluctuations earlier. It had slaughtered the other beasts. It aimed to become the king of this area. Damn it, it set its sights on us. What do we do? Even the tier 2 defensive scrolls won't withstand its magic. They were doomed, utterly doomed. As the tree trunk beast charged directly toward them, the sorcerers felt the chill of death enveloping them. Their strength drained, and in the face of such terror and despair, they could not even maintain their stance, collapsing to the ground. Some members completely broke down, wailing, "I'm still young. I don't want to die." As the flame tree demon drew ever closer, the sorcerers dared not lift their heads, merely crumpling on the ground in tears. A tier 3 beast, this was already an exceedingly powerful creature, sufficient to become a king among beasts, initiating a small-scale beast tide, and they were merely students. Moreover, behind the flame tree demon, There were over 100 beasts roaring in pursuit, seemingly reduced to the demon subordinates. The beasts adhered to the primal law of the jungle. The weak either succumbed to the strong or clung to them for survival. But the next moment, just as these sorcerers prepared to pen their last words, a voice suddenly rang out from above. "What are you all doing?" Instantly, the sorcerer's pupils dilated in terror. The flame tree demon could speak. He has evolved to tier 4. They were finished, utterly finished. All the candidates were doomed. Why was there a talking flame tree demon in the examination venue for this magical assessment? The sorcerers shrieked in horror. Beasts only began to speak upon reaching tier 4. The flame tree demon spoke again. "No, what are you all actually doing?" A sorcerer knelt, pleading, "Please, don't kill us." He raised his head, his expression suddenly freezing as he stared intently at the head atop the trunk. "No, that isn't a head. That's a person hanging from the trunk." This wasn't the flame tree demon. The sorcerers' voices trembled, yet their eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The one suspended from the trunk was evidently a person. A candidate. Huh. Wait, that's a person? Other sorcerers also regained their senses, closely observing the head and arms of the flame tree demon, and instantly recognized Lu Liang, who was hanging from the trunk, holding a torch with a puzzled expression. Without a doubt, this was a human, and looking at the legs of the tree demon, they spotted Lin Fan, who was sprinting while clutching the trunk. Undeniably, this was also a human, but how could this be? Was this something a human could do? The sorcerers looked on with inexplicable terror, seemingly more frightened than when facing the flame tree demon. "No, are you two insane? What are you doing, running around with a tree trunk and a person hanging from it? Are you here to torment the candidates? We torment beasts. Are you here to torment us? Can a human even do this?" In a venue teeming with beasts, one was hoisting a trunk, while the other, suspended from it, held a torch emitting smoke, masquerading as the flame tree demon? Insanity. What on earth are you doing? You nearly scared me to death, thinking it was the flame tree demon. Yet some keen-eyed sorcerers recognized the figure hanging from the tree and exclaimed, "Lu Liang." The other sorcerers immediately stood in awe. Lu Liang, who ranks first, good heavens, a prodigy, accompanying an ordinary person to score points, yet still managing to secure the top spot. No wonder his style is so unconventional. "Please, take me along. Strength is always the most respected quality." Previously, they thought the one hanging from the tree was foolish, only to realize this was the top candidate. Don't ask, just acknowledge the genius's unconventional nature. Can a genius not have a bit of personality? Please, take us with you. And the one clinging to the tree was undoubtedly Lin Fan. Crude, a sorcerer disdainfully glanced at Lin Fan, who was sprinting while clutching the trunk. Huh. An ordinary person without magic can only engage in physical labor, running with a tree. Lu Liang warmly greeted them, but the next moment, Lin Fan, expressionless, brushed past them without acknowledging their presence. After all, the beasts were the true passion. Rather than waste time with these sorcerers, it was better to run ahead with Lu Fan, attracting more delightful beasts. The sorcerers watched as Lu Liang, suspended from the trunk, receded into the distance, their expressions complex as they sighed. As expected of the top candidate, acting so flamboyantly. Indeed, he seems unafraid of attracting the attention of the beasts. Wait, suddenly, a sorcerer sensed something was amiss and screamed, "Beasts!" He turned to look. Behind them, a dense throng of over 100 beasts roared as they charged forward. Their eyes fixed ominously on Lu Liang, who was hanging from the trunk, shouting and roasting meat. Like a tidal wave, the sheer number was beyond what these few sorcerers could handle. Run! The sorcerers felt the hairs on their necks stand up, desperately casting spells as they sprinted ahead to AT that moment. The beasts chased after the sorcerers, while the sorcerers pursued Lu Liang and Lin Fan, achieving a bizarre sort of equilibrium. Yet it must be said, magic was indeed formidable, and humans always possessed untapped potential. Among these sorcerers, the wind element sorcerer frantically utilized magic, the gale propelling them forward, and astonishingly, they caught up to Lin Fan. "Lu Liang," a sorcerer shouted, "why are there so many beasts behind us?" "Indeed." Lu Liang nodded. The wizard exclaimed loudly, "Are you also fleeing for your lives? Let us escape together. After all, the weak instinctively band together for warmth, and with such a formidable ally, the chances of survival are significantly heightened." "Ah. No, we are luring monsters." Lu Liang shook his head. The wizard sighed. "Ah, so you are luring monsters. Wait, luring monsters." The other wizards exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and terror. "You are deliberately attracting monsters. Those beasts behind you, you brought them here on purpose." Lu Liang nodded. "Exactly. Otherwise, why would I be hanging from a tree, The wizard's eyes widened in shock. Truly, he is the top contender. While we were cautiously trying to avoid attracting the beast's attention, he was already luring them. No wonder he was hanging from that tree. He was using himself as bait. I was just curious about how he managed to find so many beasts, and now it makes sense. Not to mention, I almost couldn't restrain myself from attacking just moments ago. As Lin Fan sprinted away, more beasts were drawn in. More of the cautious, low-profile wizards witnessed the approaching flame tree monster. Many wizards were terrified and quickly recognized Lin Fan. Then, faced with the pursuing beasts, even more wizards joined the frantic escape. Heavens, a magic tree monster. Wait, is that a person? My goodness, is that Lu Liang? Forget about Lu Liang. The beasts are closing in. Run. In an instant, Lin Fan stirred chaos in the outer region of the magical exam, as if he were a stick stirring up a pot of stew, wherever he passed. The wizards gasped in astonishment, and the surrounding beasts roared. Under normal circumstances, the cooperation of wizards should function like a fire shield and dark spear, resulting in a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. However, when it came to Lin Fan, the dynamic shifted entirely. The collaboration between Lin Fan and Lu Liang transformed into an equation where 1 + 1 equaled the magic tree monster. Even the fellow candidates among the wizards were deeply influenced by this. Before long, over 100 wizards were fleeing alongside Lin Fan. Behind them, thousands of unranked beasts roared in pursuit, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on the suspended Lu Liang. Some wizards, panting heavily and drained of magical energy, could only plead, "Brother Lu Liang, I can't run anymore. Please, do something. Brother Lu Liang, I beg you, act quickly. At this rate, we will surely be caught. Brother Lu Liang, I know you can't handle so many beasts alone. Don't worry, we will assist. Brother Lu Liang, stop running. The more we run, the more beasts we attract. Let us make a stand. With all of us, including you, we might not lose against these beasts. If we continue to flee, we will have to forfeit." In that moment, the wizards gazed at the tree-bound Lu Liang with pleading eyes. Lu Liang thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me? I am not your savior. The true powerhouse is the one running with the tree trunk. What can I, Lu Liang, do? I am merely a wizard with no real strength. I am just the bait attracting the beasts." Under the hopeful gazes of numerous wizards, even some more powerful than himself, Lu Liang felt a pressure that belied his age. However, seeing that the wizards were nearing their limits and the horde of beasts was closing in, Lu Liang finally looked down at Lin Fan and said, "It's about time. Let's make our move." Lin Fan glanced back and saw that nearly 1,000 beasts had been drawn in, reaching the limit of what his stamina could handle. Although Lin Fan relished the thrill of battle and welcomed the presence of these adorable beasts, some things are not better in excess. A man must exercise restraint. Once the numbers grow too great, the frequency of wielding his spear increases, and the prolonged battle would not only deplete his stamina but also subject him to the discontented gazes of the beasts. For a man, failing to satisfy his opponent is the greatest humiliation. If he forced himself to overexert, it would only lead to long-term weakness. Lin Fan did not want that. While the battle at hand was of utmost importance, there would be more battles and countless adorable beasts awaiting his satisfaction in the future. Thus, he needed to act within his means. "It's time," Lin Fan softly declared. "We can begin." He abruptly halted his frenzied sprint. The exhausted wizards instantly grew excited. "Lu Liang is going to act. Haha, I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Lu Liang, show us your hidden strength." But then, bang, Lin Fan thrust the tree trunk forcefully into the ground, as if raising a flag to signal the commencement of battle. Yet he did not lower Lu Liang from the tree. Instead, he looked at the rushing beasts, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Chuckling gleefully, this bizarre excitement made it seem as though those terrifying beasts were not beasts at all, but rather beautiful women eagerly embracing him, and Lin Fan was the lurking wolf. This battle was destined to be fierce and exhilarating. Lin Fan charged headlong into the fray. This scene left the wizards utterly bewildered. The hidden magical genius, Lu Liang, still hung in the tree, yet this ordinary man was rushing forward. I see now. He is creating an opportunity and vantage point for Lu Liang to strike. While he holds off the beast to allow Lu Liang to chant, "Good heavens, even an ordinary person is so brave. These are beasts after all. We must join in. Let us buy Lu Liang time to chant his spell." Some wizards raised their wands, beginning to chant spells. Others called back, "Brother Lu Liang, cast your magic. Show us your strength." Lu Liang, seeing Lin Fan raise his hand, understood that the moment for the spear had arrived. He lifted the dark spear he had been holding. Lu Liang is about to unleash his magic. Everyone, get ready to dodge. a wizard shouted. The other wizards were invigorated, for he was currently the highest scorer. The most powerful wizard. Even with an ordinary person accompanying him, he still overshadowed the fire shield and dark spear of the hidden magical genius. Many wizards gazed at Lu Liang with eager anticipation. Wishing to witness the kind of spell he would unleash, surely it would be a fearsome one. How terrifying it must be. Perhaps it could annihilate the 1,000 beasts in a single blow. Moreover, he was using a magical artifact rather than a wand. This enormous spear would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Some wizards willingly stepped aside, fearful of being caught in the blast, and amid the watchful eyes of all, under the eager gazes of the wizards, Lu Liang moved. He chanted, "Catch!" The raised spear slipped from his grip and landed in Lin Fan's hands. In an instant, the multitude of wizards stood dumbfounded. Just this. Catch. What kind of chant is this? What powerful magic is devoid of any magical fluctuation? Is it so strong that I cannot even perceive it? This is not magic at all. You could have thrown it into the horde of beasts. With a collective expression of disbelief, the wizards began to grasp the reality of Lu Liang's strength. Meanwhile, the beasts had already surged closer, their innate magical talents crashing down upon them. Though the beasts lacked human intelligence and learning abilities, their naturally magical bodies possessed an unparalleled affinity for magic. Their innate spells were not only powerful, but also required no incantation. The wizards' faces turned grim, their expressions filled with sorrow and despair. It's over. Quickly, produce the defensive scrolls. Prepare to withdraw. Indeed, haste is essential. Retreating is far better than facing death. But hold on. Let us first attempt to resist. Confronted by the densely packed, fearsome beasts, the gathered wizards raised their wands, preparing for a desperate struggle as they swiftly chanted their spells. The radiant magic coalesced rapidly, ready for a fight to the death. Meanwhile, a portion of the wizards abandoned the battle entirely, retrieving their scrolls in preparation to withdraw on the spot. After all, retreating is certainly preferable to perishing. As mere students, the overwhelming number of beasts left them utterly disoriented. Fighting individually, their lack of organization became painfully evident. Indeed, if they were military wizards, they would never display such panic, at least managing to coordinate an effective magical defense. Yet amidst the chaos, one figure stood out as incongruous. Suddenly, a wizard exclaimed loudly, "Hey, you ordinary person, what are you doing?" Observing the frantic wizards, that ordinary person was seen brandishing a long spear, turning his back to the crowd as he charged alone towards the horde of beasts. That silhouette exuded an unexplainable nonchalance. Are you seeking death? What is this ordinary person doing? Come back. Are you attempting to die? A wizard shouted in horror, utterly astonished that this seemingly defenseless ordinary person was rushing headlong into the terrifying throng of nearly 1,000 beasts. This was sheer folly. In response to the wizard's cries, Lin Fan did not look back and declared, "Do not mind me. You all hurry and flee. Are you jesting? I, Lin Dali, cannot be disturbed while having a close encounter with the beasts. So hurry and get far away." However, these words resonated differently in the ears of the wizards. He is telling us not to concern ourselves with him, to run. This defenseless ordinary person is stepping forward to allow us to escape. He is sacrificing his life to buy us time to flee. He is merely an ordinary person. How shameful it is that such a commoner exhibits such bravery while we, the wizards wielding magic, are in utter disarray. In an instant, those wizards who had prepared to use their protective scrolls and withdraw now looked with embarrassment towards the figure charging towards the beasts. One wizard suddenly stowed away his scroll and grasped his wand tightly, saying, "I am a wizard after all. How could I hide behind an ordinary person? I am also a noble wizard. This transcends mere points. Whoever withdraws now will earn my disdain." The once panicked wizards began to roar in defiance, their fear dissipating. Students, youth, how splendid those terms are. This is indeed an age driven by passion, heedless of the consequences. Moreover, wizards possess their own nobility. How could they hide behind ordinary folk? In an instant, the wizards raised their wands, chanting fervently. Waves of magical light swiftly coalesced, manifesting torrents of flames, blades of wind, and arrows of water and ice, all shooting forth with tremendous force. Boom! Hundreds of wizards unleashed their spells simultaneously, while their might may not rival that of the 1,000 beasts. The surge of magic was still formidable. Streams of spells intermingled like a hail of arrows, their brilliance obscuring the sky as they surged towards the beast lunging at Lin Fan. Meanwhile, in the cool shelter, the teachers watched in astonishment. The collaboration of hundreds of wizards to confront a threat was unprecedented. This young man, through sheer will, altered the entire magical examination. He united hundreds of candidates. In the forest, Magical orbs surged from behind Lin Fan towards the densely packed beasts. The sudden eruption of magical energy caused the beasts to halt in their tracks. That ordinary person, lie down, shouted a wizard. Quickly take cover from the magic. Use this moment of magical concealment to retreat. We will hold them back for you. Yet Lin Fan turned around, his face devoid of the expected exhilaration, instead bearing a grim expression. He gazed at the magical orbs rushing to support him, his countenance stern and forbidding. "Do not worry. I will protect you." However, he was not addressing the wizards but rather speaking softly to the snarling beasts behind him that hesitated to advance. "No one shall harm the adorable beast while I, Lin Dolly, stand guard. No one shall seize a single beast from me. These adorable creatures must be cherished by me alone." Lin Fan raised the pitch-black spear not towards the beasts but towards the incoming magical light. The resplendent glow of magic eclipsed the sky, rendering the spear almost inconspicuous in comparison. With his back to the beasts, Lin Fan gripped the spear tightly, facing the magic, confronting the wizards. Buzz. The spear vibrated. In that moment, Lin Fan seemed no longer a mere human, but rather a king among beasts standing before them, confronting the wizards and their magic directly. A wizard, bewildered, muttered, "What is he doing? It feels as if he is preparing to fight us." The next moment, "The adorable beast shall be protected by me," Lin Fan roared to the heavens, and in an instant, the pitch-black spear came crashing down. Boom! The force surged forth, sweeping outward. The spear unleashed a terrifying wave. Its dark shaft resembling a tide, carving a crescent arc in the air as it struck fiercely against the brilliant spells. It was as if the dark sea extinguished the flames, though the flames were dazzling. The tranquil sea concealed boundless power. Boom! The pitch-black spear, like a tidal wave, shattered hundreds of spells. As it swung, the brilliance of magic was utterly obliterated. In that moment, silence engulfed the scene. A deathly stillness. All the wizards were left dumbfounded. Their minds blank. They stared at Lin Fan, bewildered, wondering what was happening. Even the ferocious beasts were taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the figure standing before them, shielding them. Feeling a flicker of emotion, one wizard murmured softly, He shattered our magic? He is just an ordinary person. Yet how could he possess such power? This exceeded their comprehension. Yet Lin Fan, uninterested in further dialogue, fixed his piercing gaze upon the wizards, enunciating each word. "I told you to flee. Did you not hear?" In that instant, the wizards trembled uncontrollably. The ordinary person before them exuded a terrifying aura that instilled fear. His calm words resonated like the roar of an unparalleled beast. It felt as if he was no longer human, but a beast king standing before them, protecting the creatures behind him. The wizards even sensed that this individual stood with the beasts. Otherwise, why would he shatter their magic to protect them? "I clearly told you," Lin Fan continued, "and you dare before me to harm my beloved beasts." The wizards felt their scalps prickle. He spoke of harming his beloved beasts. His beloved beasts. This individual stood with the beasts. What does he mean? Is he siding with the beasts? Could it be that he is a fifth-tier beast spirit who is transformed? Upon reaching the fifth tier, beasts can fully assume human form, gaining intelligence and cognitive abilities akin to humans. To at that level, beasts are no longer mere beasts. They become legendary spirits. In that moment, all the wizards felt a chill run down their spines. Why had they encountered a fifth-tier spirit? This was merely a magical examination. Why was a fifth-tier spirit present among the candidates? This was the beast's revenge. He is the king among beasts. As they gazed at Lin Fan, some wizards lost control. Trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down their brows as they retreated. The beasts that had charged forward now found themselves bewildered, the frost rabbit blinking its eyes, the agile cat perking its ears, all looking at Lin Fan with confusion. They could not comprehend why this human was protecting them, shielding them from danger. Some beasts instinctively lunged towards Lin Fan, but when he uttered those words, their expressions transformed into fervent admiration. Could it be that he was a fifth-tier spirit among the beasts? The fifth-tier beast had come to rescue them? No wonder they sensed no magical elements from the human magic users around him. It was the great fifth-tier spirit come to save us. The family of extraordinary beasts will never abandon us. A formidable fifth-tier beast has come to rescue us. Take us away from this place. We are willing to honor you as the Beast King. The frost rabbits and agile cats immediately gazed with reverence and excitement, their cries echoing through the air. For the candidates, this examination was a grand test of magic. Yet, for the agile cats and frost rabbits, Among other extraordinary creatures, it was a grim scenario where wicked humans had ensnared them into a confined area, allowing their offspring to be slaughtered. It was nothing short of a hellish battleground. Upon witnessing a powerful fifth-tier elf arriving to save them, their exhilaration knew no bounds. Under the watchful eyes of the sorcerers, these thousands of extraordinary beasts erupted in fervent cries, kneeling on all fours in deference to Lin Fan's figure. All hail the Beast King! At that moment, Lin Fan stood wielding his spear against the sorcerers, shielding the beasts behind him. The 1,000 beasts knelt in reverence, as if surrendering, casting Lin Fan in the light of a true Beast King. This scene sent chills down the spines of the sorcerers. It should have been anticipated. How could an ordinary person carry such a massive trunk for so long? Even we sorcerers are exhausted. Yet he still possesses strength. He must be the Beast King who infiltrated our ranks. The sorcerers were engulfed in despair. Lin Fan, however, did not spare them a glance. Slowly turning around, he beamed at the adorable beasts. His smile radiant and warm. So many of you have finally gathered. The extraordinary creatures looked at Lin Fan with reverent eyes, their cries echoing, "Beast King, lead us in slaughter. Let us slay these sorcerers and charge forth." Naturally, Lin Fan could not comprehend the beast's cries. He merely raised his spear slowly amidst the excited gazes of the extraordinary creatures. "You two can no longer contain yourselves, can you? It seems you are quite eager. So let us begin." Lin Fan licked his lips, a twisted yet fervent smile spreading across his face. So many adorable beasts kneeling before him, awaiting his vigorous affection. Let the slaughter commence. Buzz. The spear was raised high. The sorcerers looked on in despair, imagining how this humanoid Beast King would soon lead a horde of extraordinary creatures to annihilate them. The beasts cried out in excitement, envisioning their Beast King leading them to cleanse the world of these wicked sorcerers and liberate them from this hellish arena. However, under the sorcerers' desperate gazes and the beast's fervent anticipation, the dark spear moved. Buzz. The solid spear hummed through the air, wielding immense power as it shattered layers of atmosphere. Yet, it was not directed at the sorcerers behind, but rather, it descended upon the obediently kneeling, expectant beasts before him. Boom. This unyielding spear was unstoppable. In a single thrust, it obliterated a dozen soft-bodied extraordinary creatures. The earth trembled at that moment. Hiss. The beast stared in shock, momentarily forgetting to retaliate, all gazing incredulously at Lin Fan. They could not comprehend why their Beast King, who had previously safeguarded them from the sorcerers, would turn against them. "Beast King, have you made a mistake? Beast King, you're aiming in the wrong direction. Lead us to slay the sorcerers." Meanwhile, the previously despondent sorcerers were equally bewildered. What was happening? Whose side was he truly on? The beasts or us? Under the astonished gazes of the extraordinary creatures, Lin Fan once more raised the dark spear, his smile eerily reminiscent of a beast baring its fangs. "Oh, you know why I must protect you. Because you all belong to me. No one shall take a single adorable beast from me. Lee, they are all mine." Boom. The dark spear pierced through once again. The first to react, an agile cat, had not yet leapt before being impaled midair, along with a frost rabbit behind it. Two creatures fell by a single thrust. In an instant, the remaining beasts seemed to grasp something. This was no guardian Beast King. This was a human madman. The previous protection was merely a guise to enable him to slay them all. More twisted, more brutal, more insane than the beasts themselves. Hiss. Kill him. The extraordinary creatures roared in fury, unleashing their innate magic as they surged toward Lin Fan. Yet, facing the onslaught of 1,000 beasts, Lin Fan felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. Here it comes, the exhilarating battle, the fervor of the adorable beasts surging forth. I, Lee, shall unleash my might, thrusting my spear with fervor. Every cell in Lin Fan's body cheered at that moment. His blood coursing like a river, the dark spear swirling like a black sphere, shattering spells and piercing through one extraordinary creature after another. The unyielding spear penetrated their soft bodies, blood oozing from numerous wounds, splattering warm blood as the spear swung. Amidst the blood-soaked chaos of flesh and bone, Lin Fan's smile twisted into a grin. "Come on, all of you. You shall all be mine." Meanwhile, the sorcerers watched in confusion. So, was he human or beast? He had previously protected the beasts, shattering all our spells, and yet now he was slaughtering them. Could he not be the infiltrated Beast King? "Stop the nonsense," shouted Lu Liang. "Hanging from a tree. That's Brother Fan. He brought me here to claim the top score. He has no beast. He has just an ordinary person without a shred of strength." The sorcerers retorted. Are you sure he is without strength? Did you see him smash that beast's skull? Have you ever seen an ordinary person do this? But if he is human and on our side, a sorcerer questioned, then why protect the beasts? Another sorcerer whispered, could it be that he aims to kill all the beasts himself? That's absurd. What normal person would do such a thing? There are so many beasts, it's a miracle to not be terrified. Let alone wanting to kill them all. The skeptical sorcerer shook his head. Before he could finish, he looked at Lin Fan, who was amidst the beasts, wielding his spear, his smile twisted and maniacal, and fell silent for 2 seconds. I think you may have a point. This guy is definitely not normal. Although difficult to comprehend, it certainly seemed that way. He protected the beasts only to slay them himself. This confirmed one thing. A sorcerer nodded slightly. It appears he is indeed human. Another sorcerer gazed at Lin Fan, who was slaughtering the beasts while laughing maniacally, and murmured, no, to be honest, he seems more like a beast than the beasts themselves. Watching Lin Fan's ecstatic, maniacal laughter amidst the bloodshed and the beast's wails. The sorcerers nodded in unison. They could hardly distinguish who the true beast was. Observing Lin Fan rampaging through the throng of extraordinary creatures, one sorcerer suddenly suggested, why don't we help him? Another sorcerer frowned, glancing at the wailing beasts, and replied, help whom? Yet another sorcerer added, forget it, let us not help him. He wouldn't want us to steal his kills and might turn on us. The sorcerers who had initially considered assisting looked at Lin Fan, who was swinging his spear, trembling slightly, and silently lowered their wands. It was best not to interfere. This guy is too insane. He might actually end up slaughtering us. In that moment, the sorcerers found themselves at a loss for what to do. Thousands of extraordinary creatures were right before them, yet they felt utterly powerless to intervene. Do you have any cards? I don't. Did you bring any? How about we chat instead? Though this was a race against time and a magic examination to earn points, at this moment, the participating sorcerers sat idly, playing cards and chatting. What else could they do? We are equally despondent. Beasts within a 10-mile radius had been drawn here. Now, seeking beasts elsewhere was futile. As for the extraordinary creatures before them, they all belonged to that Lindley. In this magic examination, Lin Fan seemed to have become the sole protagonist. Before long, as the last extraordinary creature was pierced by the spear, Lin Fan exhaled, thoroughly satisfied. How delightful. Beneath him lay a sea of extraordinary beast corpses. All impaled, thousands of non-tier beasts. Lin Fan's pouch was bulging, filled with an abundance of fist-sized magic crystals, densely packed. In that moment, the sorcerers gazed in terror at the bloodied spear, as Lin Fan advanced with relentless determination, causing them to instinctively retreat step by step. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any matters to discuss? Lin Fan inquired, tossing a handful of magical crystals into his mouth, crunching them audibly. No, nothing at all. Then let us proceed. The beasts await our attention, Lin Fan declared, hoisting the branch that bore Lu Liang and sprinting away with urgency. Time was of the essence. The sky was nearing dusk. They must swiftly cleanse the outer regions. More exotic beasts awaited his indulgence ahead. At that instant, Lin Fan's objectives had shifted. In this grand magical assessment, he was no longer confined to the mere tally of lesser beasts slain, nor the count of shadow pigs or frost rabbits. I, Lin Dolly, shall claim them all, Lin Fan exclaimed, charging forth like a fiery treant, and in an instant, the air was once again filled with the cacophony of beastly roars. The sorcerers watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, momentarily enveloped in silence. Captain, what shall we do next? One sorcerer suddenly queried. We must seek out the beasts to earn points, the captain began, only to falter mid-sentence. Damn it, there are no beasts left nearby. Lin Fan has eradicated them all. Thus arose a dilemma to continue the search for beasts. They had no choice but to pursue Lin Fan, for he had drawn every creature to himself. Yet, those beasts attracted by Lin Fan would not belong to them. A deadlock ensued. The sorcerers exchanged glances, having prepared extensively for the magical assessment, only to find themselves unable to encounter a single beast. A monstrous figure had emerged from nowhere, monopolizing all the creatures. Forget it. Let's withdraw. Remaining here is merely a waste of time. Let us concede, as others likely cannot engage with the beasts either. Consider this an early termination of the competition. Indeed, if Lin Fan continues to attract them, it won't be long before the outer regions are entirely cleared, they lamented. With expressions of utter desolation, the sorcerers unfurled their second-tier protective scrolls, summoning gusts of wind to form shields, their magical energies soaring skyward. This signified their withdrawal from the competition, and soon, designated personnel would arrive to escort them away. Observing this scene, the watching instructors fell into confusion. The principal of School 1 wore a grim countenance. This lad is simply a harbinger of chaos. Damn it! Has he lost his mind? Is he intent on monopolizing every creature? If this continues, the other sorcerers won't even need to take the exam. How selfish! The principal of School 2 clenched his jaw in frustration. After all, Lin Fan was not from their institution. While he could earn points, the withdrawal of their sorcerers was unacceptable. Rest assured, at this rate, all sorcerers will soon withdraw. Rendering it an early conclusion, a premature exit by one sorcerer may be deemed unfair. But if all sorcerers withdrew simultaneously, it would be relatively equitable. Old Wong from School 4 chuckled, his expression tinged with guilt yet his eyes gleaming with delight as he gazed at the rapidly updating scoreboard. This inexplicably emerging Lin Fan was indeed boosting their prestige. One individual was on the verge of overturning the entire magical assessment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he cleared all the exotic beasts from the outer regions. As for the other sorcerers' withdrawals, it mattered not. After all, Lin Fan was from their school, bringing glory to their name. The withdrawals of sorcerers from other schools bore no consequence to School 4, but the principal of School 3 murmured, "Old Wong, you truly lack integrity. Why not persuade Lin Fan to spare our students a chance?" Old Wong laughed heartily. "I'm afraid I can't intervene. No one can interfere with the magical assessment. Discipline must be maintained." The principals and instructors of Schools 1, 2, and 3 exchanged speechless glances. Yet, it must be stated that this competition would be inscribed into the annals of the National Magical Assessment's history. Such a contest had never been witnessed before. In previous competitions, talent was never in short supply, yet never had one individual monopolized all the beasts, forcing others to withdraw prematurely. "Surely, we are witnessing history," the principal of School 1 began. But before he could finish, the telephone on the table rang unexpectedly. He paused, his expression shifting to one of reverence as he hastily answered. "Hello? What? It is you. You're personally overseeing this." Yes, indeed, it is Lin Fan, not from our School 1. But from School 4. Yes, a dark horse. Lu Liang is merely a scorekeeper. Yes, his current score has reached 6550. What? Indeed, he astonished us all. We all hold him in high regard. What? Yes, that is splendid. I will certainly encourage him. The principal of School 1 hung up the phone, his earlier grim demeanor replaced with joy. "Well done, Lin Fan," the principal of School 4 interjected. "You weren't saying that just now. Your attitude has shifted dramatically." The principal of School 2, equally bewildered, inquired, "What did they say on the phone?" To which the principal of School 1 replied with a smile, "Lin Fan's score has drawn attention from the higher-ups. The Provincial Examination Committee is placing special emphasis on him." However, he suddenly shifted the topic. "Do you know what the highest record is for the National Magical Assessment?" The principal of School 2 furrowed his brow and replied, "Isn't it 13,000? 13,006, achieved by the youngest 9th grade sorcerer. And now, only 8 hours into the examination, Lin Fan had already reached 6,550 points, almost half of the record." This was despite him sharing points with Lu Liang. The higher-up stated that if Lin Fan could break the record, all our resources for the next year would double. All teacher salaries would be doubled. Furthermore, our city's assessments would rank first in the province this year. Upon hearing this, the teachers gasped in astonishment, their faces alight with joy. When they glanced back at the monitors, even those instructors from rival schools who had previously harbored animosity towards Lin Fan couldn't help but cheer him on. "Lin Fan, go for it. The beasts are all yours. Don't let any of our School 1 candidates snatch one." Moreover, some teachers frowned, lamenting that Lu Liang truly has a thick face. If it weren't for him, Lin Fan would be on the verge of breaking the record already. Talent, after all, is the most direct means of earning respect. At that moment, all the instructors who had previously opposed Lin Fan rallied behind him, cheering him on. A student from School 1, having just withdrawn from the competition, walked despondently into the cool pavilion, addressing his homeroom teacher. "Teacher, I didn't want to withdraw either. It's all Lin Fan's fault." The teacher didn't even glance his way. "Enough. Just withdraw. As long as you didn't steal Lin Fan's beasts, it's fine. Lin Fan, go for it." The student was left dumbfounded. "Aren't you supposed to console me? Besides, I'm your student. Are you confused?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan, brandishing the branch with Lu Liang in tow, raced through the outer regions. The exotic beasts within a 10-mile radius roared with fury. Charging from every direction, those sorcerers who had been cautiously hiding were once again compelled to rush towards Lin Fan. Pursued by the rampaging beasts, startled anew by the fiery treant, they once more pleaded for the esteemed Lu Liang to take action, only to be dumbfounded as they witnessed Lin Fan single-handedly confront thousands of beasts. The process had deviated significantly, and with wave after wave of beasts surging forth, Lin Fan's points soared rapidly. Despairing, groups of sorcerers realized they seemed to have no part in this, with many opting to withdraw from the competition. The entire outer region was in chaos, with only Lin Fan's ecstatic roars echoing. "Stay back. They're all mine. I told you not to interfere. Ha ha, they're all mine." His shouts were even more savage and exuberant than the beast roars. Over the course of 4 hours, Lin Fan, with Lu Liang in tow, had traversed the entire outer region, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a bulldozer's path, barren and desolate. It was that the outer region lacked vastness, but rather that Lin Fan's beast-attracting techniques were unparalleled. And his speed was extraordinary. What? Exhausted. With so many delightful beasts awaiting my affection, how could I possibly tire? I, Lin Dolly, am eternally tireless. Call me the diligent little bee. Finally, he thought. So you've made it here. Do you believe that playing dead will allow you to escape my grasp? Lin Fan grinned wickedly as he withdrew the bloodied spear from the last beast's body. Beneath him lay a dense carpet of beast carcasses. Behind Lin Fan, a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood stretched endlessly. Even Lu Liang, observing Lin Fan, felt a shift in his perception, as if Lin Fan were a harbinger of doom emerging from the depths of hell. Lin Fan picked up the last magic crystal and tossed it into his mouth, crunching it with satisfying vigor. Simultaneously, he activated his device and glanced at the map. Outer region. Number of strange beasts, 0. Lin Fan felt a sense of fulfillment. Finally, he had indulged in every last one. Through his relentless efforts, all the strange beasts in the outer region had been thoroughly dealt with. In the 8 hours since entering the examination field, he had slain over 6,000 beasts. At this moment, Lin Fan's score had reached a staggering 15,655. Lu Liang, who had shared the points, found himself in a similar position. They had shattered the national record. Although Lu Liang could not recall the exact figure of the record, he was acutely aware that he and Lin Fan had broken it. To be precise, it was Lin Fan who had led him to this achievement. It felt as though he had contributed nothing at all. This score would not only secure admission into the top-tier universities, but would allow for a selection among the most prestigious magical institutions. Yet, Lu Liang did not feel overwhelming joy, for he understood that these points bore little relation to his own efforts. Instead, he felt an immense pressure. It was as if a student who had previously ranked 40 or 50 suddenly found himself at the top of the class, all while being carried there by another. It was a source of discomfort. "Brother Fan, since we've cleared out the outer region and accumulated sufficient points, let's call it a day," Lu Liang suggested, glancing at Lin Fan. At that moment, the forests of the outer region fell silent, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. All the strange beasts had been vanquished. In fact, it wasn't just the beasts that had perished. The magical practitioners participating in the exam had also withdrawn. With the death of the non-tiered beasts, even those who had previously engaged in cunning battles with the creatures had exited the competition, for their strength was insufficient to enter the central region. Remaining there served no purpose. What? Were they to host a barbecue? In the outer region, only Lin Fan and Lu Liang remained. Lin Fan had cleared the entire area of all strange beasts and magical practitioners. "Let us call it a day, Brother Fan. I beg you, spare the rest," Lu Liang pleaded. "However, call it a day." "Huh? How could I? There are still so many strange beasts awaiting my attention," Lin Fan replied with an ominous smile. Lu Liang, hanging from a tree, felt a chill run down his spine, trembling as he spoke. "You don't intend to venture into the central region, do you? There are still beasts there." Lin Fan, with his chilling grin, cast his gaze towards the central town area, which was no longer merely a forest but the remnants of a city and its surrounding villages. Lu Liang exclaimed, "No, must you be so relentless? Can't you grant the beasts a chance at life? What about the magical practitioners still valiantly battling in the central region? Brother Fan, why must you be so merciless?" For reasons unknown, as he gazed at Lin Fan's excited eyes and twisted smile, Lu Liang began to feel a twinge of sympathy for the ferocious beast. He felt even more compassion for those unaware practitioners in the central region, still striving to persevere that moment. Their fates seemed sealed. Unless something unforeseen occurred, the central region would also. Lu Liang sighed, his conscience beginning to weigh on him. "Brother Fan, the other candidates have worked hard for this magical assessment. They've prepared for so long. We can't be so ruthless." Lin Fan chuckled. "Precisely because they are classmates, We ought to send them off together. Otherwise, it would be unfair if some withdrew while others did not, with a gleam in his eye. He added, and what does our camaraderie mean in the presence of these delightful beasts? In my eyes, only the strange beasts matter. Lin Fan seemed like a fiend savoring the thrill of the hunt. The moment his spear pierced the body of the first strange beast, he became utterly entranced. Let us go. Follow me into the central region. A new journey was about to begin. Our goal is total indulgence. Lin Fan hoisted the despondent Lu Liang as if carrying a banner, charging towards the central region. Dear little piggies, I, Linda Li, have returned. The night had fallen, and Lu Liang's smoke signals made from torches and leaves had vanished from sight. Lin Fan had initially worried that this might affect the attraction of the strange beasts. However, the moment they entered the central region, he realized his concerns were unfounded. The allure of the flames proved even more effective than the smoke during the day. Visible from miles away, in an instant, roar, roar. The furious howls of shadow pigs erupted within a 5-mile radius. Among them were roars Lin Fan had never encountered before, more chilling than that of the shadow pigs. Brimming with power. Tiger roar. Lin Fan finally encountered the first tier beast, the earth tiger, which he had missed during his last visit to the central region. Boom. As if enraged by Lin Fan's ostentatious display. Or perhaps declaring sovereignty over this central region, 8 terrifying waves of magical energy surged skyward, barreling towards Lin Fan. He refrained from continuing his reckless charge while holding Lu Liang aloft. After all, they had only just entered the central region. Though all his attributes had risen to 200, Lin Fan wasn't entirely confident in facing too many first-tier beasts at once. Thus, he planted the branch from which Lu Liang hung firmly into the ground. Come forth. He raised his spear towards the epicenter of the magical energy explosion. Meanwhile, a group of magical practitioners cautiously navigated through the central region, using the ruins of the town as cover. Tailing a shadow pig from a distance, Captain, do we really have to be here in the central region? One team member asked, anxiety evident in his expression. The captain sighed, there is no choice. The outer region is completely devoid of beasts. To earn more points, we must venture into the central region. What bad luck, another member muttered. We were doing well in the outer region until that disruptor showed up. What terrible luck to encounter such a monster. The captain sighed again. I never anticipated that our most formidable enemy in this magical assessment would be Lin Fan, not the beasts. Well, we can only hunt this shadow pig now. However, that shadow pig was a first-tier beast. Another team member gulped nervously, crouching behind a crumbling wall, eyeing a shadow pig several hundred meters away. This team of magical practitioners were all magic users that in theory, they were only permitted to operate in the outer region. But since it had been cleared by Lin Fan, they had no choice but to enter the central region. That it's all right. Although we are magic users, our strength is not to be underestimated if we execute a surprise attack. We might just succeed. That's 100 points. The captain exhaled, his expression tensed. As long as we restrain our presence and move carefully, we can strike once this shadow pig falls asleep. But in the next instant, a human scream echoed from behind them. The voice was all too familiar, resonating through the stillness of the forest. In an instant, every team member's face changed. The captain's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he hoarsely uttered, "It can't be." Turning to look, they saw a tall tree standing out in the woods. Its peak hung Lu Liang, brandishing a torch like a radiant flag. He shouted loudly, seemingly desperate to attract the attention of any lurking beasts. His echoing cries reverberated through the quiet, night-shrouded forest. In that moment, Lu Liang became the brightest beacon in the woods, making it impossible for the beasts to ignore him. The human-shaped horn, a banner for attracting monsters, directly taunted the first-tier beasts in the central region. The members of the team, recently forced to transition from the outer region, felt their scalps prickle with fear. Damn it. He back. It's him. It's Lin Fan. Though they couldn't see Lin Fan, who else could hold up such a human-shaped banner? At that moment, to those magical practitioners, Lu Liang hanging from the tree and shouting with a torch was even more terrifying than the beasts. They recalled the dread they felt when faced with the duo of the human-shaped horn Lu Liang and the brash Lin Fan. We've escaped to the central region, and they still want to leave us be? Do they intend to leave us with nothing? Damn it. Lin Fan and Lu Liang are our greatest rivals for high scores. One of them gritted his teeth, lamenting, if only we had dealt with them first. It was truly too much. Wherever they went, not a single beast was spared. They had come to hunt beasts for points, yet these two seemed intent on tormenting them. They exuded the aura of a true demon king. more terrifying than the beasts themselves. But in the next moment, roar! A thunderous growl jolted them back to reality. The shadow pig they had been trailing, which had been drowsy and ready to find a spot to sleep, suddenly sprang to life. As if provoked by human taunts, a surge of dark magic emanated from its entire being, and the spikes on its back erupted menacingly. With a roar, its enormous frame charged towards Lu Liang, who stood in the distance, torch in hand. Shadow charge, it collided precisely with the crumbling wall where the group of mages had sought refuge. Damn it, it's coming for us. What should we do? As the shadow boar succumbed to a frenzied rage, all members of the team turned pale with fear. Their prowess was limited to that of mere magic wielders, capable of confronting only the lower-tier beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been lingering in the outskirts. Even if they dared to venture into the central region, they had to wait cautiously until the beasts fell asleep before making their move. Witnessing the shadow boar charging at them with its shadow charge, panic set in. What now? Run! Run towards Lin Fan. The captain reacted the quickest, already turning to flee. Lin Fan, help! Yes, run towards Lin Fan. He summoned the beast, and only he can handle it. Help us, great demon king. The mages hastily unleashed their spells to enhance their speed, tears streaming down their faces as they were pursued by the shadow boar towards Lin Fan. This great demon king, though frustrating, seemed more terrifying than the beasts themselves. Yet, in critical moments, this great demon king was their most reliable ally. Roar! The crumbling wall shattered instantly, the shadow boar hot on their heels. Lin Fan, with a face aglow with excitement, gripped his spear tightly. The nearby forest began to sway as the roars of beasts echoed ominously close. Yet, it was not the beasts that burst forth first, but rather a throng of mages, all fleeing from the sudden onslaught of the beasts. Lin Fan, help, it's you again. Are you the one who summoned these two? We made it to the central region, and you still want to let us be. Their hearts were conflicted, on one hand. They felt immense anger towards this great demon king, yet on the other, he was their savior in this dire moment. Lin Fan, I never anticipated causing you all such trouble, but I, Lin Dali, feel no remorse. I, Lin Dali, merely sought the beasts. Behind the mages, 7 furious shadow boars charged forth, roaring, while a massive earth tiger swung its bone spikes, stirring up waves of dirt as it lunged and leaped. Finally, they arrived. Lin Fan's smile was radiant yet unsettling. These first-tier beasts were far more exquisite than the lower-tier ones outside. Though the lower-tier beasts were charming, they were simply too diminutive. While their smallness had its own appeal, for Lin Dali, who relished overwhelming power, it was the voluptuous and sultry forms of the shadow boars that mattered. Only these ample-bodied shadow boars, akin to alluring women, could withstand the sheer force of Lin Fan's strength, especially that earth tiger. Although it was Lin Fan's first encounter, he instantly fell in love with it. Unlike the voluptuous shadow boars, these earth tigers were robust, their physiques muscular and exuding an air of ferocity. Their tawny coats radiated earth magic, and the soil beneath them seemed to dance to their command. Like waves, the massive tiger's tail swayed. Stones lifted from the ground, shooting towards Lin Fan. In his eyes, this earth tiger resembled a sporty beauty with sun-kissed skin, clad in form-fitting athletic, where that accentuated her enticing curves, her toned legs exuding vitality and health. As she sprinted towards him, panting and tossing baseballs, her aura was strikingly different from that of the shadow boars. One was a cool, aloof goddess, while the other was a sporty beauty. Yet, Lin Dali adored them both. They could all withstand his might. Indeed, formidable beasts were Lin Fan's true love. This central region was indeed the right place to be. Here I come. Lin Fan charged straight towards the first shadow boar. Refusing to evade. A true man must confront his foes head-on. Lin Fan relished this position. Buzz. Facing the gaping maw of the shadow boar, his pitch-black spear lunged forth. Buzz. The spear pierced through. No magic, only raw power. Pure strength. The surging dark magic froze instantaneously as the spear plunged deep into its mouth, traversing through and directly piercing the shadow boar's throat. Yet, Lin Fan felt the strain. The spear nearly slipped from his grasp under the onslaught of dark magic and the beast's colossal force. This first-tier beast was wholly unlike the previous lower-tier creatures. They wielded far more potent magic. The next shadow boar was already upon him. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, yanking out the spear, sweeping aside the flying stones while bracing himself against the charge of the shadow boar. Though its fangs were thwarted, the shadow boar still bore down on him. Infused with magical power, propelling Lin Fan back several meters. Roar! With no time for retaliation, another shadow boar barreled towards him. In an instant, danger loomed. Lin Fan could only rely on brute strength and his spear to hold his ground against the remaining 7 beasts. Despite his attributes of physique and strength reaching 200, he was still a first tier. Perhaps he could face 2, 3, or even 4 at once, but he could never confront 8 beasts simultaneously. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a twinge of realization. Perhaps he had been too arrogant. Undoubtedly, his body was powerful, and his spear was sturdy. Yet, man ultimately has his limits. Only exhausted cattle perish in the field. An overwhelming number of foes with superior quality could sometimes be a curse. Incessantly pursuing fierce battles against relentless opponents would inevitably drain one's essence. Was Lin Dali destined to perish at the hands of these beasts? No, I am not yet satisfied with them. Compared to the tension, Lin Fan felt more a sense of unwillingness that he feared not death, but rather disappointing the enthusiastic beasts, failing to personally satisfy them. Meanwhile, observing Lin Fan falter, the mages trembled and feared he seems unable to prevail. Impossible, right? Just now. What do you know? That was the outer region, filled with lower-tier beasts. This is the central region. He has gone too far, daring to lure beasts here. Does he really think he can handle them all? Should we run now? Simultaneously, the teachers watching from the pavilion were also on edge. This kid is too reckless. It was one thing to lure beasts in the outer region, but now he dares to do so in the central town area. Those are all first-tier beasts. Does he truly wish to take on more? One teacher urged, "We must activate the protective scrolls and withdraw from the match. Anything is better than death." Another teacher appeared conflicted. "No, if he withdraws. The promised rewards will." "What reward matters now? Quickly, Captain Carlo, go bring him out. We cannot allow him to die in there. This kid hasn't activated the protective scroll or withdrawn. I have no authority to intervene." Captain Carlo was equally concerned but shook his head, resigned. "Damn it. Old Wong from 4th High looks grim. Could this kid truly perish in there? That would make our responsibility immense. The issue of candidate fatalities is already severe. Furthermore, Lin Fan is a promising talent under scrutiny, one who has already shattered records. The implications of his death would be catastrophic." The expressions of several principals turned ashen. They had thought their city had produced such a promising talent, which would reflect well on them. But if this talent dies during the magical assessment, their dismissal would be the least of their worries. Just then, the nervous mages and watching teachers heard a faint sound. "Berserk, activate!" Boom! A tremendous aura exploded forth. Not magic, but an overwhelming force of bloodlust. The 9 beasts surrounding Lin Fan howled and were flung away. Lin Fan, spear in hand, stood amidst the beasts like a demonic god. In that moment, he appeared extraordinarily alien, a stark contrast to his previous self. The powerful rhythmic beating of his heart resonated throughout the arena, blood coursing rapidly through his veins. Even the sound of it echoed in his ears. His skin turned crimson, and his once clear eyes were now consumed by a scarlet hue. His muscles bulged, veins protruded on his forehead and arms, and his pores exuded a mist of blood, transforming him into a figure of madness. S-Class Berserk, a first-tier berserker's innate skill. At that moment, Lin Fan resembled a frenzied beast. Merely standing there instilled fear in others that it was a terror surpassing that of the beasts. His eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent. As if sensing Lin Fan's transformation, the 9 exotic beasts rose, daring not to advance any further, instead continuously brewing their magical energy. With a swift motion, Lin Fan lifted his head, his crimson eyes surveying the 9 creatures beside him. At that moment, every cell in his body trembled, blood surged wildly, and an unprecedented force erupted from every part of his being. Frenzy. Adrenaline surged uncontrollably, extracting a strength that was typically unattainable, unleashing the hidden potential of his body. This tumultuous power coursed through Lin Fan, igniting a heat that threatened to drive him to madness. This was a strength unknown to a mere magician. It was the force of a body reaching its ultimate limits. A tangible power, simultaneously, within Lin Fan's mind. An insatiable desire urged him onward, a voice compelled him to unleash this power. To exert great force. To swing freely. To unleash this fervent energy upon these exotic beasts. To vent it upon their supple forms. To release it upon their voluptuous bodies. Penetrate. Pierce through. In that moment, Lin Fan resembled someone under the influence of a potent drug, the force within him threatening to burst forth. His mind was filled with thoughts of the endearing beasts, their soft bodies and alluring curves, longing to expel this energy upon them. And Lin Fan did not shy away from this desire, for it was precisely what he wished to do. He chuckled softly, licking his lips, his smile turning grotesquely excited. I initially intended to be gentle, to savor the experience, yet you seem so ravenous. Very well, I shall no longer feign restraint. You crave madness, do you? I, Lindley, too possess a wild side. You wish to witness it, and now, you shall. The sound of his resolve echoed as Lin Fan discarded the dark long spear. He clenched his fists. This time, he would unleash his fury with his bare hands. 2 reasons guided his decision. First, the spear was insufficiently sturdy. At least the long spear in Lin Fan's possession was not resilient enough. The dark spear had already developed cracks, while the soft, petite frost rabbits and nimble light cats posed no threat to its integrity. Facing the robust first-tier beasts, even cautious use could lead to further damage when confronted with the remaining 7. Lin Fan was unwilling to see his hard-earned, formidable dark spear shatter so easily. It was his pride, his beloved weapon. No man wishes for his spear to break. He relished the sensation of wielding it. The thrill of it piercing flesh and blood. Though fierce battles held undeniable allure, no man would willingly pay the price of his spear's shattering. Lin Fan had intended to repair and enhance his dark spear after the competition for continued use. Such a massive, robust weapon was rare among magic users who wielded diminutive wands, and he had grown fond of it. The second reason was that while the sensation of a weapon piercing flesh was delightful, the direct clash of bodies, the resounding contact of a close-quarters brawl, surely possessed its own unique charm. However, in the outer regions, those adorable frost rabbits and light cats provided no opportunity for intense confrontation. Moreover, Lin Fan's previous physique and strength of 200 could not withstand the collisions with the formidable shadow pigs and earth tigers. But now, everything had changed. Frenzy, an S-rank skill, entering a berserk state. All attributes surged by 50% for 30 minutes. Usable once per day. In this moment, his physique, strength, speed, and spirit all escalated from 200 to 300. Having already reached the pinnacle of the first tier, Lin Fan's attributes had now ascended to the second tier. With each pounding heartbeat and rushing blood, the terrifying power surged within him, his cells rejoicing. Lin Fan had never felt his body so resilient, his muscles so powerful, especially in the presence of these charming exotic beasts. The urge to unleash his pent-up desire nearly overwhelmed his rationality, the fire of this power scorching him. Thus, he resolved to release it with his hands. Fist upon flesh, fierce collisions. Come, let me satisfy you with my bare hands. Lin Fan's flushed visage displayed a chillingly frenzied smile, his crimson gaze brimming with desire, his tightly clenched fists bulging with muscle. In that instant, faced with the bloodlust radiating from Lin Fan, the exotic beast dared not advance. Though merely human, at that moment, he emanated a feral, beastly pressure. No, it was not merely madness in his gaze. It was desire, an overwhelming craving. That intense longing in his eyes made the shadow pigs and earth tigers feel as if he might pounce upon them at any moment. Ready to devour them whole, Lin Fan chuckled. Since you refuse to make a move, I shall take the initiative. After all, I, Lin Fan, relish being the aggressor. Boom. Lin Fan's legs slammed into the ground, the tremendous force shattering the earth beneath him. Amidst the swirling dust, his blood-infused form pierced through layers of air, hurtling like an unstoppable shadow of crimson towards a shadow pig. Roar! The shadow pig was thoroughly enraged, refusing to dodge or evade. It opened its mouth filled with sharp fangs, dark magic swirling as it charged at Lin Fan. Shadow charge. However, it came at a fortuitous moment. As Lin Fan beheld the gaping maw, his smile grew even more deranged. His hardened fist plunged directly into the shadow pig's monstrous mouth. The creature's mouth was so vast that Lin Fan's hand slipped inside with ease. In comparison to the shadow pig's mouth, Lin Fan's fist was still rather small and slender. Yet, it was incredibly hard. Bang! The shadow pig's eyes filled with disbelief as it realized that the human's fist was astonishingly solid. It felt as though a long spear had pierced its very throat. How could a human possess such a formidable appendage? Beneath the weight of Lin Fan's fist, the toothy maw appeared soft and damp, allowing for easy penetration. The shadow pig instinctively clenched its jaws, attempting to crush this unyielding arm. Give way. Lin Fan snorted coldly, his fist plunging deeper into the closed mouth, shattering the clamped fangs. The once fearsome teeth splintered under the impact, and that dreaded mouth, renowned among magicians, became soft and yielding beneath the might of his fist. His hand pierced through, reaching the throat, tearing through flesh and blood. Boom! The shadow pig's throat erupted, Lin Fan's fist emerging from the carnage. The trembling magicians who had watched expected Lin Fan to have his arm bitten off, yet the next moment, they witnessed the horrifying scene of Lin Fan smashing through the fangs, penetrating the mouth and throat. He shattered the Shadow Pig's fangs. Good heavens, that was the Shadow Pig's mouth. Even first-tier magicians trembled at the mere thought. Had this man lost his mind? What power did he possess? What magic was he employing? I felt no magical fluctuations at all. Boom! As Lin Fan withdrew his arm, the massive Shadow Pig collapsed, unable to comprehend why its fearsome mouth had been so easily exploited. In truth, for Lin Fan, the mouth was merely a weakness. Any opening leading to a vulnerable area was a target for Lin to exploit. Simultaneously, two more Shadow Pigs charged in from either side. Fortuitous, indeed. Lin Fan did not shy away, instead standing his ground, taking a deep breath, his muscular arms tensed, fists clenched. At that moment, facing two opponents. Come. Bang. Lin Fan struck simultaneously with both fists. This time, the two Shadow Pigs had learned their lesson, tightly closing their mouths in fear of Lin Fan's fists penetrating within. But it mattered not. For Lin Li, while the soft and damp mouths were tempting, the robust bodies and smooth backs were equally alluring. Lin Fan raised both fists high, crashing them down. He struck fiercely against the Shadow Pigs' backs, laden with dark, sharp spines. Bang! The sound was muffled. In an instant, dark magic surged chaotically, the hardened spines shattered, and both Shadow Pigs' backs caved in as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Lin Fan's powerful fists not only crushed their spines but also sank deeply into their flesh. Bang! As the spines shattered and blood splattered, the two Shadow Pigs' robust forms stiffened, forcefully driven into the ground. 3 down. Lin Fan's smile grew increasingly exuberant. This was the first time he had simultaneously vanquished 3 plump Shadow Pigs. Satisfaction coursed through him, particularly with the visceral sensation that penetrated to the marrow of his being. Yet, Lin Fan craved more. A roar erupted as the Earth Tiger lunged at him from behind, brandishing its bone blade with ferocity, intent on tearing him apart. Amidst the surge of Earth-based magic, a solid rock, a meter in diameter, hurtled toward Lin Fan, aiming to crush him utterly. This magnificent scene momentarily stunned Lin Fan. In his vision, the Earth Tiger appeared as a spirited young woman clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit, sprinting toward him with enthusiasm, playfully tossing a baseball. Her sun-kissed skin shimmered, and her toned muscles were on full display as she leapt, her well-proportioned physique rendering Lin Fan unable to divert his gaze. Her legs and arms were not slender, yet devoid of excess fat, strikingly robust and fit. This was an entirely different type from the plump Shadow Pigs. Radiating vitality and youthful exuberance, she exuded an aura of health and strength. I admire your fervor. In the face of the Earth Tiger's assault, under its incredulous stare, Lin Fan beamed brightly. He extended his hands, catching the massive rock that came crashing down as if it were merely a baseball. This was no ordinary stone, but one imbued with Earth magic. The Earth Tiger's innate skill, first-tier Earth magic, rock projectile. Not even a mere human, let alone a novice mage, could withstand such a blow without being pulverized. Many constructed walls had succumbed to the force of these rock projectiles during the beast tides, yet Lin Fan caught it effortlessly, as if it were a simple baseball. The Earth Tiger's pupils constricted, bewildered, for despite having condensed and enchanted the rock with magic, the moment Lin Fan seized it, it felt as though it had lost all control over it. It was as if the magic had become Lin Fan's own. Who said Lin couldn't wield magic? Lin Fan cradled the surging magical rock, chuckling. Lin can also throw magical projectiles. Now, it's your turn to catch my ball, darling. He raised the enchanted rock high, his smile radiant, reminiscent of a youth engaging in sports alongside a girl. Boom! The rock was hurled with an intensity that surpassed its initial trajectory. The Dolly version of the rock projectile, Lin Dolly's exclusive magic. The assembled mages widened their eyes in astonishment. He truly unleashed a magical projectile. Good heavens, could it be that he really possesses magical abilities? What sort of rock projectile is this? Its power is astonishing. Could he be a hidden magical genius? Boom! Under the incredulous gaze of the Earth Tiger, the very rock it had condensed now bore down upon it with immense force. It was incapable of evading in mid-air. Boom! The earth erupted, transforming into a wall of dirt that instantly rose before the Earth Tiger, attempting to shield it from the fearsome rock projectile. First-tier Earth Tiger, innate skill, Earth Wall. Logically, this wall should have been able to withstand the rock projectile. The Earth Wall is the Earth Tiger's life-saving skill, requiring more than double the magical energy needed to conjure the rock projectile. However, boom! The rock, imbued with overwhelming force, shattered the earthen wall with ease. At that moment, the rock was not merely the manifestation of the Earth Tiger's magic. It bore the might of Lin Fan's own strength. Boom! In an instant, the wall crumbled, and the rock struck the Earth Tiger directly. The airborne beast was sent flying, crashing through 3 massive trees and obliterating 2 broken walls 50 meters away before finally hitting the ground. Indeed, this sensation was worlds apart from that of the shadow pigs. The invigorating rush of health invigorated Lin Fan's smile. He turned to face the other 3 shadow pigs. The trio shuddered. They turned and fled, attempting to escape. I, Lin Dolly, am not yet satisfied. Can you truly flee? No beast can evade the favor of Lin Dolly. Lin Fan grinned menacingly and surged forward, unleashing a terrifying speed that placed him instantly behind the shadow pigs, observing their rounded forms and their slight vulnerabilities. Lin Fan's smile twisted into something sinister. I have found the weakness. Though it may get messy, I, Lin Dolly, fear not the filth. Boom. His hardened fist plunged into the narrow opening, brutally penetrating. One shadow pig emitted a shrill cry, its eyes wide with disbelief and shock. A human dares to strike there? The astonishment mirrored that of its fallen kin. Yet unlike the previous instance when a spear pierced its weakness, Lin Fan employed his hand this time. The sensation was far more acute. Lin Fan could distinctly feel his arm enveloped in a warm, soft area. Navigating through that constricted passage, his fist battered through layer upon layer of flesh, until he reached the core. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated within the shadow pig's body, which let out a painful wail before collapsing. This horrifying scene, particularly the terrifying method of targeting weaknesses, left the remaining 2 shadow pigs paralyzed with fear. Forgetting to flee, or perhaps they dared not run, for doing so would expose their vulnerable spot to Lin Fan. The gruesome fate of their kin rendered them willing to face death rather than turn their backs on Lin Fan. They had never encountered such a monstrous human. Where are those elegant mages? Come forth and slay us. They would rather perish beneath the magic of those mages than fall victim to this deranged creature. But it was too late. It seems you are also prepared for some intimacy with me. Surrounded by a bloodthirsty aura, Lin Fan, brimming with power, approached the 2 remaining shadow pigs with a sinister grin. Roar! Roar! Ha ha ha! Exhilarating. The anguished wails of the shadow pigs echoed through the forest, and Lin Fan's malevolent laughter resonated like that of a demon. In the distance, a group of mages shut their eyes, their expressions a mix of sympathy and shock. Too horrified to look any longer. It was simply too gruesome. Good heavens, and that pose. He has pinned the shadow pig to the ground, and it is utterly brutal. Meanwhile, in the cool pavilion, the instructors who had earlier been anxious for Lin Fan now stood agape. Such formidable strength, he has set aside his weapon, engaging the shadow pigs and Earth Tiger in raw combat. Good heavens, what manner of physique is this? This scene transcended the instructor's comprehension. Or rather, it defied the established notions within the magical community. Since time immemorial, the concept of magic as power had been deeply ingrained in society, especially with the emergence of the 8 great magical emperors of the Great Xia. The might of magic had been vividly demonstrated. No matter how powerful a physical body may be, it could not withstand even the most basic of firearms. Yet magic pierces through all, but the scene before them. Could such a powerful physical form truly exist? The principal of First High frowned, declaring, "No, impossible. He must be using magic. This is magic. He must be a mage. A mage? Are you certain?" The principal of Second High queried, his brow furrowed. The principal of First High glanced at the screen, where Lin Fan's fist had penetrated the shadow pig as if he were a demon, his body enveloped in an aura of blood, fist clenched, grinning as he advanced toward the 2 remaining shadow pigs. He fell into silence. This lad seemed entirely devoid of any semblance of magic, resembling anything but a noble mage, more akin to a monster. While Lin Fan's prowess was breathtaking, his monstrous nature was even more astounding. A brutal and visceral feast of flesh unfolded before the elegant and noble mages, pure strength shattering bones, and hardened fists piercing through flesh. This was a spectacle the graceful and powerful mages had never witnessed before. Before long, Lin Fan approached, bloodied yet satisfied. Behind him, 8 exotic beasts lay sprawled in gruesome states. Gasping for breath, some utterly motionless. It was over. Lin Fan chewed on the bloody magical crystals as if they were mere beans. The gathered mages instinctively took a step back as Lin Fan approached, their fear eclipsing even that felt in the presence of first-tier beasts. This individual was far too brutal, too deranged. Next, I shall accelerate my hunting. Do you wish to continue accompanying me? Lin Fan inquired, frowning at the mages. No, no, no. We are preparing to leave. Indeed, we have decided to withdraw. A group of wizards exchanged glances, collectively deciding to withdraw from the competition. After all, most of these sorcerers had only recently been driven from the outer regions by Lin Fan. They were acutely aware that this creature was nothing short of a troublemaker, wherever it appeared. Other teams could no longer capture a single exotic beast. It was all claimed by him. What was the point of remaining here when they risked being hunted down by those enraged exotic beasts? Led here by Lin Fan. Moreover, the wizards who had just been pursued by these beasts were equally frustrated, knowing full well that it was Lin Fan who had attracted and provoked them. Why were these creatures chasing after them? It was utterly irrational. Additionally, there was another reason. They were no longer inclined to engage with Lin.